actually have pockets today.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Six Invitational 2023. It's week 2 of SI, and that means there's so much more action to come because come this weekend, we'll be live with not just our playoffs, but exactly the World Championship Finals stage as we make it to Laval at Place Belle for just to see who wins it all, really. There's no two ways around it. It's been a while since SI and Siege has been here at its home, its birthplace in Montreal, as people in Toronto would be saying. Take that, Parker. We're ready to go with our pre-show. We're starting a bit earlier today, as you may see, because there's a lot of data for us to cover, and we want to make sure that you are completely ready for the start of the playoffs, the first stage of the playoffs. Hello, I'm Milos Dominic, your host. With me at the command center are two of our wonderful analysts here, and of course our EUL analysts, which as always, EUL, they're always very good. EUL in general is very good. This is not coming out of a place of bias in any way whatsoever. And Jack, how are you doing today? Feeling rested, relaxed, ready?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm really excited. I was prepping for some games yesterday and I really got sucked up in like the data and all these storylines, so I'm super excited for today's games.
Yeah, I honestly can't wait. Having one day off from the Invitational was just like, what's going to happen here? I know we had a little bit of rehearsal and some commitments there, but I just want the action non-stop, 24/7.
And you know how the saying goes, when the sun shines, we'll shine together.
True.
There you go. That's
No. We don't start this again. We already had this one.
We needed the reference for just a moment. But if you had missed what had happened, action-wise at least, in our group stage, we put things together. Well, not us exactly, but our wonderful video team here in Montreal. So check out all the action from our group stage.
After 3 years away, Siege is back home in Montreal. 20 teams have entered the group stage, 16 of which advanced to playoffs. Who will emerge as the one new world champion? Welcome to Six Invitational.
French Giants. A shot out and Gavin gets every single kill for the ace.
M&M, their first 2 days, they don't drop a single map.
And W7M get it done up against G2.
Rise with the close and Lost One start out with their first victory. Rexit can stop it, he'll send his team to overtime, and suddenly Rexit kills them all, and he does it!
It's here, and this is becoming a real dogfight, and there's the final kill!
40 seconds to retrieve it, but now it's just Grixer to die Tyrants, undefeated!
And earlier it's a 5 versus 1 here, but it's not his this time round, G2! As soon as he takes a step, Koi ends the game.
Shake up for the clutch, and he gets the boom with plenty of time! What a hero play from Wolves!
Incredible action that we witnessed last week here in our studio and competition, seeing all 20 teams coming in, and now only 16 remain as we move forward into our playoffs. Now, in the day you are used to, maybe you haven't really watched competitive Siege since SI 2020, you know, hey, it's back in Montreal, let's come in and watch it. Back then it was only 16 teams, it was 4 teams per group, and then you advanced into the playoffs. This is a week. Here we got way more than that, way more action. So now it's our closed playoffs with our 16 teams into their own bracket, which we'll talk about in just a bit. But let's recap things group by group. In Group A, I'll turn to you, Mr. Jack Fresh Allen. Please help me out. What happened in here and our top teams from the group?
Well, there was 3 teams basically fighting out for that top spot. It came down to a potential 3-way tiebreaker. Koi, in the end, got that 2-0 win. Oh, sorry, 2 2-1 win over W7M to take the top spot. G2 narrowly missing out because if it was a tiebreaker, they would have taken it. They get second, W7M tournament favorite, third place. And then SSG, who pretty much have had, it's fair to say they've had an abysmal tournament apart from that one game against Elevate. That one game against Elevate was enough to see them through in fourth place. We won't be seeing them today because they're in the losers bracket. We will be seeing them tomorrow morning.
I'm sorry, I was looking up something in my stats. I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, exactly. I'm looking forward to seeing those teams indeed perform today. We'll have some of those teams playing today. Luckily, some we'll see tomorrow as well. Just yeah.
The fact that we have teams separate now and that they could pick one another is something real cool. Of course, we started that last year in Sweden. That was SI22, and we'll talk to you about exactly how that happened yesterday because everybody just kind of saw a bracket and didn't really see, what happened in the background with all the players and the staff meeting up together to decide on it. But going to Group B, and what happened in there and who are our top 4 teams and really our #1 team because they get to move just a bit further in that bracket.
Exactly, yeah, you'll have a bit of an advantage, and that advantage is given to M&M for their flawless performance during groups. They didn't drop a single map, and it's been a really long time since we've had that actually. So M&M going in, advancing towards that second stage in the upper bracket. Sonics also performing really well after having just recently had such an influential roster change coming on their side. We'll have Wolves just topping Liquid on that final play day, coming into third, and I think Liquid being the 4th team probably is something that a lot of people didn't expect coming into this tournament.
It's a tournament favorite down there straight away into the lower bracket, and for people that wanted the grand final of the Jönköping Major, it's potentially a lower bracket shootout in round 1 tomorrow. If the BDS W7M game goes wrong for BDS, they'll be going up against Liquid as well. So we're going to have a big team eliminated tomorrow.
And that's a level of quality competition that we have here at the Invitational. Doesn't matter if you're a champion or one of the majors, you're still going to face the toughest teams in the world. And of course, at this level, a different day, different temperature, different feeling, different vibes, as we say, and things completely change up. Now, going to Group C, BDS performed pretty well, but Lost One was just on another level, Jack.
Yeah, and I actually think I did a little bit of digging into Lost One. The reason you'll see that they got 1 regulation win or 1-2-0 win, 3 overtime wins. I think they've played for that specifically. I think they had a very, very smart banning strategy, so shout out to their sports staff, to allow them to win 2-1. The maps they were losing at was not the best from them, but the 2 other maps they were playing was guaranteeing those 2-1 results kept coming in. BDS obviously had that little wobble against Cyclops. Cyclops' only win of the event. And then Oxygen Australis, they showed, I think, the inconsistency that we was expecting. Both showed good signs during the group phase, but also both took losses that they didn't really want to be or were expecting to be taking to fill out the 3rd and 4th seed.
Yeah, if we look at BDS, they've really put in a shift on that final day to make sure they did get that 2nd spot. Obviously, that only puts them at 8 points, so that would make them the worst rated 2nd place team. So yeah, as a 2nd team you get to pick, but for BDS's case, they did get assigned a team, and it's not the most simple team they're going to face against.
No, that's kind of what teams like G2 and W7M were trying to avoid, or Sonics, we're trying to avoid. Basically W7M. So that's in the end what we were getting. Now on to Group D, our final group in the series, which got very, very close as we got deeper and deeper into competition. But M80, Matey, and Heroic, massive surprise for me, made it out at the top.
Yeah, and Heroic indeed being at 2nd, M80 in 1st, obviously, performing really well. Heroic at 2nd. I've even spoken to Mr. Officer about it. I've asked him, like, did you expect this yourself? And he said, well, obviously you have high expectations coming into a tournament, but we've actually exceeded our own expectations as well. A lot of people had them in their predictions probably at the 5th spot. Dark Zero taking up the 3rd. FaZe will drop to the lower bracket, being in 4th, and Secret eliminated for the tournament. They had such a good run in the last chance qualifiers, but it wasn't enough to prove it also against international teams.
I think they're just at the airport right now, so I'm checking in the morning.
Yeah, well, I saw Twister left last night as well, so it's cutthroat, you're gone. I think FaZe, that's another juggernaut for me that is in the lower bracket that absolutely nobody was expecting. That lower bracket run should be easier, but it is absolutely stacked full of good teams. A
lot of them in here in competition. Now the question is, everybody likes to hide strats, right? We've been saying this since what, late 2018. Oh, G2 are hiding strats, yada yada, and we kept doing it. And the reality is, as much as we like to, make fun of things and make jokes, because it's partly entertainment what we do, it's still a reality. Teams will spend a lot of time not playing specific maps, just holding on to them for big tournaments. So who was holding on to what maps, and did they end up playing them anyways at SI, Jack?
Well, I've got a little graphic for you, Milos.
You just did it. Oh my God.
Well, and that's the thing is, teams don't necessarily hide strats these days. I think it's more maps. So what this graphic is showing you is 6 of the teams from the upper bracket. It's mainly these 6 teams. There's also OXG, which is a little bit argument whether they've hidden that map or not, where they've had a low preference for it. So you can see the first column after the map, stage 3 preference. That is out of 9 maps. So for example, if we choose Heroic or G2, Oregon and Cafe respectively was their 9th preference map. They were perma-banning this map. And then if you go to the next one, the 6 invitational preference, you can see most of these are number 1s, number 2s, number 3s. There's been a big shift in attitude towards the map in this tournament. And as you can see, everybody but W7M, and even W7M's a bit arguable because they've got a 9-map pool, has had a really good time on the maps that they've hidden for the Invitational. Particularly M&M with Clubhouse, big reason why they're going 2-0, because that got picked into them twice by teams thinking it was their permaban.
Yeah, M&M's with Clubhouse probably the most impressive one, if you'd ask me, going 2-0 in maps on that one. And G2 with Cafe going from 9 all the way at the bottom with the lowest preference to the highest preference. That's crazy. I think as a team, obviously, you have to be in a little bit of a luxury position as well if you are comfortable enough to qualify for a tournament whilst also hiding maps on the side. So that's a very scary side, I would say, going into the upper bracket.
Yeah, having the support staff also being able to hide things for a tournament like this, as you're saying, and yes, that's something that not everybody can afford to do, especially if you haven't had the best of years. But turns out if you're also including roster swaps in the year itself, then something's can happen. I think one of the longest was back in the day. I think FaZe, or it was a FaZe or Liquid, had not played Coastline. We're talking a while ago, going up to SI 2020 for an entire year before they actually pulled it out at SI. And that was something that I just did not expect whatsoever. It was a big weakness in the region. But we're talking old history time in here. But what does our bracket look like? Because our players got together yesterday in the morning and got things hashed out with our league operations, which gave us this bracket. Heroic versus OXG, G2 versus Wolves, Sonics versus Dark Zero, and BDS versus W7M. Now, the winner of Heroic OXG go up to play against M&M. The loser will drop down to the loser's bracket, and they'll be fighting in there. What's the difference between upper and lower bracket? Is that in the upper bracket, you have 2 lives you need to lose twice. One to the top, one to the bottom to get knocked out. However, if you are at the bottom, then you only need to lose 1 best of 3 series, and you're out of the running for the grand final best of 5 series that'll be happening come next Sunday. So things to keep in mind. Exciting matches, surprises. Guys, what do you think?
Well, W7M BDS is definitely going to be crazy already here. And then indeed, as you mentioned, one of those teams will be dropping, and we potentially have either Liquid or W7M or BDS that we have to say goodbye to tomorrow.
The bottom half of the upper bracket, so Sonics, DZ, Koi, W7M, BDS, M80, is absolutely stacked with teams that I would say are like the top teams. I think for if any of the teams got themselves into the top half of the upper bracket, they'll be looking at the teams in and around them and thinking there's a real shot. So for example, G2 should be thinking there's a real shot that we hit the upper bracket final based on the upper bracket draw they've got with the teams in there, because a few of those teams, Lost One, M&M for example, Wolves, you might not have expected to even see them in the upper bracket at all, but obviously they've done remarkably well to get there. But I would say that that bottom half of the upper bracket is absolutely stacked.
Well, we have a graphic to go through here. So we'll put it up on the screen and see exactly what has been hidden to us. And this is about who picked which teams. This was something that you were allowed to do, and both Jack and Anne talked about this, about the second-rated team in the group. That was a privilege that was given to them.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, Sonics, it went in the order that you can see on the left of your screen. Sonics were the top second place team, then G2, then Heroic and BDS, which means BDS were getting what they were given regardless. However, the way the things played out is Sonics, they were not allowed to pick Wolves because they were in the same group. They picked Dark Zero, who they perceived the weakest out of Dark Zero, Oxygen, and W7M. So they went for that team. They obviously will know them well, being NAL rivals. G2 then had the option of Wolves or Oxygen, could not play W7M because they were in the same group. Exactly. They picked Wolves. Again, they've gone regional. Both of these picks were regional, domestic picks. That then means that Heroic had to play Oxygen because BDS could not play Oxygen due to them being in the same group. So Heroic, in the end, didn't end up actually achieving a pick despite finishing third. And then BDS, of course, were left with W7M. And I did speculate this might happen because for Sonics, G2, for the teams that were picking, it made so much sense to put two juggernauts, BDS, W7M, against each other first, so one of them has to drop down.
It's one kind of a strategy, yeah, where you try and have two strong opponents against each other so they eliminate themselves. It's quite funny because I spoke to Mr. Officer and I asked him, if you would have had the opportunity to pick, would you have picked the same team? He said, yes, we would have done that. There's so many reasons as to why you would or would not pick a team. I think for those upper tier bracket teams, obviously, you'll have to think about if you play a domestic team, right? You're probably very familiar with each other. You scrimmed them maybe 100 times before, you know how they play on certain maps, and if you're a team that has been hiding maps, for example, or has been hiding strats, then you can have that upper hand.
A team like Heroic, 12 hours of scrimming every day. That's something that'll definitely help you out once you get to tournaments like this. But what is our schedule for today? We're still functioning with 2 streams, the A and B stream, until we trim things down by half, and that's where things will get a bit easier. Everything will turn into the singular stream on Rainbow Six. Now, only our top part of the schedule is filled out because it all depends on who beats whom in the beginning. Heroic goes up against OXG, G2 versus Wolves, Sonics versus Dark Zero, and BDS versus W7M. Winner of the top game will be playing M&M, the second will be playing Lost One, third will be playing Koi, and then finally against M80. That's how it will work here for our schedule. You see stream A for blue, stream B in the green, so you can catch up and wait around for the games that you're really looking forward to today. Though personally, I highly recommend you open up 2 streams at the same time because higher chances, of course, to get things right with the drops. But number 2, of course, the most important is to watch every single part of these games because this is where things matter even more going into the playoffs. This is where it gets tough. Either 1 or 2 losses, and then that is it for you at the Invitational.
Yep. Very tough. Like, I'm just happy that today we just don't have to say goodbye to teams yet. That makes me happy, personally.
That makes me sad. I like the chaos. Get them gone. Get them gone. It'll be a conveyor belt.
Put them on a plane
today. Yeah, put them on a plane.
It's not far away, at least for NA.
That's true. No, today should be excellent siege though because we've got all upper bracket games. These are the teams that have done well in the group stages. Yep. We've got some great games coming up. That BDS W7M game as well for me. Can't wait.
Let's hear our predictions for today, or at least I think this is the total analyst predictions for the day that we've been going through in the past few days. Of course, the second level won't be filled out because it's not fair, right? But Dev Marta, still love that photo. Heroic, Wolves, Dark Zero, and W7M. OXG for Mandy. Okay, she's gone for G2. Fair enough. You've gone for Wolves against G2 fresh.
Yeah.
I think N makes the most sense here.
I agree. I just don't. I might be a G2 hater, but I'm also a G2 shield, so I didn't want to sell them down the drain.
Well, I mean, you weren't shilling them here, so who knows? What's the second level of our predictions? Bam! Let's see what Demo, Extratroika, Jesse, and Jacob had to say. Of course, they're going for Sonics. OXG for the NAL analysts, who would have thought. They're still shilling G2 in their own way, and then anything to beat BDS, even if it means pulling out W7M.
I think it's actually curious if you look at the predictions here. Is most of the analysts are expecting Sonics to beat Dark Zero. Most of the analysts are expecting G2 to beat Wolves, but the Heroic OXG and the BDS W7M game, dead split.
I mean, to be fair, you can really toss a coin on what you get in both of those games. So I'm glad that at least for these teams that we see in the top bracket, they don't get instantly knocked out, like we were saying, that we're still going to get to see them. But of course, they're their trek through SI is going to be even more difficult. Though, Jack, and thank you very much. That was our pre-show. We hope you enjoyed. I know today was a bit longer, but I think we needed that length. So thank you very much to our production team for helping us out with this today. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll prep you for game number 1. So don't go anywhere.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends, to 6 Invitational 2023. We're about to go live with our first matchup. Top teams here in the bracket. So how about we have a chat about both of our squads, and first of all, introduce things for our game here between Heroic and Heroic. I'm Semitic, your host. With me are Anne and Fresh. And we're going to talk details. First of all, what's on the line for both of these squads, because they are in the upper bracket, right? They can't be immediately eliminated with a loss from the tournament. They have 2 lives. It's a comfier spot, but are they like equals between their 2 regions? How do you see it?
I think in regards of groups, they are probably equals. I mean, they're both the 2nd worst rated team in their own slot. So for Heroic, that's 2nd seed, and for Oxygen, that's 3rd seed. I think this would be a really good matchup. I would not be surprised if we get a 3-member between this, because I would reckon that these 2 teams can probably really...
Pretty equal.
Yeah, pretty equal in that regard.
Okay, Jack?
I think both teams have shown moments of really good siege. You know, genuinely, Heroic have gone probably above and beyond expectations. And, you know, expectations coming into this tournament. Heroic have gone above and beyond. OXG have maybe dipped below the standard they would expect. But in terms of their performance in the groups, both kind of equal. Both had great moments and both had not so great moments. That's why they're kind of low tier 2nd and 3rd seeds, as Anne said.
All right, then how about we have a chat about our first teams more in detail in the series. We got Heroic up on the line, and this is, of course, an EU team that had a lot of promise, but faltered every time they were in a stressful situation. So how do we see them now being in the playoffs of the Invitational, a major upgrade from what we've seen over the past year?
In their heart of hearts, I think if you said to Heroic, coming into this event, 2 days with a sub with Sloth coming in, what's your expectations? They would have said, we just want to get our groups. So the fact that they got 2nd, I think is like exceeded their expectations. And I think they've played really well. I think Noodle particularly has been a beast on that entry game. I think he's done wonders for his team. He's made the step up and done really well. My question now is more, do they now having achieved their objective, are they out of pressure? And are they just playing, see where they takes them? Or do they now start letting it creep into their minds? We're in the upper bracket now. We can make this a little bit of run and put a whole load of pressure on themselves, because we know how Heroic deal with pressure generally is not very good.
Yeah, and the players really have been feeling the pressure on themselves, as they mentioned before. And when I prepped for Heroic, I looked at some of their strengths and some of their weaknesses. And it's quite funny how one is a strength, but then at the same time also kind of a weakness for them. And we should have a graphic to assist that bit of information, because Heroic are really good at getting an entry kill. But then when it comes to converting that entry kill into a round win, it's not looking all that good. Right, overall entry kill, right? So this is 5th place, and then when it goes to like converting that into an actual round win, they're 17th out of all 20 teams in this tournament. And attack is really where you see a massive difference, right? They're tied 2nd at getting the most entries. They're performing way better than the average. They're getting the entry in about 57 of the attacking rounds. That puts them at 2nd place. But then into converting that into a round win, it's only 12th place. And for defense, it's kind of the same. They're performing better than average when it comes to getting an entry kill on defense, but they're the 18th place. There's only 2 teams that are performing worse in converting a defensive kill into a round win. So it's kind of a strength. They get the entries, but this is where maybe that pressure starts to play into it as well, where they have that late round part and they fumble the bag.
It's just worth quantifying these numbers as well. The average, if we look at the overall, the average entry is 50%. Heroic is sitting at 55%, so 10% above. With conversion, we're converting it to a round win. The average is 66%. Heroic are well below that, in the 50s.
Well, because they had moved on from the group stage, Demo sat down and had a chat with the squad of Heroic. Let's see what they had to say.
The team's performance, well, personally I think we should have 16 points. I think we were starting off well every game. We won first map every time, but second map we kind of choked a bit against DC and M80. But I'm happy overall that we managed to pull out what's needed to become 2nd. Oxygen, I was actually hoping to play against them. I don't think well, when they were Reciprocity, I used to play them, the old roster. But yeah, I think I'm confident going against them. We're gonna try to improve our defenses. Our attacks are quite good, but our defenses needs improvement. I think the 2 most impressive teams so far has been M&M and Sonics, in my opinion. Well, obviously M&M won all the games without dropping a map. Sonics looks good with Citizen. I think they're clicking together, and I think they're playing good stage. I think we will prepare the same way, to be honest. We just analyze the opponent, try to figure out what's the strongest maps to go against them, and try to play our own game, try to do what we can. I have nothing to say to Oxygen. I don't care about you guys at all.
That's probably the most emotion any Finnish person has ever given. There you go. Big O to Kimi Räikkönen, I fear, is what Uno is going for in this case. But see the squad setting up. There's my long-lost cousin standing behind the team. But I'd like to turn our attention to their opponents on the other side, OXG. Please help us out, and what can they bring to this game?
Exactly, yeah. OXG is a team that has had 2 wins and 2 losses during group stage, a team from NA. And if there's 2 players that I can particularly highlight in this roster, we will have to look at Newers. He has been absolutely amazing on the entry. We highlighted entry for Heroic. Newers is really that person on the side of Auction that will get those entries on the boards. Actually, he is the 2nd best rated player out of all players in this tournament as of right now. He's the 2nd in KD and also the 3rd out of all players when it comes down to entry. Another player that I'd love to highlight is Dream. He's a bit more on that backline. He's a bit more of a supportive player, but he's in the 3rd right now of all players with the most plans. And he does also really have those moments where he will step up and really grab the round towards his side.
I think just a couple of things for me on Heroic is, one, I think they need to trust the process a little bit more. I think Fox is a terrific IGL, Dream's a terrific backline player. They need to stay with whatever plan they're setting up, because too often they kind of go missing in that mid to late round. And then secondly, I think we really, really need to see a step up in the entry and just the overall gunfights from Sweater. You know, they've moved him onto this role where he feels much more comfortable. It was highly publicized in Stage 3 that he wasn't on the right role, but actually his Stage 3 performance is better than his 6 Invitational performance so far. So we need to see a step up. He's definitely got it, and on his day, he's one of the best players on this team. But currently, it's not quite happened for him at 6 Invitational, so I want to see more from him.
All right, and sat down with OXG, asked them some questions. Let's see what they had to say.
Now that the games mean everything, not to say that groups didn't, but now that games mean a lot more, I think Heroic's a great matchup for us to get us into the bracket system. You know, we scrimmed against them while we were at the event. You know, they're good guys, they're great scrim partners, and I think we still have a good amount of tricks up our sleeve to pull out against them. The main thing we're focusing on improving on is our consistency and the lack of mistakes, and teams are throwing out new things that we haven't necessarily seen, or they're bringing up some aggressive plays that we're taking too much time to react to. Our main thing is just focusing on the adaptations that we practiced beforehand. The biggest threat, honestly, sleeper pick, I think M&M might be the biggest threat, because no one knows what they do. This is the first time I've ever seen them start snowballing and just slaughtering everyone. Preparation for playoffs is a little different. Groups is a lot more of a marathon, so you're trying to not necessarily show too much, but at the same end, you want to be switching things up because you're trying to play similar maps so you don't show too much. This is a message to Heroic, Mr. Officer. I think you did a great job on the desk, and I think after we're done with you, you're going to want a permanent job on the desk.
Okay, well, oh my goodness, some spice coming out there.
Look, I'm not going to lose my job. So.
There was one thing that I still wanted to highlight, though, in regards, you mentioned Sweater a little earlier, that we want to see him step up on that role that he's playing. Actually, when you look at their stats and their operators, he's playing the same operators as Noodle has. He's playing Ash, he's playing Borden a lot, but then Noodle's stats are a lot better. He's looking at a 1.15 rating, and Sweater's only at a 0.87.
Well, that's something to keep in mind. Some numbers to clarify the gameplay itself. Now, our map bans for this series. Remind everybody, we're still on best of threes, just as we were in the group stage. We'll continue that until the grand final, best of 5. this Sunday. 4 bands go out first. We start with OXG Pick. They'll go to Chalet. They start off on the defense. Heroic on Clubhouse. They start off on the defense also. And then finally, Oregon Heroic banning Theme Park. Jack, your thoughts?
So in this ban phase, I was actually very surprised. I was surprised by this ban phase. This is where teams are going to bring out maps that, you know, you're not necessarily expecting. Both of these teams love Border and Bank. So the first 2 bans, I think, is a respect to each other. Now, the pick's quite curious because OXG, they've picked quite a high preference map for themselves. They've looked a little bit internally. They've not looked at their opponent. And because, obviously, Heroic like that map. Now, Heroic's pick is curious because Clubhouse, for the longest time, was a permaban of this Heroic roster. You know, it's still the same core. So to pick it into OXG, when it's OXG's #1 map preference over a long time period, is a very bold statement.
I like to see the decider Oregon as well, right? We've seen it earlier this morning in the graphic that you showed up where teams are hiding certain maps, and that was Heroic that have brought this map out now to have a higher preference on it and to perform better on it. If we look at stats, for example, on this map, it was a permaban indeed, but well, they're quite great on it now if you look at the site for Oxygen.
All right, thank you very much, my wonderful analysts. Our game is ready. Both OXG and Heroic are set. We'll toss it to our casters. It's Des and Ace. When you have 2 teams from the same region going up against one another, you're best friends. But in the server, you want that win. You want it so bad. Our 2 Brazilian teams in the grand final for the first time ever. Ninjas and Pajamas!
Some tournaments you have a better feeling about winning, and that one, it was ours.
Our second Brazilian team, Team Liquid!
NIP was very well prepared. They were like top 1 team in Brazil.
It goes to Brazil no matter who wins it, but for NIP, it means a lot.
We lost to SSG a year before, and then we knew like in our hearts that this is an invitation we need to win, you know.
It was a very difficult time for us as a team.
It was pretty hard, like especially because of what happened to me at the moment. Like I lost my dad during the competition.
In that final, I think Liquid kind of won people's hearts because of the tragedy that had happened, but because they had also played incredibly well throughout the tournament and through the grand final. They gave us an incredibly entertaining game.
Psycho goes big with 4 kills to push them over the line on Cafe, and that is going to be NIP 2-0 on maps. There you go, the kill comes in. He knew exactly where the man was coming from, and that's going to be Team Liquid taking our second map of Chalet. Palu, 1 second left to go. Diffuser goes down in the absolute nick of time, but Moringa, he gets a huge kill, Des! He gets a huge kill! We're going all the way to 5. We're going to find out who really is the best in Brazil. Palu cannot find the kill. Out comes the Nitro. Shot out by Pino. That is the round in 2020. Brazilian hearts were broken, but like a phoenix, NIP rise from the ashes to claim the hammer at the 6th Invitational 2021.
It was one of the best days of my life. I think we can compare that as a Brazilian team winning the World Football Cup.
I think winning the 6th Invitational was the best feeling ever I had.
Was the best moment of my life in the sports scene for sure. I was crying a lot. I was out of control.
We were very sad to lose, but we understood the limits of the team at the time, and we were very proud. But also, it was very nice to see another Brazilian get a title.
After that SI, like I think it was a motivated thing to grow as a region and make it through a lot of other tournaments.
At the end of the day, everyone is just friendly. So yeah, we have a very nice relationship.
The friendships run deep and it goes beyond shouting and cheering on stage. You know, all of that is part and parcel of this. It's a respect that is given and earned between these players.
It's an awesome feeling for everyone, you know, not just us. We win for everyone.
Welcome back, friends, to the studio. We're kicking things off for Stream B, and you saw Invitational winners NIP with Julio, who's back in competition here with W7M at SI23. You'll be seeing them performing later on in our day of competition here in the playoffs. These teams, they're just playing for the big trophy. If you're here for anything that is not that, you're doing it wrong. And welcome back to the desk. I'm Milos. With me are Demo and Exor Troika to help us out with our second game. First up, gentlemen, I just want to welcome you. Hello, how are you doing today? Well rested?
Thank you for the welcome, Milos.
I am a bit tired today. It's been a long week. It's been a lot of Siege.
It's true. I agree. But it's been good Siege.
There's plenty more Siege to keep us going as well. Here's the thing, Milos. It's funny because we have a day off and we get tired. Yep. But as soon as the Siege comes back, that's when the energy comes back.
I completely agree with you because it's almost like we will live and breathe this game and have been for many years. Now, G2 versus Wolves, two teams that we're all so familiar with here. G2 got the pick. They picked the team that they wanted to play against, and they picked the Wolves. Now, before we get into specific teams, what's the strategy behind picking Wolves in this case?
They haven't looked great throughout the course of the competition. I think we all know that about Wolves, is that they haven't lived up to the expectations. They struggled again inside of the best of threes. I would say that the confidence from Wolves beating Liquid is going to help them a lot. I think going into this game, you know, if they had lost to Liquid, then, I mean, they would have been fourth place. They wouldn't even had like another chance. Even if they do lose here today, they still get that other chance with that big win against Liquid. I think G2 are going to feel confident. It's a matchup that they know. It's players that they know. It's a play style that they're familiar with. I think G2, it's just a comfort pick more than anything.
It's better the devil you know, right? You know this opponent very well. They play inside of EUL regularly. I wrote this down as a blue on blue. You know, it's EU versus EU. We're expecting a bit of that to sort of come and show through. And G2 have made a very intentional decision there.
To be fair, the Sonics did the same thing with Dark Zero. We just mentioned it in our pre-show. It's understandable. It's an opponent you know, and probably these teams scrimmed against each other many a times before going into the Invitational. We're not even counting this. We're counting an entire year of competition. So how about we dig into one of our two squads? You know what? I'll leave it to production. You can pull up whoever you want because we're always ready for what is being given. I hope these two teams are also ready for their matchups. They should be, at least, over the next few minutes. We had interviews, demo. I hope those were fun, but let's talk about G2 since you're on it here. What do you think about G2 and the performance so far at SI?
G2 have adapted to the meta, I think, extremely well. I think the way that you need to play this game, you need to play fast, you need to play aggressive, you need to play on your toes. I don't think you can really go into Siege with this methodical play. I mean, that's, again, my personal opinion. I think the methodical Siege, where it's a step-by-step process, which is kind of what some of the NA teams are still doing at the moment, it doesn't work for me in my eyes. I think G2 have adapted that really well. You can see that they're not afraid to try things. Just go for it. They are a team that is confident, and it's either you make the play makes you. That's what you need to do.
It's true, and there's a reason that the three players at the top of the pops on G2 are plus 63 overall together combined.
Is Doki one of them?
Doki is one of them, believe it or not. Now, he got off to a bit of a flyer on day one. Benja had a slower start into things, but even he has since picked things up. I think, of course, those games against Space Station really helped out the stats a little bit.
Doki Fragature Club. Oh, man. That's very good. That was you. Yeah. Have you played the game? Nope. It scares me. I don't want to do that.
No, I think
I don't play him.
It's a good way to highlight Doki throughout the year. You know, we know how good he can be. I remember in stage one, you know, Doki was on fire inside of EUL, and then we've seen that kind of drop off a little bit. I don't know if the thing could change. You can see down there the most played attacker. That's we're going back in time with that one. But look at this tournament. He's playing really well. Averaging 11 kills a map is really good. And you think about it, if we're putting in, you know, Shaiko in context, I think Shaiko's on like 12 kills per map. So he's not far off Shaiko, who we know is incredible as well.
The Shaiko of Scotland.
It's not got quite the nicest ring to it that you could find, but Doki,
Highlander, we'll call it.
The Highlander,
yeah, that's
maybe.
A good one, yeah.
But without a doubt, has had a fantastic tournament so far, and he's showing no signs of slowing down. Right, there's still a lot of time left for this G2 roster.
All right, well, Demo, you sat down and asked your questions to G2. Let's see what they had to say.
So, group stage went pretty well. Our first game was against Koi, where we won 2-1. This was like a good game. I think we maybe underestimated their maps a little bit, but it's okay. We got the 3 points and a win's a win. The next game was against W7M where we lost 2-1. And this game was like a little bit frustrating because we probably should have won 2-0. I just personally let the team down on the second map, Cafe. And then the third map was just so close, like anyone could have won this. So going into the playoffs, we have picked Wolves, our European brothers. The reason we picked Wolves, I don't know, we're comfortable with them, we know how they play. And we think we're just better team than them, so there was no real struggle there. So overall, a good group stage. So going into the playoffs, we have picked Wolves, our European brothers. The reason we picked Wolves, I don't know, we're comfortable with them, we know how they play. We think we're just better team than them, so as a team, I think we want to improve on overall consistency, to be honest. Like, there's some maps that you've probably seen in our group stage that we were really nervous to play in. As a team, we weren't like communicating to the best way we could. I've said to the guys already, like, throw all these nerves out the window, play like we train. The biggest threat in playoffs, like, I think the obvious one is M&M, because they've been playing so good in their group stage. Our preparation will stay the same. It's not going to be any different, no. It'll just be the same. I think, guys, everyone ruled G2 out, and right now we are proving not to rule us out, so we're coming for that, coming for the hammer.
The Highlander Samurai has spoken. Who would have thought? Cleaving through their opponents, as we saw in the group. Can they do it today against Wolves, a team that they are very, very well known for playing against and playing pretty well against over the past few years. The current iteration with Benja is something else, though, Extra Trika. What do you think?
I think Benja's finding himself in this roster slowly but surely. As I mentioned earlier, he got off to a bit of a slow start inside of the group stage and has since picked things up quite substantially. Something else that you've got to remember is that if you've got Doki and Almar going out there and getting a ton of kills, there aren't always that many kills to go and get. And if it's someone like Benja, that's what we're looking for him to do, be that impact player and have that ability to make those quick mid-round decisions.
Now, if we're looking at G2's opponents, Wolves, they said that they are very comfortable, or at least G2, they're very comfortable against Wolves, that they say they are the weaker opponent. They're more prepared against them because they played so much against them. But Ollie, I have to say, it seems like this year for Wolves has caught up to them, but they still made it out of the group.
They made it out of the group. They made it out of the group in third place by the skin of their teeth, though. Yep. Maximum overtime, 1 versus 2 clutch. It was very, very close indeed. Nobody on Wolves is really setting the world on fire. There is only Mowgli currently that is positive in kills, and he's positive by 1. Yeah. So already that's a bit of an alarm bell. You look at the form that G2 are on, you look at the form that Wolves are on, just stats-wise, and I know that we always like to talk about the stats, but everything goes a bit deeper than it. But it's always a good indication. Not a lot of gunfights getting won on the side of Wolves.
I'm in agreement, of course. I think Wolves, the consistency just isn't there. Obviously, you would expect Mowgli. I think Mowgli in his own right is a quality player that we have inside of EU. You know, Ollie, me and you, we know the potential this guy had way back in CL back in the day, and, you know, it's been great to see him really, you know, step up to a professional team. But everyone else, they need to get stuck in here and help him.
So what did Wolves say in their interview? We'll hear in just a sec.
I think we started super slow and we ended at third place, which is a great spot for us considering the 2 first games. I think we started to play and it really shows and it feels good as well. Our first game for stage 2 is against G2, which is an European team as well. We know a lot each other. We've been screaming a lot each other. Our expectations are quite high because we know we can beat them. I believe it's like probably the best pick for us. What we can improve for stage 2 games, if we can play our game and, well, keep calm, we can win every round. I think the biggest threat for us might be, because it's a French team as well, I think it would be BDS. We don't want to face this team in particular before being late in the tournament. So the plan that we have for stage 2, it's basically preparing our games the most we can and come up with new ideas at that moment. So I've got a message for the other teams we're gonna face in stage 2. We finally started playing, so be ready because we'll be a fierce opponent for you guys.
Maybe it was a 16-wheeler diesel truck start for Wolves, but they got it chugging there at the end, and now they are in the playoffs. We'll go directly into our map ban phase. This was again a 9-map pool in competitive Rainbow Six, 4 map bans, and then we start with our picks. Wolves going for Chalet, they start on the attacking side. G2 for Cafe, they start on defense, and finally our decider is Bank. G2 banning Villa to take us there. Demo, your thoughts on the pick and ban?
Well, the 2 maps that we're going to go to first is generally the maps that, whenever both these teams have played against each other this year, it's the maps that usually get banned last. So it's not like the insta bans that you would expect to see from either side, and that's kind of where we're at now. Is with maps that we're not really familiar seeing both of these going up against each other on, Ollie.
Yeah, I think G2 have. Would it be like sort of unusual to say that G2 have won a map ban? Because I know that we like to give Fabian a little bit.
Can we give Titan some respect, please?
Well, we maybe throw Titan in there as well. We like to give Fabian a bit of stick for, you know, maybe not always coming out.
That theme park that they played, the theme park they played against them on the stage was, he didn't plan that, so.
But Chalet is a top preference map here for G2. It's actually their favourite map. So that's quite surprising to see that be a Wolves pick in there. The Cafe pick as well, it's still a reasonable preference for G2. It's not so high up there really on the side of Wolves either. It's only really liked. So you really looked at that 3rd map and the final map, the decider and the Bank, and I think that that's a map that, again, it's a good map that we see Wolves play. It's one of those maps where they can lose a lot of time on that attack. But the first 2 maps for me, it's got G2 written all over it.
Well, let's see. Maybe it'll be a 2-0. Maybe we'll go to our 3rd one. We'll have to see in game. Thank you, Extra Troika and Demo. Our casters are ready. It's looking hap. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos and the gang. Yes, we are here to EU to take 2 EU through to maybe the next round, maybe the lower bracket. That's how I'm thinking.
Well, one is going to go to the lower bracket. This will go way too complicated there in just a couple of seconds. But yeah, it is going to be 2 seeds up against the 3 seeds for the first couple of games here today. G2 picked Wolves. There is quite a bit of history between these two, of course, as they are in the same regional league. But there's also a little bit more behind the scenes because, you know, these two have been using each other as a preparation partner. Yeah, that's the awoo coming right through.
The awoo of Wolves. I mean, it's always this thing when you sort of have 2 same region teams, 2 similar region teams hitting each other in a best of 3. We've obviously had best of 3s of these teams in groups. By the nature of the shape of the groups and the teams that we've got, there was always going to be some inter-region play. And, well, how they've sort of shaped up in that, how they're going to shape up in that on this stage, because there is a little bit more tension now that things mean immediacy.
Yeah, for sure. It's starting to become a true deal of being knocked out sooner rather than later if you're not paying attention to it. Now, that won't happen today. Today, none of the teams are going to be sent home. Tomorrow is where the lower bracket runs will start happening. But whoever loses this game is going to be finding themselves in immediate danger on the first game tomorrow. So, truly, they need to be a bit careful here on either side. And just to go back to that point, talking about these 2 teams that use each other as a preparative partner for the 6 Invitational. They have scrimmed each other a whole lot of times.
How many times?
A total of 15 maps, I was told, by both G2 and Wolves. So, you know, that they are all very well aware of the opponent's playstyle. And this was just after Citizen left on the side of G2, so, you know, they needed to quickly get into a rhythm. And back then, the numbers seemed to be favoring G2. So G2, very confident that they can take on Wolves.
Wow. As you might all hear, the ominous sound of a lovely ski trip, and that is a pole. Maybe it is deserved. Chalet. Well, you're going to see Wolves fight on it, and we might see Doki do some Doki things on it as well. If you are joining us at that sort of pace, he has been having a huge tournament. He's been the MVP, I believe, 3 times. He's joint as one of those players has been the MVP the most of the play days that we've had. Fair respect. It's fair. Iana ban. Gone.
Just getting rid of that Iana, indeed. And answering the question instantly.
There's going to be a lot of yelling, as has been pointed out by our wonderful observer medics.
Wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's two teams that know each other. We know G2 is a very, very audible roster.
How Doki will play. What Doki will play. No one asks why Doki will.
Yeah, why Doki will play. Valkyrie pretty default ban, and then we have one left. Probably Izami or Mira, you know, Solace maybe even. There you go, Solace, the last one out of the three. The newest operator that has been added to the roster is off the board.
Solus is really good for this map as well. You think of all the places you can hide drones. You think of all the places along the beams, in the plants. This is a nightmare for drone-based intel.
Benja is a copper confirmed.
Oh.
Oh, just quickly swapped off. Never
Alamau is playing his grind.
Yeah, he's playing his grind. He's doing his best cosplay right here.
Yep.
Earlier. As we're headed towards the kitchen, we're headed towards that first floor. Top floor control is going to be important here around the bedroom and the office. It's often where we see attackers try and take some control as well with both verticality in terms of, you know, opening up the floor to relocate those defenders, but as well as opening up some long lines of sight so defenders do not have the opportunity to use verticality against you. A dining plant is normally what teams would go for here, and that takes you to the lobby, takes you to open up the walls, get fireplace under control, etc., etc. But without that prefaced here, we'll see how it plays out. As G2 has set themselves up, seeing quite a bit of a mix of traps going through in terms of the entry denial devices, the goo, poison mines, and that's a spawn peak already on 2 lights. It's a good start for G2.
Well, that's the way that we get things moving, I suppose. It's a bit of a start in a fight where you're kind of expecting that. Doki wanted to come out of this swinging, and Wolves haven't really had too much fate behind the fangs throughout this tournament at this moment in time. They've struggled in the gun game, really, more than anything. Let's see if they can try and match the pace. They said they have improved. They have. But they've only just eked on by through into this. The pressure from the grenades. Bounced and tucked in. It's close over the top of Virtue's there. Deliver the stop to P4. There's a spray onto the side of Virtue. Shinka goes down against Blur in the meantime. And that leaves us in a 2 versus 4. You assume Virtue's a bit too close to the fire to get back up. But can they secure him?
Mowgli should be able to go for that kill now. Takes down Frostman as well, so he doesn't accidentally step into it later in the middle of a gunfight. Brings it to a 2-on-4 situation. A very quick round start here. 20 seconds in, the first kill already on the board. G2 here to play, here to basically try and, you know, get into Wolves their heads as quickly as they possibly can. Of course, mentioned these two teams know each other through and through. Mowgli almost losing his life right there. Has to strafe back by. Takes a little bit of damage. G2 just staying patiently right now, because sometimes the best thing to do is just to do nothing. Is Mowgli about to get into another gunfight?
Don't follow.
There it is, caught out by Doki on the swing round, and that leaves a lot of time to think here for Bibu, and, well, it's a bit of a false start. You're on Chalet, you knew it was going to be a high-paced game, you knew that the pressure was going to be hot from what G2's delivered, and you've come in a little bit too cautious, I think, of, well, even what they might be bringing.
Flashbangs out, Bibu. Wall banged. Benji will take him down. It's 1-0 for G2. Great first start. Basically from the first minute onward, no real pressure anymore coming down towards G2. Due to, of course, that quick initial pace. Now we have a tech issue that needs to be resolved. So that brings us to a technical timeout, but it's also an opportunity for Wolves to quickly discuss what exactly just fell apart there so quickly, because they had an idea, they wanted to go for a take.
Yeah, everyone often does want to go for a take.
Through Solarium, and then they got picked apart, like, so quickly. Just by swings. Not being ready, not having the guns up.
For context of how close it was to Wolves not being here, the difference can be in some regards, in some ways, and from some lights, only a difference of about 3 rounds, in that they escaped the group on 4 points.
Yeah.
They beat Direwolves 2 OTs, so 2 games went 8-6. If those had gone the other way to Direwolves, Wolves would have been out, Direwolves would have been through. It's the difference of that. It's so minor, and you think about the comparison of what Wolves should be, and that's the thing. Although they're saying they got better and better and better, there's been that little missed moment where we haven't had a full fight from them.
The thing is as well, like, we haven't seen Wolves win a best of 3 in ages, and you know, and they came in now, they struggled in those first 2 games, managed to get a little bit of a break and then find themselves 2 best of 3 wins. That is going to be good for the mental. It's going to be building them up slightly here, at least give them the idea like, hey, we can beat these teams, we can get across with them as well. But that of course does mean that they need to continue that now or in the lower bracket if they don't do it quickly. Blur is looking to go for a bit of a cheap kill potentially coming through if they do rotate up onto the balcony.
It seems like they're paying a little bit more heed, a little bit more of a lockdown on the danger. Mowgli's got himself close in the small box at the bottom of the stairs, ready for the swing. The pings are there and the pre-fire gets the connection. Mowgli gets the full read onto Doki. Benja, he's also being watched. This is what I talked about, drones being just so devastating on this map. There's so many little places to hide them and get these cheeky bits of knowledge, rotation and an intel. Benja, he's cautious about making the dive across the top. He's still holding onto the top of blue for now with Blur. Kind of confident. We saw him move off to offer something else towards the swing of the guns, but otherwise, you find Wolves once again trying to find some control. There's Virtue caught under.
Very sloppy so far from G2. Those 2 players lost on the back of a drone and a quick swing. Benja escaping with his life, and he might not even have been fully aware of it. As another member of G2 falls. P4 does go quite low. Benja himself as well. Mowgli gets injured. Blur, 1v4 situation. Needs to ace clutch this if he wants to stay in it. Doesn't get very far. Rice takes him down over his shoulder from the fireplace side. And that brings us to 1-1. Allows Wolves to instantly just fight back, because that first round, Wolves was basically nowhere to be seen. They entered the building, but that was about it. And this second round, they were catching G2 off guard. Like, they were rotating around sloppily on G2's side. They punished them for it, and they do muscle that through into a round victory. So if this is how this continues to be, and if both these teams step up towards their winning round performances, this is going to be a good game.
You want it to be. Okay, we're biased. We're both EU casters. We have followed these teams for a long time. We've followed these players for even longer. It's that sort of thing of you want to see the teams be successful, but also you have to see where they were at before they came into this. As I said, you can only really sort of highlight the context of the performance, where they've been able to deliver the games, where they've been able to deliver the matches. If this was an interseasonal conflict, Wolves have generally been better. Wolves been terrifying, but as you said, it's not. It's a best of 3. It's this different environment where G2 performs better on LAN, and Wolves have a sad habit of not.
Yeah, so stage 3, just to lean back into that, 6-8 in favor of Wolves. Stage 2, 7-5 for Wolves. Stage 3 was a 7-5 for G2 though. So overall, Wolves is having the head-to-head record kind of going their way. But it is that G2 just has become a different beast as soon as the 6th Invitational started, as soon as Benja got added to the roster. Quick opening made into the snowmobile garage will allow them to, you know, just not worry about that for the remainder of the round. They can revisit that if they want to use it for an eventual take, but the rest of Wolves seem to be taking control off top first. Get rid of those roamers, get rid of the individual players that could provide an issue later on if you do go for an approach, and that's exactly what they do. Mowgli takes down LMAO as the first kill of the round.
Mowgli, the only one from the Wolves team that come into the day with a positive KD. He's going to see if he can try and keep pushing that, and he's against a lot of competent gunners, so you need him to be firing at his sharpest. Bit of a dip dive around there. The rotate comes away from Benja. He's able to win the fight on the window. P4 caught, not quite able to get the catch he wanted, and instead he's able to slide his way, not all the way back to home plate, but he's definitely made at least second, and he's eyeing up third.
Verticality soon to be coming through, possibly. Top floor is still being cleared out. Drones are coming through as well. Default cam still up, so G2 is aware of the progress that Wolves is making. The trade that Benja made is going to be of great help, as Doki falling back on the staircase, I believe, due to a double drone in. Mowgli's going to try and go for the chase there. Barbed wire will slow him down, however. Doki looking to lean in back into the fight straight away, but he's not quite sure where Mowgli went, so doesn't want to be overextending himself to 2 or 3 different angles, because that is probably not going to be boding too well for him.
A bit of a pause, a bit of a patience, and a bit of Wolves trying to get themselves set up for some ideas. As we said on the previous round, they were able to hold these big rotates, get a couple of punchy kills from it, and then force it. But this is probably why we've seen this site be pulled here from G2. You can't really do that same mana. The C4 caught in the blind. Doki gets Mowgli, still stuck. Bibu has the air jabs utility and some support. The swing comes. There's the push. Doki gets one more out of it. And the first, okay, you don't see the C4 if everybody's blind, but the second really shouldn't have been his to take. And now, the 3 versus 2 on the site. They're pushing down blue. There's some pressure on the main stairs. They've got the catch there on the close corner fight with Virtue. BB wants to swing it, and there it is. A great take. The second, he finds it as well. Blur does get Shinka, puts them into the 1 versus 1. Bibu on the back end of the pop mirror window, playing a bit of ring around the roses, round the wine. But who's been able to get the final drink of each other? Blur, he's behind you, and he just slips away.
Wasn't quite sure where he was being chased from up until that last moment. Ran through towards safety. The time ran out and the clutch is there. But they almost brought that back on Wolves. First of all, Doki going that aggressive. He gets flashbang and he's like, if I stay here, I'm dead. So what's the best next thing I can do? Just run at them with the shotgun and hope for the best that I can pick up at least 1, maybe even 2 before I fall. Did that well, changed the round, because suddenly you lose 2 players from that blue stairs approach, and, well, there's only 1 left. Not for lack of trying, though. Mowgli picking up those 2 beautiful kills, basically turned it back into a 1v1. But not enough to keep Wolves into that round and make sure they land it.
I mean, if you need a player to shine, Bibu's a good name. He is sort of an effigy for the team. He started the tournament quite slow. They couldn't quite get the pace, but you think of how many stages he's played on, you think of how many places he's been able to put a performance in when he was one of the big young gunners, when he was one of those big players many moons ago. And the growth now is the possibility here, but G2, they eke on by, and Blur actually has one of the best survival rates of any player in the whole tournament coming into this. He has a habit of surviving, and that's pretty good to have on your backline support player.
You need to have someone that does it, right?
You need to have someone who lives.
Especially considering time is on your side. Oh, we might just either find first or get found here. Let me swing around the corner. That's Blur. Oh, yeah, it's Blur, yeah. The trade comes through. Somehow actually still hit his head.
Yeah, that is very...
confused. It's like...
That was very confusing, yeah. Gets the catch, gets the down. But obviously one of those things that's tricky to call. Alamau, he's moving closer, but BB will get this generally uncontested. It's a gamble to sort of double down. P4's on the close window, so Doki is actually underneath it even. So, yep, Doki's not going to be able to get the rotate as he would like to. BB's holding off, though, expecting a bit of motion. So Shinka is coming around on a huge rotate as well. G2, though, isn't putting pressure onto it. They know they're in this sort of 5 versus 3 situation. They might be not knew that Mowgli was down.
No, they definitely weren't aware, and otherwise you don't really want to send another person out when that balcony is already taken under full control. And that brings us to a 3-on-5. Yes, there is some damage done to Wolves, but that is not going to be the main worry for G2. It's the amount of guns that are still up and running. Now, Doki's still on a bit of a roam. He's not on the site. There's an opportunity to come back, but I believe he was thinking about, you know, holding down anybody that came from the south, but Wolves have recognized this and have decided to go from north. They have decided to go for the repels and the windows that they could use, and C4 comes out, won't find anybody. Alamau actually spotted out ahead there, but again, no way to connect.
All the damage and destruction's coming underneath. That grenade was pitch perfect. Alamau pulled out of the room and forced off the fight. Virtue trying to do everything in his power to hold on. There's a bit of a swing underneath, and that's actually the diffuser drop by P4. They have a minute. They have a lot of pressure. They have another body, and they have a lot of control. Doki, he stepped his way back in to offer some support here. The flashes over the top. They got to pull and peel themselves back. Mowgli, there's one more. There's Doki in a firing line, and Wolves, they keep us level.
Good double entry coming in there from Wolves. They really were able to leverage their man advantage in the end there. And that grenade perfectly tossed as well. Basically, Alamau just temporarily, eventually, permanently out of that rotation, and you just start sending buddies in. That's what you do. Like, you start walking up the stairs, you start rappelling into the windows. Not much you can do against it. 2-2. And for those of you wondering, like, if we are going to be seeing many more rounds that are closed down to like the last 10 seconds, the average round time between these two, historically speaking, has been 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
That's quite a lot.
That's quite a lot. That's 20 seconds left on the clock. Diffuser and Henry.
Oh no!
I did it.
Oh no! Oh no!
And the median round timer has been 2 minutes and 52. Median, bit of a different stat, but that just means like if you put all the round timers next to each other and you grab the middle one of that, that's 2 minutes 52. So there's a lot of rounds that do go a lot longer than 2:37.
5 seconds to go.
Just a couple of rush rounds that bring down the average. Let's put it like that.
These aren't rush rounds from Wolves. They're on attack, they're on Chalet, and what they're doing so far is actually sort of letting G2 throw themselves into engagements. There is a couple of swing-ins. You are having Mowgli step in as the entry, you are having these altercations happen, but they're holding flanks more than anything. They're making sure that there's multiple Wolves guns for a single G2 sports player because they know G2 is getting a little bit angsty. They like to move, they like to play with this space. There's a reason a lot of them are doing very well in the kill game is because a lot of them are trying to find people to kill.
When I was speaking to Helby this morning, he said that during all those scrims, they started playing a bit more like the traditional or the old Brazilian style Siege, which is that, you know, people like to rotate around, people like to be in every single position as B4 runs through. Alamau and Virtue pick up one. That was a rush attempt that gone wrong quickly and steadily. Mowgli hoping to find a reply, but he gets found himself before Virtue drops. The 2-on-4 situation now in favor of G2, looking to put back themselves on top.
Yeah, just after we talked about how Wolves had won those rounds by the control and the space, they tried something else. It's a different style of push, and it hasn't worked here. G2, they're very happy to sort of throw themselves into this. They're kind of eager, if anything, to spread out the kill game. Of only 14 players, of all 100 in this tournament, only 14 of them have broken over 100 kills. 2 of them are on G2.
That shows you the amount of pressure they've been able to deliver to their opponents. In terms of just gunners, you need to be careful of. Shinka on his drone will spot out one of those players, but you know, there's 1 minute and 5 seconds left on the clock. Wolves still pretty spread out. You have Shinka that now will be joining back with Bibu. He's going to try and make a unified push, but just to jump in from trophy window, I don't think that's going to be too successful here. So even though they're stacking up for it, are they? No, okay, they're splitting around.
They're changing up. I mean, there's 40 seconds. They have a drone at the top that's just been pinged out and caught, so they know if a rotate might come around from above them. They're going to go more towards West Main, it looks like, and try and pull something out. They have a ping on a player near a broken window, or where they think someone is, but Benja's actually touched on the other. Do they know? No. Benja able to pick up Bibu, and there's Blur with the last. Wolves.
Bro, I hit a nasty shot.
Oh?
Sure, yeah.
Bleep, 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 beep, 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 beep. He hit a nasty shot. That's all we need to know.
Yeah. It's always nice to have these little insights on the player communications so they can see how exactly things are going well or are going wrong. Right back towards the wine cellar. Now, this is where we saw a very early kill coming through from Wolves. The player on the staircase by the drone, pre-fire coming in. There's also Doki that went for that nice little, you know, C4 whilst fully blind, then went for the shotgun fully blind, and managed to get 2 kills out of it.
I mean, it's a brave play, and it's one of the ones where, I mean, the second you feel like
shouldn't have happened.
That was the swing whilst everybody was blind, and they got it. It was, but it was timing. It was reactions. It was swinging with a shotgun from a close range. You've got to try and, you know, slow-mo it, bullet time, and get that popped off. And those, I think, were the paramount moments where Wolves are still missing that connectivity with the pace that can be offered here. A couple of them have had huge rounds. A couple of them haven't had any yet, and that's the sort of blow here from the side of Wolves.
Yeah, P4, most importantly, currently still on 0. So is Shinkup. You know, he's playing on that hard support. P4 is usually on that lurking role. He opens up room for Wolves time and time again, but not throughout this game so far. It's not like everything is lost. I mean, Wolves is still very much in this game. They have 2 out of the 5 rounds played so far, and, you know, they might just pick up a 3rd now as well. But if those 2 start showing up as well, it just becomes so much easier for them as Mowgli in quickly, right behind his drones. Doki, though, has not been droned out, I believe. Falls back after he gives away his position, but otherwise that could have been a free kill coming through. Oh, the C4.
Oh, the C4 gets one of them, P4. Blown off the wall. Mowgli's able to fight back and at least get the revenge and the trade on the back of it, but still, you're looking at that unfortunate statistic. They've lost the twitch, they've lost some of the control. They might be able to try and drive down the traps underneath the razor blooms, the bandit wires. Once that's already removed, they'll stay standing for now.
Taking care of the Capcan traps, making sure no more explosive is going to be doing too much damage to these Wolves players. Verticality is being set up as well now, just so they can get rid of players on the actual snowmobile garage area of the map. Spots are coming through, drones are being taken down. G2's doing everything they need to do to slow down the approach of Wolves as much as they possibly can. That's a, what's that, a floorboard? No, that's from all the way across on the actual back of the kitchen as they wanted to go and knife to keep a barrier. It's Benja that takes down 2.
I mean, that gun, it shoots very, very straight, but Bibu and Shinka shoot straight back, trying to dabble their way into the door against the Frost, but they've moved off a minute on, and you've still got the side itself to protect in a 2 versus 2. You cannot risk losing it all in a long-range engagement. Engagement.
It's
a new one. New one. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Against big guns in the engagement, and that's the sort of split is. They pull back, the wall gets breached, there's Kiba barricades to knock through, it's going to make a noise, it's going to draw attention, you know it's not quick, but it allows that. The little dabble, they pull themselves back, the flash, the cover, they're going to still see if they can try and maybe slip this plant down, but if there's a crossfire, you've got 3 different angles on this swing. You've got where the Izami is, potentially the box that BB's cleared off and forced them off, and then the further away position of the Frost that's rotating back round the drop, the smash the barricade. They're planning with the cover just tucked on the opposite end. Do they know? Oh, they know about one. There's the next.
Well done from G2 there, even though they brought it back to a 2-on-2 on Wolves' side. What they did was a bit of peekaboo kind of gameplay.
Let's go, guys, what, half?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing, G2, they know what they need to do. They know how they need to deliver this game. You're on Chalet, and if you're leading in with your defenses 4-2, you're in a pretty good position. You've also got to consider some of the things that are working on the side of G2 and that are going to work for them throughout this, most notably the entry statistic where, you know, Mowgli has been the entry pretty much continually throughout this tournament. He's double, roughly, whoever's next, which was P4, but P4's running at a minus, Mowgli's running at a positive. However, both Doki and Benja are over 30 on the entry in terms, and they're both being successful. It's, you know, it's dangerous on a map like Chalet where it's how you get in is often a big leader.
Now, over the 3 times these have played before, the top-rated player of Wolves, historically speaking, has been Bibu with an average rating of 1.4 over those 3 games. And the top-rated player from G2 was Citizen, but he's of course gone. Doki's the next one, but he's behind Mowgli as well. So Mowgli and Bibu really were always like the shining stars in this game. And they're doing their best right now. I mean, both on 7 kills. It's just that the rest of the lineup is not really coming along just as much as they want to.
Yep.
Cam.
Think you got it. Obviously, Iana, Doki, targeted, so straight on the extended barrel commander. Or is it extended barrel? Probably.
Don't know if it is.
You assume.
I mean, headshots, right? That's what you aim for. You don't need an extended barrel for that. You need less recoil and a higher rate of fire. It's a bit 50-50 right now. Like, every attachment is being used, which is great to see, but it always leaves you wondering now, what is it they're running? Because you always used to be like a recoil
Unless it's suppressor, that's quite quick to realize. Oh, talking of, Quick in, Doki gets one, Bibu gets one back. Okay, I talked about survival statistics before. For Doki being maybe the top rated player in terms of putting people down, he also has a roughly 20% survival rate. He does his job, he gets out the building, and now he's going to watch cams and hope they can follow the wake.
It's often though with entry fraggers, right? Like they get in, they get 1 kill, they might get 2, and possibly even 3, but then they'll die. So it's like they're not supposed to stay alive that long. They're just supposed to make something happen. That's 2 keeper bearers under control of Benja here. Drone is muted. People aware of the fact that someone is coming up those staircases.
Yeah, they've sort of set up this shield in quite an aggressive spot. There's an echo drone inside library that was getting a bit of a read on their approaching players, but look at that. As soon as they get the call of Alamau as well and pressure onto Box, he pulls back. He knows it's 3 points of pressure. Benja finds Rise, though. As they go for the swing, there's a spray through the soft. Alamau's trying to get a connection here. He's concerned. He's being watched from behind. There's still scrappy back and forth, but now it becomes a breach, an opening, and an angle that they're going to see if they can try and hold on to on the back. Mowgli rebuilds the balcony door. Alamau stacked up. A moment of silence as we can start to hear some of the role of attention played against Piano.
40 seconds. 4v3. G2 needing to get that plan down soon. The one player at the piano is definitely going to be a big problem maker. Also, of course, the Azami that's playing from the bedroom, going aggressive right now towards Benja. Gets taken down. Mowgli finds that kill, or at least the DBNO, but that is, with this amount of time left, an effective 3-on-3.
Yeah, it's going to make it pretty much impossible to get them back up. They've got to go for something. They've got to go for it sharp, and from that point onwards, it's a direct line, but there's 2 buried. Blur gets 1 back, a 2 versus 2. We've seen this a lot. It's a 1 versus 1. I'm not quite sure how the maths works out, but now it's just the plant is down. Can you try and piece it pulled back? They swing, they pre-fire. They're wide, it's Blur!
That's my clutch king!
I mean, fair enough. He is not shied away from being the last man standing. And you got to give credit. That was a heck of a snap through the soft to his left there.
90-degree flick, just
casual.
Casually on point there. Finding the round, making sure they extend their lead and take their first attacking round for G2. Up to dining we go. That's where it all started off. As G2 chose this as their first defense. Now they will have to attack it. And now are they going to be going for that south to north approach that I was talking about, where you take the verticality, you open up the wall, you try and play right behind the B-bomb chassis, or are they going to try and do the same thing Wolves did by going in from Solarium, trying to take control of the bathroom, the bedroom, and
5 seconds to go.
see if you can maybe go for a nice little drop into the kitchen, go for a plan that way. Those are the 2 options you really have.
There's a couple of cheeky little options.
There's a couple of cheeky options, yes.
In a cheeky little game.
Long angles being set up there, so no rotation you just saw on the office towards the bedroom, but long angles. So that probably tells me they're not really too keen on holding on to it, but they are keen on fighting whoever's on the other side of the wall.
G2, you assume if this next round falls into their favor, they'll have a bit of a conversation here for the side of Wolves. They've got their harder half ahead of them. They've got a lot of the pressure, a lot of the stress, and as they sort of highlighted and alluded to on the desk, this 1-2 is a very good punch for G2. These 2 maps that are set up as the showdown there, width as a pool, is something that has done them so many favors throughout this tournament, and unfortunately the opposite is said of Wolves. The breach onto Box. Blur, man of the moment, and the last is going to be the first here. Breaches and breaks as Mowgli falls back to the shield.
Just falling back to that next position, they still have those long angles in the bedroom they can use to try and fight whoever's on the other side. However, as Solarium is being opened up, that means that they need to be careful inside of the bedroom as well, because Virtue can just fire down a couple rounds through. Where is being tossed up right here to provide an extra layer of defense as the balcony outside is now being utilized as well as G2 walking on the front door, but P4 for a run out takes down Virtue, and that opens up the bedroom as an availability to be used again.
Alamau, he's creeping his way in and knocked right back out with Mogler, doubling it down onto Benja, and well, there's Doki trying to find something, but a flawless is where Mowgli was.
So what they need, Wolves, because they were starting to, you know, get behind a little bit too much. So just that flawless round, an extra bit of confidence coming right through because that defense, perfect. Stood well. Nothing G2 could do against it. They tried to just walk in and gun them down, but the crossfires were there.
Attackers need to locate.
So this is the problem with G2. And it's a very strange statement, but I think everybody's aware of this. Sometimes they can get a bit overconfident. I'm not going to say that's what that was, because obviously that was just an attempt at a strat. This is me not saying that's what we've seen, but it's the worry of what you might see is the more comfortable G2 get into an engagement, and G2 fans know this more than anybody, the more sometimes things start to get a little bit slippy, a little bit dicey. They can go from huge clutch plays, huge coordination at the beginning. Just think, what does Fabian see that he likes, and what does Fabian see that you imagine that irritates him?
10 seconds to insertion.
Sometimes the second category comes in when they're being more successful.
Something about, you know, throwing rounds that should be easy wins. Not that that one was any, because that was very tough.
This is me putting all of that on it, of saying it was a good defense from Wolves, and the attack wasn't that. You know, G2 was step by step. We saw the break on the top. We saw them, and then at the point when things started to fall apart, you just have to try and throw more at it, go for the trade, or you have to restructure your entire attack, which if you've already spent too much is not going to happen. Blur, he was just checking to see if the audio behind was of a mute jammer. It was, so no breaking through that wall.
Not yet, at least. There's definitely ways around it, of course, by getting a grenade through the drone hole, for example, or someone taking blue under control and taking it out afterwards. E4 Dark going aggressive with a shot.
There's Rise behind as well. They've got them pinned. They don't quite have the full bite. Alamau holds off, and there's Doki getting one on the back end. P4 does find Alamau with the shotgun, so he's still in the territory, and they have a bit of a call and awareness onto that. Rise, though, living up to his name, coming up around the back stairs, getting the free take as Doki pushes onto P4, though, and it's really just Doki surrounded by his colleagues being killed and not quite sure who he has to kill to stop it.
Rice just dropped all the way down, so it's going to be very difficult to catch him off now. Remaining players of Wolves all around the site, or in the site rather, going to be holding on. 95 seconds, it's a long time to just wait, so they need to be a bit active. They cannot just let G2 get the ground they want. And that's mostly what Rise is, I believe, doing actively inside of Blue. He's making sure that Blue cannot really be progressed by just giving it a shoulder peek every now and then. And that way you keep them to, you know, the usual breaches here.
There's the angle opened up. The big door will fall and be opened up to allow snowmobiles in and out, but mainly people and potentially planters and angles. Importantly, it forces the defenders to have to play themselves too cautious. A slow creep down Blue as the braking starts to cacophony across the top around the players inside the site, and with 50 seconds they can sort of build behind it. Oh no! Poor timing for Doki there. Checked it, went back with a grenade, and Rise, a fantastic connection with the head of the gunner that's already done a couple of bodies this work. He's pulled it on the top floor, he's down in the basement. Benja and Blur have to double it back and see if they can try and get this kit planted.
2v3, 30 seconds. The diffuser is in Blur's hand. He can go through. Benja already did drop in the connector area. They need to try and clear out the player right behind the bins, but before Benja can access him, he just goes for it, gets that kill, but turns it into a 1v2. Blur not able to reply. A camera is going to be given away his position, 7 seconds, counting down. He's going to get swung on by Shinka, takes down that kill. And 5-4, one round away from evening things out.
I don't know what he said at first, but I know it was directed at Doki.
Don't know, Doki doesn't speak French either, as far as I know, so he might not know.
Could have been Scottish.
Could have been. I don't.
Do we know if
Scottish,
Rise speaks Scottish?
I mean, he does speak English, so maybe he just practices Scottish accent and.
Okay, Wolves, not quite over yet, and one of the reasons is you have to look at the people that are popping off right now. As he said, Bibu, he was often the highest rated between these two engagements. When these two teams hit heads, he is doing just that. Right now, you've had Rise step up massively into this game over the past couple of rounds. Mowgli was obviously the big fuel at the start to give them some of the fight that they had at the beginning. And to see the difference of these players from where they were to where they are now, it's almost like seeing the difference of these players in the league. Hey, remember when Rise went 0 to 12, was it? 0 to 11?
Yeah.
And then he came back to the next play day and went like 12 to 1.
Yeah, so, you know, you have like either you go really badly or you have really strong Rise coming through right there.
Yeah, whatever the Belgian is for all or nothing.
Alles of needs.
Well, he's the first bit of that. All, not the Venets.
No, it's off means or, and then needs is nothing. So.
Okay. He's all.
Yeah, he is all right now.
Hey, a Blackbeard in the pockets of Doki. Not the most common scene operator. But we'll see, in the words of our observer, let him cook.
Let him cook. See what he's baking. See what he comes up with here. Zalamau takes a lot of early damage. He's being chased. That's a yokai as well. I don't want to really get it there. Flashbang coming through. Mowgli looks back. Yeah, there he goes. Gets the kill anyway. Wolves end this. As Mowgli does go down, but another kill happened elsewhere.
Yeah.
Did that one shot just down P4?
I think he might have been slightly injured. Maybe already? There was a lot going on at that moment in time. There's Benja in a position to clean it up, and they at least get the two bodies back. But once again, we see G2 taken a bit by surprise by Wolves' approach. They're more than happy to lean in. Kind of put a bit of the pressure to the metal. Alamau's been caught 2 rounds in a row. You look at, you know, how much Rise has stepped up. Unfortunately, on the other side, Alamau has dropped off. He was one of the 2 players that came into this game with over 100 kills. And he's not going to leave with much more than that after the first map if it keeps on this way. Benja's caught as well. Blur and Virtue, the support structure of the backline, has to try and lean back into this. Maybe piece a single player off, go for a pinch. But the way Wolves have often shifted, they're all back towards the site now. One in the bathroom, one in the bedroom, one in the piano. They've got a 3-cover hold. How do you try and isolate?
And this is the dangerous scores if you scrim each other so often, and G2 seem to have been like superior in those scrims. They know they have so much footage to just go off of. As Rise goes aggressive, doesn't quite take down Virtue, drops down the hatch to keep himself alive. Blur goes for a jump in there, right into the frost mat, drops the diffuser in sight, leaves it only up to Virtue. And this could be a 50-second timeout leading into a tech timeout. And as Virtue's actually going to try and go for it, seems to be jumping in. Knows it isn't lost yet. Knows this is clutchable. Just needs to find the first.
Well, behind the shield, tucked in, and this is the really awkward thing about approaching this, as I said, with the 3 angles. Look at them all stacked up, ready and wanting to swing. 3 different places on the piano, the short wall, and why not a little bit wider as well. Wolves pull level.
I think the tactical timeout is coming in. I've written it down halfway through the last round already as a sort of prediction.
Well,
there it is.
yes.
Giving away early, that's when they don't know how to play as a team. So if we abuse our knowledge of how to play as a team, do the split positions, and then do things at the same time, it's going to be so much easier for you guys to beat these ones. They're not playing good. They're relying on individual performance.
Yeah.
So let's do it as a team, speed a little bit down, and then explode together.
Yeah.
All right, got it, boys?
Yeah, got it.
Let's do this. You know how to call this call. You've been calling really well this entire game. The individual decisions, stop with the hero plays, and then you're all fine, because you've been doing really good with the calling.
Let's go.
That's not a Fabian I've ever heard before.
He's an old, mature Fabian.
It's not screaming.
I haven't actually bumped into him yet. I need to try and
have actually.
down. Obviously, an ex-colleague of ours.
Yes.
With this amazing stint on the desk. He came in like Mary Poppins. Taught us so much.
He came in, taught us a lot, bullied G2, and then
left.
Hey, tell us how to do it then. If you bully us this much.
He was like a house guest that was like, yo, I'm here for a bit. here's some cool
and he
stuff.
just didn't leave until he suddenly got.
Yeah, and then we woke up one day and our lives had forever been changed. And we tried reindeer meat.
Yeah.
That he brought into set one day. It was actually surprisingly good.
Was surprisingly good.
And told us a lot about Sweden, how it's the best country in the world.
According to him.
Well, I mean, yeah. Very convincing of some. No, but it's good to hear. It's kind of the right message to hear as well. We sort of said it before that Wolves are fighting in this because those big players you need to pop off are popping off. There's no two ways about that. You're looking at Rise absolutely coming back into this tournament in this game alone. You're looking at Bibu, you know, he's had a little bit more of a sort of up and up and up and up, but getting to the peak, getting to the precipice of it here, it's perfect timing for Wolves and G2. They just need to sort of try and remember that, well, we can play this as the team game. They are losing people to these random locations, these spread out positions that Wolves is punishing them for.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. But I mentioned it as well, like Wolves, of course, they always struggled in their best of threes. Now they've won 2, they're starting to get a little bit of that confidence in them.
Yeah.
And they're playing against a team they've screamed over the 15 maps right before the 6 Invitational. That confidence is going to be even more skyrocketing right now because they know them through and through. They know these tricks, they know where they entered, they know how they like to play. And what do? You just stop it, you just get in the way of it. And that's exactly what they've been doing. Yes, those are individual picks. As Fabian mentioned, you can work around it.
Yeah.
But this is just fueling Wolves right now to basically get into it. This might have been like the best opponent for Wolves, just given their history as well, to start off the playoffs with.
It's the really strange thing about Wolves is the best opponent for them is someone that they know too well, but not BDS.
Yeah, as long as not BDS, and they know them well, they're going to be fine.
Because they're so fearless against people that they know, unless it's BDS, where this fear, this mental game just sort of falls away. But against teams like G2, M&M, Heroic, I think we'll generally see them perform better. There's Doki gone. Mowgli gets the lead in here. Rise and Virtue, I believe, have a bit of a scrap, and they suffer on the way out.
Razor Blooms have been doing quite a bit of damage right there as Alamau now sneaking up to Fireplace Staircase, hoping to find 1 or 2 players. I believe a drop might have come through already, but as a player prone, does he know? No, he does not!
Oh, no! Oh, no! There it is! And it's all sort of falling apart here on the back end of the blue stairs. It was a single lying down position, and he just could not piece together where he was suffering from. There's a bulletproof camera, I think, getting the full watch on them there. I'm not sure if Virtue's...
That's rolling down.
Yeah, he was concerned. Someone would swing on the back of it, and to be fair, they have been, so fair enough. Look at the time. How many seconds on the clock?
It's 20 seconds on the clock, diffuser's in hand.
What are you going to do here? What would Pengu do? Well, he might not do that. Drop right into the waiting more of the players underneath. There's 2 bodies either side. The last is on the jukebox, and Wolves...
Allez là! Encore un! En fonction de Victor, comme ça. Let's go! I'm so much better than you, man! What did you do? Toi, t'as la bad boy! Focus, on va où là? Go kitchen. Allez, les gars, on continue comme ça, c'est très bien là. Allez! Kitchen. Et en fait, les gars, ils ont prendre 2.
Quoi? They're happy to go kitchen.
I think Bibi's got a bit of energy about him.
Yeah, I think so as well. Something about, I'm so much better than you. I don't know who's shouting at, but I mean, if you're looking at the stats,
I think
13
all of
kills,
them.
let's see, better than Blur, LML, Virtue, and Doki right now. So he's definitely doing better than a lot of them.
That's the sort of thing right now is Halamau's unfortunately been shut out of this map, of this engagement. He's really struggled to get his teeth into it. Doki and Benja, they're putting themselves in, and you think, well, what's currently missing from them? And that's it. That's the 3rd gun that's been popping off throughout this group. And, you know, it's the current shape of it. It was always going to sort of be the driving, where Virtue can fall back into that more sort of support and flex support roles, allow Benja and Doki to go off and do what they need with the support of Alamau. And it's just unfortunate this time round that they've met up with Wolves that are playing like Wolves. They're so ravenous for these engagements against them.
They're hungry. You can see it. They want to prove everybody wrong because everybody's like, should be such an easy game for G2 up against Wolves. They see that as well, but they are so passionate about this. They are getting back into that. They want to prove everybody wrong. And so far they're showing that this needs to be a very well fought victory for G2 if they want to take it on this map, if they even want to be taking the game, because Wolves currently are a strong team to go up against. Now, Wolves just holding tight. 2 minutes still left on the clock. Keeper barriers are being set up. G2, what are you going to do about it? Because you want to take that top floor control, otherwise you wouldn't be sending all these people up. But this is exactly what you did the last time around, and, you know, that's a flawless round you went up against at that point.
You have to give credit as well to how Wolves have brought back from this. It was a 5-2 deficit. They didn't take a timeout. They just trusted. Look, that first, you know, you're losing in a game, you go onto the other side and you lose the first round. That can be such a big mental breaker. And they were like, this is still part of the process. We can still rebuild from this. They come out with the flawless, and then they have been flawless ever since. And that is terrifying on the opposite end. P4 loose and underneath down, waiting for maybe the rotate up the main stairs. Doki, he's expecting a fight over the top. You can see the rotates coming onto the back end of Virtue. They're sort of going for a pinch, but P4 might be the surprise factor. Look where the kid is. Look what Blur's doing. If he gets caught from behind, it can be devastating. Hot pressure over the top. The drone's given the lead into Bendry. Doesn't quite get the snap. Mowgli suffers. Doki find rise. And finally, G2, for the first time in a while, get to celebrate a proper entry statistic. BB is just going to tuck himself around. He doesn't want to be entirely caught out, but he doesn't want to entirely give the territory away yet. He's sort of still making a statement, and he knows there's danger on the rotate.
People taking a bit amount of damage as well. Just hit around the corner right now. Verticalities are being created with breaching charges. P4 hiding, hoping to not be spotted. Coming in from the back, hoping to go up. Alamau takes down one. That's going to be the reply potentially. This is quite a few shots, and that means Ben just still lives. Aware now that the push back is caught. It's a double take over the top coming through. But the plan can go down right now. They need to be quick on stopping this.
They're going for the intel. It's behind the chassis. He can't get the shot because Virtue's there. The camera doesn't do enough. Blur. Post-plant, they threw everything at the chance of a retake over the top, but they were a couple of short steps away from getting it locked in, and it would only have taken one bullet there from either of the two players to stop that. It's a swing on the door that takes us to OT, though.
Good coordination, really beautiful.
I killed them both, man. Fucking music.
Happy that they can go on, but the energy's not quite there yet compared to what we've seen from Wolves. They are focused. They know they need to win this map. They know they need to get back into it, and especially Alamau, of course. He's been calling well, as Fabian says. He's been making the right choices. It's just that he keeps on being picked up when he's alone, not really being able to put much on the board. He got a kill now, but you know, you want to see him do a little bit more here. But G2, they bring it to overtime, and that turns us into a best of 3 in rounds.
All right, we're down to a best of 3 in our best of 3, the first map. And it is, you know, it's still the threat that we're on to Cafe next. It's still the threat that this is far from over. Wolves, not that they need to win this. I'm not going to use that much imparted knowledge, you never really know, but they definitely want, it would be a lot better for them if they could. More so than obviously if G2 could. I think at this point there's no more points. There's no more 4 points, 3 points, 1 point. It is someone moves on, someone goes down.
That's it. It's just as simple right now. We scrap the whole point system. Either you live or you, well, get knocked down or get sent home. It's one of the 3 options, depending on where in the bracket you are. Doki going up, Claymore being set up below as well, near Gaming. G2 looking to be taking the top floor and control quickly. That's the rotation, and Doki might be able to catch off. It is the lean back in from Mowgli, who gets that first kill. I'll be happy with that on the side of Wolves, who overall have been leading in the entry department. A total of 8 entry kills have gone their way so far in the 13 rounds that we've had an entry.
G2, once again, on a bit of a back foot here, and unfortunate, it's leading into Wolves still on a defensive tear through those 2 rounds that slipped away from them, but with how many were threaded together, I would still say that one is the break in momentum, it is not the stopper. Mowgli Sets himself around stock on the back end. The calls are coming through. They're just sort of tucked. Benja doesn't want to get swung from the opposite end because the drone, gives the idea that you're being watched. Who knows who else is going to swing on you? That's something Wolves have been doing very well, is moving and manipulating. And in fact, he doesn't want to sit there and stay. He's going to pull himself back. Another stun comes out from the Echo drone. Mowgli moves around the back end, gets one. Pulls himself further away, tucks back in. Benja, once again, has to be cautious. It's almost like they're being hunted by the Predator. It's just grab someone, pull them out, you're being watched, they're invisible, and now there's a minute 20, and you've lost 2 of your mates.
It's not just that, but Benja wasn't able to hear the phone call because he was constantly getting stunned by the Yokai drone, which means that probably wasn't even aware of the fact that he was still being hunted at that point. Just thought of it as a bit of a nuisance that he had to deal with at that point. Things coming through. Virtue not able to connect it. Needs to jump in if he wants to pick up the kill. No, B4 goes off just in time. Rotates around a little bit. It's a one-man advantage to Benja. Will get one. Mowgli instead of trying to lean back in. It's a second for Benja. He just gets G2 back into this round.
Well, can they try and build behind this? Benja, the recent addition, the pickup and replacement of Citizen, is seeing if he can try and swing some numbers here. 30 seconds, Mowgli gets one, gets two. Blur locked down, it's all got to be Benja. There's not a way up there. And Wolves, once again, are on map point.
One kill away from a Mowgli ace there, I believe, as we see them all happening in the kill feed. Almost picking it up. Just not the last kill, but that doesn't matter. He did what he needed to do together with the Yokai drone that Rise was providing him information with. Just the constant stuns. And G2 not dealing with that drone, having no clue where they're getting stunned from. Now again, map point against them.
Bombs from being defused by attackers.
Headed towards the kitchen and dining themselves as well. They have found success there twice. Hoping to bring this to a 7-7 as a result.
I mean, they've done it before. That's the tricky thing, but as I said, momentum is still rolling in the favor of Wolves right now. Them being able to capitalize upon it and put it on their attack. Can they? They've risked one quick attempt. But when they had a little bit of control on their attacks, things were pieced together pretty well. As I said, they were happy to sort of sit and punish G2. I don't know if that would work right now. It's sort of that risk-reward strategy from G2. Are they confident enough that they can go a bit adventurous and have an explore and not be punished for it and trust in themselves? Or are they a bit concerned they might meet the fired-up sort of prowess of Mowgli, of Bibu at the minute?
Also, P4 and Shinka both have been able to get back into the game after we gave them, you know, a little bit of a pep talk here that they normally do better and they really need to if they want to see Wolves to be successful. That was at 3-2. Now it's 6-7 for Wolves. Those two stepping up. Elamau still a little bit behind, but he's, of course, being that IGL right now. He's making sure G2 is still in this at this point in terms of making the right calls, and he's hoping he made the right one now, and he's making them throughout the round. 2 minutes 20 on that clock. Wolves starting to enter from below. Drones coming through, a network being set up. They want to know where everybody is. It's Doki. He went adventurous, didn't quite connect anything there. So that's no harm. No gain.
Ever since that very first round where they suffered from the swing out early on, it seems like Wolves, they sort of learned the caution needs to be paid. Unfortunately, not well enough. Mowgli gone. Benja still on a drive, gets a huge take, tucks himself up to the top of blue as well, waits for maybe some other pressure, has the support structure not off too far in Alamau, and that means Wolves have to try and force from multiple different angles. They're going deep and underneath, hoping for the hatch catch, I think, maybe up the main stairs in the fireplace area as well, and you can see G2's just trying to get the first step in. There's the swing, there's the push, a bit of attention. They're sort of saying, this is where we are. You want to come fight us, as they can put the pressure above here. Now they've got him cornered. Now they should get the kill. He's holding on, but as I said, Wolves, they were circling.
Hunting like a single pack they are. They're trying to make sure that they are coming through, working together to clear out these players. But the problem is, 60 seconds left. No gain on the actual site. That all needs to start happening now as they try and take over the top, but also need to be taken horizontally onto that site. You see Shinka dropping down with that diffuser. Rise is setting up some claimers just to protect the run out. And that's potentially what he will remain doing. Just stop anybody from that top floor to interfere with the plan that Wolves is trying to bring up here. As the time still ticks down, P4, he's about to be finding himself into the side as he opens up with his breach charge.
There it is, they're angling up towards the plant. 30 seconds though, and it only takes one thing to fall out of place at this risk. Oh, Shinka tears Virtue off with only a single smoke canister used at that point. You've got a C4, you got some support, and you got Doki on the second story. Alamau gets an important frag, but Bibu gets one just as important back. They're trying to smash their way through to get this kit planted. Blur is still tucked on close. He's hoping and praying that he can just wait this timer out. This really should be Blur's to pick up, and we are going all the way.
I'll fucking bottle whip that round.
Blur just hiding in that corner early on. You saw the breach came through on the side, the exothermic went off, and he's like, there's only one place I can go. Little sidestep behind this wall. Just wait until that plan goes down, because if you do not move, if you do not fire, if you do not get droned, no one will know you're there. And the cover will be at kitchen rather than on your corner, your little area you're hiding in. And that's where you can just step up and take down that diffuser planter. Brings us to 7-7, all the way to 15 in map 1 already. This is proving to become a potential fun series of 45.
Are we going all the way, Des?
We might be. Who knows? I mean, these teams know each other through and through. Again, they scrimmed each other for 15 maps right before the 6 Invitational.
Yep.
It's like... That's what makes this game so dangerous for both these. G2 was confident they could take them on easily, but now Wolves, Wolves got past, they fighting back. And that is proving to be problematic here for G2.
Throughout this tournament, Wolves have been in the OT position 3 times, and they've won every single time. Twice against Direwolves, one against Liquid, to clinch that series. At the same time, it's not been as successful, but as common for G2. 1 win, 1 loss in OT. The statistics obviously could change for both of them at this moment in time. It's the pressure on Wolves at this point, and maybe on this entry statistic. We talked about the importance of it at the start and how for G2 it has been exceptional. They've had a lot of width to it, a lot of success. There's been a big drive into their rounds, but throughout this game, it has not quite matched the sync and the step of the rest of the tournament for them. It's familiarity for you. Can they just try and keep some of the part and pace? Benja, 17-11, has got a lot of that in the recent rounds where Doki and Alamau have been quieter. Benja has made sure he is heard. Suffers. Grenade doesn't quite get the swing. Pre-fires the angular break from alongside, and you cannot risk losing him at this moment.
And now you got to make sure you do not fall for the same tricks that G2 just deployed up against the Wolves. It's minute 40, the wall already opened up to the site, so, they could just try and run for the B-bomb side and go for a plan out there. There it is. Oh, the impact trick stops it from happening. And that means there is no heart breach left on Blur. There is no heart breach left, period, on the side of G2. So that is going to be making this a lot more troublesome. They need to go for kills here quicker than trying to get that plan down.
This is maybe the longest we've had all these players alive at this point. They've putting the pressure on. The Flores drone buys them a bit of growth, a bit of support, pre-fires the close angle. They've got control of a shield, but do they know the player close to the right? Oh, they will in a moment. It'll get blown open. They're just tucked round. He's not been checked, just down to his left-hand side. They're lying, they're waiting. There's Rise caught out. There's another one, falls, and Bibu pops up. He was the surprise factor. They didn't quite get the drone. They picked the catch back up. It's not at least an entire disaster, but P4, he's around the back and shoots a little bit premature, finds one on the end of it anyway. 30 seconds, and Wolves are refusing to let anything be comfortable here for G2. It's a scrappy engagement round the side of a couple of bits of things that don't take bullets too kindly, but look at where G2 are. They've got 20 seconds. They're having to play a dangerous scrappy fight as the diffuser still has to make its way down towards the site itself. There's a free catch. An unaware player slips in, but with Shinka holding the back line and the verticality still in the pressure, they have to try and isolate P4. He hops. He's round the back. He's able to find the kill. It's the Maestro. It's P4. And Wolves take Chalet.
They take the first, they managed to hold on to that last side, barely, but they held on by sending people back up top, by keeping them in that fight, by trading. Something Fabian mentioned during their timeout. They're just hiding, they're getting these individual picks. And that's how they get the better of you. Wolves, 1-0 over G2. What was it, only 12% of the viewers at home believe they were able to do it?
I mean, probably even less of the talent, let's be honest. In Wolves, they proved a lot of people wrong. Let's see if they can try and finish the statement after a quick break. We'll be back with map 2.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
here to map 2 of a series that, well, it's a good start for Wolves. They're able to get the first map in, the lead in, and when it's all or nothing, there's no points, no scratches, no prizes, it's getting to the end of the line. How do they take Cafe away from G2 up next?
Yeah, that is going to be the big question, of course. You know, when we were earlier on the analyst desk, they're like, this could be a 2-0 if we're looking at the first 2 maps. Those are favoring G2. Now, they just got the first out of the way, so surely, you know, Wolves they're going to be trying to see if they can take it in a 2-0 fashion themselves. Not because of points, just because of ease of mind and keeping yourself fresh for the game they have to play later on if they do win. Quickly looking at Chalet right here, Mowgli 15-4, Bibu 15-8, P4 10-10, managed to really get back into that game, especially with that last round. And Ryzen 10-10 as well, a lot of double digits coming down on the side of Wolves.
And it's just the thing is, obviously, whoever takes this game, they move across to face Lost One later on today, who have been a very dangerous force. It's that conversation that we have about these two teams. When they've hit head and we're seeing Bibu, we're seeing Rise, we're seeing these huge names because of the familiarity pop off. There's nothing more unfamiliar than I think a team like Lost One that is an amalgamation of a couple of different teams come together recent. It was a real underdog story, their run to get here. There's a lot that's going on and they've made sure that they brought so much here. So this game, the longer it sort of goes, the less time you have to get your head around your opponents coming up after this potentially, the less time you have to prep and build and reset and reevaluate and get the different mindset. You cannot approach your sort of familiar enemy as you can one that you might not have ever experienced before.
Quick banana buff being taken care of here. So it's good to have that energy going on. As the entire Wolves just quickly, you know, close to each other, discussing the strategy, discussing the game plan they want to bring for Cafe.
We can laugh at Carl later.
Bro, no, this was the worst map by far. Bro, there was one round.
We can laugh at Carl later, is what Fabian said.
That's fair enough.
Okay, get the game done first, then we'll laugh at him for dropping 2 kills in the first map.
Yeah, but like that's that sort of idea there is, you know, if you're piecing together things that didn't quite have a connection, you got to have a good spirit about it, but you got to be honest about it. And they know that Alamau didn't quite have the connection that he can, and they hope that he will now, and he's still in good spirits. Wait, hang on. What's Fabian saying? I think he was saying if you don't drop 15...
Oh, he needs to push-ups.
There was definitely...
Clown costume back on.
I wonder if they packed that.
They better have. Otherwise, you could probably get one somewhere here in...
I remember in Charlotte Major, you know, Des and Tim do their opening skits, little bits, little gags, little goofs. I was the one that actually ordered the clown costume for Des. So, small world.
You're saying, Fabian, if you need a clown costume.
Fabian, if you needed someone who can order a clown costume. No, it's probably easy to get, as proven. Okay. Players returning to their seats will be in with map 2 and Cafe. How do you think this shapes up for the two different teams?
Well, let me just pull up the stats as we go for that. Cafe 4 G2 over, I believe this is the last year, has been played 3 times. Lost against W7M, lost against Dark Zero, and a win against Space Station Gaming. So, make it as you wish, but it doesn't really look like a good kind of map going through. Over the last year, Wolves have played a lot more than that.
Yep.
A total of 13 times. They've only won it 3 times, however, so I mean, it's also not looking too bright. A win against Dire Wolves, against TT9 and M&M is what they have on board. And
see, until this recent performance, you'd say that that was 3 not easy teams to take it from, but easier
it's also
matches.
Not the hardest teams. To
yeah. Whereas M&M, I mean, they're the undefeated. They're the best SI Quals team. So Flores, fast move, pretty clever. I mean, they can be very, very good on this, and French teams do really enjoy Flores. Ying, we will have Iana on the board this time around.
See if that changes the game. Maybe that was the game plan all along. Let's get Iana back on the board.
But it limits Ying and Candelas. It's something that you know, it's in a very good spot. She's in a very good place, and she's in very good hands in G2's hands. So anyone can use her right now. It's that sort of level of entry. However, some people can use her very well.
Yeah, and if you do, she's very impressive. It's just hard to deal with. Basically, only having Warden that can you know, look through. And
it's also worth mentioning that one of the things that Fabian highlighted is that our team plays better than their team play. They're just having a couple of big pop-off players.
Yeah.
Ying functions best with good teams, good team play.
Yep, for sure. Having Ying, of course, Ying is the only person that doesn't get flashed besides Warden, but you know, it's so good for an execute. Like 8 out of the 10 players of the team could be blind at that point. Win a match, rather. As we get underway for the first round, we're headed towards the top floor. It is going to be Cocktail. G2 starting off on the defense here. Nothing really changed. Looking at the last game, or last map they played, we had 7 entries for G2, 8 for Wolves, and 6 out of 7 entries for G2 translated into a round. The only exception, round 15, where they lost it.
Yeah.
So entry is going to be quite important here. Historically speaking, G2 does have a better entry percentage than Wolves against them. But, I mean, as I just mentioned, Wolves somehow really good into it, into this game so far in terms of entries. So if they manage to keep that up here, this could be a good second map for Wolves.
Pretty standard setup, pretty standard approach here. Obviously the IQ is grown in with the sort of presence of a lot of electricity gadgets. No Solus, no Valk, so you're at least not directly responding to them, but you still got a lot of possibilities. You still got a lot of control you can be offered. Here's a catch, Mowgli, do you know? Oh, they're going wider. There's the C4! No! Just held shift and dropped down. And the Iana survives.
Well done there. That's probably why he didn't go up instantly. He was expecting something to happen and, you know, just making sure that whatever it was being tossed at first. Make a lot of noise. Survived. Magnets are being spotted out. That's just to catch any of the flashbangs going through. That's successful now. Grenade follows up quickly. Be rolling through all the way to the cocktail bar. Rice takes a lot of damage from the window. Eventually, we'll get the first kill onto Benja, though, so that's the entry for Wolves again.
Yeah, Benja, he went aggressive back onto Rise there. You assume there's some air jabs tucked and traced under white window, potentially on the nearby door run out as well, just to give themselves a little bit more modicum of safety. Alamau, he's under a bit of pressure. Virtue steps close towards Lumber and actually runs away. I was going to say maybe to offer some support, but it seems like the call and the pressure is coming against Cigar as well. They thought it was entirely east, but it's across every front. They have a bit of time here to start the drone work out. Blur, he's the one instead that steps into Lumber, steps onto where they lost Benja, and just make sure that there's at least somebody in every spot. The single loose player underneath with the chance at a C4, with the chance at doing some damage is Doki. The Vector can be very sharp, very pointed in the right hands. Just has to make the connection, and the shotgun as well. Open up holes if you get eyes on the planter.
Windows are making it so much more difficult. 2 of those architects currently in play. And even though they have the entry frag, Wolves don't really have any of that big, important control yet. As Alamau takes down 1, Doki finds another kill. The drop through the skylight is successful, though. Shinka picks up 1, but it's going to be collapsed upon now by the remaining G2 members, I believe.
Seeing if they can try and get the stick down. Tucked on the second bar. They're able to get it from underneath. They said that's where Doki wants to be, and he went unchecked, and he was free to work it. The first was a C4. The second is both of them dancing in the middle of the site. 40 seconds. Wolves can't quite lock it out, though, and G2 open up with a first.
It's good to get back into it. They lost the entry, but they still managed to basically turn it into their own advantage really quickly. Of course, with the help of those castle barricades, the mirror windows, really shaping the side to their own desire.
Yep.
As Alamau said, we practiced against them. I don't know if that was a call for change of strategies because they practiced it against them, or if it was just affirmation going through.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Either way, 1-0 G2. Not bringing as many architects now, just the Zami, you know, just between brackets, because Zami's totally not impressive at all, you know.
The Zami is just powerful. There's no sort of two ways. I remember the old conversations you'd have about Legion when they were at their strongest, where you say there's not a bad sight for Legion. That's one of the things that makes him so good. There's never a moment where it's not a sort of bad thing to bring. And there was moments where you didn't really need Mira when she was super powerful. You didn't potentially really need Castle. You didn't potentially need whoever. That is where she is right now, and also a great gun, and also quite mobile, and also, and it just, the list goes on and on and on. So you've seen her just find such a solid place because, well, what's bad about her?
Nothing really. There's G2 aware of that, using it as well, of course, and for the rest, a lot of traps as well coming through with the goo mines with the frost mats. So your laser gates are some sort of denial as well in terms of throwables or just anti-personnel. Yeah, reactivate it shortly, of course, if there is a safe opportunity to do so. Smogly going around with his nice little drone. He's not going to get very far, spots out Ellenbaum, and not more information gained. Ellenbaum instantly rotates around, is headed towards Kojak, and that's something G2 have been doing well. Your position is known, you head into the next. You keep on swapping between those two to always keep them guessing. Now, it might have not fully worked out on the previous map, but Cafe has a lot more of these close angles around that really make that shine.
Turkey starts to put a bit more structure and buy himself some safety, and that's out of punch range. A very clever play there. It means that they cannot quite get it knocked out as easily if it was on the window, but you can still do that. Well, sometimes you get a little bit lucky with those grenades, and what a perfect response. Doki gone. Much earlier than GT would have liked, but at least Benja can find one back. Virtue gets hammered on the rotate round onto the top, and they've slipped on closer. Shinka pulls on further back. BB's watching from far away, but the DMR can be pretty powerful. One of the big costs right now, though, is, well, they haven't got anybody on the small bake to the right. They don't have anybody trying to crack it down, so they've got to go a little bit more direct. They do the line, cut off his rotate around onto the side if he wanted to try and take it via Prep, and instead, Virtue, he's going to try and risk the engagement on the way back out the door. He's going to try and find it. Shinko, not quite sure if he's confident enough to take it back yet. They've slipped further and further, and the longer Virtue's here, the more of a problem it is for Wolves.
Yeah, they need to be cutting the pie perfectly here to find him and not actually thinking about the angle. Sneaks up, Shinka finds Virtue though. Bakery under control again, and there's openings made already they can use. FP4 is able to sneak out for the rest of the top 4 control. There's a player down there, Crouch holding with a very nice tight angle. It doesn't quite hit the shots though, leans back into the fight. Hopes to take down P4.
You're looking at 20 seconds on the clock though, and Blur, they're able to win one out on the top. They have the vertical control, and with what was open before by the buck, it's sort of like, thank you very much, that's mine now. 2 versus 1. He's dropped back down. He's going for the engagement instead of trying to hold on to it. He's seeing if he can get the Ash first. Drops and sprays. Now it's the 2 versus 1. The first is his. The second cannot be. And Wolves respond with the kitchen.
A lot of energy coming down from Wolves. This grenade beautiful, by the way. Doki did not have a single opportunity to respond. And at some point, it just needed to go for it. The time was running out. They didn't really have all control. You just run through prep. You hope for the best. You make sure you have the cover on point, which was all there, 1-1. We're staying in this. Pulling up statistics for the map. Cafe, overall, during the 6th Invitational, has been played for a total of 130 rounds.
Wow.
3% of them went towards the defense. So if Wolves is able to pick up 3 rounds here on the attack, they are finding themselves in a good spot to try and lock this off with a 2-0. And even though, you know, over the 13 times they've played it, they've only won it 3 times over the past year, it doesn't matter if you win it right now, because the latest game you play is basically your current state of the map.
Wolves, the response they needed. Things were a little bit back and forth. The leading on the grenade kill, as I said, was well placed, well timed. The instant response from Benja, and then that just continued across the whole map. It's one of those showdowns where everybody seems itching to prove themselves in the gunfight situation, and coming down to a 1 versus 1 post-plant is one of those ones that's always as tight as it can really be. G2. They're going to see if they can try and hold off on the middle floor. You start with the extension over towards the top. You force some play and attention, but this looks like it might have some of that ominous idea of not entirely quick, but clear what we need and plant right behind it. The control, the verticality directly above the reading room door, and then you sort of tuck it on the other side. You can see that G2's reading this. Blur's come over to open the hatch, Doki's come a little bit closer to offer some support, and Virtue with the C4 is underneath. They've sort of gone, this is on the east, and we said, well, let's meet him there.
Some players up on the top floor, and as you mentioned, two are looking to go in quickly, and maybe that is just going to be working out, but no, P4 instantly taken down. Diffuser dropped on the ground. Mowgli needs to go for a bit of a refrag here. Doesn't find either. It's a double entry for G2.
Very well read there from G2. As I said, they heard the noise. The warning bells were there, and they did not ignore them. Rise wanted to be hopefully able to catch some of them on the back end, but now that they've lost the opening too, and remember where the diffuser is, it's kind of obvious what needs to be locked down at this point, and Wolves have to approach from the exact opposite side. Take this as the more formulaic, more standard of let's clear, let's push, let's do this and do this and do this. Unfortunately, they've got to do it with 2 less people.
It's not going to be making it more easy in the slightest. Possible? Yes. The time slowly starting to tick down, and you haven't really put a dent into the current defenses of G2 yet, which means it's all really turning into a bit of a frag fest. And if G2 have those 2 extra members on the board, and with the amount of time that's still just ticking down without really any progress being made by Wolves, this, you know, just becomes closer and closer to an actual G2 round.
Alamau trying to get the 15 kills that was ordered by the tier leader behind them, but Virtue's able to swing in and get one. There's one more for us. Trouble. He's going to find the last fight. No! Virtue's able to lock it in, and G2 respond.
Fully aware of that push.
Can go bar again. I think bar is really easy. I think bar same strat.
Can we do a Zami strat?
No, I think we do same strat with base. Don't play base, just give up base. Okay, just give up base.
Okay, they're gonna hunt me below, then I don't know.
There you go.
Okay, back to bar. Same strat, but they're going to give up basement. Which is very apt, because, hey, remember we pointed out the first time we were around here, Doki was underneath as the mirror, which, you know, it's not the most common roaming operator. It's not the most common one. The gun is precise, but it's not huge amounts of damage. And what you're looking at on this map is big, long firefights. You're looking down long corridors. You've got those from everywhere. And then you've got obviously the big open pillars area. So it's not the easiest. However, you have the C4, you have the shotgun, you have the calls. What they're sort of saying there is, look, I got away with this. That's not going to happen again.
Yeah.
And they're like, we'll just get out of there then.
Doki really wanted something else. Like he's like, I think we can do bakery.
He was like,
no, we're going.
He was like, I can do a Zami. We can.
It's like, okay, can I do a Zami and bar then? It's like, no, we're doing the same as we were before. Doki really doesn't want to be playing the mirror, I think. But you know, they found success the first time around. Maybe not truly due to the strategy, but more so due to rotations that were called. But that's fine as well. You don't need to be 100% watertight on your defenses.
No, of course
it's okay to give them a little bit of room here and there.
Well, that's the thing. The idea is, on a lot of defensive builds, is to give them bits of territory enough that breaks time and slows them down. Yep. You sort of create a structure in a map that says, well, you have to enter the room here. You have to start the maze that we've created here and go from this point onwards. Whether you do that with physical object, a la the castle, a la the Zami, or whether you do that by punching a window saying, la 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 la, I'm over here, it's two of the same function. You're just drawing the focus of the team away and making sure that you're like, oh, well, we've got to deal with that now first. We have to go this route that they've opted us into.
Is that second one how you play Siege? La 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 la.
Yeah.
Either way, minute has passed, and they are letting them know that they are near. They are inside of Piano. But also falling back because they don't really want to stick around. Doki, down below again, has a C4 pre-placed, so does Virtue. Probably both around the actual Piano area, so that mirror window is going to be the call sign to come through. That's a kill. No, oh, you could have blown it up. But Doki died first. That's going to be one of those C4s gone.
Yeah, Mowgli pulls himself out of whiskey and goes back towards the top of red, and I assume Doki got caught around white window and watched on the back end, which is, you know, always that sort of big risk. He knew he was going to be hunted. Unfortunately for him, he was proven correct before he could at least take anything out of the swing other than time. However, the fact that Wolves sort of beeline towards the default take on the top of red and did not suffer from any play underneath means that that's still pretty good par for the course. We can hear some of the structure being knocked open. The Hibana's making this corner for Blur a lot more dangerous. Hops over into the more dangerous zone of it as Virtue does get his C4 pop off. Shinka's gone. No more break will come, but neither will Virtue. P4 gets the lockdown from the end. 40 seconds though. They've got to try and drive themselves into the no man's land of the site.
It's going to be difficult, but at least that mirror window is out of play now. No need to worry about it for now. They still need to be pushing themselves into side, and Blur inside of that freezer takes down the first, goes aggressive. The glasses go on to the flashbang zone, be effective. Benja takes down another as Blur finds Yana sprinting by, leaves it only up to P4 now in a 1v3 situation with 20 seconds left on the clock. Diffuser this time, not in hand.
Not even Pengu knows what to do in this situation. A 3 versus 1. P4 suffers the scrap and the scrape. It was fantastic movement from G2. Blur, obviously, especially the little motions he makes. He's so calm when he sits and he stays and he waits, and he is a player who we've always said, you can never tell the read on his face.
Yeah.
Just the game that he's playing and the level of stress that he's in. But moving and taking that jump over outside of the mirror window, holding it for as long as he did, and not going out back behind him, which a lot of other people would do, or try and duck under the Hibana pallets. Instead, they sort of went here, okay, unexpected kill, and then push again, and you just love to see it. But Wolves take time out.
The one thing that confused me a little bit, though, is that we saw pre-play C4 on the minibar, where the Hibana was trying to take the fight from with opening the mirror window. And it just took like ages before that C4 blew up. And eventually he did get the kill. That's when he jumped over. But it's like, if you'd done that earlier, you might have actually been able to save your mirror window there. Either way, that might just be part of giving away space here and there. Wasting time.
Different energy from Wolves.
Yeah.
Different timeout. But to be fair, the timeouts that we've had, the first map had one from G2, and 20 seconds of it from our perspective watching G2 was actually French shouting from the other side, talking about KDs and who was better, and then on this, it's calm, it's collected, and that's, to be honest, based on the sounds of G2 where they want it to be. They're happy to play a calm, collected game now. They know that they've got a really good team dynamic, and they know that they can sort of impress that against their opponents here in Wolves.
And they need to as well. I mean, they were the ones that picked to play against Wolves. They had a lot of choice to go for. And they went for Wolves because they know the team so well. Thought it's the best way to go up towards that next round. Have yourself a little bit of security, and then see if you can actually make it to win that one as well. But as we approach again from the Wolves side, there's been a couple of times we've heard C4s to be tossed out by G2 members. One's of course from the hedge up top, one's from the window down below. Doesn't seem to be the case now, but Doki is hiding below. Could be going for an impact run out.
Mowgli's cautious of that. And there's always the threat of that on this map. There's a couple of moments. It's almost like the sort of do or die of Bank as well, with a little bit less of a grand scale, a little bit less of a hunt afterwards. You can throw yourself into those tricky positions. You can take risky rotates back round, but it's done as sort of a once-a-side treat. It's not something you can do on multiple different little pop your head out. There's not too many locations like that, and that's the safety that Wolves have here. They're cautious of exactly that play as we head over to Mining Dining.
Grenade being used here to open up the castle barricade. It's going to allow Wolves a way through. Just ducks in time, but the pings are there. Gets taken down from above. And that's B4 striking big as he finds two.
B4 driving themselves through after the tag timeout. Mowgli gets Blur as well. There's Alamau. At least able to find one. And a second. Tears the head off and making pretty great progress for the demands for Fabian. But still 3 versus 2. Still the territory fallen into the hands of Wolves. They're just making sure that, well, Alamau has potentially left Lumber. He's not too far away, but he's not there, and that's the big, important part. Mowgli, the slow drift via pillars. Alamau going underneath. Benja kind of alone on the site right now. Needs some support to come, and it's going to come up brown stairs. Alamau, the big rotate behind, but at this point, Mowgli's moved a bit on. He's trying to find the fight in the corridor. They're going to meet each other. quite like that. Rise at the full watch and the read on Alamau, and Benja has a minute to try and live this out.
50 seconds alone versus 3 Wolves hunting you together. He has some tight angles with the train carts here that he can hide in, and he is in the middle of the site, so he definitely has a good opportunity. Misses the first shots though, takes a lot of damage. He's going to be sandwiched as the plant goes down. He needs to take a fight somewhere. Swaps over to the SMG, gets taken down from behind. Right, shuts him down. 3-2. Right after the timeout, a way sharper Wolves we saw.
I'm not sure what Liloon found funny at the end of that, but they're in good spirits as well.
Yeah, that's important. I mean, they won that first map, and they also know they were not the favorites in this game. They are the Wolves. Sorry.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It's been a long
very
week.
proud of it.
Yeah, I mean,
I figured that one out.
I think you are proud of it. I think you should be, but it's just you said it like you weren't sure.
No,
They're the Underwolves. They were the Underwolves. Do you know what's under a wolf? A dog, because a wolf is a big dog.
How do you know the wolf's laying on a dog though? It's kind of.
No, I mean like from a hierarchy.
Oh, hierarchy. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You know the hierarchy of dogs?
No.
What's better, dogs or cats?
I'm a dog person.
Oh.
My girlfriend is a cat person, so it's.
They're both as good as each other.
Wants to kill you the other wrong.
Yeah. Okay. 3-2. Doesn't matter who is what animal at this point. The only animal that we have ahead of us is the best of 3, and G2. They want to see if they can try and get a 4-2 split once again here on their defense half before they lead on to their attack on Cafe. You know, we're seeing Wolves obviously resurge after attack timeout. It's a very important stat, and how did G2 respond to that? One of the problems that they had on the previous map when their lead sort of filtered away from them was they were being caught out by hero plays and they were trying to do their own and not quite having it land the same way. Their teamwork has been brilliant up to this point. They're trying big moments, but that last one was reminiscent of some of the failures on Chalet.
Again, a 3-3 split will be quite good for Wolves as they would be heading into the second half on that even ground. That's what they will be aiming for. All they need is to get one more of those entry kills they've been able to build up so far. 4 out of 5 rounds have gone that way. We're now trying to find out where the 6th will go. Out of the G2 Wolves. Drone's being pinged out. I believe that is a Mozzie hack drone, so they're trying to figure out if they can take it down. As Alamau, spotted out, is trying to find himself a way out. The pre-forest come through, takes a small amount of damage, but he survives for now.
Everybody's still standing. Nobody wants to suffer the first engagement because it seems to herald the end times. There's always a push and a fight right behind. If we are the ones that talk about the importance of trade statistic, these are two teams that try and prove that it's a golden mantra etched at the top of every rule book of how you should do this. P4, in the meantime, creeps up alongside Mowgli. They're next to the double reading wall. It's all locked, but remember last time they just tried to beeline it straight in. This time it's a little bit of width and a great take. Benja gone. P4 showing what this rifle can do. A fantastic snap connection. Doki steps in to replace the fallen teammate as Virtue's under pressure. They've only really got the single player on the top floor where they're going to hold on or rotate back. The vertical's still important. The double wall is being cracked open. Alamau gets caught as well, just from P4. Swinging the same door, P4! He's almost got his namesake worth of kills this round, and there's only one player left to do it on. Blur, he's trying his best to hold out, but it is a flawless round to end the Wolves even half.
3-3, it's huge for Wolves, and after that timeout, 2 rounds in a row, and now onto the defense they go. Rice is tasting it. He's feeling it. 4 rounds away. Yeah, Mira's being picked. We see it as well in the meantime.
S'il vous plaît, please.
Yeah.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
I love that the little wolf is always looking at the camera.
Little plushies they bring.
Does it have a name? Do we know?
I don't know if we do.
We need to find that out.
As far as I know, I'm not aware of any.
Milos, if you're doing the interview, these are the important questions you need to be asking.
Need to be asking.
What's the name of the wolf? At the minute, B. We start here on the top floor bar. This is where we're locked in. A big preference in EU as a region, as a sort of first lead-in site. It gives itself some success. You can sort of force a take, force a play. It's one or the other, really. There's not a lot of adaptation that you can truly bring to this in terms of your attack. You have to approach in similar formats from similar locations, really often regardless of what is up against you.
And it's the thing, right? It's often revolving around piano and, you know, going in from cigar.
You don't get a lot of wiggle room around that.
We've sometimes seen another push to come through, mostly in CL. I still remember the Gamma push that was just everybody repel up to the east side. And EL just went in roughly around the same time, looking out like that. It is possible.
Gamma.
Yeah, it's a long time ago, isn't it?
Yeah.
That one got highlighted back then as well.
Ooh, look at this, though. Straight in underneath. Two of them trying to hunt Bibu inside reading. There's pressure coming around. There's somebody stacked up on the pillar's door as well. There's Benja, Alamau, and Doki entirely encircling the loose player. Bibu caught out. They knew who they wanted. They knew what they wanted, and Doki was scared he was going to get hunted when he played underneath, and, well, he was eventually, but not quite like that. That was full dedication. P4. He's sprinting his way closer in towards Whiskey. He's getting himself tucked in the corner, waiting for maybe something, but how quick they were to do that work puts a good bit of fear into the remaining Wolves.
Yeah, for sure. Within the minute, the roam already taken care of. The camera now will be hacked as well, and that means G2 have full access to the information network that has been used or is there still from the side of Wolves. Of course, no bulletproof cameras here, no Evil Eyes, no Yokais. There is no Valkyrie on the board, so basically you only get default cams at this point, but it's still something that you can use.
You can see P4, he's drawing focus. He has some support here from the Wamai. They're doubling up. They want to lead the next engagement. They definitely, as I said, want to make sure that the trade is something that goes in their favor. Doki caught out. P4 went really aggressive, slipped past the drone, and well, that is an unfortunate moment for there, but a great read, a great bit of momentum from P4 to just keep the pressure going. You never know when you might slip past their intel and become the problem. Alamau, talking of, slips his way in, just saw the tip of a hammer, and as Alamau's going for the plant, somebody needs to pay a bit of attention. There's the motion. Did they just read the site was empty? The spray connects, but a little too late, a post-plant. And they've moved off the hatch. They're going to go for the trade back in. There's a fight underneath. Benja, he's trying to get the angle. He misses the man. He cannot find him.
Let's go. Machine Axel aussi d'aller en bas là. Elle fait une diarrhée la meuf. Ouais, je peux voir en bas.
Hello, A-Stream.
Hello. You just joined in to a frustrating end of a G2 round. But a very good one if you're a Wolves one, because just sticking it like that, the kill coming through and instantly rotating in, get on that diffuser, start diffusing it. The fight taking on downstairs as well just buys you the extra bit of time.
Oh, it was a sneak plant of everybody holding on. The Sun realization, the lock at the kill, but it coming a little bit too late, and then the boldness to go, well, we got them, let's get that. And taking opportunities, 101. I said it about P4 being able to take one and slip on by the information game and get that kill onto Doki. But then the follow-up there is just that game put to a T by these two teams. Wolves, they pull ahead, and as you can see in the top middle of your screen, they're already one up, and this is a map where it's G2's map, sure, but an even half leading into the start.
The 12% that do have channel points in Wolves are currently howling for their potential returns. 3-4, and we are seeing a bit of a extension towards the top, but that's quite usual. You want to be making sure you have some verticalities towards the actual kitchen. Openings will be made by G2. They are bringing a shield, they're bringing that Monty. Doki gets the first, that's Bibu removed. He's not been having the best of games, but it also means that Bakery is instantly under control now. They're basically on the front door of the site already, which is going to be really dangerous for Wolves.
Oh, look, there's a Goyo canister that they're trying to pop so no one follows in immediately behind, and it's Mowgli that pops round and gets Virtue tucked on the window. The Monty's just going to stack himself, so nobody can entirely swing their way back, so that's why the smoke canister gets thrown. It forces him out of the door, but Benja gets Rise over the top, and there, round the back of coat check, Benja gets one more. Snuck his way in, he's stolen all the coats. P4 with the impact gets close to the end, but P4 still on the terror that he's been able to just put across this G2 approach, and even the defense on the last round before. It allows them a second, it allows them a bit of breathing room to sneak their way back around. They also still have control above. Inside train, they cannot just drive themselves in on the plant now. The Monty's gone as well, so you can't get the coverage with the Turtle Shield shell if you want to. What G2 have, though, is more than 20 seconds on the clock.
It's a really weird round so far. Like, kills just keep on happening everywhere. The side is completely open. No one is really being able to take control of it. And G2's now afraid of actually pushing through. They know there's no one out there. There is a player actually near Diffuse. Shinka gets a kill from above. That's Blur taken down. Benja is quite low on HP as well. He gets swung on by the 9x19. VSN, what Impact almost finishes the job for him. But B4 gets the kill. Benja trades him out. The floor bang onto the last.
I agree, Doki.
What is that laugh?
That is disbelief, baby. That was insane, Benja. The recent addition, the pickup to a roster replacing considered one of the best gunners in the game. What do? Pull out some of the best guns in the game. Hell of a bite back there. And the only reason G2 ended up winning the round, it was scrappy the whole way through, but think about how they started to pull it in was Benja from Cope, gets the double, keeps himself alive, pulls back, doesn't swing into the next engagement of player's life against the Capcan when it's sort of a bit hit and miss, and forces the Capcan to have to go back to the site. And then just gets a couple of kills on the end of it. Didn't get the ace because Doki got the opener, but may as well take the bow for the round.
I mean, that's it, right? Like, Doki got that first kill. G2 tried to go quick. They basically were being reeled back in by Wolves, as you just mentioned. If it wasn't for Benja, that would have been a 3-5 for Wolves right now, and they would be starting to, well, get even more energetic, starting to get towards that map and series point. So they can thank Benja for that round of 4K. And we start again with another round. 3 minutes starting to tick down as we're headed towards the reading room. Look at about that. Defense so far has been pretty 50-50 on that. We've seen it won once by the defense, once by the attack. It's now up to G2 to see which one will be more favored.
Benja waits in anticipation. It gets popped open for him, and he's hoping he can lean in from somebody underneath, but no catch, no reward, nothing. Yeah, they're still curious though. They're hoping Rise might try and step himself into a challenge and go a little bit wider. He's not giving them that as of yet. Takes a more sheltered route out of there. They don't want to have the entrance statistic fall away from them because, as we've said many times throughout this series, when it does, it seems to dictate a little bit more of the pace of the round, especially with how scrappy this game has turned into. The first person to stab seems to be the one that at least ends it hobbling.
Duck moving quickly. Hoping to work together with his remaining members. Actually taken care of by Bibu. I was just going to say, that could go either way. Grenade coming through now as well, but Keeper Barrier stops it from happening. Doki still gets the kill over the cross, though.
Yeah, he was making sure that they're in a position to go for the pinch. They're trying to find the smoke as well, and causing a bit of problem. And Bibu obviously got the opener kill, and he's tucked himself with some solidity to his left-hand side, and the Solid will make sure he's locked down a bit. Without Virtue on that window, well, it means that he can play it a little bit longer, and they still need to pay focus to the site. P4, we've highlighted his aggressive maneuvers and how they've been a great lead-in for the team before. They're going to see if they can continue that, and at this point, Bibu's gone. Failed the first grenade, get a little bit too close for comfort, may as well. You've still got time and use down in the site itself. As Rise inside pillars will be the next point of pressure.
Verticality now becoming an issue for Wolves. They need to be careful of, as well as Benja. All the way on the back of the tower is just looking over the pillar side. You need to be careful now as a Wolves member to not overstep, to not overstay your welcome. Shinka's still down below. That C4 could be huge. As Rise finds Benja. So that is going to be a lot of pressure suddenly gone from the outside. It's before the claim. Down earlier. Brings it back to a 3-on-3.
Hidden in the plant pot, disguised. No one takes a second to smell the roses. And that's a catch. And there's another one. Rise. Love how Wolves are just stepping themselves so aggressive. Blur inside the site, alone with a diffuser, and 3 French Wolves, or 2 and a Belgian, circling. Not for very long. Wolves, they respond. They're one round up once again.
Machine, Val, machine, ma gueule. Voilà, il prend un time-out, c'est gros fils de pute. 2 roues dans l'épée. On joue pas comme en 2000 ici.
Attack break coming out from G2. Logically, of course, because they're currently 2 rounds away from losing the series. So let's hear what they have to say.
Because if we look at all of these kills that they're getting, are we able to trade on all of it? Are we even close to being able to trade to it? No, we're not. We need to play with the information. They're gonna do the rat plays just like they did last map. So let's stop giving them these freebies. Start playing as a group. If we need to slow down the tempo, fucking do it. But stop giving the freebies.
Guys, they are giving areas for us and map for us. They are just playing for Dexter, same way W7M did. They're just like falling back and waiting for Dexter, so we can't fuck on Dexter, okay?
Yeah. It shows some fucking confidence now as well. Let's fucking get this done.
Yeah, we got this, no problem. But like, just a small thing, like, tell who can move the drone, Jake, because I don't know whose run it was.
The drone's still important in the baseball. Jake? No. So it's not important. Because we hold pillar. Even if they links ground like this.
All good, let's go, boys.
The disruptive hero plays from Wolves are still the issue. They were during the first map, they seem to be now. And I mean, all you have to really say is Rise in that last round.
Yeah.
Picking up those 2 kills from that one door, just basically freebies. And then stopping Blur from even being able to put the diffuser down, forcing him to rotate into another line of sight. It's kind of stuff G2 needs to work on. And they need to work on it quickly because time is running out. Wolves are on course to beat G2 and knock them down to the lower bracket.
Hey.
Yes?
Remember when Fabian was just there, like, they're playing these sort of rat plays?
Yeah.
P4 is a big part of that. P4 is now picked up Kavera.
Talking about rat plays.
Yeah, talking about people who are built to hide in corners and get surprise strikes and cause massive problems.
Yeah. Are we going to see an interrogation? Maybe.
I mean, that would be the
It will be the end of G2.
It would be the worst thing for G2 to suffer because they know that that's the problem. It's not just, you know, the rotations, but look at the positions that they keep finding themselves in. Wolves are tucking. They're just on the inside of a door. They're really wanting to meet the fights in places that G2 don't expect because they know that G2's playing this, like, build-up team game and doing these pinches very well. We've seen it, and it can be quick. But sometimes a surprise can ruin a whole party. The motion of P4 underneath is going to keep them alive for a little bit as the attention is paid out generally across the eastern side. We talked about this being the front, and we talked about how the defenders then have to sort of remobilize and reposition. You can see some of that's coming through, but with only 2 window players for now, well, 1 window player maybe for now and 1 response, it's a slightly different story. Oh no!
There it is. That's.
Oh no! There is somebody above. There is somebody above, but it's an interrogation. They're able to get out of there. Bibu gets the cover. They cannot quite get the kill in time.
How did you get away with that?
Oh, they really shouldn't have. Alamau is left staring down a chasm of pain. And the French have said, yeah, we're playing these plays, and we're pretty dang good at them. Alamau, he's able to get one. Mowgli handed him the fight.
Recovered the diffuser.
At this point, that might be the only lead in.
I'm going to write down interrogation, that's it. It's on. This round is one. Alamau, yeah, might have still an opportunity. There's a minute left on the clock if you can isolate them. Pretty far as they're coming through, he's quite afraid of someone coming down from below. The people who's going to be locking it off there, and that is 1 round now for Wolves.
I like how you just have like...
Okay, there's 2 people above him right now. Why? How? Why is no one looking at it?
Was it 2? I think it was just 1.
No, the Buck and the Yana were both up there, but Alamau just ran away to the skylight. The Buck was on the red stairs, but, you know,
okay.
Where's the communication in that?
Yeah, well, this is also the thing as well, is like, what I was saying, I love how you can hear the French team very vocal, very aggressive, and then through that you just get Lillian's laughter.
Yeah.
Because what else can you want from the team right now? There's sort of a couple of factors in how a team can play on a day. This energy from Wolves and this energy with this much joy and this much let's try things has not been present at this tournament.
No, it hasn't been. And what did I say? Like, when we started out this game, they won 2 best-of-3s now. Confidence is building. They're playing against a team they have practiced for 3 days straight, 15 maps. They've lost almost every single one of them, but as a result, they know exactly how to be effective against G2. And then you win the first map. And now you're 4-6 up on the back of an interrogation. I mean, that's all just working towards you. G2. You were told to play like a team, be together, be a unit. You have 2 more rounds to make up for now.
They were able to pull themselves to OT on the first map. They didn't win it out. They at least proved part of the puzzle. Benja slips on past the Banshee, goes up and up and up. There's a close fight that Shinka, well, goes and says hello. They can't get the full look, but there's a Melusi that's there to be the end of it. Blood does find Rise. Huge that they're at least able to find one immediately back. But you've lost Benja. You've lost the person who's the reason this game technically isn't already over with a huge clutch round. You've still got a lot ahead of you. You've still got the site structure to take care of. At least you still have some grenades. At least you haven't lost anything in too much of a specific.
Still though, the confidence of Mowgli just running down there after the first pump of the shotgun doesn't do the job. He's like, I'll do it, don't worry, don't go for another swing. I'm here to pick up these kills. And at 4-4, Bibu now going aggressive himself as well. He's covered by the camera above him that will be providing him information if someone does push in. Of course, the drone will be the first move to be made. Blur is currently using that. Spots out one of the players. They are going to try and work together to isolate him, I would believe so. And it's Mowgli behind the bar.
The beeps come through. They're trying to just hold in and see if they can get the angle as the fire pops. They're waiting and slowing them down for now. It's a swing that Doki's able to win out. They have the body advantage, but it's never really been for too long in this engagement. One more for Alamau. And they pop themselves forward. P4 though, and Bibu, and P4 once again. Either side finally puts an end. A 1 versus 1 Virtue. He has a lot of time, but look to his left, the rotate's coming through. P4's been aggressive this whole game, not quite working!
I listen, I prefer him.
Good job, Jake. Fucking go, man. Let's get this last one.
Pretty good 1v2. Let's get this last one, is all he says. Because they want to go to overtime. They need to go to overtime, otherwise they're going down to lower bracket.
I mean,
too close there again.
It's so close. It's never not been terrifyingly close for this G2. It's never not been a fight and a brawl today. And
defenders, protect your bombs from...
How do we find ourselves sinking further and further into this? G2 still have one more round. One more chance.
To catch up, to stay alive, to not go down to the under bracket after, well, pulling themselves together to find themselves in that second seed, where they could choose their opponent. There's always a bit of irony when you get to choose, right? You get to pick who you want to play against, and then you will be beaten 2-0. It's a bit like, ooh, it's a bit spicy.
It's always, yeah, it's tough because so much goes into it. And so much goes into it from your side if you're the one making the decision. If you're the one sort of having the call of, I want to play these guys, it's because you obviously think you can beat them. That's how it goes. And that's not just the history of you beating them, but also their current mental state, how you think they're sort of playing, how you think their tournament's been going. It's always stuff that's tied into it. And to be fair, if G2 made the call, I'm not sure if they were the ones or if it was because of group seeding. I know some of the teams, it was sort of...
They were second pick.
Second pick?
Yeah. So they actually...
You don't blame them for making the choice at the time based on Wolves' performance. They were only a couple of rounds from not being here. If their OT games against Direwolves had gone to Direwolves, Wolves would have been eliminated.
Yeah, no, that definitely would have been the case. Also, Airjab just got hurt there. Rice takes it down now, lets himself know, like, hey, I'm close. He was a grenade that's getting pulled now by Benja. Jump over comes through. Needs to be very careful here. He's being hunted down. Fair to say the grenade didn't catch anything as 2 people just flew right at him.
Mowgli getting some structure built on the top once again. Nobody's been caught as of yet, and that's an important part of this. But I think mainly for G2, they are cautious. They have to push. together. They have to try and isolate the single player, the break on the window, the restructure from Mowgli, the cover there from Bibu, around wood, around lumber as well. They're struggling to sort of find the first in. They're having to break through a lot of this control. Bibu is buying himself some time as well. Not going to risk the bulletproof punch. They know the swing will come behind it. There's still some danger that might come up behind them though from P4.
They need to go down at some point. It is the reading room. So yes, Stokey is up here now, G2 is up here now. They're working on getting that verticality, but they're not sure if it's clear. Time is still being wasted. P4, he is still holding on as well. Whilst he is being watched from above, at some point that drop will have to come through as well, because the plant, again, needs to be going down a floor. So for now, Wolves in full control in these last 60 seconds. Nothing to worry about.
This is maybe one of the longest we've had all the players, and that's right, Blur is playing the long game of watching and waiting from the back end. The spray through, the pressure, the door's still locked. Pillars was a big fight from Rise last time, but this time they've handed over a little bit more, and he's instead watching the opposite end. They're still trying to find where G2 is, but look at Shinka, ready to swing up Brown. Look at the positions of the Wolves players. They're more than happy to strike when the iron is not hot, but low on time. Pretty soon, we might all be pointing a couple of Pengu quotes in the chat, because this is all they have left. Doki is the first gone. There's the next by P4. The watch on the flank is gone. They've got to try and just drive into sight. They're in. They're able to get one off the back. Benja, Tuck going for the plant. The cover is on the door. They have some watch above. They're trying to swing their way around back. Virtue with a huge kill in the fight down Zulu. To 3 versus 2. The remaining G2 players did just enough to watch on, and they're not going to hand anything else over. P4. He's on the vertical hunt. He's been able to retake the top floor with Rise, moving in behind the intel. They bring it back to the 2 versus 2. Virtue's outside the door. Alamau's buried in the middle. There's Virtue, putting it into the fight. There's a swing round, and there's Alamau for another OT.
Good fucking calling, God.
Good job, guys. Good fucking job, guys. Good exercise.
Defense. Good exercise. Cole, this is not an exercise. This is the real thing. If you'd lost that one, it would have been over, but a good push coming through, and even though you lost those first initial players, all you need is the cover to be there when the plant goes through, and that's exactly what G2 had. They might have not had a lot of control, but they had enough to make it work.
Attackers need to locate and
Bit of silence before the storm comes through, as we're headed towards another G2 defense. 2-3-3 halves is what we had. It is quite literally as 50-50 as it gets throughout the game so far. Just quickly checking as well. So has the kitchen been. Very 50-50.
It's so tense. It's so tense at this point, because it's really the weight of every single round, especially in the past 4 or 5. You can feel it. You know that there's that sort of sentiment that this game is stepping into, and obviously it's the second map of these two hitting the showdown, but it's starting to feel like that weight of this game is matching now. G2, they're back on their defense. They had a mixed bag. It was even halves, as you pointed out, either side. It's time to see if they can try and get back to where they were once upon a time, where they had the chance of getting more on their defense. There's only 2 rounds separating them from going home. Well, not going home. Lower bracket first. My apologies. But there's also 2 rounds separating us from our map 3 of Bank.
The situation we're in now. Wolves approaching for a top floor hold again. Logical. You want to drip down through the site, through the map. Make sure there's nothing left behind that could come to haunt you. The setup at G2 as well is not going to be using any verticality. Everything is horizontal. That means that, you know, they don't really have to worry about these top vertical angles when you start moving in with that diffuser. But it does mean you need to be taking more of these horizontal fights, and more crossfires thus will be on the board, which does make it harder to play against. EMPs come in to stop any ADSs out there, they're bound to the grenade as well to get rid of the shield. That's going to be making VIP a bit harder to take control of, but Alamau stuck high up, no, actually Blur up on the table, is going to be making sure that he's on a bit of an off angle if he does get swung on.
Yeah, they've pulled themselves somewhere else, but look at this. The pressure might be about to come down Brown. They've got some of the angles. They're watching for a rotate and hoping to catch a G2 hero play on the back end. One of the lessons that was attempted to be drilled into this team during the showdown was stop it. We're beating them on team play. We know that we can take them in the 5-on-5 if it comes down to it. The longer we have that, chances are we're more likely to pull things together. So you have a hold like this from G2 all spread around, a network of attention paid, the cover of what is being smashed open. Let Wolves play against the time and let's strike whilst we can. Doki is inside the site as the hatch is starting to get a little bit more direct focus. That'll be the call. They do still have the player around Coat. They do still have VIP locked down as well, but when is the motion going to turn into movement?
Keeper barrier probably going to be used to provide some extra security because phone calls are coming. That means that a push is on its way. Doki falls back a little bit further towards the cooking area. He doesn't want to stick around. Blur finds the first. Shinka tries to respond because that's the VIP player.
That's it, 20 seconds, and they've been able to get that entry on the player now stuck alone inside and towards the freezer itself. Bibu's trying to offer some support for the swing, but look at the time. This is what they wanted to push, and Shinka pushes the site. Doki gets caught out. Bibu gets one, cannot get the next. Mowgli has Blur. They're swinging their way. Benja C4 stops the plant. They got to try and pick it up. Benja just has to see if he can get this snuck round. Do they know where he is? They're watching the wrong way.
Lack of information in the end there for Wolves. First of all, the C4 coming through, stopping that plant. And then not having the right cover on point. Of course, Benjo was the one person unaccounted for. They had another kill up there. They knew there was the Frost. They taken down both. Suddenly there's a third player coming from that side.
This is the reason that you pick up Benja. This series alone, maybe this map alone, has sort of just shown what he can do in these big situations, because it's not just sort of having these sort of, you know, he's not doing it on a league night, he's not doing it on a quieter night, he's doing it as a young gun on the biggest stage in the world of a team with, rightfully or wrongfully, a lot of pressure on it based on the accreditation of the team itself, and here you are able to pull 2 round clutches out. One of 4K1, the combination there, the C4, and then the movement round on the back end to go where you weren't being watched. It is just such a boon, and the reason G2 is still in this game.
It is. He kept them alive twice, and he probably won't stop anytime soon.
Alamau needs 3 more kills if he's to live up to what Fabian requested.
Yeah, I mean,
you missed it at the very start, especially if you came over from A. Fabian's word was you have to get 15 kills. We didn't get the full read, but Alamau did not have a good first map, so I think that was...
It's probably just to make up for it.
Yeah, just to make up for it, and then they maybe wouldn't mock him for the first map. Either way, 7-6. Maybe if we can get ourselves over into this third map, then Fabian won't mock anybody. That's a lie, of course he will.
That's a lie.
That's a lie. G2, they got to see if they can try and pinch their attack here to the top. We will go, but we'll start from the bottom. Will it be a hunt onto Bibu as they have opened before?
Yes, I mean, there's a drone looking right at the head.
Look at that. You can see the calls.
He's dead. There's no surviving this. If he gets away with 1 kill, actually, Shinka on the cover.
Oh, they're from above! It was a bait! They laid the French trap of Bibu holding in a corner. Mowgli finds Benja as well. Oh, they knew!
It was a ruse.
It was a ruse all along! It's like a human alibi. They've fallen right for it. The cover was there. They waited and put the perfect bait. But here, with 2 opening bodies gone, they lose the calls that haven't already been used. The Capitao. Alamau does find Rise with the grenade, so it might be a little bit better coverage in terms of confidence moving behind it, but they don't really have the smokes anymore, so they don't have anything to stop against the Warden's blind. It's going to have to turn into a bit of a brawl, maybe some placement. Shinka suffers next. Pull themselves out a little bit further away, and they're just trying to evaluate if they can maybe get one more loose player.
Bottom floor now has been completely abandoned. The entirety of Wolves have gone up, but as Virtue finds Mowgli, suddenly that ruse that they laid turned back into a 2-on-2. Two separate opportunities given to get us back to even numbers.
50 seconds. They've been able to pull a couple of the players out, but you've still got P4 who's having a terrifying game and has always been a terrifying problem. So, what do? Where do you watch? And how do you approach? Virtue can cover some of the angles. They also have dead players to watch the cams, the movement of the Talon shield, the focus. Shinka a little bit too late to put some bullets back, but look at the time. They can fall back at this point. The pressure is still on G2. They're probably going to see if they can tuck the Talon shield, so Bibu moves closer. A little spot in the corner of an angle, and Alamau is going to the opposite end. Where do you deploy the shield? You've got to do it soon. Bibu can't quite get the full shots, but they can move in. There's Bibu getting the freebie on the swing, the cover on the player on the plant. They're able to hop on the top, and we are going all the way for the second time.
But then I tell you, this might just become a series that goes to 45 rounds. And you know that happens after you play each other for 12 rounds, 50 maps in a row over 3 days. I mean, there's literally nothing hidden between these two except for the little trap, the bait we just saw happen in this round. Beautifully laid out. They realized what happened the last time they had a player down there. He was isolated quickly, was taken down. It was a free kill. Quickly, the pressure came on from G2. So what do? Set up some vertical angles. You start covering around the player. You act like you might have not seen the drone. I don't know if they actually did see the drone or might have not have. I don't know. Either way, it worked out perfectly for them. And that leaves us at this point where it's a coin flip. Map 3, or it is a Wolves victory, defying all the odds. Really being the Underwolves, as they were made out to be. It is a G2 defense coming through. It is going to be a bar and cocktail and quickly going back. They've won it in round 1 and they've won it in round 4. So
100% success, right?
Exactly.
It's that sort of thing right now. They didn't bring it out as the first swing. They went kitchen instead. Maybe to sort of throw off the idea that we're going to bar, or maybe for this exact situation that we can win our kitchen, even though it's been a little bit back and forth before. And then we can just play ourselves onto this, onto bar. We can end the game knowing that we have the mental safety of going, we can play our bar. And as Alamau put it before, if you missed it at the very start, Doki was on the roam having a good time, and then they sort of played away and moved it. They've changed the strategy this time. No mirror window, or no mirror setup that was the lead-in before.
The Izami setup they were talking about before, so Benja is going to be the key point now of holding onto Piano by using those keeper barriers outside of melee range, which means explosive need to be used to get rid of them. Stoke is still going strong on that roam. Wolves is just going for a bit of a rotate. It seems like they're going to be putting quite some pressure down onto that Piano, and that means that with 2 players here, G2 might just have them here.
This is it, and Doki, he's got the impact, but it's being closely watched on the corner. You have to time this and risk it perfectly and hope they're repelling on the opposite side, the white window, and that will be the call from Rise, who's now just lifted up. You see Doki go back, but they're watching. P4 is waiting for exactly that. Benja gets P4 as the trade out, pops up the window and shoots back down, but suffers quite a lot because of it. Rebuilds on the watch on the opposite end. He's still alive. He's not for very long, though. The grenades bounce around, a lot of utility dedicated, but you had to. That was the idea of the play. We saw how much was dedicated from the Aruni and the Izami for just that specific location. It's theirs now, and the rotate from Wolves can come out. They can start putting the pressure elsewhere. They can peel some of their players. They have the man advantage. They have a lot of time. Do they have this series?
That's going to be the big question here. C4s are being tossed out. There's no more denial from range. All G2 have is going to be their guns and 60 seconds to hold on to against the 4 Wolves coming right at them here. Virtue, he fires a couple of shots, but he's not quite able to connect as of yet. As Alamau is going a bit aggressive, he wants to be swinging it from the Piano to potentially go for a strike on the side.
He gets the call that the window's clear, but he sprays a bit, and that kind of says it right back. How much do you risk here? There is enough. Blur has been pinpoint throughout this series for G2, and he puts us back in the 3 versus 3, even hand, even game. A split push rise on the far end, a bit of a rotation and a struggle with the drone, and oh, it's maybe the tensest moment that you got to try and get those rolled through. That will give a bit of the game. Mowgli's trying to find out the piece. They've put the pressure from the new hatch. They've slipped their way through. Alamau gets one. They're able to get the trade back in, but now with one needing to plant, rises to swing in. Pre-fires, gets it and Wolves! They will move across the upper bracket. They will keep themselves fighting, and G2 will fall down to the lower bracket at the vicious bite of the Wolves.
They might have won 15 maps in scrims, but that doesn't matter if you don't win it here today. 30 rounds, 2 maps, all the way to 15.
And there's an energy in the players and a joy in the French camp, and unfortunately not the same on the side of G2. Their run isn't over. It never really is with G2, and that's the problem right now, is they got to see what they can piece together. They chose this matchup, they chose this game. They have unfortunately been the deciders of their own fate, and now they got to see if they can rewrite it moving forward.
G2 will be done for today. They will be coming back tomorrow for that lower bracket run. Wolves, however, after just playing 30 rounds of this, are going to have to go back just later, trying to see if they can continue that upper bracket as well.
That's the part, that's the problem right now for Wolves, is their day isn't done. Obviously, they're in this situation because of how groups went, but for my money, that was a different Wolves to the Wolves that we've had in the groups. Their competitor later will be Lawson 1. And that's the sort of statement here, is how do you go from somebody you know very well to somebody that maybe you know the least of any other team in this tournament?
I'll definitely carry along the momentum they have been bringing so far, because that truly helped. As soon as the energy hit Wolves, there was almost no stopping them anymore. I'm excited for that matchup to be coming through. Wolves, they have surprised many. Let's see how far they can make it.
Well, we'll throw to a quick break before we're back with the desk.
I'm Nicholas Mortson, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends, to the Command Center. Can you believe it? Wolves taking down G2 Esports, a massive EU v EU clash. It was G2's team pick and still unable to bring down their opponents from the EU League. We are joined for yet another interview today, our second one of Six Invitational. Rise, I guess, head of the Wolves, the head of the pack. How do you call it? One pack?
Yeah, the one pack. I mean,
I'm
just the captain of the team, right? I mean, there's no. I'm just a wolf being
wolfing around
from the pack. That's it. Yeah, wolfing around. Yeah,
exactly.
Making owls.
And that was mostly Bibu though, looking at the game. But we have Demo and Extra Turka, of course, here with us to continue on. Gentlemen, you have any questions for our wonderful guest, Valentin?
Yeah, I'll kick things off. I wanted to ask, I mean, it seems like quite a deep question to go into straight away personally, but how big was the win against Liquid? Because obviously, you didn't have the best time in the groups. You beat Direwolves, but everybody else did. You got that big overtime clutch against Liquid in map 3. This game felt a little bit similar in some of those ways, but how big was that for the confidence coming into today?
I think, to be honest, like since even the event, even before SI, the objective was to reach a winner bracket. So Liquid was like the Liquid game was important in that way, right? It was also important considering how poorly we played in the groups in the early matches to get back some confidence. We had that with Direwolves, even though like I know like everybody beat them and stuff. It's still like the win that we needed to actually trust ourselves on the next one. So every win is important, and it started with Direwolves. Liquid was just like the concrete answer to okay, now we can actually like play as we do as usual and win, like overcome any situation against any team.
Is that the best win you think you guys have had as a team since you came together a year ago?
Well, it depends. I think the performance right now is decent. I think we need more to actually like reassure ourselves about our team play, like our level of gameplay, for the simple reason that it's been a year that we've been together, so we are expecting high results, and like it's not like we just like started playing last stage, right? So we need better than that, I think. So we still need better than that.
It took a moment to warm up, but P4 really got into it on map 2. How do you, because you have young players on the squad versus you and Bibu who have way more experience, how do you warm them up and keep them always, on their toes in a game as important as G2?
Well, it's it's always difficult to prepare the mindset of a player because it's really like it comes really to the individual. So by the time we know each other, we know what kind of stuff to say to each other, how they feel, how we want them to feel at that moment, right? So it's just like we're just helping each other on that point. I think we are a team who works a lot on the hype at the moment, and well, P4 is actually like an amazing shot caller. So even if he really showed up today on the scoreboard, I can assure you that he was like a super element, like a main element in the team in the previous games as well, because he gave like so many solutions. So I don't really need to pump up P4 just because of that. He's naturally like that. But yeah, it's a team spirit, and we try to like make it work every day.
Next step in 3.5 hours, you play against Lost One. How do you feel about that game? Anything that scares you?
I don't think so. I think we like LATAM styles. We do, actually, like for real. I believe actually G2 was playing kind of a LATAM style.
Agreed, yeah.
A bit of a Fred LATAM style, if I can say, because like we also took the opportunity for that. So I think if we do the same against the Lost One that we did against G2, I think it can work. Like I'm really confident in that game.
All right. Anything you'd like to say to Lost One before that game?
We're coming for you now.
There you go. Thank you very much, Rise, for joining us on the NLSS Command Center, our second interview for today. We're going to keep them coming as the day continues. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Now, let's continue with our post-game analysis, starting off with map 1 in the series. Went to Chalet. Ollie, your thoughts?
Chalet, this was, I think for me, looking back at it now, it really spelled out how the series was going to go. Very hard fought. Not much separating either of these two teams. In both maps, they actually achieved the same attacker-defense split in regulation time. These maps were extremely... we were expecting no less. Let's be honest, these two teams play inside of EUL. They know each other very well, and we were expecting that sort of a competition. For me, one of the players that stood out head and shoulders above the rest in the series and on Chalet was Mowgli. I think it's a great map for a player that has the play style of Mowgli. It suits his ability to rat out in a corner here or there.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And he did really well at that.
I think for Chalet, it's always going to be one of those maps that I think every team in EU is going to be comfortable with. We've seen that. I think EU very, very happy in that map to play it. And I think it does come down to gun skill a lot of the time for Chalet. I don't think it's the heaviest in terms of strategic. I think it's been the same for about the past 2 years. It's been the same strategy style. So it is about who shows up in the day. And if Mowgli starts off well, we know he finishes well.
The thing with Chalet is, as we know, the executes are fairly straightforward. They're fairly basic, and these teams can perform that, and you can do that at the same time as having big explosive plays. That's kind of what we saw on Chalet.
Well, that was Chalet map 1. Demo, you want to talk to us about something on the map?
Yeah, I seen something that I got a good buzz off, which, you know, I'm a bit of I'm a weird guy whenever it comes to Siege, because I look at the little things, okay? So we're going to be looking at overtime. This is the first round we had in overtime, in round number 13, and it's something so minute, but it's brilliant the way it's worked. And it's going to be highlighting how good Echo can be whenever you're put in a matchup where you are looking to go for their own game, which is something that Wolves were really, really active on. So we'll let it run for a bit. So there's going to be probably 3 things that we point out. First one's going to be Benja. Look where he is. He's down in towards Bar. He's obviously played a fantastic series. He's going to be down there on the Ash, hunting for the kills. Second thing then that we need to watch out for, it's going to be this guy right here, Alamau. He is on the Dokkaebi. If you don't know, Dokkaebi, her gadget is she can emit, a phone call to all of the defenders, and then you're going to have that emission of sound, and that helps you, of course, find where the roamers are. That was the go-to idea for G2. They seen they were struggling in terms of hunting the roamers. Okay, let's bring Dokkaebi, let's bring it in, give us a hand. But this is brilliant, and you probably didn't think of it at the time, but I definitely seen it. Benja's in Bar, but he has a friend. It's called a yokai drone. Whenever you get hit by the sonic burst, you will be disorientated, which he is right now. You can see the screen moving, and not only does your screen shake, it also, you don't hear anything. All you hear is just a big blast of sound. That is going to mask the sound of the Dokkaebi call. Look where the roamer is. He's right there, right beside him, inside the stock. You should be hearing it. At this stage, Benja should hear him, but he can't. He cannot hear him because he's stunned. He can't do anything. And I was thinking, okay, maybe they do know he's there. It kind of looked as if Benja was approaching as if he knew. But then I see this. Look at Benja's body shape. Look at the body shape. He's not looking to try and hold on the connector door. He's looking over here. He's looking to push in towards kitchen. I don't think they knew that there was a guy inside of Billards. And the reason why is he was stunned. They didn't hear the Dokkaebi call didn't work. There we go. He slips away still. Look how long that stun was. They should have heard him ages ago, but they just couldn't. And as we know then at this stage, again, for Wolves, they played it so well with the Echo using the roamers. I mean, look at this down here. What do you see? Look, another stun comes in. There he is. He's on the floor. He's on the carpet. They're still pestering him. They're still not giving G2 any breathing room. And then in we go, and all it takes is that first kill on Chalet. Easy as you like for Mowgli. Got away with it, but the support from Echo is second to none. Phenomenal, just little tidbit. Just a little tidbit. That's it.
Thank you very much, Demo. That's our telestration segment for map 1. We turn our attention to map 2 in our series, and that really went the distance. At some point, we're thinking, okay, Wolves have this under lock and key, but G2 came back. A beautiful clutch from Virtue, by the way, on Bakery that saved the day. 8-7 was the scoreline. Ollie, your thoughts?
One of the big problems in this one for G2 was certainly that opening pick. If we look at that second map of Cafe, it's a Chalet there, nearly caught me off guard. Something that we sort of commented on and brought up in the pre-game, Milosh, is that we felt like Wolves were losing a lot of engagements. We felt like they were really struggling to compete in the gunfight, in the gun skill department and winning those engagements. And that's going to come if you have a bit of a ropey group stage. But something that was there at full force today was those engagements, and it was the gun skill from Wolves. They did such a great job. Cafe is a map that it relies so heavily on that entry. It relies so heavily on being able to go out there and effectively win those gunfights, and so much comes down to tiny details. Very exciting game. Lots of plant-focused siege as well, which is always nice to see, as we do know that Cafe is more of a retake sort of orientated map.
Yeah, I think Cafe, like Ollie said, gun skill is kind of where it's very strange to see both of these teams just go at it. There's not a lot of strategy involved. It's just who is going to show up on the day. Ollie mentioned before that we thought Wolves were a little bit slow in terms of everyone but Mowgli was struggling to win gunfights. Today, everyone stepped up, which is the difference, and that's just what it takes. Doesn't matter how you've played in the past. It all depends on how you show up on the day, and that is so true for Wolves here today. I think it's a massive win for them. I think the confidence it's out the building now. That's how massive it is for these guys to get this win.
Well, you could see how much confidence they had. BB was extremely loud.
I was sitting in the back.
Some of the timeouts that were taken by G2. Fabian's coming in, and Fabian isn't bringing an immense amount of energy. He's just giving very controlled, calm, sort of
positive, very positive,
very encouraging. And at the end, you know, it's like, let's get the energy up. Come on, we can do this. And that's great. That's what you need out of a timeout. But when you've got Bibu screaming his head off on the other side of the curtain, and that's all you can hear, it's no wonder that Wolves had that energy and had that confidence. As we can see there, we can see P4 at the top. Again, hasn't had the best time in groups, but it really doesn't matter because he showed up today.
Every single player from Wolves is above 10 kills. I don't think I've ever seen that.
No.
Have you ever seen a match where every single player is above double digits?
Especially not Wolves.
We might need to get that checked, but that might be a first. For me, anyway. So that's incredible. That sums it up for Wolves. Everyone stepped up today when it mattered.
Very well done. Wolves Esports breaking down G2. We all thought that G2 had the upper hand, that they played so well in the groups, and they did 100%. But going to this, maybe overconfidence was the key, and Wolves were able to capitalize on their opponent's overconfidence. Maybe cockiness sometimes. It happens, especially in big tournaments. The biggest one of them all here, of course, the World Championship at 6 Invitational. Though, here's our update for the bracket now. The top side of it, the two first sets of games are done. OXG have defeated Heroic, and they move on after 2-0 against M&M. That'll be in just a few hours from now, 3 or so. G2 versus Wolves, that ended with a Wolves victory. They'll be playing against Lost One. Wolves, that is. G2 and Heroic both drop down to the lower bracket, and Heroic will be playing Space Station. As for G2, they'll be going up against FaZe Clan. There you go. That is it, though, gentlemen. Thank you so very much. Thank you to Rise for having joined us here on the Deaths for our interview. We'll take a quick break and then set you up for our next two games for this day: Sonics and Dark Zero, and BDS versus W7M.
Commentating the grand final of the Pro League 7, it was amazing.
To see a Brazilian team with a great chance to be the winner of this tournament was an unforgettable moment for me.
I remember that every time we have some international events on the Pro League, we have Liquid and FaZe Clan traveling. On that time, we faced a big problem in the international events, and that problem was called Penta.
Grand final time! Team Liquid versus Penta Sports EU Latin America. Big map 1. Let's get the show on the road.
Penta was the best thing at the time, and it was a pleasure, an honor to play against them on a final.
Even us from Brazil, we are saying, okay, Penta is there, they're gonna be winning this. In our minds, in our heart, we consider ourselves on that time as underdogs. So imagine underdog going against the best team in the world. Everyone had some fear. It's Penta. How are you gonna beat Penta?
Zig has to carry this here, or else Liquid will go, but no, Jonas will get the final shot, a headshot on the IQ, and a 5-1 victory in map number 1, Penta Sports.
In the first map, we started to see that Penta was going to win again. It was a little bit frustrating for us because all those years seeing the Brazilian team's goals on the finals and always get the second place was a little bit frustrating for us.
Sexy Cake though will drop 1, 2 kills though, a flurry for Liquid. Let's go, guy gets 1. Zip with 1 more. They're on fire. Pengu, last man alive here, but he gets shot from the side. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Liquid, they survive. alive, and we'll see a third map.
And then everything started to go pretty well for Team Liquid, and the hype was real, you know.
Liquid almost going down, they bring it back in. The energy on this team is absolutely insane.
We already know they are very good, but we trust ourselves, we trust our work. Let's just play as a team and let's have some fun. That's all we came for.
One more map separates us. We actually got all the way through. I was so scared that it would just end in a 2-0. It was so
honestly
close.
Should have with how Penta played that round.
32 seconds left on the clock as Ness will get one more. He'll get the second one as well. The drop. And Bullet with the last one. Penta on the floor. Oh my God. This is getting close. Buck has already opened the wall in the back, and Team Liquid, they're one round away from being crowned the new champions of Pro League.
This could be history in the making.
Sexy Cake peeks, but Bull will get the kill on Goga. Here's the cleanup from Sexy Cake, 2 alive, Pengu and Fabian. Everybody from Team Liquid concentrating their efforts. You see everybody, every single one of the players here concentrating on the one kill that they need. Have they run out? Yes, they will! Liquid, they win! Latin America, Penta goes down!
I was pretty emotional in this moment. All my body was shaking, and it was a dream come true, you know.
It was the first moment that we have the biggest prize in Rainbow Six from that time.
We became a strong region after that. The victory was a game changer for everyone in Brazil.
This trophy and this victory is such a massive thing, even 4.5 years later.
That moment was unique for me because we lost so many games against Pentas, so it was like a little bit of revenge in a good way and a redemption for the Brazilians, you know. It was a magical moment.
Welcome back, friends, to the Analyst Desk. We're here to set you up for our next 2 games, and it sets you up in a positive light, right? Imagine it that way. Hello, I'm Elsemitic, your host. With me on the Analyst Desk, join me for the first time this Invitational, or my North American colleagues, Jesse and Jacob. Hello.
It's good to be here, Milos. We've been dodging you the last couple of play days, hey?
Not intentionally, I swear to God. It's not. We don't dislike you, I swear.
He was dodging me on purpose last night. That was more because
there's a little game going on.
Yeah, he was trying to roast 2 weeks ago. Even you celebrated too early, Jesse.
The Oilers let me down.
Yeah, well, they let everybody down. Don't worry. Canadiens also are used to it. Anyways, back to the Sonics and Dark Zero. We're focused on North America here. Of course, we have our 2 North American analysts to talk about it. Now, what do these 2 have to offer? Because it seems like they played against one another 1,000,001 times in the NAL.
Yeah, of course, they're going to be very familiar as 2 North American opponents, and I think it's worth noting that the Sonics had the first choice in opponent when it came down to picking who they wanted to play against. They got to choose of all the 3 seeds except for the one team that was already in their group. Basically, they chose Dark Zero as their opponent. So clearly, they're feeling good about this matchup. They know these guys on the other side of the stage. They're going to feel comfortable, hopefully, going up against them, and so it should be very exciting to see what Sonics have in mind for their Dark Zero opponents.
I mean, given an opportunity to go against a domestic opponent, one that you've faced tons of times before, and one that doesn't seem like they're nearly at the top of their game, and a team that has a rookie that you maybe can find a weakness to exploit here or there, it seemed like the most sensible choice for the Sonics to go with DZ. And given the amount of times they've faced each other over the past couple of years, even if the team composition and who's eye gelling has gone through some changes over the past several months just by itself, I think it's still definitely going to be a good game.
Yeah.
The NA Classic, as some would call it in many a ways.
Well, it's becoming an NA Classic. It might not be there just yet, but we're definitely getting there. I think you can look at an SSG-TSM rivalry as maybe one that's been going on for a bit longer, but I think when we're talking in just a domestic context, this rivalry in particular is one that continues to take different twists and turns every month or so.
The All-American, as they like to say, between these 2 squads, both Sonics and Dark Zero. And they've got a couple of star players as well, Jacob. I know you wanted to dive in on these guys.
Yeah, specifically Citizen coming into the team, everyone was wondering how exactly is he going to fit? Is it going to be an instantaneous sort of thing? But up against NJR, I was surprised looking at the statistical difference. Now, obviously, if you're looking at the numbers by themselves, especially on KD and on entry, it may look a little bit fewer, just by a bit, because the Sonics have only played 8 maps compared to the 12 or 11 that Dark Zero have played so far.
Yeah.
So if it looks a little bit down, it's not a huge deal, but NJR has stepped up in such a big way, and that he's becoming the player that we all knew he could be back in his DG days, back when he was playing in the underage leagues, when he was getting called up and everyone was hyping him up to be that player. He is that player right now, and he's doing it on ace on attack for the most part.
Yeah, important for these stats. Sonics have played the third least amount of rounds out of any team so far at this tournament. Dark Zero, the third most amount of rounds of any team at this tournament. So there might be a little bit more footage on DZ that Sonics can hope to exploit, but of course, you know, that doesn't mean that DZ don't have a little more up their sleeve still.
Well, yesterday we sat down with Sonics and asked them a few questions, so let's see what they had to say.
Me and my team performance was really good in my opinion. A couple of issues that we had, but we resolve them each match we play. We just make sure that none of these issues resurface and we'll be better next time. For me personally, the expectation that we can expect is I want to play W7M. I think, you know, our play style against theirs will be really good. I think they've been struggling against a couple of things, so I think if we do get them, we could put up a good fight and make it a good game. I think the thing that we'll try and improve is obviously that post-plant. Post-plant is not too good at the minute, especially against Owl, so definitely get that up, and our communication and teamwork, just keep that as top as it can be and we'll be fine. I think the biggest threat obviously is Liquid. I think even though they've been playing quite bad or poor recently, I think they're still a team to watch. You don't know what they could do. They've been playing well the whole year. I don't think they'll just let themselves down at the end now, so I think they'll be the ones to watch. The way we'll prepare is we'll be a bit more stricter in terms of like what we want to play and how we want to play to make sure like everything is perfect and there's no gaps. And, you know, we'll go into this playoffs with full confidence, make sure our issues are resolved and try and beat everyone we can. Well, guys, all I'm going to say is NA needed to bring over a Brit to win Invite, and that's the way it's looking. Just be ready for me.
And that is the Sonics. They've been going through pretty well, I have to say, here in the group stage, and well, they move on to a pretty comfortable position, especially considering the fact that Citizen is now in the squad. A last-minute change, many would say, that's proved very fruitful for the squad.
Yeah, NA needs a Brit to come win a hammer. We'll see about that. Yet to be decided, but certainly I think Sonics are looking very good for North America. One Brit on the team or not. Of course, Citizen has had a fantastic group stage as well. 14-2 on the entry, a 7.0 entry ratio. Insane. I believe one of the highest that we had through the group stage. Also been performing throughout the team. So really impressive stuff from Citizen so far.
Yeah, just from a compositional point of view, everyone on Sonics is playing the role that they were born for, the one that it feels like really accentuates their skill set. Gio's in the backline calling, playing support in exactly the same way that he was doing on TSM. Citizen is coming in doing Citizen things. Back when he played for G2, when he played for Na'Vi, we know from a mechanical standpoint, no one's really going to touch him, and he made his case as the best player in Europe and perhaps even one of the best players in the world over the past year or two. And then the big three core for this team, Citizen, Rexon, Grixer, and then you've got Gunnar, and we wondered if Gunnar's skill set would be utilized appropriately, but it seems like he's had more time to settle in with the roster. He's doing great on a vertical position. He's played primarily Sledge at this event, and he's also got the personality to really bring this team up. I think if you look at everyone on this squad and wonder if they would work together, you'd look at it and first glance think, how do all of these guys mesh together well in a room? The answer is, so far, they've only dropped 2 maps.
Well, that's Sonics, but what about their opponents on the other side, Dark Zero? They also answer some questions. What did they say? What was it? I don't know.
I don't feel great about our performance. Obviously, I'm very confident in what we can do, but I think we've identified our issues, and if we can fix those, then we'd compete with anyone here. I'm very confident in our opponent in Sonics. I think in scrims, our maps have always been very close with them. I think, obviously, Dark Zero is very famous for their prep work. I think we can really prepare ourselves well for that game, so very confident. Our biggest improvements going into playoffs are definitely going to be our pacing on attack and our late rounds on defense. People love to underestimate us, and we keep proving them wrong, so watch out. We don't see anyone as a threat. No one scares us.
And Dark Zero, Sonics' opponent. This is, as we said, becoming an NA Classic. What can they bring with now NJR leading the squad.
Yeah, NJR has been kind of their star player. I think a very underrated guy who's been growing on the team for a very long time. They picked him up as an entry fragger a couple of years back, and he didn't really work out in that role. They've moved into more of a support area. He's been very good on the smoke, had a huge couple of clutches just a few days ago against M80, including the game-winning round. So he's been very consistent for the team, certainly their highest-rated player, and we're excited to see what he can do here today.
Obviously, a big concern for Dark Zero is not finishing these games quickly. Even if they were to win, it's going to go sometimes the full 15. I think they had that matchup against Secret was 43 out of the maximum 45 rounds you can have. So if they have an advantage, they need to capitalize on it quickly, end that bad boy before it has the chance to go extra rounds. And I also think from a map pool perspective, as much as they've liked Border and they've picked it a couple times so far, that's probably where I have the biggest concern. Just don't go to Border again and you might have more openings.
Now, yesterday I put out a stat on Twitter about the tactical timeouts for Dark Zero. And listen, I'm human. Everybody makes mistakes. The stat was wrong.
Oof.
Quickly corrected by Twitter, and we got that figured out. However, I wanted to really set the record straight because these two coaches have been the best two coaches throughout the entire group stage at calling those tac timeouts and converting them into a win. They both have a 100% win rate directly after they took those tactical timeouts. Only one other coach through the group stage was able to do that. That was Igor, coach of W7M, who coincidentally is also going to be playing very shortly on the B stream. So if you want to watch both streams, there's plenty of time to watch the coaches and get some great tac timeouts going. But both these squads obviously have been very consistent. Goddess for the Sonics and of course Mint for Dark Zero. They've been coaching their teams all year long, and I think undoubtedly they've gotten a lot of respect as being some of the best coaches inside of all of North America.
Then let's see what our coaches help the teams to go for map veto-wise. We'll bring that up on the screen. There it is. Jacob helps out.
Okay, I think we're out of the phase of Sonic's permabanning Cafe, because that used to be what they'd always take off first, and now we're at a point where they're allowing other teams to pick it against them. They have played it once so far at this tournament, and they won it when it was played previously. Dark Zero thinking that they have a couple of other options to best them on it, and as far as their own preference goes, it is still relatively high. It's just very, very weird seeing Sonics go to Cafe in any serious context still.
After that, we're going to have a Border being picked up by Sonics. They're on a 3-game win streak on that map. They beat SSG back in Stage 2, Mirage in Stage 3, and then BDS in the Youngshipping semi-finals. And for Dark Zero, that's a map they got a 4-game losing streak on. 2 back in Stage 2, 2 more at SI against both Heroic and FaZe. So a lot of odds on DZ for that one. I'm sure Sonics have been prepping it.
Yeah, and if for some reason we need Clubhouse, that's a map I would call Sonic's highest preference map. If they're able to go to it as often as possible, they're always going to try. Dark Zero themselves also like it a lot, but both teams over the course of the past year only sitting at just above a 50% win rate if you factor all of their maps in for all of 2022. So it'll be interesting if we require a Clubhouse, but again, we might not get there depending on how Cafe goes.
All right, thank you very much, wonderful analysts. Let's toss it to our casters. It's the wonderful Blue and Stokes. Enjoy.
My first initial reaction from when I saw the Sense trailer, I was kind of like confused at like what the ability first did. It looked like a really cool concept. It's like a smoke, but it like pans out like really far.
My first time playing Sense, I remember I was playing on Vela and on Study Bot, and I just sensed all of Study and ran in maps and planted the bomb and just ran back. People were just got confused. It makes like a noise and like just walls and bouncing everywhere.
The first like real map I thought about like when I first saw Sense come out, I thought about Oregon a lot because with Sense you could really cut off a lot of like the crossfires.
I think is Oregon, the kids' bomb site. So you can split the bomb in the middle and go plant. It's so easy and so powerful.
Was Team Park, because it's a map where there's like long angles, it's like a lot of crossfires. And like that wall is like blocks off the enemy's line, so they can hold crossfires.
The best way to deal with Sense is definitely Warden, because he can see through smokes and flashes. Also, another way to deal with Sense is impacts. When you impact the Sense gadget, it destroys it, that part of the wall, and you can see through it.
My favorite like spot to use Sense is probably Oregon Kids, since when you want to try to like go in through the trophy door, you have like 4 different angles on you, so if, with like a Sense lineup, you can cover like almost all the angles with like just one.
On Chalet, there's like a drone outside dining. You can cut off like half of dining room and plant behind the dining table. So you just have a glass, as we showed like on game day against FaZe, but it didn't work out very well.
The player I'd trust the most in a 1 versus 5, I think I would trust Dream the most in a 1 versus 5. But from this event, I feel like Vert has been really pulling rounds out of thin air. So I guess I would say for this event, Vert.
Oh, player I'd count on the most clutch in a 1v5. In our team. No one. We suck.
The person I would trust the most is obviously Rexon, because he's done it at this event. So if I saw anyone do it again, it'd probably be him.
But probably me, actually. Probably me.
1v5, Wolves for sure. He done it this before against Chicho.
I think it will be maybe surprising, but I would say Bride, for sure.
Probably, and I hate to say this, Users, because he's got ice in the veins.
The person I would trust the more in the 1v5 is Maya. Like, he did the 1v4 against BDS, so what can I say? He's the man.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to our matchups. BDS versus W7M is about to begin. I think one that a lot of teams and a lot of players out there and a lot of viewers have been expecting very, very closely to see. BDS versus W7M. Welcome back again to our command center, the analyst desk. I'm Alice Dominic, your host. With me on the analyst desk are my wonderful APAC commentators and analysts. Please join in welcoming Mandy and Mr. Dev Marta. Good morning, well, good afternoon. How are you doing today?
Afternoon. Oh my gosh, it is the afternoon already, isn't it? Yeah, doing good, doing good. Feeling nice and chill for day one, stage 2.
I don't know how you can be chill when we know what game we're about to be watching. This is BDS versus W7M, the world number 1 versus the world number 2. This is grand final material right here.
No, it's not.
Come on, get off it. World number 1 versus world number 2. BDS, the team who's won everything except for a 6 Invitational, and W7M, the team that hasn't actually won anything outside of Brazil.
Look, with the scores that we've had so far in the tournament, I don't think anybody can call who can be in the grand final. I'll just give it to you straight like that, James. So now, let's introduce our team's production. Who do we have up first?
Our performance in the group stage have been quite good, but I think we could have done better. We work a lot on the communication recently that we were lacking of. We need to be more consistent on gunfight as well. So in the first game in the playoff, we played W7M. To be honest, we are very excited to play that match. First of all, because it's a rematch from last major in the best of 3, so we really want to win that. And second, if we win that match, every opponent will be scared of us, and we want that, so let's go. I think the thing we will try to improve is the way we play the game. I think we were too shy in the group stage. In the playoff, we'll try to express our game style like much better, to be maybe more aggressive. Yeah, that's it. In the playoff, I think a lot of teams can do good, but to be honest, we are afraid of anyone. So we'll just play our game and try to beat everyone and win the whole thing. Obviously, in the group stage, we kinda didn't know what the opponent were doing. Like for example, we got surprised by Cyclops, for example, because we didn't know what they were doing. They changed some stuff, so it was a bit surprising, and we played bad at the same time. Right now, for the playoff, I think we have more footage of how teams are playing, how they are reacting to stuff. So we'll be more than ready, and obviously we are playing much better. So we are expecting to do a good playoff run. So to all the playoff team, get ready, because we are.
And that's BDS, who've had immense success, especially for considering the second half of 2022, culminating in their victory at the Jönköping Major, our final one for the year in November. James, fill us in on the squad so far at the Invitational.
Well, BDS are on a championship winning streak. It's not just the Jönköping Major. They won $800,000 at Gamers 8. They won the Japan Invitational. They won the Jönköping Major. Then they won EU Finals. The only real thing left to win is an SI, and it's the only thing, if they did manage to win it, that could break the prize money they won at G8. But it's been a bit of a slow start. As Alems mentioned, the opening game, they lost to Cyclops, which was a big surprise, not just for them, but for a lot of people watching.
Yeah, I think for BDS, though, this is a pretty exciting Six Invitational for them. Throughout the year, they've had a change to their leadership style. In bringing on Leaky Fact, not only has he brought on this incredible front line, but he's also brought on another voice for calling and for giving them opportunities. While Alems is a bit more macro and strategy, you have Leaky Fact, who's been able to capitalize on a lot of opportunities in the server.
Well, a player that everybody likes to talk about, you see him on the screen here for you, it's Shaiko. He's all right.
He's all right. This is the best Six Invitational performance of all time, Gassan. Technically, there's only one time a player at SI has ever had a better overall rating. It was Nesk in 2018, but he only played half the games that Shaiko has. And just look at that. The #1 rating in the tournament, the most kills in the tournament, most kills per round, the highest KD ratio, and the most opening kills. Shaiko is a statistical anomaly. He's simply built different. Any round he doesn't get a kill is a genuine surprise. And the next highest rated on his team is Brede with a 1.01.
Not just that as well, but Shaiko is one of those players that, look, he's a little bit on the mature side of players nowadays. You get these like 20-year-old gunners absolutely zooming through the server, but this guy, nah, he is yet to be usurped by the Zoomer 20-year-olds. He's still in it.
And shout out to our the graphics department, by the way. Camille is doing a great job with our graphics, so thank you again. They look incredible, as you saw. Best SI performance, but on the other side, it's W7M. Let's see what they have to say.
I'm confident for the performance of the team. I had a good performance, but we had one mistake against Koi, so we have punished, but no problem. We play against BDS in major Yokoping. We play against in the group stage. We have 2 good matches against them, so we're confident, but we know it's a difficult opponent. I think BDS is a good team. M&M playing very well in the group stage, but the playoff is different, so I don't know. Sonics have a good team, and G2 and Koi, I think. Our preparation started 1 year ago because we're fighting for that, so we're ready for this. Now for the playoffs, we need correct few mistakes, that's it. A gente está preparado, a gente sabe do que a gente quer aqui, a gente sabe no que a gente errou, então a gente está confiante, a gente vai tentar trazer essa marreta aí pro Brasil.
And that is W7M Esports. They were close at the top, held #1 for a couple of days, but then that got pulled from right under them by M&M in the group. Andy, what can you tell me about the squad? How are they now going into playoffs?
Y'all know, okay, you guys in the green room know that these guys, one of my favorite teams. I've loved W7M. I love the way that they play the game. These guys, they're the young gunners and they want to take over the old guard here at this international scene. 2022 was an incredible year for them. They appeared consistently at international events. Not only that, but they were in the playoffs of most international events as well. But it's just about making that next step to become champions. And really, for this roster, they are so young. They are so young and they're still developing, and having Julio in that roster now, closing that maturity gap to what BDS are and mentoring them has been really helpful.
Well, a highlight player on the squad, who would it be?
That's exactly who Mandy's just been talking about. It is Julio. Polar opposite to what we were talking about with Shaiko. Julio is the ultimate support player, and he is the second most experienced player in Rainbow Six history. He has played the second most maps in his Tier 1 career of any player. The only one to surpass him is Nesk. And on top of that, he also has, during the SI tournament so far, the best survival rate and the lowest kills per round. So he's not getting kills, he's getting plants. That's what it's all about for Julio. He knows his role and he fulfills it to perfection.
And that is, I guess, the main difference that we have in between Shaiko and Julio. And the question is, how does that translate in the server between these two? And our map ban is going to be extra important between two hard hitters like that. The top in Brazil, W7M, and the best in Europe in BDS. 4 bans out first. Start with Club. But Mandy, do you want to follow us through on the pick and ban?
This one's pretty interesting to me. I think that generally through the picks, both of them have got pretty strong strengths in Clubhouse and Cafe. I think for W7M to take BDS to Clubhouse is actually a little ambitious. I think BDS in recent history have got pretty good performance on it. In comparison, W7M have dropped the ball a little bit on this map, but they must know something that we don't if they're taking us there.
Yeah, for me, it's come down to W7M having to make the call between target banning Skyscraper, which they did do, very good map for BDS, or going to Cafe, which is a good map for both teams. We're going to be starting on Clubhouse, which is a good map for both teams. Starting on Clubhouse, BDS actually already have a 4-game win streak on Clubhouse, so W7M are feeling confident that they have enough material, enough VODs, that they can counter-strat that. But when we do go to map 2, which is a pretty decent map for W7M as well, that's a 6-match winning streak for BDS.
Well, let's see how the series will go. Seems like from both of what you were saying, W7M and BDS are well matched in many ways. So thank you very much, Mandy and James. Our casters are ready. It's Intero and Pengu. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Desk, and I am ready for what could have been a finals matchup, and still could be a finals matchup.
Technically speaking, still could be, yeah.
Because then one would go into the lower bracket and then need to do that miracle run through the lower bracket. I am very excited for this matchup, and I am even more excited now that we've got good maps for both of these teams. Nick.
Yeah, the thing about group stage is that teams are going to be hiding maps and playing maybe a wider variety of map pool to show how strong they can be, rather than their absolute best maps. Now as the pressure's on, we're going to see them pick their highest preference, and both of these teams, they kind of overline where they like to play at, and that's why you're going to see both teams liking all 3 maps in this matchup.
You've got 2 of the best players in this entire event here, but for different reasons, as the desk showed you. Shaiko is basically atop every single offensive category. Julio is on top of most of the support categories. So here you have a team that in BDS has the top fragger, but they've also got Bride, who consistently battles towards the top and isn't near the bottom of most of those support categories. He himself has been absolutely phenomenal for BDS when it comes to objective play and it comes to executes. Can he match up to Julio? Will BDS be able to make space for Bride? EFAC and Shaiko have been so good on entry, and they have consumed teams, eaten them alive on defense.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's kind of where this story is going to be made. It's going to be on that entry. League EFAC and Shaiko up against W7M. It's a very different story. Sure, we know W7M, they can shoot back. They play a very aggressive style of Rainbow Six Siege, but that can easily be punished by the likes of entries from BDS, and that could really be what makes a difference, especially on this opening map of Clubhouse, because building that man advantage can really get you far. The vote getting closer and closer as we progress this tournament. 57-43. It's not an easy one to predict.
BDS versus W7M coming down to the wire in a Twitter poll. What is this? Vitality versus Furia? Or no, it wasn't Furia. It was BRK.
It was BRK.
Vitality versus BRK in the infamous the infamous invite Twitter poll.
That was spicy.
You should run it again. Don't worry, Elon's gotten rid of all the bots. That's why I get random DMs for Bitcoin every single day.
Hey.
Those are definitely real people. They care about my investments, and they want to see me flourish. Operator bans coming in and on Clubhouse. This is somewhat of a rarity.
Yeah, double Heartbreaker ban on Clubhouse in 2023. This is one of the first times we've seen it so far, and it's going to be Maverick and the Hibana, so this almost looks like a Clubhouse game from like 9 months in the past, but no, it's going to be in this current meta game of Rainbow Six Siege. Alibi. Jinx.
We rehearsed this.
We got this down to the T. Mira as the last defender, no surprise there. Both BDS and W7M, they play this operator on pretty much every single bomb site. When you extend either across the map or above from that basement or bar bomb site onto that gym area on top floor. So one thing that's going to be important to look at is going to be the bandit on both the CCTV, if we see that bomb site, gym defense, as well as basement. With Maverick being gone, it's going to be more difficult to open up these walls if there's a bandit battery or a Kai Claw on it. And of course, the counter to that are going to be those EMPs from Thatcher or secondary EMPs from those flex operators like the Osa, like the Lion, etc. And it makes perfect sense that we'll see both the bandit and the Thatcher in the opening round, both teams paying respect to that strategical element here in Clubhouse. And that's pretty much how you play this map, right? It's always about opening up the right walls in the right way at the right time to apply pressure to the bomb site. But before you get there, there's going to be a room you gotta clear first.
Quick question, what about the left walls?
The left walls don't matter, Parker. It's all about the right walls in this case, okay? The left walls are irrelevant. Although,
it was a joke.
I know it was a joke. I didn't have an answer for it.
5 seconds. I'm sure you probably are speechless by most of what I say. That's fine.
You are a fantastic talker, Parker.
Not today.
Not
with how I sound today. I sound like I have a frog in my throat. I am well, if you're asking. I get sinus infections in the winter, that's it. It happens. Usually get one every single year. And guess when it decided to show up? So,
yeah.
Nothing a little tea can't cure. And you know what else? Spicy foods.
So have a bunch of spicy foods and tea. Yeah, great combination.
You want to exercise your demons. Ooh! Hey. Hold on a second here. W7M are very quickly in the building. 30 seconds. Not only is the first kill come in, and it's on to Shaiko playing that bandit above, but now Alems is gone as well. W7M are hunting them down. Logic Bomb will go out. Brede falls. W7M have all but a single kill in the first 45 seconds. JV with diffuser in hand, it's getting planted. Volps is the only casualty. The Brazilian squad overpowering BDS. EFAC was above roaming. He gets back to the bomb site, gets a single pick. Diffuser will continue to run away. Nitro Cell goes down, but Herd seals the deal. W7M take a minute to give us their very first round.
They're setting the pace. I spoke to Demo last night about how to play Rainbow Six Siege at its highest level, and we both came to the conclusion that when you're on the attacking side, if you can go really fast on some of these maps like Border, like Clubhouse, etc., that is a show of brilliancy from these teams because it means you have effective droning network to get inside the building quickly and the confidence and the leadership to make that decision and just commit 4 kills in 20 seconds for W7M. That's the entire round gone.
There's no way that you started that sentence off with how much you've been raked through the coals for the whole, hi, I'm Nicholas, you might know me as Pengu. What do? There's no way you went to Demo to talk about what it's like to play.
I needed help with the first 20 seconds because I had the last 20 seconds covered.
By the way, some stats coming in for you. Alibi is Shaiko's most played operator, and he has a 62% win rate. This is a deliberate target ban against Shaiko. And in the olden days, Shaiko actually used to play a lot of Hibana as well. Not so much lately. Yana's been his operator of choice on attack, but very obviously targeted by W7M to try and knock Shaiko off of his stride. The good thing for Shaiko is that while he doesn't play as versatile an operator lineup like EFAC does, every single operator that Shaiko plays on, he tends to do well on.
Yeah.
You take Ash away from him, okay, he'll play Hibana, he'll play Yana, he'll play whatever he needs to, and he'll still beat you with it. So we'll see if W7M have discovered some of the secret sauce with this Alibi ban.
Used to be that back when Melusi first came out and was played very commonly in pro play, Shaiko would always bring Melusi on defensive side, and everyone started target banning in ranked and FPL and Pro League, etc. Shaiko just needs one operator who can play well, and then that gets banned another one. As you said, doesn't need the depth of League effect. Shaiko usually tends to do well on any particular operator, as long as they have a good gun. I like this from W7M. They're gonna fuse charge the wall, force the bandit off it. That way they can save their grenade charges from... Ooh! It gets the kill as well!
Wow!
Lemsh!
Alright, now I've seen it all.
Successful. Also, Julio did not get tricked on that exothermic charge. He just saved it. So, really good value gain from W7M. Getting a kill in this scenario is absolute best case. And I mean, Lem's gonna be scratching his head on that one. Probably didn't expect it. It's extremely rare.
Did you expect it?
I mean, I can see it, right? Like we can see all the operators being played.
Okay, before that, Mr. Pedant.
No, I would have never guessed that you would bring a fuse for this. It's extremely rare to see, and even more so, using it so effectively.
The two maps that we tend to see a fair bit of fuse on when he does show up, and when I say fair bit of fuse, I mean like maybe a round or two at absolute most, are Clubhouse and Cafe, and what are the two maps that we will play no matter what?
Well, that's Clubhouse and Cafe.
That's correct. The changes to fuse obviously make him more versatile. If you haven't watched in a while, that cluster charge now goes through solid walls. Not every wall, just reinforced walls, I should probably specify.
Yeah.
Better with my words in this cast.
So people are gonna come for you, be like, actually, technically wrong. Reinforceable walls. KC finds Renshi. That's gonna be a window kill for him. 5 on the board. This fuse doing so much damage.
I mean, keep in mind that prior to Ace coming in, that AK was trapped on Fuse. Shaiko now on Jaeger to contend. Oh, wait! He pulls off a miraculous kill towards Construction. He's on a tiny bit of HP. He just misses out on KZ, who he'd felled earlier. The KZ can get back to safety. Shaiko's a single bullet away. They just need to find it from W7M. Julio now engaged in a gunfight towards these main stairs. Herd's phenomenal, but Brede takes out Shaiko technically. Now, it's all up to Brede.
They're so far away, though.
Dispatched and only 13 seconds to go. W7M will need to get to the bomb site. Brede can clutch this out quite easily. We've seen him do it before and on this part of the map, but Volts has some kind of magic. W7M up 2-0.
No diffuser for W7M. They had to go for kills. Brede might not have known that. And the breach on that bathroom wall might have been his demise. Thought he had cover, but he didn't. The long lines of sight from construction door shuts him down. Brede was in a perfect position for that run to be clutched for him, but again, the coordination from W7M, one of their biggest strengths as a team. Both push at the same time, denying Brede any space on the map. I will say the Shaiko flick to that construction window jump in is absolutely incredible. Bomb site rotation from BDS. They're just trying to figure something out that will work because Basement didn't do it, Jim didn't do it. CCTV is a tough one to play. Asami is open, so if you're to play that CCTV bomb site, I think it would be in this matchup. Mavericks banned off the board, Hibana's banned off the board. Both the Asami and the Bandit are available to you. It's not gonna get much better than that with the operator bans at least.
10 seconds left.
There will be bar instead. Upstairs hold, of course. No mirror, as BDS banned that operator themselves. That means the top floor hold is going to be a little bit weaker.
Attacker's objective is to
W7M, they got the operators to deal with it. The Lion and the Dokkaebi both playing around the execute. The grenades from KC striking 2 in round number 1. The fuse explosive in round number 2.
Yeah, both of these first kills, Nick, have not been direct action involving bullets.
No, it's been utility.
It's been, yeah, it's been explosives. Always fun when that happens. Could be a Nitro Cell as your first kill as well, but it just means that these initial engagements are not direct. They're not head-to-head. It also means that W7M are playing a little bit safer if they're not risking a possible trade, and that's not what's happened. In fact, in both rounds, W7M have not just gotten that opening pick, but also the second to follow.
I mean, if we look back 2 rounds, we spoke about how BDS's injury stats on Shaiko and League Effect, that's like the winning key factors for them. W7M, that could be a problem, but they're playing around it. They're just setting up, playing extremely structured in the first minute and a half, building a lead for themselves and just holding on to it. They're not giving BDS the gunfight that they seek at any moment or at any point.
Oh, this could be a very quick stage plan. Smokes have been tossed out from Julio. 1 logic bomb remaining. In goes the nade. KZ, another kill. Down goes the Lems, but Shaiko will keep it close. A kill of his own on the Herds playing by construction window. It's a trade for both teams.
A mini execute to force BDS to move on the map. The Gunsmoke team's a kill. The smoking is now spent from W7M. Planting is now going to be more difficult than before.
Oh, down goes Volps and KZ will follow. BDS now have the big upper hand. And confounded W7M is by this bomb site. How much bar stage has been played? They really shouldn't be in that much of a problem with the tackling the bomb site, but it definitely did seem like the goal was get the plant down as quickly as possible. Julio with diffuser in hand goes for objective play, and like that, they might have surrendered the first pick, but BDS gets every single one after that, and they're finally on the board.
Clubhouse as a map tied second most in how much has been played. It's gonna be, actually technically, with this one, it's the 15th time it's been played. That overtakes Bank, so it is the second highest. Border, of course, being the most played map in Invitational so far, with 16 plays, so just 1 single more than that of Clubhouse. BDS needed that round, and again, it's because they fight back and they engage in these gunfights aggressively. W7M, they just want to execute. Open up walls, windows, assert phantom pressure. And again, the smoke grenade mini execute. It could look like a fake planned attempt, but seems like W7M changed their minds. They just kind of threw those smoke grenades, hoped BDS would do something with it. And then KC opens up that window on Jim, master bedroom, gets line of sight, gets a kill and some damage. But they didn't find as much as they might have wanted to. Couldn't act upon it further. No more smokes, no second plant that Tim could realistically go down. So basement it is again. Extensive roam up above. Again, no mirror available. You have to just take your gunfights. Jammers, of course, to slow down the drones of W7M, deny them information. But let's recall what happened last time. It was a fast execute from W7M, dirt tunnel, blue stairs, hatch drop. And it worked flawlessly. Only lost a single member. BDS, they are playing much closer to the bomb site this time. W7M, they got a more structured lineup. The Capital doesn't signify a rush, but rather a roam clear into an execute.
Yeah, round number 1, they picked off Shaiko with that nade, and then they hunted down Alems, and it was a very disjointed set of off-site play. EFAC, I think, was there for backup on the main floor. Whether he'd started on the top floor and escaped or not, I'm not entirely certain, but W7M are a team that will absolutely exploit a squad that does not play together. So if BDS, even though they have exceptionally talented players, Shaiko, Bride, and I'd even throw EFAC in there, can roam and get kills. Well, Bride will play in sight, but the other two will roam and they can get kills all on their own. They don't need any real assistance. That's part of what makes them so successful. Right as I say that, EFAC almost losing his HP as W7M collapse on him. Hunted down by the Gemini. Now he's got Renshiro with him and Alems too. 3 players from BDS off to the races. But W7M are very much a team that will exploit you if you are in a position to not trade back. That previous round was a great example of that. BDS did trade back, and W7M didn't know what to do after that. Confronting a bomb site that they might not be the most comfortable with in terms of attacking. And then it was BDS to get 5 kills in a row.
This round's different though. 1 minute 50 full roam clear for W7M. That means they have so much time to work with on these hatches and the kitchen floor. They have both the Thermite as the primary breach, Hurts on the Scout Tower, secondary can openers to pop those hatches right on open. And again, this is what W7M they want. They got the execute style operator lineup for that last 50 seconds in the round. BDS though, with the Valkyrie cameras, they have information they can act upon. C4 and Product of Limbs could make a play. He tosses it. He gets hurt or seen. Julio runs backwards. No damage done. And now, it has to, you know, trigger the question. Does W7M realize that Valkyrie might be on the board? Yep, they find one.
Yeah. It's a very valuable intel that's going to be given to the rest of BDS. After that first initial bout of damage done to EFAC, it's been really not that much, but Shaiko's ready for it. There it goes, and JV reads him like a book. Shaiko escapes back to church. 30 seconds left, and oh, he might decide to actually engage here. First kill goes to KZ, traded back though by EFAC. Down goes KZ. So the player that was involved with it, he's no more. Renshiro taking damage. Volts from above will look for the drop. The buck inside a kitchen. That's as common a spot as it's going to be. Numbers favoring W7M. Shaiko the only one. Or numbers favoring BDS. Shaiko the only one dead now. Herds will follow. Diffuser going down in the hands of Julio. Volts will need to be the only one to stop this. And Julio manages to get it off. But EFAC shuts him down. Alems credited with the kill onto Julio. Volts from above. Last man standing, taking damage through the floor, drops EFAC. He knows they're coming, but he can only soften up the calves of Alems, and a little bit of shin damage is all he gets. 2 in a row to start this map. BDS have answered back with 2 of their own, and we have a tie game through these first 4 rounds.
BDS playing the 1 versus 3 perfectly. They recognize we need to send 2 members upstairs to challenge that kitchen hatch. Sending just 1 member means if you lose that gunfight, you're back in that awkward vertical gunfight that favors the attacker so much. So it's going to be 2 above, 1 staying below, peak together, win that initial gunfight, and then you should get the round with the defuse coming on in. It's a very winnable round for W7M, but a good read changes that. That comes down to those 1 second in the moment decisions. And BDS, again, perfect read on it. They get 2 rounds now to tie things up. They're slowly finding success, not necessarily the bomb side, but how they're choosing to play out these rounds. The aggression, the decisiveness, playing together. I mean, they have 2 great C4 attempts on toward bar, and if any of those 2 C4s hit, they play 5 versus 4 on the execute. So even with both of those C4s getting shot mid-air and not working out, they still went out in the 5v5. And W7M, they did not execute together. 1 member, Casey, pushed down blue stairs aggressively, died early. Then the smokes go out, 1 member dies as well. And then in a 2 versus 4, that's when the diffuser starts getting planted. It's way too late in the round for them. I like the attacker repicks, the Ying being brought out. Now we can really, for W7M, stop pushing these aggressive executes. Blind the members of BDS rather. Only Bride on the warden can see anything if they can reach the bomb site.
Yeah, but Bride is going to probably stay alive till the end of the round, as he always does. If there's any player on BDS that I have full confidence and faith in to not die in the first 2 minutes and 30 seconds, it is Bride. And now because I've said that, he's going to be the first to die. That's just how things work. EFAC will hear the exothermic charge go off on the wall next to him. Back turn to it. Will he decide to engage? No, he scampers out of there. Still holding this position. Your gunfire being exchanged from both teams right now.
Changing mags.
I'm very curious as to where this Ying is going to be. Where are we going to see the Candelas? EMP still going off. Big focus on CCTV. Alems actually gets the bandit trick onto construction. Phenomenal stuff, Nick.
Yeah, that's massive. That's the last exothermic charge, and that means KC, I believe he still has Selmas in pocket, but he has to choose now where to spend them. Yep, 3 to go. And with multiple walls to be opened up, the Cruci and the side of that single construction wall, you can't get it all now. Alems could still trade further if he wants to, because W7M, they've yet to make progress. Opening up this wall towards Cash, but there's no one in there. They've yet to drone it. Just now they drone into that drone hole. Now they know it's clear. But Selma, it's been spent. So utility not being used correctly from the Brazilian team.
Yeah, it's poor intel work from W7M. You saw that grenade. It was about 10 seconds behind where they actually needed to be. And that's just because with only 4 drones left, there was 5 originally. W7M are too, I guess, blinded by this execute. They just want to go in for fights. Only JV is on drone, and he just got off of it. So you're playing with outdated information, and against a team like BDS. On this bomb site, fine, when there's the final 30 seconds, you know where most of the defenders are going to be. But that first kill is so crucial. Neither team has it yet.
Alems unable to penetrate because of those keeper barriers inside a gym. That means Casey with just 1 cellular charge should get tricked if Alems chooses correctly. 50-50 gamble on the wall. He picks incorrectly. Wall will be opened on up. That could punish BDS, but it's not an ideal entry point for W7M. It's a vault on in. It's hard to make that work. Bathroom, double reinforced. They recognize no more hot breach.
You don't need to be a statistician, mathematician, or a mathologist to know that, yep, they don't have any hard breach left.
Has to go.
Bathroom's gonna get smoked off, and now Candela's go in as well, but BDS are prepped and ready for this. They don't even need the smart glasses of Brede. He can see through the smoke, trying to soften them up. Only 1 kill so far for W7M. We're about to become a post-plant situation-style game. JV just tearing through them all, but then BDS answers back with 2 Volps in a 1v2. All 3 players in this lobby still at full HP. Volps has 1 Candela left. He'll hop in through construction, but look at that. The Kiva barrier actually blocks him out. If Shaiko goes for the vault out, he could be in trouble, but Volps has limited intel. There's the vault out. Brede is sticking the defuse plan, and Volps doesn't know it, and Brede will be able to get it. Again, poor coordination by W7M, in keeping with BDS knowing this and baiting for time, pleading for time, and then winning on time. Brede gets the disable. And in a 1v1, BDS, 3 in a row, they take the lead.
Keep a barrier, blocking the construction door. Oh, it's such a rarity to see, but it wasn't even that Asami was alive in the late round. That was a keep barrier tossed out right before the execute itself occurred, but it paid off massively for them. And I have to wonder, when those smokes and Candelas went down, I'm very surprised Brede on the Warden didn't just push through the bomb side, because unless there's a glass in the board, no one from W7M can see back through the smoke. Instead, Brede played far back with that SMG-12, and we saw the recoil. It's really hard to be accurate with it. Didn't really find the value that he wanted, but BDS, they still clutch out when it matters the most, and they played it nicely. Brede starts to defuse, then very late in the defuse timer, that's when Shaiko gets aggressive, buys just a second or 2 in that gunfight that takes a bit, and then the defuse goes through. Volps couldn't find the last kill, timer runs out. Bar up next. BDS going through all the 6 defending rounds, not showing that CCTV bomb site. Despite it having a relatively high success rate, numbers-wise, it is of course still one of those, it's hard to defend.
Right, and we go through this. You know, if you're not a hardened viewer of Rainbow Six, you're going to look at that and say, well, yeah, it's only played 6 times, but the defenders win every single time. Why don't more teams go to it? Well, because that is selection bias. The teams go to it because they know they're probably going to win it. So they only bring it out when they're all but assured a victory. If more teams played it as one of their top 3 bomb sites, the win rate of that site would be significantly lower.
It's true. BDS, they agree with that. They say, you know what, that's not for us. Even though the operator bans arguably favor that bomb site, they don't need to go there. Beauty of Clubhouse, all 4 bomb sites are very viable and very playable. Bar being a new addition with that mini rework. Now I started seeing more and more play. The castle, of course, from Minshiro, crucial operator. Deny lines of sight, slow down the attackers, etc. It's a nice response from KC though. Bringing out the return drones on floors can deal with all that utility pretty effortlessly.
You're going to forego that stage execute that didn't turn out so well for them before, Nick. W7M are spending a lot more time over towards Strip and over towards Kitchen as well. EFAC is roaming as Oryx, the best operator to do so. Down goes KZ. BDS starting to find these first bloods just as they need to keep this tally going. So far, BDS 3 rounds in a row.
Reloading ammo.
Yep, first bloods have been very close. The team's usually trading out. BDS, this is their very first uncontested first blood.
They trade?
Oh my.
That is ridiculous.
High rate of fire versus a gun that shoots slow but hits like a truck. Now it's Herds walking up blue stairs. Shaiko unstoppable inside of lounge. And as one does when you enter a lounge, he says take a seat. Now it's Alems to fall to JV, the suppressor going off. Julio and him side by side. Smoke goes out. Julio sees the way into the bomb site. JV is headed up towards Billiards.
You can fight BDS 1v1. That's what they're doing. They're losing those individual gunfights, and with control still above, the last smoke grenade in the pocket of Julio has to cover the plant. That's the only way they can win. But there's cameras on the bomb site itself. It's going to be very difficult to get this plant down successfully.
Oh yeah. Julio will be watched. The 3 players of BDS know this, and there's Bride from above, the bullet hose that is the Alda. It chews through the floor. JV runs to his death, trying to reposition. 4 rounds in a row for BDS. This looks like the French squad that won the Jönköping Major.
Yeah. W7M, you said it, Parker. Julio, the supportive network of W7M, that's been their backbone throughout this entire tournament. Well, the supportive cast, they really get to shine mostly on the attacking side. W7M, they find the first 2 rounds. The first one was a basement rush, pretty much a flawless one. But that's all they found. 2 and 4. Now they will have to go on defense. That's where your front line gets to be more impactful, right? The roam, the aggression, the decision making, etc. And that is going to have to really show up now. Otherwise, BDS, they're going to run away with Clubhouse, only finding essentially 2 plants on your attacking side, with the whole objective being to get down that diffuser, is not a good look statistically. They are going to show up aggressively though. Basement roam, the castle barricades to stop any rushes, the Capcom chips to follow on up on that. No Goyo cannons, of course. We see teams typically bring out the Goyo to stop a rush. W7, they got their own approach to this.
10 seconds left.
The Solus, huge fan of this. Deny information, allow both the roam to be much more comfortable, but also, if nothing's really happening on the roam, you can run around the building top floor and scan outside the building. That's how far Solus Gadget can go to see where people are droning from, where those drones are going. If you see 2 or 3 drones near the bomb site, you can pretty comfortably say, guys, they're not coming for the roam, they're gonna hit the site instead.
First half in the books, let's take a bit of a deeper dive into the way that it played out. 3 bomb sites were used. By the way, Renshiro is dead. He enters and W7M feast upon his body. Back to that first half. Church, stage, gym coming out quite reliably. All 3 bomb sites played twice. No CCTV, no cash. W7M won the first 2 rounds. Nearly flawlessly done in round number 1 as W7M got that opening pick and then got the diffuser down. They led the way in opening picks, being involved in or getting the first pick 5 of those 6 rounds. The only round that BDS drew first blood was that 6th and final round. Obviously, BDS on this 4-round winning streak. No timeouts burned from either team. And as I'm saying this, BDS seem very determined to make this a quick round because they are bringing the heat to W7M, securing their very first pick of the round to answer back. But Herds roaming from above. He's got the openings, and he takes down an immobile EFAC with a relatively easy shot.
I mean, W7M, they're everywhere right now. First floor, top floor, basement, BDS. They cannot get close enough together to make a play on the same page. It's isolated members taking these engagements because W7M, they're forcing it this time. A big change up in playstyle from how they played their attacking rounds, and it might just pay off for them.
Because 9 kills for Shaiko against a team that many have being in the final 4 of this entire event, which is W7M. Come to think of how W7M started last year, and through no fault of their own, or so we assume, they faltered a bit. Oh, Alems is in, Alems is in! Outdueling JV, they've got bomb site control, and now Alems will post up behind the bar as diffuser in the hands of Bride gets planted. One of the most adept players at executive play. You trust Bride and you trust him with your life. 10 kills for Shaiko. He loses the wall to blue. Wolves will be on the hunt now. W7M reduced to 2, and Shaiko will narrow those numbers even more. Herd's last one in, and he'll head towards church. A praying man, he'll look for the Lord above, and a kill on the Shaiko might as well be a kill onto the Lord in this matchup. But Alem says, no. Repent your sins, my friend. BDS 5 in a row.
Incredible find for BDS. It seemed like there was no way into that bomb site, but Lemsch sprint down that long corridor, Bride on the motor door. They take church control. They say, psych, get down that diffuser. And then defenders, they have to play retake. It's so difficult to do, especially with no value on the board for them, no information to be had. A tactical timeout being forced now from W7M because things are falling apart. They were expecting and wanting that successful defense on the opening round, and they looked really good in the first minute and 30 seconds, but then it changed.
You know, I really wish I spoke Portuguese, Nick.
Yeah, keep on saying it, Parker. I too wish I spoke French. Then I could take the BDS team, you could take the W7M, we can both exchange roles between these two teams.
Camera person, can you please cut to a shoulder of one of the W7M players? Just a close-up. Because that looks like
shoulder?
A maple leaf. I assume that these are invitational jerseys.
Oh, right. I see what you mean.
As I was thinking to myself, I was like, wait a minute, W7M are not a Canadian org, they're a fully Brazilian org. But they have what appears to be the silhouette of a maple leaf on their shoulder.
Good catch.
Not uncommon for teams to go with jerseys that in some way, shape, or form play to where they are going to be. And just donning my marketing hat for a second here, it's smart. Because introducing a limited time jersey that pays tribute to where the event is generates more sales. Think about it, you might already own a G2 jersey, but if you got a G2 jersey with a maple leaf on it and you are a Canadian G2 fan, oh boy, you're getting me all hot under the collar here thinking about it.
Yeah, that, I mean, it also pays tribute to where they might win a tournament, right? Like, let's say W7M they win this tournament and you got that Invitationals themed jersey. That's pretty damn cool. CCTV being shown now for the first time. All 4 bombs are seeing played within 8 rounds. And as I said, I think it's a smart choice for either team given these operator bans of Maverick and Hibana. It means the bandit trick can be enabled. However, W7M not opting to even attempt it. They are playing the keeper barriers, the Asami on Catwalk. That can make life difficult for BDS, but they might rush this.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. BDS falling by the wayside. They were wondering, could they overwhelm W7M? The answer was no, but now it seems like the answer might be yes. EFAC will engage in another drops. Julio left on red with the Solus down below. W7M reduced to ashes so far as the fires burn through the bomb site. And just as quickly as it started, BDS has moved a map point on W7M's map.
That is what we call emotional damage. W7M, they take their tactical timeout, they talk through the problems, they say, let's go boys, good vibes, let's bring it back. Next round, CCTV rush in 30 seconds. And again, because there is no bandit trick in the wall, it's free. EMP goes out, exothermic charge, leaky effect again. The depth of this man, playing so many flex operators, brings out the Ying on the CCTV window, and they just go for it. The opening kill was, you know, from 1 into 3 before W7M answered back, and no diffuser needed. Just go for broke, go for kills instead. Match point now. And W7M are going to go straight back to that first bomb site attempt. That was the basement, which worked out for him in the beginning before it didn't. Alim is going to be flexing around. His turn now to play the Ying, perhaps. As Leaky Fact plays the Buck instead. It makes sense. League Effect doing the entry job with Shaiko up top floor. Get him self-destruction, get him inside the building. Alem staying back further, playing a more supportive version of it. So that's how you do it. Alem execute style Ying for late round, you give it to him. For early aggression for a side rush, give it to League Effect. It speaks to the characteristics of both of these players and how they play the same operator, but in very different stages of a round. Alem's not known for his rushes, known for his big brain. Obviously can be said for League Effect, but a very smart player. Also helps IGL in this BDS squad.
Well, W7M are fearing the worst yet again. Those first 2 rounds to start off Clubhouse seemed so good. At the start of that 3rd round, if you're a fan of the French team, you were a little worried. There goes a nade, but it blows up a little bit too early. KZ doesn't take any damage from it.
I feared for him, not gonna lie. When I saw it naked and tossed one out.
You saw the grenade naked?
I saw the grenade.
Does it usually wear clothes?
That's a tough
I suppose
one.
grenades are usually naked.
I was gonna say, it has a layer of like green paint. Does that count? It's not the naked layer. The naked
Let's paint you in green and see if you're still naked, huh?
Okay.
Another nade goes in. Shaiko thought he had it clear, but under-tossed both times. KZ, the very first kill for W7M. 1 minute eclipsed in this round.
Shaiko not necessarily paying respect to the entry point he could choose, because he could just go in Garrett's door, walk in with his teammates because Renshi and Bride are there. Instead, toss his second grenade, kind of hopelessly, desperately, just to get inside the building, and he loses both grenades, doing 0 point of damage, and he gets shut down by KC. So confidence definitely on the side of BDS, but might be their biggest opponent right now. Not paying respects to whereabouts, because they were gonna shut them down. A payload plan being opened up for BDS. That Reterra drone opening up the possibility for it, but they've yet to get full control.
There go those Candela charges, as we talked about. They can function very similarly to fuse charges. Use them on the floor, they'll drop down and they'll blind everybody below them. Now BDS will go back onto drone work. Maybe a bit of a scare for W7M. The prevalence of Ying in this current meta mandates the prevalence of Warden being much higher than usual. And that's why we do tend to see this operator, who at one point had next to no pick rate at pro play, dominating a lot of these rounds.
It looks like BDS, they want that pillar plant. This Reterra drone should destroy the keeper barrier. It doesn't. That means they can't get in. If that keeper in the hallway gets destroyed, they can plant in that exact position. BDS gonna change their plan now.
And Shiro's gone as well, so the 6-round streak from BDS in jeopardy. They sit pretty still. They'll be on map point until overtime, providing W7M gets there. Nitro Cell goes out and dropped with the diffuser. Bride dies. Alem's next one in. No sights in that direction. It's Alem's to clutch out, but it's a flawless from W7M. That's exactly what they need to keep momentum up and keep themselves in this matchup.
Looking good throughout the entirety of that round. The flank as well happened. I'm not sure exactly why. BDS, they had a member dead of Shaiko early on. Should have been on a flank camera to give that information. Maybe a camera wasn't there, maybe it was missed. Either way, it's obviously they punish successfully. The difficult thing is, you're on match point. You gotta get 3 more rounds in a row. You gotta go through secondary bomb site and tertiary. Find success on both of them, and then 1 more, and then you go to overtime. It's such a tall task. So when teams are finding themselves in this position, you don't look at it that way. You don't say, oh, we gotta win this, this, and that. No, you go 1 round at a time. Right now, all we care about is the gym defense in an isolated scenario. And if that round goes their way, you choose your next bomb site. And you'll just do that until you face your destiny into overtime. And it seems like an easier task ahead of yourself. W7M, they've tried playing aggressively the first 2 defensive rounds, did not work for them. In round number 3 that we just saw on their defense, they played that very static, passive basement, holding angles, the exception of a single member flanking when they already had the advantage. That worked a lot better. But that was also BDS playing a little bit too confidently, right? Shaiko jumping that blue window, getting shut down immediately. BDS playing 4 versus 5 with no frag grenades. Couldn't get what they wanted. And these operators, Leaky Fag on the Ying, Renshiro on the Fuse. What are we seeing right now from both of these teams? This is not common.
I believe we're seeing an exciting match.
We are. I'm here for it. I really am.
Nicolas.
It is going to be a gym defense. So the fuse, of course, can be spent or used rather the same way as that of W7M to help open up the walls, deny a bandit trick, if there's a jammer, which I assume there is in the wall, and even if there isn't, that fuse charge would go off and destroy that jammer to then allow the wall to be opened on up. Instead of spending EMPs, you can spend that instead.
So while BDS is doing this, by the way, all 3 of the opening picks have either been trades or first bloods for W7M in this half as well.
Yeah.
I don't know about your notes, but as of right now, BDS has a single uncontested first blood in this entire map. And yet they are up 6-3. There go more Candelas, and the clear out towards construction gives EFAC yet another first blood for BDS, but W7M doing what tends to happen to BDS, which is collect all the kills after that. 2 very quickly for this W7M squad, but hold up. BDS get 2 of their own. Numbers favor them. Wolves will escape. Logi, Julio down below. Nitro Cell, he can do some damage. Depending on when he pulls this explosive, he could claim one of the players from BDS. Wolves will retake from construction as Shaiko gets the diffuser down. And Alems gets stopped by Wolves as he also drops Shaiko. In long range, the shotgun does the job. Renshiro in a 1v2. They were not expecting construction whatsoever, and W7M have just retaken the advantage in this round. Renshiro will hunt down the very final kill. They know where he is, and the Nitro Cell from Julio goes off. It's a little bit too late. Julio will watch the doorway, and that's the ball game on that round. W7M, an impressive recovery after it looked like they'd lost the plot through the mid-round.
Impressive recovery indeed. BDS struggling again with the same thing as the previous round. The flank, this time from Wolves, was hiding inside of office, then in construction door, and got that double kill to shut BDS down. BDS also maybe should have taken more time. They had 1 minute and 20 seconds to work with. Could have planned inside of gym itself, could have droned out that last member on the bomb side. League effect, great entry onto the CCTV cache member of Omai, but then, you know, just aggressed into office, fully sprinting, and then dying close quarter combat to a shotgun, no follow-up really being had. So BDS, once they push that go, go, go button, they don't seem to be able to like let go of it and just stall out the round. Whereas W7M, they play amidst the chaos, and then they take a breather, get that C4 downstairs, you know, figure out where the members of BDS are, then strike with active information, thanks to Valkyrie being played, and then get the round victory. And again, these isolated rounds for W7M, one more round. They're building them up. 2 in a row now. CCTV again being attempted. The key barriers can play catwalk, make it a hell for BDS to attack. But they have one more trick up their sleeve. I love this. League effect on the Monty. It's the easiest way in Rainbow Six Siege to clear out a catwalk member if you go for this garage clear. And it makes so much sense to do this because you're facing a Jaeger, a Sami, Wamai. It is so impossibly difficult to grenade clear the catwalk rafters. It is infinitely easier. Just walk up that staircase of Monty, apply pressure, and then execute with that active live information. The key barriers will be the biggest problem for them. It's JB92 on that position. The faster BDS can go, the easier it gets because of those key barriers recharging over time. Right now, JB, 2 in pocket, but the longer this round goes on for, the more of those will build up.
Now here's the question for you. If BDS had a 1, say 7-2, excellent bandit trick by Wolves, by the way. If BDS had a 1-7-2, GG go next on a BDS's map of Cafe. Where is W7M's mental versus, let's say W7M still lose this match though. Let's say they lose it, but it's like 7-5, it's a squeaker. Which outcome do you think is better long-term for W7M based on how close this map is going to be?
Definitely the latter. I'm not worried about W7M playing max OT every round. I think they have the stamina and endurance for it, but the mentality of getting destroyed on their own map pick, I think that's a bigger issue. So I think even if they lose this round, this is a better look for them. The bandit trick though, is that gonna go through? It is. BDS can't open up the wall.
Suddenly 2 players from BDS are dead. This is just an exceptionally defender-sided map. W7M looking for yet another flawless round. They got one 2 rounds ago. Only a tiny bit of damage has been done to W7M. What, maybe 30 damage to Herds, maybe 45, 50 to Julio. That's it.
Yeah, that's a
Oh! Well, the remainder of Herds is found. Renshiro getting a kill to deny a flawless from the grave as the Claymore does all the work. Bear in mind, BDS have not used their timeout yet. W7M used it. They lost the next round, but then they won round 9 flawlessly, and they won round 10 quite confidently. And they look to be in the same position here where they should win with a lot of confidence. Brede is just stalling for time at this point. I know you hate it when we say it, but it's a 1v4. Brede is going to take a timeout, basically, so that they don't have to burn one. Now, you won't be able to speak to your coach, so in that sense, it's just going to be a team timeout. But still, at the end of the day, it gives BDS time to talk through round number 11, and what a fateful round that will be.
Yeah. BDS, when they play domestically in Europe, one of the biggest pieces of criticism that they receive, especially from talent and other pro players, is that sometimes they mess up the easy things. And it's funny enough, this CCTV attack is, I believe, the area that BDS have struggled the absolute most in their entire careers as an organization, where they commonly cannot get open the CCTV wall. The only difference is, BDS don't typically lose those rounds anyway. They'll just walk through garage, walk through construction, win their individual gunfights, and then win the round regardless. And they had that entire strat set up ahead of them. Capital fire for catwalk, grenades for catwalk, the money to clear out the catwalk. But the first step in that entire plan for it to begin is to, of course, open up the external CCTV wall, which got bandit tricked twice. They didn't nade below, they didn't fire through the window. They had so many different tools they could have used to get that wall opened up, but they're being greedy, saving all of it for catwalk. They were so ready for it that they completely forgot the possibility of a bandit trick. And it's why the Maverick ban is so important to look at. Because if Maverick's on the table, that bandit cannot do it. You just open up a tiny line or a tiny hole, force the bandit away, open up the wall like anything's back to normal. But because BDS themselves ban out the Maverick, it allows for CCTV to be played with a much higher success rate because that wall gets tricky. BDS, they're sticking to it, not taking their time out just yet. I imagine if we go 6-6, that's when it's going to happen, because you kind of reset for that overtime scenario. It is a defender at a clubhouse in terms of numbers, but it comes down to execution more than anything else when you attack and line up. It's the attacker's choice whether they're going to be winning or losing based on how they execute in the first stage of the round.
Small little touch, by the way. I like that exhale that Oryx makes when the dash recharges. It's like, okay, I'm ready to run again. Got a real life Flash just running around here. For legal purposes, that is somebody different, by the way. Don't come after me, Warner Brothers. Grenade from down below. Wolves is on the other side of the wall. Shaiko picks wrong. Shaiko's nades have not been very good on Clubhouse.
He's just kind of fishing with them. Like, it's usually without information.
BDS are already down to 4 drones, and we are 45 seconds into the round. So W7M hunting them quite effectively, and that's what happens when you have a Solus on the board.
Yep, that's the Solus difference for sure. BDS, they're making progress in the map, but it's a bit awkward because they're taking all this poke damage. W7M, they're looking for pigs, fishing themselves. Might find one through the soft wall.
Oh, Herds has dropped down to garage, and he's in a world of herd.
Volps.
Oh, waiting to die from Alems. Does he even see him? Draw Herds out. That garage is cavernous, so they'll hear that logic bomb call for quite a while. W7M have already escaped away. BDS, a crucial round, getting that very first pick.
Yeah. And they're hitting the bomb site next, but League Effect might get caught.
Yeah, JV is there, and Julio in as well. JV for 2 kills. Shaiko and Renshiro last 2 alive. Shaiko on blue, he'll creep up ever so slowly, but doesn't know if there's been a retake. There hasn't been anybody on drones for BDS in what might be eternity. A nice kill from Shaiko. He was correct on the read of KZ above. Renshiro the last one for BDS. It certainly seems, Nick, like we are going all the way. We are. Hold on a second. Overtime! Everybody else was doing it. I wanted to do it as well. 4 rounds in a row for this W7M squad. They have regained composure. They have regained momentum. And they have regained their position, most importantly, in this match.
Let's flip the question you asked earlier, Parker. How do BDS feel if they go up?
Probably not very good.
6-2, and they almost win, but those small details. And now they go to overtime. Let's say they lose Clubhouse.
Okay.
Sure, they go to their mid pick of Cafe, but they've lost a lot of confidence. And they're going to be like, we should have won this 2-0. Now we got to go a third map. We got to go all the way to Oregon. That's like a 50-50 where it's anyone's game. That sucks. Sure, this is upper bracket. It's not the end for teams that lose, but it sure is a lot nicer to find yourself staying in the upper bracket, having that parachute for later in the tournament when things are even more important than right now in the first day of the second stage of Invitationals. I like that W7M, they think the easiest way to get a free round, quote-unquote free, is to just let BDS have to problem solve on CCTV.
Yeah, let BDS take it.
Yeah, let them take control. The thing I don't like about this is, I mean, the double banshee setup stops a rush, but there is no bandit. They're not gonna create that problem for them again, have them problem solve it. They're just gonna take the bomb side, prepare for a rush, and then play it off in that regard. BDS with a different approach themselves. They're picking up more grenades, 6 on the round. Might want to go below and toss them on up, but 2 members swinging. Main stairs window and freeze a door. And W7M, they're hunting these opening picks essentially. Renshi next in line. Renshi?
Oh! What is happening to BDS's gun skill? Herds needs to get out of there before the grenade goes off. He does. Renshiro, I don't think, was expecting that. And now Herds ties it up with KZ at 11 kills to lead this team.
That nade from Chaiko, that stops the bandit trick. If there was one, while they got control below to get the breach open up, they lost 2 members. It's not worth it.
Alem's now engaging all the way up on Catwalk, but isn't successful at all. In fact, doesn't even seem to hit the mark one bit. Now it's Alem's to take even more damage. Shaiko's nades have not been very good, and that trend will continue as he misses another opportunity. W7M have read into this below play with those explosives, and they are staying so fluid. JVM, though, speaking of fluid, no, he's a solid. This man's like butter. Look at that. Impact goes out, no damage to Shaiko. He gets away. Shaiko and Bride. Everybody from W7M still alive.
Hertz comes the ladder.
What is this? How can you retake like that? Shaiko drops to KZ.
Oh.
And the Clutch Master himself will begin what could be a turning point, but likely won't. Look at Hertz' position. This is a rat angle. You're a rat. Hiding like rats. Where do you just gnaw away at the legs of Bride. Wolves goes for the run out instead. W7M on map point.
Jesus. I mean, yeah, take the time out, BDS. You need it. I just want to listen to their... Tell, like, if their tones, how they are, if they're frustrated what they are when we see them in a second here. Because they gotta be frustrated given how these rounds are playing out.
On a dit qu'on réfléchissait, là vous êtes en train de faire de l'entre-deux. Soit on joue déconstruit, soit on joue carré. Mais quand on joue déconstruit que ça fonctionne, on lâche pas l'affaire. Le déconstruit fonctionne. Le déconstruit fonctionne, les gars, vraiment. Sauf qu'on n'a pas de spawn, on utilise notre gun 6 pour de la merde, on arrive en bas, on doit cross la porte. Parce que c'est un putain de castle. Quand il y a un castle et qu'ils sont en bas, il y a toujours le castle en bas. Donc on prend les bons spawns et on joue comme on a dit. On a mis des rounds que comme ça, les gars. Il n'y a que comme ça qu'on a mis des rounds. Et la seule fois où on a de choc, pourquoi? Manque de com. Donc on se reprend, les gars. Là on met la défense et en attaque, on les pèse. D'accord? Allez les gars. C'est notre map, les gars, c'est notre map. Allez les gars, on va aller chercher là. On va où? Je suis on va les gars.
I gathered one thing.
That was not a nice tone.
No.
Lots of pourquoi, which as somebody with a very high school level of French just means why. If your coach is saying why a lot rhetorically, not usually a good spot to be in.
No, I mean, I heard communication as well, and it definitely seems like BDS are in 2 different planets right now. When you have 2 members chase a roamer instead of kitchen, both dying 1v1 with no trade, no drone, versus 3 people trying to open up the damn breach halfway across the map, you're always going to have to question, how relevant is this roamer going to be? Is it a problem for BDS's CCTV attack that someone from W7M is inside a kitchen? The answer is no. It really isn't. Maybe after you get the breach, you can allocate more manpower, play more together, then try and go for that kill. But BDS, again, playing a bit greedy, thinking they can get both. So they call a timeout, and just like what happened when W7M did that, well, it's going to be a spicy opera lineup. The Glass and the Ying and the Sense Heavy on execute. Terrible for roam clear. I'm curious to see if it's going to be a fast round for W7M and just how fast it's going to be. BDS, the one advantage they have is that if they can get into these gunfights, it's going to be worse guns from the attacking lineup. But of course, as the defending team, BDS, they don't know what attackers are being brought until they find them in a gunfight themselves. The scanning for info could be big. Shaiko on the Valkyrie. They might find out something is fishy. No primary hard breach though. It's triple secondary can openers. Slow start for W7. They want the roam clear. They want to get to a normal execute circumstance and just get really crazy really quickly. But they have to cautiously make their way through the map first. They're taking no risks. They need all members alive.
Yeah. W7M, just as they did on one of their previous attacks on Churchnik, are quite quick to get in again, entering over from Strip. They'll flush out whatever roamers there may be, but don't find any so far on this first floor. Hatches, of course, will require that secondary hard breach from Buck, as he's the only hard breach that's actually on the board. Well, he and KZ, technically, as they both hold on to that same secondary gadget, and there it goes. No Kaid to worry about, so you don't have to deal with any Electric Claws. Though, it feels like every goo mine that's been put down on this map has been found by W7M so far.
Yeah. The IQ here, very important to note. The one counterplay BDS they have, it's information. So the IQ, while gadget-wise doesn't give you anything for the execute that is about to happen in about 30 seconds, it does give you the shutdown of information from BDS, allowing that execute to go on through even with a higher likelihood of success, working out rather. The Glass and the Ying are going to be the two key operators. Ying's gonna start the chaos, start the execute. Glass going to lead the entry, allowing Judo to get down that diffuser. The Sense, the Ying, the Glass.
There's just so much here to obscure a plant. And I mean, a Glass, a Sens, a Ying, this is gonna get absolutely nasty. And there's no Warden from BDS. That's the bigger issue. So BDS might get flattened by this entry. Shaiko softened up, but Herds and JV take their lumps too. There's a Nitro Cell, doesn't connect. Volp's the first kill, Volp's another kill. The Glass right now quarterbacking this attack. BDS losing Shaiko, losing Renshiro, and with it, the round hangs in the balance. Amidst the teal curtain, there goes the Nitro Cell, but JV is perfect. Diffuser down, and BDS finds their very first kill, but it might be too little too late. EFAC trying his damnedest. Brede will need to carry some of this weight as well, and they're making it work from a 5v2 to a 2v2. Does the magic run out? EFAC looks towards blue. Has Diffuser been surrendered? Are they in position to actually do something about this? JV split up at the moment from KZ. KZ from above. JV, a pick onto EFAC from blue, and there's KZ to seal the deal. What an impressive run by W7M to cap off Clubhouse. I mean, it is their map. But from 6-2 BDS to 8-6 W7M.
Yeah.
6 unanswered rounds in a row for the Brazilian squad. They take their map in style.
The most impressive thing to me is W7M's willingness to change their playstyle entirely, recognizing that the first thing they were trying, the aggression, wasn't working. So play more structured. A lot of teams, they get into this rut where they just keep trying the same thing and brute force it out. But the depth of this team, the strats, the operator flexibility, it grants them a second way into the game, into these rounds, and that's how they get all the way to OT, all the way and steal the map out. Second map is going to be Cafe. It's BDS map choice, sure, but BDS mental, it's gotta be in the sewer.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you're getting yelled at by your coach. You go to one round and it's do or die and you lose it. It's a die. That's not where you want to be. The good news is that Cafe is your map, and it's up next after this break.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock. You got the diffuser in hand. What do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
folks and non-binary friends. BDS started off actually not that great. W7M wins rounds 1 and 2. BDS storm back 6 rounds in a row. And then W7M wins 6 rounds in a row of their own, and they win the entire map.
Yeah, when you say BDS didn't start off great, I was like, what are you talking about? But no, you're right. It was W7M who started off in a fantastic fashion, and then things really changed. The opening kills, something that we mentioned twice during the broadcast, is that BDS only found like 2 uncontested opening kills throughout the entirety of this matchup. It was always traded back by W7M or vice versa, depending on who got the literal first kill. No one really building a clear advantage, but in overtime, W7M, they get 2 uncontested kills, 2 uncontested rounds, basically 2 flawless almost, and they get, of course, that 8-6 scoreline.
On your screen is the map summary from Clubhouse. This is a map that is historically very good for both of these teams, but was obviously picked by W7M for a reason. And despite that scare where they couldn't get around to save their lives, W7M perform a miracle. KZ leading the way on the team 14-9. As for BDS, Shaiko barely going positive. That cannot happen for BDS. Look at the scores of BDS. Despite the fact that it was decided by just 2 rounds, every player on BDS was underwater. Shaiko was 13-11. This was not a carry game for Shaiko. The whole team had some serious struggles, and Shaiko's nades on attack were quite poor. His entry stats weren't that great. He excelled on defense more than anything.
Yeah, I was going to say the injury stats is actually what I'm the most curious about, because you can go even 10-10 kills deaths, but if you're 1-3 in injury and you're the injury player, that's the bigger concern for me. And it's half Shaiko going in alone without any drone support. The other half that, again, W7M with 2 members ready to strike to punish it. Clubhouse and Cafe, they play out quite differently from one another in terms of how the map is approached, but they both come down to execution and to team coordination. These are not maps you walk around single-handedly just taking kills and taking opportunities. You need your team to build around you, so in that fashion, it's gonna matter how teams perform in Clubhouse. Operator bans, BDS target banning the Nomad onto W7M, trying to prevent and remove some of that structure that they're trying to force against BDS, and perhaps trying to speed things up on their aggression on the defensive half, where BDS, they start first. Dokkaebi.
Interesting with Nomad. Talked about the double hard breach ban on Clubhouse, on Cafe. No hard breacher ban is, I'd say, pretty atypical of this map.
Yeah.
Tend to see more of those utility-based operators, and sometimes you will see one of those more frag-heavy operators, especially one with explosives. Nook is a pretty decent ban on this map for a lot of teams.
Asami here, Solus are both great.
I think say for the defense, you've got to pick between Solus or Azami, unless, there you go, I was actually just about to say that. Unless you're concerned with a deep roam involving those black mirrors, and then a Mira is a good decision, and that's exactly what we see. Mira, the last operator banned, now joining Valk in Limbo for this match.
I got a, I'm gonna be slightly biased and just trying to help out BDS in this match, just because why not try and push for a 3rd map, right? So I got a little thing from Twitter, Sir Chaos. He said, "I'm Stefan Lippler, but you know me as Shaiko. I'm major winner and current GOAT. Welcome to SI 2023. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock. You have the defuse in hand. What do? You kill them all." Now that's the kind of Shaiko that we know and love, who's shown up at this event throughout all of groups, leading in rating, leading in KD, leading in injury stats. But I'm at number 1 of Clubhouse. 1-3 on entry, only +2 on the KD, and playing very isolated, not spending his utility very effectively, and getting shut down on every entry point and half of those attacking rounds at least. So hopefully with that little piece of poetry, Shaiko will hear that somehow.
Yeah.
Shape up.
Yeah, I'm sure he's listening in here. Great job.
Yeah. If not, you know, maybe his coach, he will see that too and be like, you know what, I'm gonna tell him myself. Alibi is available to Shaiko. You mentioned, Parker, that it was his most played and highest success rate defender in the game. Well, it's available to him now. So there are no excuses on the defensive side from Shaiko and BDS. They got Asami to hold piano. I would say they have all the tools they would want for this aggressive hold. The Capital, the Lion being brought out. We spoke about the operator bans. It's pretty atypical to ban a Heart Breacher. That's because of the introduction of Ace. Back when Hibana was the only ranged Heart Breach, Hibana bans were rather common on Cafe. But now, if you ban the Hibana, they bring the Ace and vice versa. It's kind of a low-value operator ban. The only real difference is that Hibana brings 3 flashbangs, Ace brings no ADS clear. Other than that, they're basically the same.
Herd's taking damage. That's all we've seen so far. Anyana now. They clear out from above. This is a cocktail defense, so it'll just be a dead drop from this hatch into the bomb site if they want. I'd like to emphasize the word dead here because that's pretty much what's going to happen. Oh my goodness. The previous round I said that I basically rely on Bride as a caster, not dying.
Well, he died, Parker.
90 seconds into the round, Bride is no more.
Yeah. And it's a mute operator pick, so it's not the biggest loss in terms of utility. Of course, that C4 or bulletproof camera is no more. The good trade back from Renshi, aggresses forward. It's shut down though.
W7M answering that one back. Herds was the one who'd taken some damage at the very onset of this round. That was the Yana playing up by Skylight. Fire will spread as Alems runs into it, not out of it. So when you see the fire coming, you're just gonna run. How are you gonna do it? Serpentine! Serpentine! He did not serpentine, he ran directly through it. Another E1D will go off, Nick. JV has been exceptional on rappel and guarding these windows. This is the horizontal play that comes to define Cafe, but Alems reads into it. After he had taken some damage from the fire, he gets his revenge. Team's in a 3v3. Oh no, Julio taking some damage from KZ. That's a small mistake, but in the greater scheme of things, it might be kind of bad. Wolves is now dead as well. Julio at 50% of his HP in a 1v3. Entering through Piano. No intel. They see him though, there's bulletproof camera up. They know exactly where he is. And only 15 seconds to go.
15 seconds left.
BDS can lock this one out. They just need to play patiently. They don't even need to engage if they don't want to. Let them come to you. Alems decides, no, you know what, I want the kill. BDS win round number 1.
The benefit for BDS is that they're starting on Cafe Defense, which is a very comfortable place to be. That top floor cocktail bomb site and then downstairs is a reading that plays out similarly. Very, very stable, very arguably easy bomb sites to defend. Where things get tricky for the defenders is going to be downstairs and kitchen bomb site. If you roam, well, the roam is very loose, it's very chaotic, it's hard to do successfully. If you play passive on bomb site, the issue is the entire floor above the bomb site is soft-destructible. That means that if W7 they get map control, they got the bug, they got the sledge. Nowhere on the bomb site itself is going to be a safe place to be in. So I'm surprised BDS to go here on their second rotation.
Speaking of this defense on Cafe being a good side, let's look at the Cafe results so far. It's tied for 4th in terms of most played map at the 6 Invitational. 13 plays at the start of today. An overall win rate of 53% of rounds being won by the defenders, 47 by the attackers. It's very slight, but we're not in the same position that we were in a couple days ago when we'd only seen 3 or 4 plays. Now we've got solid data and solid data on this map. The most played bomb sites, service and cooking, that's technically the bakery bomb site down below. And
I'm gonna cut you off. They're playing Grim. First, Renshi gets a spawn here, but they're playing Grim, Parker.
Yes, I see that.
I have to cut you off there because that is why. What are they thinking about this operator pick? How are they going to utilize it?
Renshiro was going for a spawn, by the way. I believe he was in dining when he got that pick onto JV. Zero is down. You've got 2 anti-flank operators. You've got Grim, the Beekeeper. You've got Zero, the Stealth Man. You've got Osa with that movable shield, able to take up so much space. And I mean, on this front bakery bomb site, those shields are great, especially if you can eat through the defense's impact grenades. Because if you do not have any way of blowing up that shield, you just have to sit there and hope you win an engagement. Shaiko reunited with Alibi, by the way. And BDS have 3 very quick kills. We're not going to see what KZ can do with Mr. Grim as he's down for the count. Alems naded by Volps. It's a bit of breathing room for W7M, but unsure if they have information as to the down on the Melusi from above.
Bomb located by attacker.
We're not even at the halfway point of this round. And there are 3 deaths and 1 DBNO.
Yeah. That's a grim look.
Yeah.
Renshi with another 5 versus 1, and W7M not finding anything. Nah, I'm sorry, I had to cut you off because
that's okay.
we don't see Grim play in Tier 1 level, just never again.
I'll just never forgive you. It's a flawless round, by the way.
No, it is a flawless round, but Grim's presence and professional play so far has been kind of like Kavera used to be, where like when you pick up it's a bit of a meme, right? It's very hard to find value, it's hard to utilize, and quite frankly, you're better off playing Lion, for example, to do the same kind of job. So when Grim is being played, I just want to point it out before things kind of fall apart, and it kind of just did 20 seconds after. It's like, oh, they got Grim, what are they going to do? Oh, they're just going to walk in and die. Right? So it looks like Grim was picked, but for no real intent, no real purpose. I know some people, they will go and say, oh, Grim has a great gun, the Commando, with the extended barrel. It does like 54 damage per bullet, which is crazy. And you'd be correct in saying so. But guess who has that same weapon? IQ. An IQ Scatter is going to provide you infinitely more value, even with the Valkyrie ban, than that of the Grim, in my opinion at least. Now, W7M on Clubhouse, they tried to go aggressive and it wasn't working. It's how they were losing rounds. Then they were very open to changing their entire playstyle to be more structured and execution-oriented, and that's when they started winning rounds. Now they've tried the first 2 rounds, kind of, you know, mixture of like mostly aggression, but still playing out the Capital Fire. Now they're going with the Ying, the Capital, and the Amaru. This is going to be a reading-oriented attack, so you want to clear top floor in most cases, but they have the tools to now pick apart BDS on a strategical level, not having to rely on gunfights as much. Has been JV on these window repels, finding kills and openings for his team.
That first round in particular.
Yeah, catching Bride. League effect with Solus. Can see there's a Claymore. Anybody droning outside. The great thing about Solus, you have impact grenades as your secondary gadget. It works so well in synergy. You can get the information, make a quick play off it, and try and get a kill or a pick.
What do you think the point of the Grim was there in conjunction with the other?
That's what I'm trying to figure out still. It's still in the back of my head.
I mean, we see Grim so infrequently that I don't know if we can ever say with confidence the level of success that operator brings to an execute.
As I said, I'd rather play the Lion.
Oh, hold on.
Here we go.
Waiting for the call. Julio wants to get into the middle of the bomb site. He's already opened up the hatch. There's a nitro cell that goes off. BDS lose the first kill, but get 2 right after that. Red Shiro's a second behind, but the rest of the team can clean up through these kills. Herds walks right into Engine in the middle of Train while he picks off a Lems. BDS still in such a big advantage, but JV is down below. He's a phantom. Renshiro falls on white stairs. It's a 2v2 at this point. Just over a minute left to play for both of these teams. W7M can go back onto drones. Use that renewed discovery phase to plot out their next steps.
Yeah, get to use the Jackal scans, 3 left in pocket, and of course try and see if JV has fire or smokes left as well in the arrow bow. See if you can get together here as they're playing very isolated. Gonna take 1v1s. Fire and smoke are available.
Herds taking damage now. They know exactly where he is. He wins the duel against Bride, but Shaiko finds the last 2 kills. An impressive performance. What is Shaiko up 4-0 at this point? I don't think he has a single death. 4-0.
I don't think so.
BDS making up for lost time. 3 rounds in a row for them to start off Cafe.
A great rush attempt in the basement, but again, no real map control on the side of W7M. No one in piano, no one in train, nobody flanked mining in time. It allows BDS the possibility of either going for a kill through a smoke or tossing out the C4 as Bride did. If the bomb goes down successfully, that entire round plays out completely differently as well. As W7M on the window repel, inside of train mining, they can hold those long lines of sight, shut down any diffuser attempt, or counter diffuse.
Disable, whichever you like to call it.
Shaco is 4-0, you are correct. That alibi pick really paying off so far. This is again, it's that Cafe defensive starting side, which when you look at it, this is BDS's map pick. That means W7M, they chose to start attack. Statistically, that's a nightmare. I mean, almost every single team given the option, they will go on the defense, build up that round advantage, and they play it off from there. The one advantage to starting on the attack is that the enemy has to ban the first attacker. So if you're expecting BDS to ban something very specific and you want to counter in case they do, that could be the reasoning for why they would choose to start on the side. That's the only real benefit they could have. Or maybe W7M like things being tough. I mean, they're down on Clubhouse, they make a comeback happen, they win the map. Same thing could play out. They're down 0-3, things aren't looking too great for them. Rounds are relatively close for the most part. Wolves shuts down Shaiko. He might have gotten aggressive on a run out or on a window, seeing as Wolves is all the way back out and spawn on the bakery side of the map.
Shaiko. Oh boy, what a rough start of the round for him.
He's had 3 great rounds, Parker. It's fine. He can take one of the great. Oh, that sucks.
Renshiro now walks into the KZ play from above, upside down on the new balcony window.
I have to question what's happening right now. I mean, there is 0 reason for Wrench to do that play. Walks up on ADS, no trade, no nothing, no utility. It's a great pick. They need more though. Still 3 versus 4. Control slipping away from BDS, playing so far back from the bomb side with those Cadellas coming out. They could go for rappel-in. They don't.
No, they do not. They've lost Wolves from W7M, but this is W7M's, I would say, their best crack at it so far.
It is.
Over a minute to go, so they've still got some time here.
Playing aggressive, then passive, then aggressive. It's making it hard for BDS to figure out when the actual push is going to be happening. So they have to always be on their toes. At any moment's notice, Casey could just rappel on in. Still Candelas left in pocket of Julio. No smokes, however. Lines of sight will be what they are. JV flank here could be huge.
EFAC, an easy kill on the JV. That's a diffuser? No, that's not the diffuser drop. Julio has it this time. And speaking of Julio, in he will go. Following up on those Candelas, the safety of the Nook. He'll go for a plant, but Brede has to be wary of where he gets punished from. Lem's attempting to stop it. Diffuser goes down. Brede picks up 2 kills. KZ scrambling off of that rappel, but guess what? He's on the diffuser. Can the nade hit Brede? Yes, it gets both of them and blows the round wide open. KZ saves it at the final second, but it's EFAC's turn to get on. He has no intel, and he jumps out. KZ the save. W7M the round.
BDS, they had 3 options in that round. A, go for the instant defuse. Brede went for it. 2, revive your injured teammate first, get back in a 3 versus 1 position. And 3 is to just figure out where that last remaining attacker is, because you have 35 seconds to work with, jump out a window, etc. The greed there might again be the reason why BDS lose the round. They didn't need to rush the diffuser. I understand why they did it. They didn't think, or they didn't know how many nades were left. And if there were no nades left from W7M, it's a guaranteed round victory. But you're in a 2 versus 1, in a possible 3 versus 1, if you take that 5 seconds to revive. I would argue that if you want to play the numbers, going for that res, playing the 3v1, waiting for that repel sign from the enemy, then jumping out a window, that's going to give you a higher chance of winning out in that round. BDS with a nice retake attempt, but it's W7M finding that round victory, and they needed that very badly. Otherwise, this would be a 4-0 for them.
But it keeps them in this matchup, that's for sure.
Oh, it certainly does. And we all know that their mental, it didn't seem to struggle too much, even being down like 4 rounds on Clubhouse. But, of course, when you start building momentum at the end of the first map, you don't expect to go, down losing that momentum shortly after. And W7M, they're going to keep bringing out these operator picks that are a bit unorthodox, right? Diffuse in map number 1, the Gridlock now here in map number 2, the Grim that we saw earlier also on map number 2. The smokes, of course, being the name of the game to allow Casey on the glass to thrive. The more smokes, the better. They got 6 of them, if you count the Capital Fire arrow as well. It's going to be a basement bomb site, though. They have a lot of map to work through first. C4 comes out from League Effect, does no damage. Shotgun in hand, pops open the hatch. That's his fallback point. When pressure is too much, he drops, and there it is. Really good pace for the attackers. 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and BDS, they have completely given up the roam game now.
So W7M, they gotta set up a flank drone on the white stairs, the main stairs, and the red stairs. Someone's gotta watch them, make sure nobody creeps on up. Then, stop breaking that floor apart. That's Wolves on the sledge. And then choose a front attack on Bakery or a backside attack on Brede here instead of VIP. And then hit the bomb site right after.
2 drones in place to take care of this mute. There goes one nade sent down by Herds. You're going to need probably 2 players to take care of Brede, at least it's based on his play over the last couple years.
Meet my soul shredders.
Those track stingers act as a great way to cover sound and cover the advance of whatever attacker wants to follow up on it. EFAC shredding through them with a shotgun, preventing them from spreading any farther.
It might even be that W7M won't even have to clear out Brede on the backside of VIP. They just drop the hatch, ignore him. That's also a possibility for them. Just gotta break out this floor, join the bomb site, see who's creeping down below, and then eliminate those positions. BDS, they can't see the plant spot. Brede's Toxic Babes, the only saving grace now is no C4 remaining, as both Renshi and League Effect have spent theirs to that verticality, and they did so unsuccessfully.
Each team's taking their lumps in what's been one of the slowest rounds so far that we've seen between these 2 squads. Shaiko, the most damage in the lobby. That's not what you want from him. He was the first death in the previous round. Then the team floundered after that. Very close to getting the diffuser down. KZ will walk right in. Nice flick onto Brede. Another one lined up, but he cannot connect onto a Lems. BDS answers back, and now a Lems has the angle from below. JV a better shot. Out goes the smoke. Julio doesn't see EFAC in the midst of it. That's the shotgun, and he'll play off of that plume of smoke. Completely blind, disoriented as to where he wants to go. Shaiko far enough back, but he loses some lines of sight because of that smoke. And Shaiko's good enough for 2 kills, but it leaves EFAC alone as W7M breaks in. Diffuser down, and W7M will not be able to get it in time. BDS back on the board. They've secured themselves 4 rounds in this first half.
League Effect playing it with patience, and the frustration on Julio's face in that round, you can see it, tapping the keyboard right after. He knows they blundered the round again. The glass going for a very quick push on VIP, clearing out Brede on the smoke is a huge victory for W7M. But then again, a little bit of greed, over-aggressiveness, pushes forward without any smoke grenades, takes the 1-1 against the Jaeger, and loses. Imagine the glass was available for the side execute. Instead of aggressing forward, imagine he walks back towards the breach, goes up on the hatch, drops down, uses the smokes from Capital's arrow, like we saw, to get the injury onto Leaky Effect. There are no C4s remaining. If you get in, that's diffuser going down. That's how W7M are going to win. They keep trying to play for these planned executes, but then they keep taking these unnecessary gunfights and then not getting there. It's almost like they're saying, guys, let's plant, and then they say, okay, and then they go for an unnecessary gunfight. They're playing on 2 different planets again. BDS had the same issue on their Clubhouse attacks, but this is very uncharacteristic for W7M. They don't typically have this problem as a team, and right now it's costing them valuable rounds.
Absolutely correct. Both these teams have looked dominant on their halves, though. I mean, first half on defense at Clubhouse, BDS 4-2. Clubhouse defense for W7M, 4-2. So far in Cafe, BDS 4-1 on this first half. Just goes to show you how evenly matched these squads are, and even if it does end up being a 2-0, that W7M walks away from triumphantly. A round or 2 would have really decided the difference in both of those maps. Yeah. That obviously talks about W7M coming back here on Cafe, which still remains to be seen. There go Candela's late setup from BDS, 45 seconds into the round.
It's not fake though. They like W7M, they have this thing, they keep pushing the buttons of BDS saying, we're gonna go, we're not going. And then, we're gonna go, and then this time they actually go. Leaky Fact, he can't go too far off the bomb side. No one from BDS really can, and you see there, the uncertainty pops the Goya fire in case of a rush up the white stairs, despite there being barbed wire. BDS, they finally go to Julio and JV. They're building a lead.
Shaiko again needs to die first, but he's usually been good enough for 2 kills. Every single round that Shaiko has gotten on the board for has been for a double. Of the 5 rounds of play, Shaiko's 2 kills have been good enough to win every single one of them. That's quite the stat. Shaiko gets 2 kills, you win the round. Now, this is where it gets tough because he isn't really able to make much of an impact because of his death, but the team does have that upper hand. Oh, hold on a second here. W7M, 2 players side by side. KZ, Herds. They'll give some information away by hitting that barbed wire.
Yeah, no C4, no smoke. This could be a great execute.
Wolves and KZ in position to walk through that fireplace, but they're the bullet tracers. Wolves through the wall, trying to do some damage. He has lots of munition. KZ getting the diffuser down. Herds is spotted by pillars. He has the attention of BDS, but he takes out Renshiro as the drop is ill-timed. Bride falls as well. It's a 2v2. Both teams getting in on the action, but BDS coming out ahead. Herds sees what little is left of Alems. Now he needs to catch EFAC and will do just that. Every half so far has been 4-2. Mentally, W7M pumping themselves up, knowing what they need to accomplish as they now move to defense.
Of all the rounds that W7M they lose, I thought this one was the one they were definitely not going to win. But to make it work in the 1 versus 2, BDS not with that. I don't want to say they didn't have information because they should know the whereabouts of that pillar member, but League-Effect playing rather passive in the 1v1, didn't really swing for that gunfight. Loses out in the end, doesn't hit a single bullet as the member of W7M was 1 HP. A 4-2 scoreline, not bad. Getting 2 attacks on Cafe is the expected outcome. It is a slightly defender-favored map, but it could have been a very different scoreline. These rounds so close. Almost every single time. BDS, when they attack Clubhouse, they looked very lost, disjointed. Shaiko, a lot of eyes on him right now on the attacking side. Weren't using his grenades on Clubhouse at all. Didn't get any intra kills and kept dying first for his team. That's where I'm going to be focusing my attention toward. Of course, it's a team effort. All of BDS, just like all of W7M, they have to step to the plate right now. But individual key members, they have specific jobs to do. KC, if he's entering for W7M, he gets a kill every single round. He's doing his job. If Shaiko's entire thing is just going for as many kills as possible, creating space, and not finding anything, that is problematic. Really gonna rotate around the map with the X-Kairos, take down those castle barricades. Good value, objective play. 1 X-Kairo and a castle barricade is enough to take it out. So 2 apiece. Gets opened on up. Focus applied onto that piano room. The keeper barriers of KC are likely going to be awaiting them, as you can set up a fortress with those keeper barriers.
First half in the books, let's take a look at what transpired. Diffuser planted by W7M. They had some good objective play. They won that round. Cocktail Bakery and Reading, or rather Cocktail Kitchen and Reading, because it's technically not in the bakery anymore, but bakery is just a long holdover that I know people still tend to use. BDS, a flawless round. W7M winning 2 of their final 3. In terms of first bloods, it's a mixed bag.
Well, there are 3 ADSs. Again, 2 nades going out, unsuccessful. The third one strikes, I guess? Yeah, third from Renshiro. They get what they want, but it costs a lot.
Volps has lost half his HP, as has Alems, and Alems is now on this rappel inside a piano. Shaiko breaks in, but it's unfortunate timing as he's blinded by the Candela thrown in by his own teammates. Gives W7M enough time to peel off of that part of the map.
And no one from BDS on the white stairs window either to catch any fallback, so again, no pinch. BDS are gaining map control, but they're also losing time. No grenades left, no, like 1 flashbang and 2 smokes are all they got to work with. League-Effect finding KC is a crucial kill, but planting is going to be very difficult for BDS on this particular round. They might just have to fight their way through the bomb site or an aggress somewhere. Looking for fights.
Oh, crossbody karate, Herds across the main door, takes out Shaiko. What did we say? Shaiko gets 2 kills, BDS goes on to win the round. He has huge influence, but now it's Renshi's time to do the same thing. 2 picks as he drops. He has unfettered access to the bomb site through the skylight. They force JV into Alem's waiting arms, and now W7M have just Julio to stop this. It's a moment. Bride with diffuser down, there's a nitro cell that could be used. It goes off and gets Bride, but it's too little too late. Now the tough job for Julio. Get back to the bomb site. Do that by ascending the stairs. Saw the stats before the game. Julio, not very good in engagements. He's a utility player. He's a support player. The stats show that. 1 in 6. 3 kills available for him if he can pull this one off, but already the diffuser at halfway. Julio runs out of reading, and it's EFAC to tag him and take him down. BDS pushes to their 5th round.
Beautiful read by BDS, understanding that planting indeed was not an option, going for this really aggressive execute. Range gets a kill, drops Skyline gets a second. The Candelas from Elemsh, perfectly timed. The first 2 on Piano, they blinded Shaiko, stopped him from passively getting a kill onto KC, but the last 2 Candelas used very, very well by Elemsh. Head to Katana from W7M. They're down 2-5 currently.
Só não pode forçar o orçamento pro Natal, porque senão vai querer jogar embaixo. Aí o Júlio joga safe ali. Vamos tentar passar tranquilidade, não tomar. E nós vamos tomar aqui o besta, mano. O round a gente trouxe de novo e depois a gente se fudeu pro cara da claraboia, tá ligado? Foi bobeira nossa. Vamos tentar acalmar.
Now, W7M, they won the first map of Clubhouse. Worst case for them, this might be a quick one. They go to Oregon, deciding map. Not the end. It's definitely BDS that are playing for more than that of W7M, because if they don't win Cafe, they go to lower bracket. Not where you want to find yourself if you're any team at this tournament. Lower bracket means if you lose one more game, you are out, you are going home. Your dreams and your shot at the hammer, it disappears. Kitchen and Kitchen. Such a weird bomb site name.
It is, yeah. It is Kitchen and Kitchen, technically. It's, the official terminology for it is service and cooking, because one of them is a service kitchen, or a prep kitchen, I suppose. You've got the prep kitchen in the back with the bakery, and then you've got the active kitchen, which would be in the front. As somebody who used to work near, I was kitchen adjacent.
Okay, that was your title. Kitchen adjacent.
Well, no, that wasn't my title. I was a server, and I bartended, but I didn't work in the kitchen. I was not a cook. But you get to know these things.
Yeah. Valuable.
It's just like I knew that one of the things in the kitchen was called a rack and roll.
A rack and roll? I did not know that.
It is a large, tall cart with lots of slots in it that you can put just trays on.
Okay.
And it's for racks, and it rolls. And that is why it is called that. And you can wheel it around. Either way.
Wonderful.
I think they're going to try to show it. That would be the prep kitchen. The rack and roll, I think, is like right there.
Is like those tall ones near the shield, or?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. We need a better look. We'll get to it eventually.
Okay.
For those of you that work in F&B that are watching this, hell of a career, hell of an industry. I'm out of it, but still fun memories.
Yeah.
Either way, timeout for W7M that was called. It was a lot less electric than what we heard from BDS's. Oh, JV doesn't see Renshiro jump in. Renshiro on entry in the previous round. Got the first pick for BDS. Not the first pick in the round, but the first pick for BDS. Does it this time. JV no more. The Warden being down is actually huge. But Herds are above. We'll need to get back to the bomb site. W7M doing this quickly. EFAC has been done in. Shaiko's down and bleeding out. W7M have lost all but 2 players as Shaiko is finished off by Herds. The no Warden again means that you can get these smokes and these flashes with maximum value. Lems holds onto that diffuser but doesn't want to go because he knows that he's in a vulnerable spot by Freezer. We're at the halfway point of the round.
Let me just try and get into a safe position to plan to get cover from his teammates. The issue is that dining hatch is open above him. He knows he can't cross because Herds is here on bottom red stairs and KC up above. But BDS, they can take their time right now, figure out where the pieces are, and then put them together. They got the diffuser, they're on the side, 1 smoke, 2 Candelas, toss them out, try and get that plant down.
There go the Candelas, there go the smokes. Herds boxed out at the bottom of red stairs on that first floor. They carved the wall open, but it's not for any good. KZ to hold above. Narrows the numbers. Diffuser not in the hands of either BDS player. Keep in mind that despite the fact that it was a 1v3, BDS didn't want to go for the plant. They go for kills instead. Renshiro started it, he ends it. 6-2 in favor of BDS.
BDS with the opening kill. They went for a horizontal direct bomb site approach, and they knew they had to act fast because there's only 2 members of W7M on the bomb site. And with that opening kill, that's only 1. That's Julio on the Echo. If you do not go fast as an attacking team, that net of the roamers above you will close in, and you'll be stuck with nowhere to go. So they push it in aggressively, they get those kills, they get the bomb site control, and then they take 30 seconds to figure out what is the next step going to be. Try and plant from a limb with no cover, or just make a miracle run through the bomb site with those Candelas in the smoke and try and get that kill bottom red stairs. And Lems, despite having diffuser, he was the aggressor in that position, going for that kill. Afterwards, in the 2v1, well, the Hero KC dropped the hatch. Plant starts getting put down, and of course we saw that BDS, they just take the round. 6-2 now. A much more convincing attacking side from BDS so far than that on Clubhouse. Won the first 2 in a row, looking to make it all 3 to preserve some of that energy for the 3rd map of Oregon.
10 seconds left.
I want a 3rd map. I know you do as well.
I would love a 3rd map.
I would love a 3rd map too between these teams. But before we get there, I would like a more competitive cafe, please. BDS was up the same scoreline on Clubhouse, and then W7M went on that 6-round tear, ultimately winning the map. Again, a single round on Clubhouse could have given BDS that map, and now they would be staring at a very fast 2-0, and a stunning 2-0, if we're being frank, given how good this W7M team has been. For BDS to beat them 2-0 after BDS started this entire event by losing to CAG. It was the only victory for APAC, by the way.
Oh, that's right.
Imagine that. The only team that an entire region defeats is their very first international match since becoming major champions.
Didn't see that one coming. Solis. Solis as a character, again, it changes everything you know about the game. You cannot drone those positions anymore.
Candles go in. Here we see a drop from BDS.
Surely.
W7M, are you prepped for this? Alems gets in, no contest, but JV is there still in the same position. Surely they must have noticed that he was playing up top. That's exactly where he got the very first kill onto EFAC from. Brede not usually involved in initial altercations. Well, he is. He actually gets 2. The fire accredited with the 2nd, and now it's JV to take some damage. Finished off by Renshiro. BDS doing mighty fine, but a crossfire from up above. A 2v2, BDS could potentially pull this one off. There's Shaiko when you need him most. He needs 2 kills. Diffuser goes down from Brede. KZ reads that wrong, but down goes Brede as well. KZ on 1 HP, Shaiko 2 kills, and it happens again. Shaiko gets 2 kills. BDS wins the round every single time. Not as close as Clubhouse. BDS in dominant form on their own map. And they put away W7M 7-2, securing a 3rd map between these 2 squads.
A much better looking attack inside for BDS, and the thing is, Oregon is all about trying to get 2 or 3 attacking rounds. Those basement bombs in particular, we'll get to it, but those are very crucial rounds. And BDS, the way they're attacking right now, are looking like they're a team that can get there and they can take those victories. W7M, they need to figure out what playstyle they want, passive and structured, or aggressive and chaotic. Right now, they struggle to figure that out on Cafe.
Yeah, I'm glad that you noted that, because they don't really have a distinct play style.
No.
We saw it on Clubhouse that there was some semblance of uniformity with these W7M executes on attack and the way that they held the map on defense. But here on Cafe, they looked adrift. They're going to have to right that ship as we go to Oregon for a conclusion between these 2 teams after this break.
I'm Nicholas Mortson, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
well, that was map number 2, Cafe, picked by BDS. And W7M barely spawned into the server. They won rounds 4 and 6, but then got pummeled on all others. BDS 7-2, putting this one away. And crazy to think that but a few seconds away from the same result on Clubhouse. BDS was up 6-2 on that map as well, but could not seal the deal. Ended up being an 8-6 victory on map number 1, but there's no scare this time for the French fans. BDS puts it away. What was the key takeaway for you on W7M in this map?
I mean, it had to be the fact that they were playing 2 different styles of Siege, right? They were playing half strategical, half like aggressive, and I feel like W7M as a team, they functioned the absolute best when they're on the 100% same page. Someone like Julio doesn't get much value and he doesn't get enabled whatsoever because he's playing supportive roles, but his team isn't playing structured, so he's just kind of lingering around, and you see it. He goes 1-9, he's -8, he has nothing happening on the entry, and therefore W7M as a team, they don't achieve anything.
I don't even think Julio had a kill in the first half.
I don't believe so, no.
I think he was 0-6 at one point that we saw there, but again, those were the stats that were talked about by the desk. We know that Julio as a player, from all of his time on Black Dragons, from his brief time on BRK to Ninjas in Pajamas, that Julio is able to hang with the best of the best.
Absolutely.
And he wasn't always a support player either. I think you could make a credible argument that there was a period of time where he was one of the best shield players in the world.
Absolutely.
But now in the role that W7M has him playing, he plays very sheltered minutes. He is almost never involved in engagements, and when Julio is left alive, it means that everything else has completely fallen apart. And I know it's easy to point fingers, and I have a soft spot for Julio. I think he's a wonderful guy, and he's always been one of my favorite players, if I can just state my bias into the ether here.
Okay.
But it's very clear that Julio, even when he's in these positions, he's not accustomed to succeeding in them any longer.
No.
So it is imperative that the entry of W7M, when you rely on people like KZ and Herds, and even JV now and then, to walk in and get those first few picks, they need to be able to do that. Is it Julio's fault that they're not quite? It could be. He's droning a lot of the time.
Yeah, it could be. That's the key takeaway, but Oregon, of course, you're going to find yourself naturally on the attacking rounds, pretty much on the same side of the map, and I think Julio can lead his team forward a lot easier than that of Cafe. You're on the roof, on the window repels, you're spread throughout 2 different sides. It can be difficult to have like an overall view of the landscape for your team. The vote still very close in favor of BDS. Arbiter bans coming out. I am certain we're going to see a Ying ban from one of these 2 teams because they both played it almost every single round of Cafe. I'll be very surprised to see it go through. Both teams operate. There it is. First rotation, bang, off the board. Ying is no longer going to be played, and it makes good sense because for every single bomb site, just like Cafe, you can bring out the Ying and have tremendous value. The Flores, same story, especially the basement attack, the Terror drones, clearing out shields, utility, key player positions. It makes life a little bit easier. Wamai.
Wow, how long has it been since we've seen a Wamai ban?
It's been a bit. I'm not gonna lie to you. So both teams are making both the attack and the defense weaker, specifically around that basement bomb site. The Valkyrie, of course, the information, that can be hard to deal with. You don't have space for an IQ on the operator lineup on Oregon very typically because you want that utility, the nades, smokes, extra flashbangs. An IQ just locks away one operator. You want flexibility here.
We talk a lot about how Ying gets banned on Oregon, often as a target ban, and I have no doubt that it does. I mean, you see these teams love the Ying. Look at Cafe, how often she was brought.
So often.
And while there is a hard counter in the game for Ying, which is Warden, and you will see probably a fair bit of Warden play moving forward, getting rid of Ying solves that problem. You don't need to pick him all the time. Same as banning Valkyrie means you don't need to pick the IQ, as you noted.
Yeah.
But it's not even just a target ban. Ying brings that secondary hard breach gadget, which on Oregon, if there's a Kaid ban, has an extensive amount of value. That secondary hard breach gadget will go on the hatch in security and then the hatch inside a meeting, and will guarantee that both those hatches will get opened up if Kaid is banned out. Upstairs, you can use it to create small holes in the attic wall, or you can use it down below if there is a roam on that first floor. It's very versatile, and that's not even talking about how important candelas are, either down through that pillbox hatch, which Ying will open up herself, dislodging somebody playing inside a freezer, dislodging somebody playing in the closet, if you want to use them towards the front entrance of laundry, or throwing them in big window, throwing them in attic, and then using that to take up map control very quickly as your opponents cannot see where you're coming from. So a strong ban all the same for this Ying, and whether it's a counter ban or not, there's a lot of flexibility for that operator, and not having her means a very different game.
Especially against the Mira, and that's going to be the thing. Attack basement is going to be, if you win an attacking round on a basement defense, you're looking extremely good on Oregon because you're expected to win the tertiary bomb site attack almost every single time. Top floor of Kids Bunk, 50-50 I'd argue. But basement, 80% in favor of defenders, I'd say, like raw numbers wise. W7M, they have many ways they can play it. They choose with the Mira plus Kai combination, and Bride from BDS, he answers nicely. The Maverick on the board kind of nullifies the Kai claw's effectiveness on the hatch, but it takes so long to open up the hatches, especially if you aggressively contest them from down below. So that's gonna burn 20-35 seconds or so off the clock for PDS just to open up the hatches as a base minimum, as a bare minimum. From execute operators, instead of the Ying, because it's banned out, it's a Lemge going to be on the Lion. It gives you this natural 3, 2, 1 countdown, which then you can execute off of. It ensures that everyone's on the same page very naturally. We see 9 flashbangs and 4 grenades being brought off from BDS. That's the only tools they're gonna have to brute force the way down this basement. Now, you can attack front side or back side. We know as the observers, there are 2 mirror windows in the front. This has to be a backside execute.
Nade goes out by Shaiko, expecting somebody playing on that freezer mirror window, but nobody actively in that spot. Shaiko's nades have been quite poor in this series. Which is a bit odd because he is used to playing these operators with nades, so you'd expect them to hit their mark. KZ goes down to a Lems, that's the very first pick, and boy, what a damning first loss for W7M. It's a smoke off the board with 50 seconds left. Herds will get very aggressive as the Kaid TCSG flattens out a Lems, but they answer back, and both these teams will actually be involved in this extensive fray. They're dying left, right, and center. W7M comes out looking worse for wear, though, as the advantage favors BDS. The execute, mere seconds away with 30 seconds on the clock. Batten down the hatches, and JV reads into a single pick, but these trades will give BDS an advantage every single time. Julio, the man that we spoke of, he's last one left, and he's isolated inside of Elbow. He's got 3 ways back to the bomb site. Instead, we'll go through box. There's the wall that's been opened up. Shaiko with diffuser. Bride will watch over it. This is a bit of a role reversal. Both these players from BDS are extremely good in clutches. Julio, C1, can't accomplish much. Bride from miles away, give BDS the very first round of Oregon.
And again, these basement attacker rounds, they will most likely be the difference between a successful Oregon victory and a failed one, because teams are expected to win that defensive round. So attackers taking it, it really is a big deal. I have to state that. Now, W7M, they played those 2 mirror windows front side, 1 small box, 1 freezer to hold and lock down that area. That means 1 or 2 members can hold the front, and then 3 or 4 members can hold the back. So BDS, they are knowingly attacking into the most amount of manpower, which means that BDS are trusting their gunfights to win. Whereas if you attack those mirror windows head on, you will only meet 1 or 2 actual enemy operators in the gunfights, but the mirror windows, in terms of utility, you have to deal with instead. BDS, they are known for their lethality within EOL, taking these like 4v4s and trading out in numbers advantage or evenly so, and you saw it, it began to a 3 versus 3, a 2 versus 2, but they get that 2 versus 1. That's where the round gets swayed in their favor, and it's once again, unfortunately, it's Julio in that 1v2. The supportive cast of W7M being put in these clutch positions when they're not necessarily the players that are set up for it. They're gonna go back basement again. That's how strong his bomb site is.
Private conversation that we have with teams, and I'm sure you probably experienced this as well when you were playing, Nick, was it is a really depressing feeling to know that your support player will never win a 1vx.
Yeah.
It's
absolutely.
Oh, Jim is left in a 1v2? All right, well, let's set up next for next round. You know, you have no confidence that they're going to be able to pull it off. And honestly, rock solid support play in many ways does separate good from great. If you've got a team with a support player that can clutch, whether you leave them in unwinnable spots, whether it's in a post plan after they get diffuser down, their ability to get the same amount of kills and have the same mechanical ability that entry players have is just priceless. And I mean, it's easier said than done. There are only probably half a dozen support players that are in that upper echelon.
Absolutely.
But they tend to be on the teams that consistently make deep runs at these events. Brede is definitely one of them. Unfortunately for W7M, so far in this matchup, Julio cannot be in that conversation through these 3 maps that we've seen.
It's very well put, and I was going to say the same thing. The teams that we, funny enough, see at the highest level of play consistently, they do have that supportive cast that can show up in those clutch moments. Brede, of course, arguably one of the GOAT of supports when it comes to clutch ability and potential fragging power. He's had a rough year so far with instabilities and inconsistencies, but at this event he's really shown up.
Absolutely has. There's a Nitro Cell that does a lot of damage to Renshiro, but puzzlingly, I think it probably should have killed him. Explosions galore on these stairs. BDS, they're like a cloud car, all coming out of the same door, and they're just getting gunned down by this fire from W7M. Alem's is last man standing with a minute left. What can he accomplish? If anything at all, nothing. Goodbye.
And that right there is how we expect a basement defense to turn out, more often than not. What you saw in the very first time of BDS, that is not supposed to happen. It makes perfect sense, again, for W7M to go back to that bomb site because that's just how definitive favorite it is. But BDS, they got the job done already. They've won that single basement attack, which I will note down because with how close this series might go, that could really be the defining moment, and it happened in round number 1. Now, by winning the basement bomb site, W7M's job gets more and more difficult. Now you gotta go upstairs, 50-50 bomb site. If you win this one, you go tertiary. That's where things get very slippy. It's almost a free win for attackers. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The Frost on the board to deny jump-ins. The Amaru, perhaps, as we know the French teams like to run on occasion. Wolves do it, BDS do it. Oryx just running through walls saying, "Dunk." Curious to see if they're going to extend a big or small tower and deny that early entry point. So far, not the case. Relatively compact in the center of the map. Wolves is roaming towards the big tower. He's going to barricade the door, actually, surrendering big tower control to BDS immediately. And then 2 members going to extend small tower instead. So, there's 2 ways to attack this bomb site typically. You can go west over, which is small tower we see the members of W7M holding, or go big tower / master bedroom on the other side of the map. BDS have that choice to be made for them, but it looks like they want to challenge this downstairs hold.
Player to watch for BDS is going to be Shaiko. Didn't have a consistent second map, but we'll once again bring out that statistic, Nick, where Shaiko got multi-kills in 4 rounds, and they won every single one of those rounds. Outside of that, he was pretty ineffective. Often first casualty for BDS. If he can have a good game, well, that'll be huge. The rest of the team has lagged behind, though. We have not seen any real dazzling performance from EFAC. That is a bit surprising, given how he's played at this event. Renshiro had big moments on Cafe, and dare I say it, I actually think Renshiro was their best player on Cafe consistently.
I'll back that up for sure. Renshi had a great year overall as well as an individual player, getting more freedom on the sledge roll and getting more done on the entry as well. I like the aggressive hold from W7M. The crossfire inside a closet and armory makes it very hard for any single member like Leaguefact to take control. He needs backup. BDS, they have to rotate, but they're so far away on the map.
There's the first casualty. Well, I don't know where he is, but EFAC dies early yet again. He's having a rough day. When he shows up, that 1-2 punch of him and Shaiko is hard to stop. But whether it's W7M shutting him down or just a off day, this is nowhere near the potent force that he's been. Has Shaiko even hit anybody with a grenade so far? Because there's another from below that misses its mark. Shaiko toying at the top of White Stairs. There's 2 kills for W7M to add to EFAC dying earlier on. Shaiko does get rid of Volps. Another nade goes in, and he misses out on the timing. It blows up, and W7M block BDS from getting into the bomb sites.
While the chaos happened on White Stairs, Brede jumped in the big window right into a frost mat and found himself injured on the ground. Bomb site relatively free. It looked like it at least, but what do you know? A bear map stops you. Julio there to guarantee the kill, confirmed from that kid's bunk bomb site itself. BDS can't find the openings. Leaky Fag on the master bedroom balcony, completely alone against 3 members of W7M. When he dies, it opens up the rotate. Those members in Armory, in the small closet and Armory stairs, they can fall back through Trophy back towards the bomb side. Then BDS no longer playing 4 versus 2 on the bomb side. They're playing 4 versus 5 on the bomb side instead, and that doesn't go their way. Tertiary bomb site, 2 options: kitchen dining or meeting kitchen. Meeting has the higher play rate. This is more of a stylistic difference, right? Meeting speaks towards big tower, whereas dining speaks towards small tower. They both have towers, various sizes, and you gotta attack them because it's a very important aspect of the map. And it's why we see Hertz up top in tier 3. So we call tier 1 is the first floor of tower, tier 2 is the second floor of tower, and tier 3 is all the way up on the catwalk rafters themselves. We'll play with the Asami. Almost like playing Clubhouse Rafters in Garage. We can use those key barriers to isolate angles and just hold this area that BDS, they care about, they want to take the control, but they might not deem it worth it to attempt with him being there.
Now, would you believe that Oregon is the second least played map at this entire event? You want to talk about tertiary bomb sites? Let's talk about the Meeting and Kitchen. Has 11 plays. Kitchen and Dining has 7 plays.
Yep.
And this bomb site, this Meeting bomb site, is one of the statistical worst bomb sites for defenders in the entire 6 Invitational. And despite that, JV will swing the back door. The Doc is the bailiff, punishing Shaiko. BDS cannot recover. On this bomb site, 27% of the rounds that have been played have been won by the defenders.
Yep.
This is as lopsided as you can get. It's been played 11 times. The attackers have such a sizable advantage on what is a very defender-sided map. 58% of the rounds on Oregon won by the defense. Well, Hertz' team had done some damage early on. It takes 2 players from BDS just to eliminate that tier 3 player, the Azami. Whether you Kiba barriers, whether you were using your own ability, was holding press, was holding court, pressing BDS from above.
The numbers you just mentioned is why you need and you should win this attack as BDS. Otherwise, that basement bomb site attack you won earlier, well, it kind of evens out. You win the bomb site that you shouldn't, but lose the one that you should. You're back in that 1-3 scenario. But BDS, they should be 2-2 after this round, statistically speaking. Now, they got the biggest problem dealt with. That hurts. In tier 3, he's gone. Attic has control, can open up the side wall. This is how BDS can set up a plant, especially because actually, no, there's no smokes.
Oh, Bride goes down. Efak trying to recover by stage. He barrels in. Down he goes. Still, there's been 1 player, W7M, gone. Another as well, Renshiro. He doesn't miss these shots, and he knows he's got another. Does some damage to Julio on the way out. Lems with diffuser in hand, getting the plant down. Safe behind sandbags. Julio needs to go through the front of Meeting or even security. His team has barricaded everything. This is a 1 speed in Kaid. Julio will make a lot of noise.
He's back where he started.
All he did was run a circle.
Yeah.
Lems has been allowed to get into position now. He might go from the hatch above an attic.
Defenders have eyes on the diffuser. Attackers need to protect it.
Lems knows that he's nearby. There goes the nitro cell, and Lems makes it look so easy.
No.
BDS had an advantage. It was gone, then W7M had it. W7M had it for most.
Renshi made it look easy.
Yes, he did.
The instant drop down the head.
Oh, my apologies, Nick.
Yeah, no, you're excused, but don't give a Lems all the credit. He got the easy job of a 1v1 post plant with drone information. Renshi finds himself and his teammate in a 2 versus 4. He gets killed to bomb site against JV, and with 1 HP, drops the hatch, flicks the enemy on site, opens up the round for LMs to clutch. It's the openings and creating space that is the toughest job as an attacker in Rainbow Six Siege. And great job, LMs, you won the round, but that was expected. Once that diffuser is planted and you get comfortable above the bomb site or below it for that post-plant position, you as an attacker should be favored to win the round. And you said it, Parker, for you on Cafe, it was Renshi, the most consistent player from BDS, doing the best job. And then he shows up that same round here in Oregon. BDS, they get the 2-2 scoreline that they wanted, that they really should be getting because that tertiary bomb site being so hard to defend. And this round number 5, the basement defense, third time. Very important one. Either BDS guarantees 3 rounds on the half at worst, or they open themselves up for a possible 4th. Oregon, defender favored. Basement, very defender favored. We've seen both teams win this bomb site once.
Laundry supply room at 71% of all rounds won for the defense is, just at a quick glance of all of these bomb sites, one of the most defender-sided bomb sites. Well, the only one that I can really find with a substantial pick rate that actually beats it in terms of defender win rate is Cash CCTV on Clubhouse.
Yeah, with 11 plays, so however many, right?
16 plays of Cash CCTV on Clubhouse. The least played bomb site, but it is the only bomb site in all of the 6 Invitational that has a more favorable win rate than this one. And keep in mind, that's the least picked bomb site on the map, whereas this is the most picked bomb site on the map. So it just goes to show you, when 7 out of every 10 times teams play on this bomb site, they are expected to win. I mean, you don't really need to dive too much into the statistics. Maybe we can talk about the why, but the numbers tell you that the defense should succeed.
Renshi, he shoots his 4 mid-air, he's gonna kill him. He stays alive.
That's the stuff. Renshi don't miss.
Never.
Not one bit.
Not in this match. BDS did a great job juggling the EMPs with the Kite Claw. Hurts team kills JV. Not in this round. That's not the time for it.
Whoever wins this round guarantees themselves, at minimum, a tie through the first half. They cannot lose. Given the way this first map went, and the way that I wanted to see the second map go, I have to suspect that, well, it might be a 3-3 half. Dorms opens up after this. If BDS prevails, W7M can go back downstairs to the basement. But hold on just a second. Teams will come to blows. Down goes Renshiro. BDS finds 2 kills. They've reduced W7M just to the smoke and the Malusi, and the smoke will get aggressive inside a freezer. Wolves gets one, looking for more. He waits for Julio to get that pick. A 2v2 with Diffuser down, but he picks the wrong default plant spot. It's not in supply. It's inside a Laundry. Volps gets that, an easy play around the corner. EFAC has had a sluggish game so far. Can he return to form in this 1v2? Holding on to that F2. He'll have to pick his poison correctly. The smoke of Volps will isolate him and then hop on the Diffuser, but EFAC can't get there. He engages with the Malusi, but loses the duo, and Volps has plenty of time. W7M in the clutch, in the post plant. They take their 3rd round.
Very, very small detail, but Shaiko playing freezer might have miscalculated his position. He was playing right here, so close against the shotgun, and I think he was thinking that Brito was planting on the opposite side of this wall, thinking that if he swings the hallway or freezer itself, my planter dies. And if that was the case, Shaiko sacrificing himself for that really poor gunfight is worth it. But Bride was on the opposite side. He was completely safe from the freezer holes. Shaiko arguably should have walked further back to devalue the shotgun in the 1v1, because Shaiko might be a great shot, but beating a shotgun point blank is almost an impossible task. You'd have to hit a first bullet headshot immediately off the rip. Otherwise, you just die. That is exactly what happened. The post plant from BDS not great. Bride obviously stuck in the corner because Shaiko died to freezer. He also met the fate of the same shotgun. And W7M, they get the round that they statistically should have gotten, but it's very, very close.
I mean, when you're jiggle peeking that corner, as we saw all of these players doing, and then you full swing a corner and preemptively blast it with a shotgun at such close range. I know that there are jokes made about that SAS shotgun, with people saying if you believe in it, it believes in you.
It's true.
The more that you have faith in that shotgun, the more damage that it does. It's just a bit of cosmic magic.
No, it's absolutely true, because Kino's shotgun from
it's as real as astrology.
It does more damage than any other shotgun in the game.
As I said, it's as real as astrology, which is that it isn't real at all. But at that close range, there's no way you're missing. That's almost a guaranteed kill for any player, even those playing down at bronze. It's a long jump in. Amaru play from Alems, final round of this first half. BDS will move to the more favorable side, and I honestly think that's a story in and of itself. If BDS can triumph in this round, then it's a 3-3, and while that will be a level playing field, the field itself will tilt in BDS's favor.
Yep.
That's not where you want to be for W7M.
No. It certainly isn't where you want to be, but sometimes it's just where you find yourself. An engagement here could occur between Wolves and Ligivac. The benefit is the Nurk makes much less noise if moving around, whereas Wolves might be stuck in the corner. He's between two members of BDS. They don't know. No drones nearby. Timing and decision making could make a big difference here. If he finds Shaiko or Ligivac downstairs, it's a valuable kill.
Make some noise at the bottom of White Stairs. We're about to hit the halfway point of this round. Herds cannot be the first to die. You cannot let the smoke go out. One toxic canister has been used so far. Oh, nade goes in and dances around it. Volps with the lead-off pick.
Yep. Now BDS is looking for something else to happen. They got this 4v5 position. They got to claw it back. The Frostmats last time killed Breedy on the jump in. Has to be cautious this time. It can't happen twice. Nate going wide from Benji, doesn't find any damage. It hurts. You said it, partner. Can't die first, but he does just that. Shaiko finds him.
Different time, though. That was a minute ago, and some of those toxic canisters have already gone out. Alems deep inside of Attic. Those are those secondary heart breach gadgets that we were talking about earlier in the match. They don't necessarily allow the same entry that an exothermic charge does, but it still allows you that vision. And you can see long range. Nade gets tossed in. JV shuts down Shaiko, losing HP in the process. Now it's Julio to go down. Support players having a rough time. Renshiro gets one, cannot secure the Frost, but KZ is left alive to stand against these two players from BDS. To tie the first half as the diffuser goes down, BDS look for the Frost, who plays around these bunks. Maybe draw them out. No information whatsoever for W7M. Creeping along the ground, BDS doesn't need to do much in this post plant. Just sit where you are. KZ sees Lems on the ground and then immediately rotates. Expecting one in trophy. How does he win the duel? Breedy missing out on that final pick. And KZ has plenty of time to get to the diffuser yet again. W7M overcoming the hurdles in a post plant. The first half goes to the defense 4-2, and W7M will switch sides 3 rounds away from putting BDS down in the lower bracket.
It's a huge round from KC in a 1 versus 3, but two things. 4-2 for defenders is the expected scoreline for W7M. They had to fight so hard to get there. And secondly, I hate to point it out, but Alems and BDS absolutely bottled that 1 versus 2. They had a perfect crossfire. Alems and Chassis holding down the soft wall towards big window where KC was prone. And then for some reason, Alems looks to his right towards the attic, rotate, seemingly for no reason. At the same moment, KC swings, and then I think it was Breedy who went Lion. At the very end, he white swings the middle of the room, again thinking that the enemy wasn't where he was going to be coming from. So it seemed very obvious, to us at least, where KC was going to be. And he must have been making so much noise proning around the floor, but yet it seemed like BDS had absolutely zero idea where he was coming from. Doesn't matter though. KC, he takes the round. BDS struggling in those dying seconds. 2 rounds in a row. Now they go on defense. The favorable side. And if things they play out the way they should, we should be seeing OT on 3rd map.
I mean, look, BDS just don't seem like they have good intel. It's the same issue that W7M was suffering through in the previous map. It's all about information. W7M held BDS to that on Clubhouse, wasn't it? I think it was, we were deep into the second half of Clubhouse, all the way back in map number 1. And BDS only had 4 drones or something like that.
Yeah.
With 2 minutes to go. Why? Because there's a Solus on the board, and W7M are using that operator so successfully over the maps that we've seen so far. There hasn't been a Solus ban. And despite her being available, BDS do not often like bringing her into this lineup. They have their set ways. W7M does. They use and abuse the opportunity that Solis provides, and it hurts BDS, a team that relies a lot on coordination.
Yeah, one of the downsides to Shaiko being quote-unquote stuck on the alibi, his favorite operator in defense, is that it does allow BDS less flexibility in terms of operator choices. No EMPs being spent here. Julio playing it safe with 2 pellets at a time. Not sure where that second set went, and Julio also seemed confused as to what happened. But he gives it another go. Third set goes out. There is a cut in the board, of course, in from Leaky Fac. Has those kite claws in pocket. So JV has to bounce out these EMPs together with Julio to successfully get open the most important hatch. That is this one. The meeting hatch leading to that small box down below. That is the most important hatch. Leaky Fac tries to juggle it. I think he's got it, actually. Oh,
they didn't expect the last EMP to go off. The juggle was correct.
Yeah.
And it would have made it. In fact, we might have been a microsecond, if that's even a real term, away from those X-Kairos being destroyed. And even if that EMP had disabled the Electric Claw, the job was still done at that point by BDS. Now it's going to be a dry push from W7M. They're going to have to push into blue and go down back tower stairs with no real assist whatsoever. BDS prepared for it. Shaiko's stats right now not where they need to be, and he could go even deeper into the negatives. He escapes underneath the stairs. One player from W7M lording over him. Toxic canisters go out. 30 seconds left. Brede still has 1 in pocket, so there's more gas to cover the entrance for W7M to break through blue. Volts killed number 1, and Alems takes him down. BDS suddenly on the board in fine fashion. Alems with 2 kills. Shaiko down for the count.
15 seconds remaining.
A pause now. W7M in the bomb site. Lem still doing what he knows best, playing around pillar. It's Herds as the last player for W7M in the bomb site. Sees the Warden, but Alems gets a 4K. BDS start off their defense with a victory.
Yeah, and again, it looks like such a good start for the attackers. The moment you get to that pain point of pillar, it can just turn so quickly into defender's favor. The timing on the scenario, Lem, she swings at the right moment. Shaiko helped him out, held his cross from that blue door entry point. Last but BDS, that elbow shield holds down the fort. And W7, they cannot get in. No Flores, no Ying available. That basement stronghold is so hard to break. Now we know W7 can play the glass because they showed it to us on Clubhouse. And they even tried to show it on Cafe. Oregon basement could be an option for that same particular operator. But we won't see that being played out for the next 2 rounds. Secondary bomb set upstairs. If BDS come out victorious, we're gonna have to see that tertiary bomb site, which will then define who gets the round lead. Right now, W7M, they got it. 4-3. Operator lineup-wise, not flexing too much. Staying with the single hot breach. Soft destruction. The Nomad actually coming out to maybe contain BDS's aggression now. Once you take a certain map into your side, you can maintain that control. Keep BDS moving up and aggressing on those front lines. Early aggression from BDS to shut down any drones, entry points, etc. They've only really found, there we go, 1 more drone. 2 drones on the board for BDS. But without the Solace, it can be hard to find them. There are so many points of elevation on Oregon, shelves, things you can hide your drones under. The Leaky Fac doing his very best to find them.
Oh,
good night.
Boy. EFAC 4-7, Shaiko 6-6. These are the 2 players who are supposed to be taking over this matchup. It's an easy assessment to say, oh, they're having a bad day. But they're having a bad day against one of the best teams that we've seen all year. At some point, you have to give credit where credit is due. I think it's time that we do that in this matchup. It's not that they've been having a bad day. It's that W7M have been the better team. And in these engagements, if you can go toe-to-toe with Shaiko, if you can go toe-to-toe with EFAC, if you can go toe-to-toe with Renshiro, then you're gonna be in great shape against this team. Because Alems and Brede cannot do the rest of the work. Brede in particular is put in so many unwinnable situations. The fact that he's able to win in a lot of them is incredible. but it's not sustainable. And when you start to play against all of these tougher opponents, which W7M definitely is, eventually that streak is going to break, and you're going to start losing your 1vx's, as we have seen happen from Team BDS, as happens to Julio when Julio's in that same position. Look at that. Alems tries to retake main lobby by the door. He gets shut down. BDS greeting the players at W7M, but Renshiro needs to watch from bedroom door and topple whites. Poor prioritization. He gets smacked from the side. W7M 3 unanswered kills. They pick up a 4th kill after Shaiko gets on the board, and Shaiko will need to clutch out. He can't do it. W7M 5-3.
The playstyle choice for W7M looks a lot more like Clubhouse. They do that early fish. They get the opening kill into League Effect inside a classroom because of good drone work or guesswork, and then they just slow things down. They don't give BDS any actual gunfights until they opened up every door, window, and wall within sight. And we saw it, 2 members from BDS, they die with their back turned. There are so many different places that we can come from. And you said it, Parker, wrong prioritization, but it's so hard to make the right choice without any information. Valkyrie is banned by W7M. BDS, they're playing purely off game sound and callouts, what they see with the eyes of the characters that they're playing on the map. And because BDS are stuck playing relatively close to the bomb site, they don't know where the entry points are going to be for W7M. They didn't know there was 1 member or 3 members from Master Bedroom Balcony, just like they had no idea there was a guy downstairs inside a lobby early on, and there just are. W7M's drone work great so far. They lost 2 drones early previously. They've lost 2 drones rather in this prep phase as well. So same count, same info available to them. Renshi now going for the Maestro, picking up some more information. Bulletproof camera also on the board for BDS, being picked up by League Effect. Casey and the Armorer can fly in tier 3, take that in control immediately, thanks to a drone being pre-placed here. They know it's clear. Casey is in the basement, sorry, Hurt's in the basement as well. So 2-man job taking tower control within 20 seconds.
Very fast for W7M. They have shown confidence on all of these maps so far. Round dependent, of course. But if you think you've got the drop on your opponent, you get drones in, go for it. W7M have not had the same stumbles to keep their drones alive as we have seen from BDS. BDS still not adopting this Solus on Oregon. I guess not wanting the new operator as a part of their kit.
Yeah, it's an operator that only some teams have been picking up. I think Eminem from Europe, they play Solus every chance they can pretty much, and they've not defined the meta of Solus, but I think that Eminem has like shown us just how much damage that operator can do. BDS yet to really effectively play it, and I think right now against W7M, it could be a massive advantage if they picked up the operator to deny this information, because again, there are 8 drones alive.
KZ in the back of Attic, or at least on that wall, very similar to what we saw out of, was it Alems do the same thing when BDS took back tower. If you're trying to strike at the heart of this dorm's bomb site, you're going to do so by opening up that attic wall. No different than a lot of teams will need to do, even if it's a downstairs defense, because while attic itself is not close to the bomb site, you still want to take control of dorms. Is that an impact that just went off in front of the face of Hurts?
Yeah, Renji tried to deny the thermite breach from the fan below. He missed it.
BDS on the board first. KZ answers back. Shaiko removed. Another kill for W7M that gets Shaiko immediately.
Minutes ago, but KC so close to side, has full attic control. They know this. They can make a play on trophy door. Not yet.
He can taste it. Asuria Gate still sparking away. You'll need something to throw through if you don't want to take any damage when it gets reactivated. KZ inside of Attic, they know this. He's creeping up to the dorm's bomb site. They do know now because they see the bullets at the wall right next to them. He'll assess whether or not that his game section is free. It is. Down go the ADSs. W7M get on the site, and they get 2 kills for it. Breed A trying his best, but BDS are behind. A 2v2 with Julio getting the diffuser down. It will become a 3v3 when he hops off of it. EFAC struggling. BDS have had some troubles as to where they want to go in this bomb site. It's EFAC alive upstairs while they expect Breed A to retake, and he absolutely flattens Hurts. JV using that area opened up in the back of Attic earlier on by KZ to his advantage. And on the diffuser they will go, but EFAC sees him and shuts him down. No match point for W7M. BDS keeps it close. They trail by 1 round.
Really good retake for BDS, but a concerning 3 versus 3. They had the red ping from the Maestro bubble on the bomb side, but no one went below to deny the plant going down in the first place. JV did not choose correctly for his post-plant position. Even if he got past this door from Attic, he can't even kill the diffuser in time, or the counter diffuser in time, because he's behind the wall. So JV not in the right place, not in the right position. They lose because of it. W7, they got in really aggressively, really quickly. KC with the entries time and time again. But the plan not really following up quick enough, I would argue. BDS, they save themselves from not falling to that match point scoreline. They get another jab at basement. The most defendable bomb site on this map. Pretty much across the entire tournament, across all maps and bomb sites. For how often it's played. Mirror being brought out this time. Wasn't the previous. No kite trick to free up the operators. Shaiko go from Alibi onto Lesion as well. The Ghoul Mines have to stop. A hatch drop, a walk it. Yeah, there we go, the hatch drops. BDS are expecting a backside attack, so the mirror windows likely going to be to the front side, just like W7M. The manpower mostly being put towards the back, so you can hold utility with one side, manpower on the other. Now it's up to W7M to see, okay, do we want to deal with the mirror windows, or do we want to deal with 4 guns pointed in our direction? There's going to be 0 roam presence, I believe, from BDS, so the map can just be picked apart in 20 seconds. Of course, at this level of play, you have to drone out every corner because if somebody's hiding upstairs, a flank occurring later in the round could be the round over. But they're making quick work of it. 30 seconds, and they got almost full map control.
Got a feel for BDS. If they win on this bomb site, they have to go to that tertiary bomb site.
Yes. Yeah.
In terms of those win rates, again, we will look at the 2nd least played map. Goodness. 76 rounds played on Oregon prior to this map beginning. 58 of the 76 rounds played on just laundry and dorms. That is staggering. That leaves just 18 plays between meeting hall, kitchen, and kitchen dining. So again, really hard to glean a lot of information from that. 27% of the rounds on meeting hall and kitchen are won by the defense. That's terrible if you're BDS.
Yeah.
Kitchen dining, though, the opposite way. Tied with laundry supply room at 71% of rounds. But again, only played 7 times. X-Kairos being torn away at as they go onto the pill wall. BDS stopping that hard destruction from working successfully.
Yep. Step 1 is done. That is, of course, the map clear. Step 2 on the way. That's going to be the setup where W7M will strike and what they think they need to achieve that goal. Step 3 will then be that chaotic execute where the gunfights will determine the outcome of the round.
Ren Shiro guarding the back stairs. He's on a collision course with at least 1 player that's a nade in hand. It looked like it went out, but Shaiko might have stopped it. Shaiko now over by Blue. He's got the very first pick on the round. Down is Volps. Lems will go. Shaiko follows. Lems can be recovered, though. But BDS pick up yet another kill. It's dropped W7M just now down to JV as Herds hits the ground. 1 player left. Team BDS have this tie in their clutches, and they're going to get it. JV actually downed one of his own players, so sloppiness from W7M. As you predicted, we might need overtime here. We're going to need all 12 rounds first. Let's get that out of the way. See if anything changes, because as was noted, BDS will now go to the tertiary bomb site. Which one will it be?
Showing that meeting hall kitchen so far. So again, the meeting and kitchen dining, they play out in a similar way. You care about the tower that's closest to it. Big tower for this bomb site in particular. Commonly, teams on attack just take big tower, open up the stage wall, take added control that you see right now from League, where the rotate is. And when BDS attacked this bomb site, they did the exact same thing. Big tower, into attic, meeting breach, in, get the plant. Lems won that 1 versus 1 against Julio. It was Renshi with the drop getting 2 kills. Now, you don't have to go for the big tower attack. It is just by far the most common and arguably the simplest and easiest one to go for. The Nomad from Julio, again, the 2nd time Nomad sees play. If W7M can take map control, they can help keep it on their side. Nomad does speak to a big tower attack, but we'll see what they have to do here. Spawning on various positions. 3 members of Lobby Door. Spawn pick from Renshi. When it matters the most, gets shot down.
Oh, you're already playing a bomb site that so heavily favors the attackers, and you on Warden have just given them a gigantic advantage. Only saving grace of that is that there are no smokes and not really many flashbangs on the board for W7M. I mean, there's no anti-gadget to catch these flashbangs. Well, Maya's banned and Jaeger is not on the board, so maybe the Warden pick might actually be more consequential than we thought. Because Wolves and Julio combined have 6 flashbangs, and there's no denial from the defenders to eat that up.
On the other hand, if Renshi had gotten the kill and not died, the value he would have gotten would be incredible. Either take out the soft breach, the grenades, or the hot breach in the round. That's huge value to be had. BDS playing from behind now. They're familiar with this position because W7M keep getting open and kill after open and kill. They're gonna attack this top floor hole from BDS. And League Effect, tough decision. Do you stick around and fight it out or fall back and stay alive?
No way, Lems just watched that blow up and there's 2 players there. Catch right into his lap. A beautifully tossed nade by Herds bouncing off the door frame. BDS have suffered 2 blows.
You gotta fight now.
You absolutely have to. And EFAC decides to go for the big window. Pete gets it on the Volps. Worried about being pressured from dorms. There goes entrance for W7M. Kiba barrier will shut them down. Brede dealing some damage to Herds. This will just be simply a reflex test. Brede looks away at the last second. W7M with the 2 picks. This is their round, Nick. Shaiko 9-9. A mere mortal. Best player at the event so far, and W7M have kept him at bay. 4 players to go. I could see Shaiko pulling off a 1v2, but a 1v4 against a team like this. W7M are too coordinated, and they read into Shaiko's position down below. W7M look to continue their run in the upper bracket, and they have just secured themselves series point.
LM's being picked off with this grenade right here, a round-defining moment. It leaves League Effect above alone. He aggresses forward, gets a nice pick. Then W7 they slow things down. They have 4 members on the master bedroom side, and they wait for the rotation from Brede, and they win their 2 individual 1v1s to take that round. BDS timeout. They gotta figure things out right now.
Maintenant, on va juste réfléchir à ce qu'on va faire sur le prochain round. Ok? La défense top, c'est trop dur. On est nul sur la défense top. Pour moi, défense kitchen landing, jamais fait. Vu comment il dorment, on fait perdre du temps avec Shaiko, on redescend, on joue les escales. Si vous le sentez pas, on fait la défense top comme t'as dit.
Mais là, pour moi, la défense top, faut juste qu'on s'enferme kitchen.
Ouais, mais moi j'avoue que c'était.
Vas-y.
Beaucoup de résistance.
Non, mais en vrai, nouvelle défense et tout, vas-y, go.
Et en plus, elle est adaptée, hein. Tu vois ce que je veux dire? Elle est juste nulle s'ils font full small. Focus, Focus, on y croit.
So, I'm pretty sure what I get from that is actually they're discussing what bomb site to go to. Kitchen was mentioned a handful of times, they're picking Kitchen as well. And I think if you're having that tactical timeout, it makes perfect sense because it doesn't matter about your long-term plan of operators, of playstyle, one-off strat, etc. What matters right now is getting to overtime. That is this next upcoming round. Now, BDS, they are in this position where they won a kids defense into a basement defense and then they lost meeting. That means that the kids defense bomb site is open once more, so that every single option open besides the basement bomb site. It's important to note because amongst those 3 options, they specifically went with the dining option instead. So this plays on the small tower, you're still holding upstairs as before, but it gives you a little bit more back control on the back side of the map because you can outplay instead of dining. You can play small tower. The bomb site of kitchen is not the center the same way anymore because meeting hatch takes over that entire bomb site. And you can, of course, see here from LMG, play inside a small tower as well early on, slow down W7M's entry points, and make the top floor hold a little bit easier. Wolves answers back though. Amaru quickly inside a big tower again, taking this quick map, or part of the map for W7M. He has no can opener, cannot get the attic wall open up though. He's met by 2 reinforced walls, has to go down the staircase and go through that hallway in towards kitchen instead. Or go basement. Can come up a hatch.
Gutsy play. Amaru being brought out. We've seen this is what, the third Amaru so far on Oregon?
Yeah.
Again, for good reason. If your team is coordinated enough and can distract enough, then Amaru is extremely valuable. And here we go. Wolves will go up, and Brede says no thank you, but the rest of W7M want to sweep their way into this bomb site, and it's a Nook who flies under the radar to get the next pick. W7M eliminate Renshiro now. BDS fallen by 2, but they keep it close. Shaiko's still in the fray. He's good enough for 1 kill most rounds, and he's already got it. Now it's EFAC to drop Herds. The timeout seemingly working. W7M's pace a bit too quick, and not enough practice. What do they say? Measure twice, cut once? Well, it seems like they tried to cut without measuring at all. KZ picks up his leading 16th kill. He said in the in-between before rounds here, having people like KZ and Herds show up is enormous, and KZ has certainly done his part for this team, but he's running into too many obstacles. Shaiko gets 2 kills, and we've got overtime between these squads.
Something very underrated in that round that might have gone unnoticed. Elemj, he had arguably the most difficult decision to make of this entire best of 3. His teammates are dying on the bomb side, and he thinks there might be a person outside a small tower holding him stuck. If Elemj were to go back to the bomb side to help his team not fall apart, he would have died for absolutely free. But he stuck around for 40 seconds straight, while losing bomb site control, trusting his 2 remaining team members to claw it back. And because of it, he was keeping one member of W7M stuck outside the small tower, doing nothing to help his team maintain that control. Elemj making the right choice for his team. BDS, they claw it back. And we are indeed entering overtime. It's 6-6. BDS, they start on defense, and W7M start on attack.
Just as BDS took their timeout in the previous round, it allows both teams to speak to their coach. How about back-to-back timeouts?
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often.
Does not.
Especially not as close to a map end as this. So now, the objective is to talk long-term, well, relatively long-term, 3 rounds. Last time out was simply just to try and break overtime for BDS, and simply for W7M to prevent that from happening. Now, both teams can talk about, okay, what do the next 2 to 3 rounds look like instead? BDS seemingly unhappy with how much time they had to pick after that timeout was...
I'm assuming the timeout was probably taken late, which left like 1 or 2 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's going to be a change.
Yeah, it might be a rehost, given how close the series is. Yeah, we're gonna go for a rehost. To maintain competitive integrity, seeing as nothing has been revealed for either team, we're gonna ensure that this 6-6 overtime gets played out to its fullest. Both teams will have enough time to pick, because of course attackers, they have attack a repick, they won't be hurt by this, but defenders don't have that luxury, so whatever operators that BDS got, they're stuck with.
That's correct. So BDS cannot swap off of that. Once you're in as a defender, you are in.
Locked and loaded.
Well, maybe you're locked, you might not be loaded. Depends on who BDS picked.
Didn't look all too shabby for them, but of course we know that Shaiko in particular, there's certain operators that he does not prefer, I'm going to say, to play, and he might have found himself off the alibi of the Legion thinking, I actually didn't want this operator, so we'll be back in just a moment. Of course, during this technical timeout for the rehost, the coaches cannot talk to their players, and by the looks of it, the players themselves aren't talking either, so they just had 60 seconds to discuss the future of the rounds and what they want to accomplish. Now they can think on it, prepare themselves mentally. An overtime scenario is essentially a best of 3 in terms of rounds, and you just gotta reset. It's like playing from 0-0. Nothing's happened. The clutches, the close rounds, the plans, the failures, the successes, none of that matters. It's just like starting over on a very short best of 3 Oregon.
What an exciting day of matches it's been.
Yeah, I mean, Stage 2 of Invitationals, it's getting closer and closer. Seeing OT now in 2 out of 3 maps. And yeah, it was a one-sided cafe, but a lot of rounds even, despite there being a 7-2 scoreline for BDS, were close in itself.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I don't remember the lineup that BDS brought. I think it was Shaco and Asami that was a different operator last time, but I honestly, don't quote me on it. It looks relatively similar. I saw the ward in the mirror, and I think I saw the smoke, but I don't know.
One thing we don't know is we don't know if the team directly called for a rehost. It is very challenging to memorize all 10 operators within the span of 5 seconds. I mean, it's doable, and there are people with very sharp minds, especially those who remember things visually, that will probably have no problem at all remembering all of them. But for you and I, when we're trying to do mid-round stats, taking notes on bomb site, players, numbers, etc., stats, graphs, and percentages, it can be a mighty challenge. So whether BDS is running with the same lineup or not, they got the rehost that they had sort of asked for. We, again, don't know if there was a genuine request or not.
Just a bit of confusion, but yeah, we are here now in a really quick, aggressive map control for W7M. They haven't slowed down at all. KC probably not going to extend too far down the staircase because you want to trade at least. Wolves making his way over. Remember, W7M, they want to breach open all the hatches before taking any unnecessary gunfights.
Hold on a second. Look at how close KZ is. 40 seconds into the round, he's already on Freezer stairs. He's got the opening that was created next to the black mirror, and he can see yet another mirror window. He'll go on to drone himself in. W7M still have plenty of those gadgets available for them to gain information. KZ shrugs off a little bit of damage. Alems decides to engage from over towards Freezer. He can rotate back to the small opening that's created in the wall, that sight line, leading from the Freezer wall deep to the Freezer stairs.
The last 2 rounds, BDS defended this bomb site. W7M attacked the back, and it did not work out for them. And it's the same scenario. Mirror windows covering the front, the guns favoring the back. Shaiko on the Asami this time can cut off lines of sight, keep himself and Renshiro safe in this pillar position. Alems, he's the middleman in the hallway. But it's W7M who has to strike first.
I like that play on the Azami to get the Kiba barrier up. Block a sight from box upstairs. And that hatch by stage into blue. Just a little bit of added protection. And if W7M don't want to attack blue, which is entirely possible, they decide to opt out of it, then that's going to be a very strong spot, a powerful position for somebody like Shaiko to play off of. KZ abandoned Freezer, will go towards the hatch that looks to be over top of Freezer.
Gonna pop that line, drop the hatch, take the fights, but no one's really there from BDS. It's timing based. I have to set it up.
Volps at the bottom of main stairs.
Once the backside makes moves, the front side goes.
There's the nade that goes off, and the barbed wire should be opened up. Hertz chooses the left. There was one on the pillar to the right. Now it's KZ to get in on the action. BDS bleeding out. They've lost 2 of their best players. A third will go down as well. 4th, it's Renshiro on back tower stairs, but oh, he goes on to Cam. I'm assuming that's by accident. He has Diffuser down, so they'll need to retrieve it. But the problem is most of them are in the same spot. Surrendering Diffuser at the top of these stairs. Renshi knows that they will go for Diffuser and then head back in the same direction. He needs to stop them, but he's missed out. Renshiro thought he had information. He'll drop, and JV is there for insurance. He ensures that there's nobody from BDS into the bomb site. W7M moves back to series point.
Good adaptation from W7M. A very small thing, just Casey dropping that Freezer hatch, stabbing him in the back. Renshi playing smart, going up that tower staircase, gets Diffuser carrier down, but in a 1v3 with 30 seconds to go, you can't necessarily hold it alone. Well, there was no help to be found. BDS now are in the toughest position imaginable. They go defense first, which is favorable. They lose their basement defense, and now they go straight into having to attack that very same bomb site that heavily favors the defending team. Operator-wise, keep an eye out for the next 25 seconds. They could attack a repeat into something like a side execute operator, whether it be the Osa, the Glass, the Munti, the Genghis Band, which BDS chose. I'm sure they wish they had it available to them right now because they got the same problem. These mirror windows being brought every single round, and neither team wants to deal with it. It's simply just too difficult. BDS will stick that same lineup. The Maverick in case of the Kaid, the nades, the flashbangs, but it comes down to the synergy and the gunfights and trading out in favorable numbers to win this round.
Just looking at these stats that we've seen played through the 13 rounds of live action. Defenders won their rounds 4-2. That round being won on attack by W7M has now made this Oregon an attacker-sided Oregon.
There it is.
The best it could finish at is 50-50, if, of course, W7M wins here.
Oh, he shot his teammate's drone. That means he can't go down just yet. Doesn't want to risk it. Not a huge loss, of course, but it slows down the attack by about 10 seconds. There we go. Drone follows down, clears the path. Leak Effect takes the default cam, and now they have Freezer control. That's step number 1.
Oh my. Down on his back. That was Herds, I believe, inside a Freezer. With his foot sticking out and clearly visible, EFAC was about an inch away from being able to get this leadoff pick. Freezer will be the main focus for BDS for the next little while. Shaiko was posted up there. Hatch will get opened up over top of E-Box.
This is very likely going to boil down to a 5v5.
Or so we think.
Or so we think. That's the Maverick job. It's not pretty, but you got to do it. And this round is likely going to boil down to a 5v5 with 30 seconds left. I mean, BDS in the same position. They can go for a Freezer Hatch drop, try and flank somewhere on the map, but all they have to do is try and find picks, and W7M, they are known to just sit back and not give them an inch on the map.
Shaiko throws a nade up again. It doesn't hit anything. I don't think Shaiko's nades have been successful in any single instance so far in this series. He's used both of them now, thrown in desperation towards that Black Mira. A lower bracket run is what's on the menu for BDS. If they do not defeat W7M on this round and then the next, they know the odds. We don't need to remind you of it. Look at Volps amidst the flashes. He gets one and scatters. Caught by BDS. Shaiko in a 1v4. W7M looking to punch the major winners down into the lower bracket. It's the man of the hour, the best player at the 6 Invitational, to save his team inside a Freezer and hope for an upper bracket run. They know exactly where he is. He's trapped, and they'll ice him. W7M, a massive victory over BDS. The French squad will fight now through the lower bracket.
What a story it's been for W7M. Came seemingly out of nowhere domestically to the international ground, defining the meta on some of the maps like Chalet, and now taking down BDS in this best of 3 series. You might have known them 9 months ago, you know them now.
What a triumph for the Brazilian squad. The region of Brazil has had not quite the results that I think they wanted so far. Both FaZe and Liquid have put on some disappointing performances, but lost one. W7M, they're here to play. Igor giving a motivational speech to the rest of the team, and hugs abound.
GG's indeed. It was a good series.
Always amuses me to see the Brazilian players in shorts. I get it, but it's freezing cold.
Respect's being paid as well to the cafe of BDS, and it's well deserved. That 7th victory was very convincing.
Unbelievable stuff. That first map, I think, is going to haunt BDS more than anything else. 6-2 on map 1. BDS had the game in the bag, but then they could not stop the train at W7M. 6 rounds in a row, and there goes map number 1. And yeah, BDS fire back on their map of Cafe next, but he set it up for a coin toss on Oregon that went down to pretty much the end. 14 of those 15 rounds. That said, we're going to throw to a break because we know the desk is going to want to take a crack at this one. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
I'm Nicholas Mortson, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends, to the Command Center live at SI 2023. I'm Alex Dominic, your host, and joining us, victorious from their matchup for Dark Zero versus Sonics, it's Big Bad Canadian, Bro Canadian. What's up? How you doing? Congrats on the win.
Doing good. We won. So yeah, we got Koi coming up for top 6 and main stage potentially. So doing good. Of course, after a win, yeah. And Sonics, they're looking like one of the best teams here. So obviously very happy to be pulling a dub over them.
All right, Jesse Jacob, hello again. You have any questions for our NAL competitor?
Yeah, I think so. That was maybe one of the most stressful games I've ever had just as a viewer.
Yeah.
Troy, you've been around the block a little bit. I'm curious to know how, compared to some of the games that you've been in, with this one, especially map 3, Clubhouse, felt like every single round's come down to a 1v1, 1v2. How did this compare to some of your other games? Was it more stressful? Was it just another day on the block?
I think that was like a middle of the pack game. In terms of like my history of stressful games, that one was like middle of the pack. Like, there was a blowout the second map. The maps we won, yeah, they were very stressful. I mean, I'm exaggerating. It was very stressful, but also like I'm pretty sure every series I play at majors is stressful, and now the same with the team too. Seeing that I got the war paint there, that's from hugging the boys. But yeah, every game is always stressful like that. And that's just kind of how it is at these events, right? When you're playing the best teams, like they're gonna make you work for it. Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, it feels better winning like that. You feel like you earned it, so yeah.
I mean, you're giving the rest of us heart attacks along the way, but you're still making it work.
I mean, how do you think I feel?
For real. I mean, with Gav, though, how's that going so far? You've had 5 straight series with the guys so far. The first time he's ever playing is at literally the World Championship. Give your take on what his integration's been like so far.
Honestly, it's been great. A big reason why we looked at Gav and Alex, we wanted kind of a shake-up in like the culture and personality of the team. We wanted to bring a bit more energy, a bit more cohesion, chemistry, and all that. And honestly, it's helped a lot. I think Gav is a huge part of that. I think Alex is as well. But Gav's like a super goofy, happy-go-lucky guy.
Yeah.
Brings the best out of Rob. So yeah, he's been great. He's been playing very well. I don't think, obviously, he's not dropping like the same statistics he was in CL, but I mean, he was on Mr. B's team, who's like setting him up to go absolutely nuke, and he's playing against much worse players.
True.
So now he's playing in our system where, you know, we have multiple people who are set up, so not everyone always gets the limelight. It kind of ends up evenly distributed. So yeah, he's going to end up doing worse in some situations, but I think he's been doing his job well. I think the first game at the very start, we kind of shook off some nerves, but that was it. I'm very proud of how he's doing for literally his first event, first Pro League match even. Like,
yeah.
Literally just thrown straight into SI. So yeah.
You go up against Koi after this, and you know they've obviously been doing very well in their group. How do you feel about going up against them?
I mean, we feel good going up against anyone. We're gonna sit down, do our prep, show up and play our game. We just, at the end of the day, like I said, I think every team that's in this tournament still is like a very legitimate threat. It's going to be nothing but good games, no pushovers. So
what would you say to them?
What did I say to them?
Get a little fight.
Have fun. See you at the pool. I don't know.
Fair enough.
They've been at the pool every day. The other day, Leon and Sathis? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Sathis, yeah.
I ran into the elevator in their bathrobes. I had 2 cups of coffee, so I had to have them, you know, card me in to go up to my floor, and they told me meet me by the pool. So, you know, maybe we'll meet them by the pool after the match.
I mean,
I don't know if they'll be there though.
If only they didn't put the card on there, you could have been just stuck there.
That's true.
Wouldn't be able to play today.
That's true. Well, it was yesterday. I think yesterday or the day before.
Been stuck an entire night in the.
I would have been stuck with 2 scalding hot cups of coffee in my hands, just struggling.
It's real dedication. Yeah. Canadian, thank you very much for joining us at the Command Center. It's an honor to have you on here, and good luck for your match against Koi. That is later on in the day, around less than 3 hours from now. It's pretty incredible. Jesse, Jacob, how about we continue on with our game?
Sounds good.
Why not?
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for having us. Thanks for joining us on here, Map 1. As you'll see in our series, Cafe Dostoevsky 8-6 for Dark Zero. A tight one, Jesse, but they won it out.
Absolutely, they did. I mean, starting up on Cafe, that was obviously Dark Zero's map pick, and we can see in hindsight, if they had not won it out in overtime, would have been a problem for them, right? Next map didn't exactly go their way, but they did manage to clutch it out. Had a great time, especially in that first half, going in with the defense, really make sure they could hold things down. Skies, I thought, was always in really strong positions to be able to turn that one into a win for them. Felt like they were pretty confident on it, although it did take a little bit longer than maybe they would have liked. Now that we're in best of threes, it doesn't matter if it's going to overtime, okay? As long as you get the map win.
Yeah, I definitely don't mind the Cafe pick if they think there were enough things that the Sonics maybe were or weren't showing in that first game against Wolves that were things that they could take and put to use in their own playbook. I love that they're still using Monty about as much as anybody else in this tournament. Seems like they're using it, maybe not as much as CAG did back in groups, but it still feels like that's a weapon in their arsenal they're totally fine pulling out. And to be honest, I was worried. I didn't think Dark Zero was going to win this thing. It looked like their attacks weren't up to pace with where they needed to be, and because Cafe is such a big map and you have so many things to clear, maybe one or two more rounds and suddenly we see Sonics actually take that and suddenly they're undefeated on Cafe through this entire tournament. But no, Dark Zero got that one done.
Now going to map 2 on Border Blood for Dark Zero, Canadian described it himself, a 7-3 victory for Sonics to take it into our third map. I was very surprised seeing Sonics with 5 defense round wins on a map like Border.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Dark Zero were really struggling with the with the intel game there. It felt like the drones sometimes were missing players they really shouldn't have been missing. We saw that one round where we saw, what was it, Grixer able to make a big flank, kind of being misdroned there. We saw another angle as well where it felt like the drones were a bit of a problem. So that seems to be the threat in that first half. The trades were certainly really good from Sonics as well on that map. You got to give Sonics some credit in this best of 3. Obviously, we just talked to Canadian. We've been hyping up Dark Zero, but man, did Sonics not play a fantastic series here as well. And of course, Border was kind of the ideal of that. The top of the hill for them. Unfortunate they couldn't close it out on map number 3, but as far as that map was concerned, yeah, really, really strong first half there.
I'll just say it. It's just a stat. There's nothing special about it. 3-game loss streak for Dark Zero on Border at this tournament. The first 2 times they did it, it was their own map pick, and now they're losing it like this against an NA compatriot. If you can take Border out of your pool for the rest of this tournament, you're probably sitting a lot prettier. You have to have other options in there that you probably prefer a lot more than Border at this rate, and now that you've got another one of these types of losses under your belt, you like anything else at this point, I'll be happy with. It's not just me and my own anti-Border bias. It's not exactly my favorite map in the pool. But as far as Dark Zero are concerned, just look at what you've done so far and look at 3 straight losses. Just do anything else at this point. That's all I ask.
And on Clubhouse, there's no 2 ways around it. We were going all the way as we went all the way to max OT 8-7 Dark Zero victory. But again, you flip a coin with a couple different temperatures and a couple different degrees here and there, it would have changed our scoreline, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, might have been just another day in the office for Canadian. However, it did feel like this game, every single round was pulling at the heartstrings. It felt like there was a 1v2 followed by a 1v1. The final half of this map was just so tense. And in the end, I think Dark Zero did get away with a couple more of those clutches than what we saw from Sonics. But Sonics certainly had a few of their own as well. That bar stage round, one of them after getting the kit down was a big one for him. So a very tense final round. I do think you've got to go through the series and you have to kind of criticize Dark Zero on their attacks a little bit. I think even on this map where they did go 3 for 3 in their attack and split, it felt like they were a little discoordinated on certain rounds. It felt like maybe things weren't connecting in the ways that they should have been. But something to look back on, right, for Dark Zero. Certainly they can be happy about this win, but moving on against Koi, some of these might get exploited a little bit more, and so they've got to be careful about that going forward.
Yeah, I feel like if you're a team that has slow attacks, Church is one of those sites that just exacerbates how slow a team can be, especially if you're having some speed problems. And even though Dark Zero went 2 for 2 on the times where they were having to attack Church, actually 3 for 2 because we ended on Church in round 15, they did manage to pick things up, but there's just a lot of steps you have to follow on a map like Club. And if you're droning every corner and you're setting up the execute and it's still happening within 30 to 40 seconds every time, and if for some reason it fails initially, then you have to pick the pieces back up and adapt again after you lose some players. I don't know if Dark Zero has quite figured out that adaptability as much as they would like. Their ceiling is still far higher than it is right now. And Sonics are an opponent where you're not watching those games thinking how good are Sonics going to be. You're watching for the minutiae and the little details about things Dark Zero is doing right and doing wrong, because we know Sonics is a great team. It's just a matter of how Dark Zero follows through, and they're doing a much better job than I thought.
Dark Zero, of course, eliminating Sonics Sonics in the upper bracket means that they move on to play Koi a bit later on today. But also, because of this, Sonics will be playing Astralis. So they still have another NA team to go through. But if they lose that second time, that is it. They are done. They'll be playing later on tomorrow. Our MVP for the series, who is it? And then we'll close out our post-game desk for our first one. We have another one to carry off over to Pambazu at 114 kill death ratio. That's his. In this case, it is just, you know, the rating, the player performance in this case. 67% cost, a bit low. What do you expect for an MVP? So I'm wondering where's that impact happening in other places?
Well, I think he was being able to have a couple of big pop-off rounds, right? Towards the end of Border, I know Dark Zero didn't have a great time on Border, but that bathroom defense where he had the beautiful Solus flank coming up in the 2v2 to be able to stop that push coming down from Sonics, that was a great one to come in from him. Also thought the little entry happening back in round number 5 at Jim, Dark Zero. Nice for him to be able to find a couple of those opening picks. It's always kind of what his role has been, right? Being able to get there early and aggressive and find those frags to start Dark Zero off on the right foot. I thought he was doing that pretty consistently throughout this game, so certainly on for him.
I mean, Skies had the highlight play. Troy had a highlight play or two. Gab was in there clutching one or two, or very nearly clutching a couple of rounds. But Panbo was just the constant presence that needed to be there, and he got MVP for it. So I'm actually very cool with that.
All right, thank you very much, Jesse and Jacob. It's good to finally have a desk with you here.
Finally.
SI, but we still have one more game to close out for this part of the day. BDS and W7M just ended, so we'll be back with another interview in just a moment. friends, to the Command Center, live from 6 Invitational 2023. I'm Alicia Medic, your host. With me on the analyst desk are not just our wonderful analysts of James and Mandy, but also joining us is our winner from W7M. Representing them is Julio, a legend in Rainbow Six Esports. How are you doing? Congrats on the win.
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, you know. It's always a tough match against BDS, and we face like now, you know. We thought we would face them later, but yeah, to invitations like this, you know, all good things, all the matches are gonna face good things, inevitable.
Got a grand final match basically here in the first stage of playoffs. So I wonder, for analysts, would you have any questions for our dear guest?
Yeah, I've got some for you. Congratulations, of course, on your win. My question for you is, in a really long back and forth series where like you go into like 14, 15 rounds, that kind of thing, how do you feel like the team handles mental game wise? Do you think that you guys are good at staying focused and fully in it the entire time? And what do you do to manage that?
I think our mental 2 days before, in our match against Koi was not that good. So that was the main thing that we fixed.
Yeah.
And that's why we won against BDS for sure. And yeah, we are maintaining calm and like just think about other stuff to do because we scream them a lot. So like they know like a lot of things that we're gonna do and vice versa. So like we need to think like dumb things to do that they are not gonna
expect. Of course.
Congrats again on your win, Julio. On the final map, you had match point and you lost it to BDS. And then when it was 6-6 overtime, you took a tactical timeout. What did you talk about during that tactical timeout that allowed you to then lead your team into winning 2 rounds in a row and closing out the game?
I think the tactical timeout is more like the coach, you know, because we are playing, sometimes you get out of ideas. So he gave us an idea and then we like mix it with our ideas. And more like that, you know, because you play like 3-4 times the same bomb site and you get out of ideas, you know. We lost like 3 times that bomb site. And then Igor did a great call, you know, to go flank. Like I said, like it's not that smart, no. It's smart, but it's like really basic, you know. Just go flank, and then he did good, you know. So I think it's like that, you know, to the coach to calm us and yes, do some call out.
It's a lot of jobs then everybody has to handle, but this between you and Volps kind of leading the team and you keeping it all together, having the coach also time you out, all of this just kind of gets too much to handle in a big game like this, doesn't it?
I don't think so. Like we are a young team, like the players, but they lost in Berlin, they lost in Yokoping, and now I think we are ready, like emotional and skill-wise. You know, I think now we are really ready for everything that we're gonna face off in the playoffs for sure.
And now you go up against M80, which obviously is a team that a lot of people know as kind of Brazil NA, right? So there's some things that have been borrowed from both regions. You and a lot of teams have also scrimmed against them in Brazil. How do you feel going up against them?
Yeah, that's like more mental stuff with Bodega because we scrimmed them a lot. They did a bootcamp in Brazil. So yeah, we know a lot of things that they like and vice versa. And that's the good thing, you know, because we scrimmed them a lot. It's going to be a really competitive match because of that, because we know a lot of stuff and then they know too. And yeah, Brazil against Brazil is a lot of, you know, noise for sure.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to hear the noise all around our space here. Anything you want to say to them then before we end the interview?
For them, yeah, let's have a good match, you know. Like let's not have an easy match like it was with BDS, because you like learn a lot with these matches, you know, with these difficult matches. And let's go Bodega, let's go.
Thank you very much, Julio. Congratulations again for joining. Congratulations on the win, and thank you so much for joining us
on
the analyst desk. All right, let's start talking about things in detail with map number 1. Thank you again, Julio. 8-6 was the scoreline on map number 1, and that is W7M victorious on Clubhouse, James.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fantastic streak breaker for W7M. BDS are on a 4-game winning streak, and W7M broke it. They started with an alibi ban, which seems like a surprise, but it's Shaiko's most played operator with a 62% win rate. I actually thought this was a mistake because we just saw Shaiko jump on the Valk and do incredibly well. And of course, this game started with BDS going to an early match point up 6-2, and W7M managed an insane 6-round comeback from there.
All right, and that was basically our analysis off of the scoreboard, but we have things more in detail. Even Mandy joins us on the telestration station. Please go ahead.
Lovely, lovely. I want us to start off this clip for us, first of all, so you can see exactly what is going down for W7M. Here they are, it's a 5v5 execute. You've got the Yin going down blue, but what they're setting up for is this Glaz and Sen's execute that is just about to happen here inside of Motive. Got Volps, he's setting himself up for the drop with one of those smoke canisters, and then the Sen's wall to follow up here. Now, it's going to go on the top down. I'm just going to pause it so we can talk about it for just a moment here. There are a lot of things that can go wrong here. They are trying to get the plant down in this spot, just here. But what can go wrong is that you've got Renshiro with impacts here. Now, when impacts hit a Sen's wall, it will disable it. So he's going to be able to see the planter. That's the first thing that can go wrong. The next thing is you've got a Lems as well with a C4 of his own. Right here, he could toss it over the wall and kill him. Same thing with Shaiko as well, who can come through this rotation hole and use the C4 of his own too. So there are a lot of things that need to be shut down in order for this Sen's wall to stay active and for them to get the plant down. Now, what we have here is we've got Volps on the Glaz, and he's able to get this long line of sight that starts over here, but really can cover all the way up till around here and covers that cross on the rotation hole. Not only that, but you can see KZ as well activating one of those Yin Candelas, and he's about to toss that into blue to distract Shaiko. We've also got another player coming down inside of blue as well, so there's a lot of redundancy in this push happening, and the Sens will come in and look for that plant right here. So I'm going to clear this board for you, and we're going to watch the clip play out and see exactly how it goes. So you can see Volps here on the entry. Shaiko is just being yinged out on a player coming down from inside of blue. Renshiro here, you can see he's trying to take the fight, but gets shut down by Volps, and it allows Julio to try and run in and go for that plant. Now, here's that C4 that we're talking about from a Lems. He's got it in his pocket at the moment, and we can see just as the plant is going down right there, a Lems chucks out that C4 and he gets shut down from JV, who's just coming inside of blue. So much redundancy in that plant cover, shutting down all of that secondary explosive utility, and has allowed that plant to go down. This comeback was really, really close. They almost retook it, but here we go. We've got JV instead inside of blue. He's able to cover this angle and is able to shut down the two defenders that come running into his line of sight. And yeah, there we go. W7M win out this round.
Thank you very much, Mandy, for breaking things down on the round. You can come back to us. Our wonderful friend. Hello.
I got to say, I was amazed at this round. I thought this was such a cool little execute from W7M. Yeah. And to be honest, you look holistically at Clubhouse, it's a 60% defender-sided map at the SI so far. So you would expect it to go 4-2 on each defense. Really, what was required was one team to break through on the attack in overtime. And that's exactly what happened. And this really set the tempo for the rest of the game.
Going into map 2 then, speaking of tempo, here's how the scoreline went down. 7-2 BDS versus W7M. That was a complete opposite rollout to what we had, Jane.
Yeah, look, there's a reason you don't take BDS to Cafe. This is BDS's 7th Cafe win in a row, and they haven't lost it in 7 months. Now, credit to W7M. They still had some really cool ideas, like in round 3, they tried to Amaru up the kitchen hatch, the dining hatch rather, and a C4 unfortunately countered that. W7M also had some big plays, like KZ covering the diffuser in one of the later rounds with a nade, but at the end of the day, you just can't touch BDS on this map.
Yeah, I think the thing about this map was that BDS played the attack very different to W7M. W7M, like you said, they're looking for ideas, whereas BDS were looking to directly problem solve. They brought out a lineup that was able to clear utility, try and clear those Azami barricades, as well as that they will have had Renshiro, who's looking to try and hit the OBJ at some random point in time, just finding opportunities. It just felt like they were a little bit more ready to directly problem solve and face challenges compared to W7M.
And finally, Oregon, 8-6 victory for W7M. Gotta say, you really toss a coin in this map and it can be a wildly different result.
Well, to me, Oregon felt like a very similar story to Clubhouse. It was an incredibly balanced match, but I like that W7M were continuing with what I think were the two main strengths during this series, which is one, these creative ideas. Julio mentioned them when he was here in the interview. And the other thing is the huge playmaking potential. This was a playmaking series. There were 19 3Ks or better across the course of this series.
What?
19.
In 3 maps.
In 3 maps. Utterly ridiculous. And W7M had 10 of those. It's why you're seeing players like KZ, Herds. To be honest, everyone on W7M, except for Julio, managed to get a 3K or better during that series. They weren't afraid of going for these cheeky plays, whether it's roaming in classroom, whether it's going for flanks, as Julio mentioned, they were all for it.
I think the thing about the meta at the moment is it's, Joystick actually put it really perfectly in a tweet. It's about pushes, gunfights, and having informed lurks. The thing that W7 W7M do really, really well is that they have these great pre-placed drones, and then through the mid-round, they relocate their drones throughout the map, and then they're able to, as a result, hold so much of the map control, create so much different opportunity on the attack, and then as a result, they're able to just get their way into the bomb site. They're able to do a different approach every single round, and like Julia was saying on the interview, a lot of it is about innovation. It's about creating ideas and not telegraphing what your push is. It's about being unpredictable, and that's currently what the meta leans into. W7M really, really showed that in the series today.
So who was our MVP for this series? I guess
I'm actually going to say this is really hard. And the reason for that is because everyone on W7M played really, really well. KZ and Herds tended to light up the scoreboard more than the rest, but I'll let you roll it, Milosh.
Roll it, production. Take us to it. Who is it? It's KZ. There you go.
Yes, it is.
142. This is going off of just pure stats. Plus 14 and a tight game like that is pretty impressive.
It certainly is. And KZ is one of those really flexible entry players, especially on a team like W7M, where he's given so much leeway to pick the operators that he's comfortable with and is able to create his own room into the building. It's just the perfect player to have on that role.
Yeah, the thing with W7M is you just got all these players that will just have rounds that they make their own, whether it's getting a 4K, whether it's getting a clutch. There are multiple players on W7M capable. KZ just happens to be one of the most consistent players in the world at fulfilling that for his team.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Seems like we have a whole team of MVPs. If even James was thinking, oh man, it really could be anybody on here. Though, let's recap our bracket so far, because we've gone through the first 4 out of 8 matches. There we go. We are the bracket.
We're the bracket.
Yes, that's how it goes. Here it is. We started off with 4 challengers in their spaces. M&M will be playing OXG, Lost One versus Wolves, Koi versus Dark Zero, and M80 versus W7M. That is coming right now, actually, in just a bit. As you saw, Heroic drop to play SSG, G2v FaZe, Sonics v Astralis, and BDS v Liquid. If you're at the bottom part of this bracket, you have 1 more life, 1 more best of 3 loss, and you are eliminated from 6th Invitational. If you're at the top, great. You can still make it through with a bit of flexibility, and that's what we have here.
I'm not sure if this was said on the DZ desk you did, but all of the 3rd seed teams, all the lower seed teams in those matches we've just played before this morning, all of them won. All of them beat the teams that were seeded higher than them.
That's going to tell you something about how tight our competition is. But this is it for now, and for myself for this part of the day. Jackie will come in and continue on as we see M&M versus OXG. We got him hostage.
M&M unbeaten. They have not lost a single map, but will OXG roast these marshmallows or will they keep burning through SI? In some unfortunate news, though, we have learned that the plushie is missing. M&M tweeted that out earlier today. So if you know anything at home, please make sure you tweet at us. Very unfortunate to hear that. Starting off this broadcast on a somber note with Anne and Jack. But you know what? We got a big face-off to talk about, and I'm real excited about that. So yeah, it has been a wild day. Wild, Anne.
Yep, a wild day. Teams really picked their potion today, and it's turning out right now as Oxygen proceed in the upper bracket, and they'll be facing M&M just right now.
Every single second seed team lost today against the third seed teams. It has been mental. Predictions are short. Everybody demos money. He's 0-4 on the day for predictions.
Thanks, I think I am as well.
Some absolutely thrilling battles. But back to OXG versus M&M. Will OXG put an end to this hot streak? And they are undefeated, though. M&M, I mean, there's a lot going on when we're talking about this series. So we've been hammering home their stellar performance in groups. But Anne, candidly, we were talking in the green room, and you were like, I have concerns about their pacing.
I do have concerns about their pacing. Yes, group stage for M&M was insane. They did indeed not lose a singular map. I looked it up. It has actually been since SI 2019 that there were 3 teams that didn't drop a single map during group phase. But they only played 2 matches and M&M played 4 matches. However, indeed, as you mentioned, they will have to work on their pacing. If you were to look at their entry engagements and you put them on a line in regards of time proceeds throughout the round, you'd see a very big spike near the end of the round. Around 30 seconds, there's an insane amount of entry engagements happening for M&M. They lose too much utility, they lose too much body trying to get certain control areas on the map, and that's what they need to work on for today.
Yeah, and Fresh, I mean, their big problem in the past had to be consistency, but we're seeing this entire squad step up here. But Nathan's addition, we got to deep dive into that for sure.
Yeah, I think he gives them a level of consistency that they've not yet seen. You know, we've seen them across multiple tournaments being up and down, not really ever getting to this point, but Nathan's come in and he's done a like-for-like replacement of Neo in terms of the roles. There's some small changes, and we've actually got a graphic that supports this as well. And you can see there, and this is not to, you know, go in on Neo at all, he was playing a difficult role, but Nathan is playing it better, and he's also adding a layer of shot calling, a layer of he's bringing more ideas. The way that I would describe adding Nathan to this roster is that they now have a hammer and a screwdriver. So they can approach a situation by hammering the nail in, or they can approach it by screwing the nail in. They've got multiple processes to deal with any problem that they face.
I mean, if you look at M&M, right, they're a team of friends, which you could say they've qualified through 4 EUL together, and of course you'd want to protect your friends. But at one point, you want to go and win events instead of being grouped in events. So you need to make sacrifices at certain points, and they did that, bringing in Nathan and dropping Neo, and I think it's been working really good for them.
Okay, well, you know what? Let's hear from M&M themselves. We have this interview, so take a listen about their SI journey so far.
My team's performance in the group stage, I think, was unexpected by a lot of people. But from me being on the inside and me only joining these guys a month ago, I knew like the level we can perform at, and like the level there's no cap to us. I would still say right now we haven't performed at our best. So yeah, there's still some room for improvement. But yeah, apart from that, we've been playing solid. I would like to play first in the playoffs, probably Oxygen, so I can wave Newers home. The things we'd like to improve on from the group stage to the playoffs would probably be the composure in these late rounds, you know, closing them out, especially when we have the man advantage, which we've been pretty good at, but there's like certain rounds against Sonics, for example, the 5v1, you know, these are the rounds we've got to be winning, and they're going to make the difference in these big games. Teams I think are going to go on good runs. Obviously, I think no-brainer, W7M, even though they finished third in their group, still a tough group. G2 have been looking good in Koi. Yeah, I think EU's looking great as a whole right now, but I think I'd put probably the most probably like dangerous right now, I'd probably put as still W7M. I think we're going to keep the exact same thought process regarding going to like our next team. We'll just look, I mean, we had the advantage of getting to watch them two play. Out of the 2 teams we might play, we get to watch both of them, so we'll watch them go through our game plan like we have done with everyone else, and then just stick to the plan. Underdogs no more.
Nate, super relaxed there, and I like that game plan. Stick to the Hold on a second.
Oh my God.
Isn't that the missing plushie? Where is that?
Where is that?
I don't know.
Hello?
Where is it? It's been in front of us the whole time. Hold on. You guys didn't know that, right? Okay, we'll make sure to talk to M&M about that because they tweeted out that it has been missing. I think that we got a hold of some security footage as well. So this is an ongoing investigation. We will keep you posted on that.
Little 10K bonus.
Okay, moving on. My producer is like, let's get to OXG. So, and if we're talking about OXG, newers. But Sweater has been better. And you know, I've been dying to say that to you.
Yeah, exactly. He did show up in the first map earlier today when, ironically, Newers had a bit of a slower start to the first map of the match they played earlier this morning. Right, another positive point that I have for Oxygen is when I looked at their entry conversions this morning, they've actually been really, really good at it. They got the entry in the majority of the rounds, especially if you looked at the second map that they played earlier this morning, and they've converted that into round wins 84% of the rounds. That is absolutely insane.
Yeah, and also with OXG, and I think we were chatting earlier and you were like, they're vibing, they are vocal. Jack, I want to talk to you a little bit more about how they're evolving here at SI. We've seen a lot of growth.
Yeah, I think they've evolved genuinely as a team throughout the groups. I think we saw inconsistency in groups, and you're talking about the vibes and everything else. Their team play that we saw today has got better. Their map choices, their map pool, they brought a different map pool out for playoffs. So they've genuinely improved significantly.
All right, and we are taking a live look at the play area right now. We are speeding through this. Okay, and we got the map ban info up already, so what are your initial thoughts here?
Well, I was a bit concerned maybe fatigue will start to become a factor for Oxygen as well. There is a map in this map ban phase as a decider that they've already played earlier this morning, but they picked Oregon for this startup in this matchup. They have a 3-game win streak on this map for Oxygen. It's also their best attack and win rate. They've won 71% of their attacking rounds on this map. They did use to ban it a lot, but they haven't played it yet. Would have been the decider for the heroic game this morning, but they didn't even need to make it that far.
Yeah, they've not played it yet in the tournament, and this is what I'm saying about bringing out your maps for the playoffs. I think, curiously, they've allowed M&M to go to Skyscraper, which for me, M&M are quite literally one of the best Skyscraper teams on the planet, especially with using either Solis or Azami, and I think the banning phase, in the operator phase, banning phase, will be very curious for that. Clubhouse as a decider, it makes sense. Both teams like that map, especially M&M. It was on my graphic this morning as previously a permaban, and now they absolutely love it.
Yeah, they won it against Wolves, Liquid, and Sonic, so not the least teams. So yeah, that's going to look really good for M&M.
Okay, really quickly, predictions, fresh, hot seat first. What are you thinking?
Ooh, 2-1 to M&M.
Okay. I was going to say the same. Really?
I got asked first, I get it.
Because
Sorry.
I think the decider fits M&M very well because of their history on this map, and I also think we need to keep in mind, Oxygen have already played a match this morning, right? They have already spent 2 hours in that hyper-focus mode, and now they'll have to do it again, and for some teams that might end up being really difficult.
Maybe that plushie buff will help them out today, right? Well, let's get this Stream A matchup underway. M&M versus OXG. Cap and Fluke, take it away. Oh, I said Cap and Fluke. I meant Hap. Captain Fluke. Oh, no, I didn't do that. I did. Anyway, take it away. And don't forget about the Stream B pre-show coming up soon. Don't go anywhere. Wake up, people are sleeping on these teams, but that gives them the best opportunity to attack. But which sleeper team is coming or is going to stay in the upper bracket and not drop to the lower bracket? Because nobody wants that, right? Demo?
No, you don't want that at all. No.
I don't think so. Thank you. Ollie, do you want to confirm?
I confirm.
Okay.
You don't want that?
I'm glad that we're all on the same page there. So a lot on the line for sure for this face-off. Why are you laughing at me?
She's kind of scared me today. Like, with
Why
that
am I
kind of like.
I'm trying to bring the energy, hype it up. Okay, fine, I'll tone it down. Okay, but getting serious, Lost One is the top team out of Group C. They got the bye. They're playing the Wolves after defeating G2 in 2 this morning, Ollie?
Uncharacteristic, really, for the Wolves with the tournament that they have been having. A lot of their games have been going the full distance, well, they've not really seen that much success inside of the group stage, and I think a lot of people would have expected this to be a Lost One G2 matchup. However, the Wolves, they prevailed, and they're going to be going up against Lost One.
Yeah, so let's begin with Lost One, and Demo, we said this at the beginning, they're the sleeper team here. They got here through the open qual. They have this amazing backstory. Honestly, they've been one of the most consistent teams here. We cannot take that away from them.
No, I think in terms of consistency, I think they've been consistently good, but they haven't been consistent in some aspects of their play style.
Okay.
So there is definitely room for improvement with this side, but I think they are probably there's always, at SI Ollie, there's always the one Brazilian team who we never expect. It was Furia for SI21.
Yep.
It was MIBR last year. We found the Brazilian side who I think is going to make a good deep run that nobody would have even, thought about twice that this team would actually be showing up at this tourney.
Absolutely. There's a lot of potential in this Lost One roster as well. You look at the team and you think, stylistically, you could match them up very similar to Wolves. They've got a very similar play style. If you look at some of the players that you're going to be looking at going in on that entry, like Lobin, you look at some of the players that are going to be a bit further on inside of that back line. You're looking at something that's going to stylistically match up quite well against Wolves, and I think it's going to favour for the viewers, Demo. I know you hate this one, but for the viewers, I think it's going to be a good game of Siege.
Goddamn viewers.
Okay, well, Demo, you're just special, and you got to interview Lost One, right?
Yeah, I got to interview my boy Lobin, yeah.
Oh, well, we're going to roll that interview, so take a listen, folks.
I think we surprised a lot of people. Outside of the Oxygen one, we got 3 maps, but the Astralis one and even the Oxygen one, we could close out like in the second map or even way early in the map. So people didn't really expect us to be in the top of the group. People said to us like, oh, I think you're gonna go through to the playoffs, but probably in the 3rd or 4th place. We surprised ourselves, like we thought we were gonna get like a 2nd or 3rd place, like we'll be happy with it. But our 1st place was really a big surprise for us. I think G2 is probably the opponent we're going to be facing. I think they are in a better shape right now. We scream sometimes against them, and I feel very comfortable against their game style. And just G2 ones are a little harsh to play against because they punish a lot, so it's a little annoying to play against. And of course, we have like maps that we don't play, and now we are playing. So it's like a surprise for some teams. So we'll be getting like, for each team, a little counter because playoffs is a different thing. The team that I'm more concerned about is probably Koi and Sonics. I think those two, they have like, not only the game style is pretty good, they are on the meta, but I think they have like 5 players that can read frag out, so that's always scary to play against. You have to be prepared for counters, in more and more counters, because it's gonna be coming a lot. So I warn you guys in the group stage, you'll see what happened, 1st place, so I don't think I have to say too much now. We already know like the powerful team that we are, and I'm gonna beat you again. Sorry.
Powerful team that we are. Okay, feeling confident. We love to see that. But let's pivot over to the Wolves now. Ollie, oh my goodness, what an amazing victory that they had this morning. So I'm wondering, can they take the emotions, the motivation, that enthusiasm, and transfer it into the series now?
I think after that G2 win this morning, they just wanted to pause time and restart time right now, because their energy and their emotion and everything that was going into it was absolutely perfect. I just hope that they've not come off the boil in the couple of hours that it's been between these 2 series. I don't think that will be the case. They had a fantastic series. We saw players stepping up that we haven't seen so far yet this tournament, but players that we know are capable. Think about P4, think about Bibu and the energy that he was bringing. He was shouting and screaming over Fabian's tack timeouts. Wolves look great this morning, and I hope they can bring it through this afternoon.
Yeah, everyone stepped up from Wolves, which is is what we question about Wolves. Is it just Mowgli? Is it just the one team? But no, everyone stepped up, everyone's shown. However, I think Wolves, they were fueled by a kind of grudge match, you know, on the cell, the rivalry that G2 has. What's going to be the new motivation for them to really go in and beat Lost One? Because it did feel for Wolves, it wasn't just them playing a playoff game against G2, it was they just wanted to beat G2. That, it doesn't matter what it was for, they just wanted to beat them.
Yeah, and I think a big thing that we got to talk about here is when you have so much emotion in a series, you're exerting a ton of energy. It's hard to reset at times, Ollie. Am I wrong? How do you think they're going into this series now? They're like, let's cool off. This is what we need to target. I know you're not the coach. I know you don't really know the game plan, but what do you think that they would be doing right now to just kind of to cool off?
I think the best place they can do is just to start from scratch again. You know, just try and build and repeat this morning. I think that trying to carry over that energy, it could be quite exhausting. Obviously, they'll add a bit of time off. They've been able to get a bit of food, get themselves in the right frame of mind to just go and do it again.
Okay, and the map in info up on the screen right now. Demo, how do you feel about this?
Club, no surprise from Wolves, has always been one of their best maps that they can have. Very structured, know it inside and out. Villa pick, which is I think a very smart one from Lost One. It's a map that we haven't really seen all too often, but they have a history against French sides on Villa. Beat BDS on it earlier in the group stage this week. So yeah, I think it's going to be a good map as well for Lost One on Villa.
Yeah, Club, no surprise. Villa, as you say, 6-map win streak there for Lost One on that map, and then Oregon as a decider if we need to. Again, Oregon, it's one of those maps, 3-game win streak here for Lost One. Wolves, on the other hand, they lost it to Liquid inside of that group stage. The Club pick's quite interesting for me because it's quite low preference for both of these two teams. Lost One in their map vetoes have historically in the group stage, I think they've recognized they've got quite a small pool. So what they've been doing is, and the reason why they've played a lot of rounds, the reason why they've actually played the most rounds out of any team inside of the group stage is because a lot of their games have been 2-1. And the reason a lot of their games have been 2-1 is because they have been sacrificing some areas of the map veto to ensure that they get 2 maps that they are really comfortable on, but by doing so, they inevitably give up a map that their opponent is strong on. So I think we're seeing a little bit of that here in this veto as well.
Okay, well, our teams are ready to go. So without further ado, let's send it over to Dez and Ace. Hi.
Hi, Jackie. Hello, everyone. It's me and Tim. Ready for another good series today. We've had already a good first one to kick things off, and now we get to see how Lost One shape up against, admittedly, an unexpected opponent. I think many thought it would be G2 here in this matchup. It was a real screamer between those two teams, and imagine if at the end of today, Wolves have already pushed themselves through to a semi-final.
Well, the thing to remember is as well, Wolves have struggled on LAN, and then we all said, will one win break the seal for them? Are we going to see them then delivering the performances that we know they're capable of? And that is the big question that we're starting to answer. They played well against G2. If they can double down on that and follow up with Lost One. I mean, let's remember as well, this match leads to the big stage. This is what they're playing for. You know, all of these matches that we're seeing now, the last 4 of today, the winners will be guaranteed, I believe, to be at Plasbel.
Although on Wednesday we've got upper bracket games, so
there are upper bracket
They will
games.
be guaranteed because they'll play in lower bracket in Plasbel.
Yes.
Don't worry, Tim. I got you.
Yeah,
I saved you, mate.
That's what I said.
I saved you.
I basically said the winners of this will go through.
Look, mate, I've saved you. Don't worry about it.
On the main stage.
I've got you.
You didn't save anything.
I did. I saved you.
You saved yourself by nearly disagreeing with me.
Anything to wind you up a little bit, Tim?
Either way, the winner will play at Plasbel.
Yes, they will.
There's a lot on the line. There's a lot on the line because not only that, you know, it sends you deeper into the tournament. It puts you into the upper bracket semi-final, essentially.
Yeah.
You know, which is huge for any of these teams. Lost One coming in. I mean, we've been fortunate enough, I would say, Des, to have cast 3 of their games so far, and we've had an absolute blast doing so. The one thing that I would say Lost One need to be careful of today, they are a very, very good team. They've been aggressively fantastic. The gun skill is up there. They will do the unexpected. The one thing that I want to see them improve is the ability to close maps out. They get to 6-3, they start struggling a little bit, they don't get it done as quickly as they should, they go to overtime a lot more than they might need to. So that's definitely something they can improve. They're going to have the bans coming in. We've got what is turning into an almost rare Thatcher ban, which I didn't think I'd be saying anytime soon, but we do have Thatcher go. It's quite a funky set of bans, really. We've got Thatcher coming in, Ying, Kaid, and Bandit, leaving Azame, Solus, Valkyrie, the trifecta on defense can all be played.
They can, and just to kind of hone in on this map for a second, Ali spoke about it a little bit on the desk just before we came on, but it is a really interesting pick where it feels like Wolves have kind of tried to play into Lost One's weaknesses a little bit. What I think also really works well for Wolves here in this game is that it's coming up against a team that, for me, feels quite a lot like G2, being honest with you. You know, we've seen Lobin being basically Idoki, really aggressive, getting up at windows and doorways, trying to be the disruptor in the first 60 seconds of the round. When he goes down, you come across the equivalent of Benjamaster. You come across Maya, who tends to play in the middle of the team. When you go even one layer back further than that, and sometimes you'll even see him involved towards the front line, you have Rise, who's been an absolute beast in some of their games this week. So those front three, in my mind at least, are quite similar to what you see from G2, with Dots and Dash then taking the roles of Virtue and Blur. There's been a couple of question marks around that pairing and exactly how strong they are. Probably in the same way, Blur has caught a few strays this week from people, not being 100% sure if he's the go-to support for this team forevermore, but at least starting to put on some numbers as well. So I think for Wolves, it's not a terrible matchup. It's obviously not playing against the same teams. You haven't got all the same mannerisms, but it will feel very, very similar. So personally, I think Wolves have got as good a shot as any at beating Lost One here.
Okay, we get into things. We're on Clubhouse, which I think is going to be an unbelievable map for these two to kick things off on. Rise is going to get spotted out in stock. The one to watch at the minute actually does is Lobin. He's hiding himself away. Rise is going to find a nice opener. I love to see that. Great use of the information. Thank you very much, medics. Sending us straight over to Lobin, who's hiding himself away in strip at the minute. So it's hopeful for EU fans that Wolves will be using those drones as effectively as Rise just did then, to make sure they're aware of Lobin over on that side. The yellow ping suggests they certainly are. He's going to have to get himself moving. He's going to take a lot of damage. This is good from Wolves so far.
It is, but he really wants to fight his way back here as well. There's two of them pushing in towards Chain, so they could have really stacked up there for a trade, but couldn't quite find it. Bibu coming in just behind. One of the things to really commend Wolves for in their game against G2. Here we go. Second one coming in. It's a pre-fire from Rise. All too easy onto Lobin, but again, just to commend them, I think against G2 earlier, they were excellent at isolating players on Chalet and pinching into, 3v1s, 4v1s, basically giving that player an absolute guarantee that they would be dead inside the next 20 seconds. And that's a lot more of the Wolves that we're used to seeing online. The confidence has really built up. The playstyle is very good against the way that Lost One play and equally good against G2. So I think you're going to see a lot of the same here.
Great information use so far, and I was just going to ask the question about whether Dash had managed to just slip his way onto the flank, but absolutely not. Wolves fully aware. Bibu cuts him down. Mowgli onto Maya and Dots. It's all down to him. 1 versus 5 becomes 1 versus 4, but it's a matter of time when that volume of utility comes flying at your face. He gets taken down, and that is a really good first round from Wolves, not just because of the outcome, but the manner in which they got there. The sheer volume of information that they had and how well they put it to use, really impressed. That is the Wolves that we're used to seeing, and if we get more of that on land, then oh boy, could this tournament open up.
It used to be a really silly comparison I'd make, but thinking about Wolves as a team name compared to how, say, for example, Wolves hunt out in nature, it's not a direct charge you try and smash your face in. It is this kind of stalking, waiting to spot the weak points and then picking off the weak potentially, and that's exactly what they've done in that round. They've just sat and waited for Lost One to try and work their way back down to site and cut off the main thoroughfare of this entire map, main stairs. They've had one come through from one come via Chains, who came in from strip side of things in Lobin. They've had 2 try and work their way down main stairs, and then just pick them off one after the other with 2 or 3 players all within striking distance of that area of the map. It was a really good read into Lost One. They've got to come up with something different here as well, with a second attempt going on inside of the basement. They have changed up their operators. Feels to me like you see a little bit more of a dug-in defense here, Tim, because although Lobin's on the Melusi, as a reminder, she is now a 1-speed, nowhere near as fast as she was back when she was a 3-speed.
Yeah, it's absolutely no surprise whatsoever to see Lost One going for a more sort of dug-in turtle approach to this defense, because let's be honest, Wolves have just absolutely decimated them on the road. So yeah, no surprise to see that shift. I think it's probably a smart move from Lost One. The question that you get now is, can they win really? As Rise manages to get an opener on to Dash, and Wolves are going to have even more time than last time around to go and pick up these fights without those roamers on the top floor.
It does feel with the reads they've got that you can see exactly why Wolves would want to come here to Clubhouse. They're looking excellent so far. Really smart reads onto the members of Lost One, who in the first couple of rounds so far at least have felt really lost and unable to find an answer. They've only got one frag between every single member, and I know there's still the second round to play out, but it has been a really slow start so far for the LATAM side. Also not forgetting, they probably aren't as warmed up as what Wolves are, given Wolves have already played a game today.
Yeah, I mean, I'll add a similar asterisk there, Des. You know, we see teams come in, the first 3 rounds aren't, you know, really the end of the world. It's give it a bit of time. You might just see Lost One settling into things and getting themselves going. But what they do need to be careful of is that they don't leave it too long until that happens, because otherwise Wolves are going to run away with this. And as I say, that Rise manages to find a headshot onto Lobin, leaving us now 5 versus 3. And Des, look at the clock. There's an absolute age of time left. There's more than half of the round. There's 8 drones left on the side of Wolves. I would strongly be suggesting at this point Lost One might benefit from a Solace, because the information that Wolves have had and the way they've used it has just been absolutely killer to them so far.
It has been, yeah. Maybe we'll see it brought in a future round. It is indeed available here, as are things like the Mirror, all the Heart Breaches are available. A lot of choice in this game, and I think to echo a comment that I think it was Lycan said earlier on, Club actually is really fun to watch at the minute, because as the bans come through, it transforms entirely how the map is played out. Keeps it very fresh and dynamic, so for an old map to have such variety based on what operators are available is really, really fun. Either way, we've seen Lost One being able to have no fun. They have been chewed up and spat out by Wolves so far. There is still so much work to do. I'll give them 3 or 4 rounds, then we really do need to see Lost One wake up and start playing Siege.
Maya is in behind the table. If Church is going to be supported by Rise out in Armory, who's just going to be trying to hold on to Blue for the time being. But there's a lot of pressure starting to mount from Wolves now. 30 seconds left to go. They still don't have a huge rush to be pushing themselves in here, but they can easily push players. You know, 3 of them at once, for example. Now then, Rise taking an awful lot of damage. Here comes the plant as the Capitao smoke is going to cover that off. Shinka will start putting the diffuser down on the ground, and Maya just losing the fight there. Ultimately, Rise little he can do, and that's another round for Wolves, and we quickly find ourselves with Wolves taking a reasonable advantage here, Des. And the thing for me is, the gunfights aren't close at the minute. This isn't just Wolves strategically beating Lost One. Like, look at that Maya fight onto bottom main stairs there. Like, it wasn't even really kind of close. There was no bullets landing, and Lost One, they're going to need to sharpen up quickly.
Yeah, if not on Niana as well, then I would have been saying, okay, look, they get scopes, all the rest of it, but as we know, she had that taken away, so it was very much an all things equal fight. But I didn't really see what gun he had now, I think about it. Yeah, alright, isn't been super popular this event. We've seen more of the G36, just because of the fact that, again, you think you have better scopes on it. Seems to be a little bit more popular for most teams. Either way, I'm with you. Lost One do need to find a way into this game. 2 rounds down, 2 kills on their entire team. Now, again, it's all good saying we can give them a little bit of breathing room if they lose this round here. I really think those 45 seconds for a timeout would be valuable, just to have a conversation and get things reset, because this could not really have gone any worse for the start to a game like this, one that's so important. As you said, the winner is guaranteed to be in Blastbell on Friday. The loser, well, they've got to battle through the lower bracket, and there are some scary teams that have fell into there, Tim. All of our second seed teams who got to choose their opponents have fell down into that lower bracket already.
It just hasn't really worked out at all, has it, so far? You know, we'll see how things progress, but, you know, it comes back to something I said at the... Oh, my dear word. Mowgli going to absolutely slay Lobin across the map, picks him up, and that is the response that Lost One get for trying to bring in some aggression here, for trying to, you know, power themselves into the round. And the thing is, that's going to start knocking the confidence to many of those, so it's going to be something that they need to manage. We've got Jacuzzi Wall open, good quick progress once again from Wolves, Logi Hatch as well, and they just look like a force at the minute, Des. They look like an absolute force.
Completely ignoring what's going on out towards Cash as well. P4 once again is looking to strike here. Zero idea that it'll be here as well. The Soul is the one running around through the basement. I thought for a second that we would see Dash coming up main stairs, but it's not to be the play. Maybe he will once the execute begins, but for now, P4's the one who can charge his way up and strike. In he goes, rounding in towards Secret, finds his man for free. Down goes one, instantly traded out by the other side, but Wolves have attempted to collapse here and have got control of the site.
3 versus 3 then, they know where a man is, managed to get one, and yet again it's a trade. It's been like that all the way through the game, 1 for 1 for 1. Shinka goes in looking for the man they know is inside of construction, but Dash is actually going to take the drop. There's an opportunity to get the diffuser down here. I think they're going to go for it. Dots could well move through the rotation, but it doesn't look like the Solis has picked up that the plant is going down, and that is a big loss for Lost One. They really should have been finding that underneath. Doesn't have time really to be trying to locate that activated diffuser, and it's all up to them to fight back.
And again, they conceded control of sight so soon. Option to play behind the Solis, but if you can't make the play with the Solis, then what's the point? Dots moving in through sight here, sees one man, knows inside a lodging, almost gets Shinka, but Bibu finds Dash on the cross. It's a 1 versus 2 for Dots to try and save this round for his team. He's found himself 3 kills so far, but he's got to go the full mile here and bring down the last 2. It feels like a tall order. Chasing one down, won't find his man as he goes down to 5 HP. It's a closeout for the Wolves, and they're up 3-0 in the first quarter.
Great start for the European side, absolutely flying at the minute and just continuing that energy that they showed in the G2 game. Obviously the G2 game was very close. It was 2 overtimes that it took for Wolves to get it done, but you just felt as a team that they were riding on confidence. They were starting to... This is the first time, Des, realistically, that we've seen them enjoy playing on LAN, and they look dangerous.
Não fica correndo no início de round. A gente vai jogar embaixo, na W7. Porque a W7 não tem como eles punirem entrada rápida se eles não entrarem em algum cruzado nosso. Tá? Joga nelas, vocês vão depois, volta pra CAD e joga na tua daquela play daquele moleque postal lá.
Always.
Vocês falam, hã?
Always.
É, então, ela. Por quê? Mesma coisa, se ele quiser entrar pra pegar a primeira punida, eles vão ter que jogar em cima de cruzado também. Então a gente vai dar preferência para as duas. Hã? Não muda nada dela pra essa. Não, é outro ataque, esquece, só pega ela. Não, Renato, joga de cruzado. Só fica parado no spawn.
Pô, não sei, será que pegar a Melusi, guys?
My Portuguese is terrible, thank you, medics, for asking. That one for me was more conversational. It's really interesting analysing the coach timeouts more so than it is the game at points. We don't, but trying to kind of gauge it, but it shows you a lot about body language as well, right? And, you know, the tone of voice they're using. A lot more conversational, a lot more kind of, you know, it's not disaster ground yet, but let's have a chat, figure out a couple of things here. Here's something I've seen that's going wrong. At least that's the expression I got from the body language and the hand movements. So nothing kind of, again, as panic stations, more to say, right, breathe for 45 seconds, like we suggested they might do. Let's get it back on track. Now we'll see if they can do anything in these next 3 rounds. For Wolves, they'll already be delighted with 3 rounds on the attack.
I mean, at the end of the day, this is, you know, it's Wolves' map pick. It's not a great map for Lost One, and if they come away losing it, I don't think it's going to be the end of their world. They're going to be looking, you know, much more towards the latter half of this game, and they've shown an ability to scrap so far. They've had to, you know, with many of their maps going into overtime. So I'm sure Lost One aren't going to be scared by this. You know, they're going to be, you know, ready to knuckle down and fight the fight. But the problem that they get is that this map could easily be over before they realise it. You know, we could be on for a 5-1, 6-0 half here because Wolves are in a position where they're likely going to be repeating sites now that they've already dominated on the attack, and it's up to Lost One really to find the answers.
It is, and that's why ultimately that timeout should help them find them. At least you're hoping so, otherwise this could be a very painful remainder to Clubhouse.
Much different setup from Lost One here, 3 on the top floor, whereas previously we didn't see such an investment for Church and Arsenal on those top floor roamers. So we've got 1 inside construction, 1 on Garage Catwalk, and 1 over at Red Stairs. That's going to take a lot more manpower for Wolves to clear out, but it's a big gamble, Des, because if Wolves do come in here and get this top floor control with a couple of kills along the way, those Lost One players better be hoping they take some with them.
Damn straight they should be. As of course, why don't they actually get challenged up here? And the answer, up until this point, was not really no. Only now we're starting to see the challenge coming through as Moby's got himself inside of construction. understands there is one playing top red and he has the right idea. There are in fact a couple hanging around here, so he's got to be careful what he tries to challenge for, and Logan's going to walk straight into it. 0-4 in this game. Whilst he's had some real reigns of terror coming through across the week, here yet to make an impact. Dash finds one, instantly traded out, but Wolves still walk away with the man advantage.
Half a round and 2 deaths I just don't think is enough for a 3-player roam up on top floor. It was a good effort from Lost One. They managed to pick up Mowgli along the way, you know, maybe take a couple of nades out of play as well, which is always going to be helpful, but ultimately I think Wolves will be pretty happy with that. They've got the hard breach that they need. They've got plenty of it, to be fair. They've tripled down on it. They've got Ibana, Thermite and Ace. The Ace, I think, from Rise likely being brought along. Not so much for the gadget, just a good gun, good utility, and a lot of people really liking that operator at the minute. And the fact that he can hard breach for himself is a little bonus on top of that. But yeah, I feel like Wolves still in a very commanding position, and the top floor, you know, the weight up there, maybe not paying dividends for Lost One. We'll see in the next 40 seconds.
Absolutely. A lot of flashes on side as well that they can just yeet in towards site here and catch out and basically full white screen 2 or 3 players on the side of Lost One. They've been in no big rush, but at least here with a number of impacts left on both Rise and Maya, they might be able to deny this hatch away, actually. 2 exothermics plus the X-Kairos in back pocket are there, but the time simply is not. They need to make a push coming in down main stairs here, trying to look in towards Trophy, but there's a Capcan on the door. What a surprise, Tim.
Too easy, and a little bit of a surprise from Wolves. Their information has been fantastic so far, but down to 4 drones, you can see it's starting to hurt them. Immediate trade from Rise onto Rise. Maya manages to find Bibu, and it is advantage Lost One. Somehow, even with that start, they've managed to hold on. Shinka is trying to get a diffuser down. It's not going to happen as Rise comes around the corner, gets that final kill, and Lost One, despite a shaky start with the 3-man roam, will still be able to take the round, and that is a big grab for them. And I'm also surprised before starting this, we didn't realise that we had Rise versus Rise.
I know, yes, a good point. That one, I can't criticise them heavily because they've had a brilliant first 3 rounds, but for Wolves there, 60 seconds, not a whole ton got done. They were so concerned about being flanked, for example, and making sure they'd set everything up. They were getting hatches opened. 1 minute 30 became 30 seconds remaining, and they realised we haven't got time to open these hatches and play this impact tricking game. We've got to get down on site. So although Lost One did lose 2 members, it clearly did the right thing here in forcing Wolves to play it nice and slow and steady for the next 60 seconds, and maybe a little bit of oversight on the Wolves side to realise we haven't got time to make this happen. So well played by Lost One to dig back, less so by Wolves there for drawing things out a bit too long, but again, won't be too rattled by that. They are up 3-1 after all.
No, not at all. You know, by contrast, I think if Lost One can get themselves 2 defensive rounds, given the start, they'll be fairly happy with that. But I don't think it sets them up fantastically well. I think 4-2 on the half is going to be a little bit too easy for Wolves to be able to close that out when they get on the defense. But who knows? The turn of time can be a funny thing, especially when you go from attack to defense. Wolves then going to be attacking again this time. Looks like it's going to be onto bar and stage.
All right. I don't hate the idea of this. It's another one of those sites that I'll kind of always come back to things like Cafe Reading and Fireplace. Great example for it, where teams have to take almost the entirety of the top floor and then worry about the actual site itself, which I think is why you're going to see several members from Lost One here looking to roam out towards the east, in the expectation we'll have a starting attack out towards Cash CC, out towards Garage, to then work their way across. What Wolves maybe aren't fully aware of, actually, is that Wolves are saying, yeah, forget about that. We're going Route 101. We're going straight in towards Bedroom here. You guys want to stay out towards the east? We have no problem with that. But they've already got control here of Gym and Bedroom. I don't think Lost One realise how much they've actually given away here.
No, absolutely not. There was only 2 players from Lost One. Maya and Dash were the only 2 that were trying to hold on to top floor, and that's a little bit lighter than you might expect normally. They've been forced back. Dash has taken damage, and Wolves have already got control over Bedroom. They've got control over construction.
They've got to get Strip, and they've got to get rid of Dots. If they get rid of those 2 players, the west side of the map is completely free. And knowing how good Wolves have been at cutting down these rotating players, they should be fine. They just need to have the read that they've only got 2 players waiting underneath them, and they can just hit sight here and say, forget about the rest of you. You can't stop any of this.
I can only imagine that Lost One in the minds are playing for a little bit of a retake here, sort of almost inviting Wolves in with the plan of striking across top floor when that happens. Mowgli, he's going to take down Lobin. That's stripped for free, and they can now go in and start thinking about getting a diffuser down. So Lost One are going to have to make a move, and they are doing that. As I suggested, Dash and Maya are starting to work their way back across through construction, and they're going to try and cut down those people that are holding the vertical angles. But I think that they're prepared. P4's watching the door.
And they get the cams as well because of Lobin going down. It could not be going much better.
Oh, that's a big win.
Finds P4 rising to the next, so they've caught them on the cut across here, Tim, and this is what I was worried about. They lost so much important control, and Rise drops the donk on him. Down goes Maya, full control to the Wolves once again, and they have just caught Lost One asleep in this round.
I think this is a plan. Basically,
Brilliant.
Lost One had a plan, and it's just gone wildly wrong. Is the top and bottom of it. Bibu's quite involved.
Quite excited.
Love to see it. So what's happened is Lost One, as I thought, Maya and Dash have given up that ground. They've invited Wolves in, and I think they've almost wanted to sort of bait them into a plant. I think they've thought when they're in a position to plant, their eye's going to come off the ball a little bit, and that's when Maya and Dash push back across top floor. They move through construction. Now, Maya gets a great first kill onto P4. If Dash can find the kill onto Rise inside logistics, Wolves' attack falls apart. So the plan would work if you get those gunfights. They just couldn't get them done. Rise cut both of them down, and that was a big problem for them. Round was over at that point because there was just nothing really that Lost One could do. It was a big gamble on Maya and Dash being able to, give that ground up and then come back and take it later. I think really the fight to have is keeping hold of it in the first place.
Honestly, I think they got caught completely blindsided. They thought there was going to be a push coming in from the east side, which is why they had 3 players out there. And although they battled back in, Wolves said we don't need to hold gym and bedroom because no one's actually here. All we've got to do is stick one inside Lodgy, maybe one on main stairs, contest bedroom, let them know we're here, because then they can't use the vertical against us. But again, Lost One for me have been caught completely blindsided. Wolves played that really, really well. They went more direct than expected, and it surprised Lost One. If you think that's bad, what about when you bring along a Monty to spearhead your attacks forward? Rise dropping the gun for a while. He's 8-2. Screamer of a map, but dropping away from the gun so far onto the Monty, showing that he's a team player and not all about himself and his KD.
Yeah, this is great from Wolves. Love to see it. They've got the Azami have Lost One, so that's going to help them hold on to Catwalk. But the perfect tool, the perfect tin opener for that tin is Montagna. Force him up the Catwalk stairs and just bully that player out of position. Now then, we're going to have a coming together here. We've got Mowgli moving through. It's Lobin on the Solus that is going to be making the challenge here, but I get the feeling that Wolves are already aware of his position, and that's why Mowgli's going in. Shots are missed though, and he's going to be seriously low health with Lobin taking very little damage. Mowgli decides it's time to get himself out of there.
Backs away for now. It's Bibu going down. It looks good for Lost One, actually. The damage they've done onto Mowgli with the Monty being not so much unsupported, but a little bit alone at the moment, taking a bit of damage from an impact nade as it comes out as well from the Wamai of Maya that was up in the rafters. It is going to slow things down a bit, and Wolves, I feel, almost have tried to bite off maybe more than they can chew in this round.
It certainly is starting to look that way. Nade gets sent up onto CT window, not going to have any joy, nobody around that area. The double hold of Garage Catwalk is dealing nicely with the Monty at the minute. It's just forcing Rise to hold on. He needs some support to come in with him, but the Azami by the window is making that very, very difficult for anybody to push in. It's not a direct challenge that they can make, and I feel like Wolves are just stalling out a little bit here.
Well, there we go. We've got the pinch support from the Monty. If the call is there, there's a second player on Catwalk as well. This will make it so much easier for Wolves because they can basically isolate 2 players. P4 has walked in. I don't think they're 100% aware here, but if they get the supporting angle on, there we go. He had to win that gunfight, but could not get it. Mowgli finds one. Lobin straight into a trade. It does feel like Lost One have got the better of the Wolves here in the final round of their defenses. Maya hits the deck. Wolves march on.
45 seconds left to go and an opportunity to push into sight, but they're just going to move underneath. Don't forget, Lobin on the Solus can deny any plant attempt from below. We find ourselves 2 versus 2. Dots down Rise, and it is now all up to Shinker. He really is best off going for kills. 30 seconds left to go. Not likely to have an opportunity to put the diffuser down unless he can get up on top of one of those tables. Like you say, he has to find the kill. Cannot do it as Dots hits his shots, and that is going to take us through to a 2-4 half.
close. I thought Shinka might be able to do something there as well if he won out the 1 versus 1, but as you say, well won by Dots. One of the backline players that we don't really get to talk about all that often, putting up some good numbers there. So, for Lost One, they get 2 rounds back. It could be far worse. There is still a long way to climb. I think they've looked really, really strong on the defensive side of things generally this week, Lost One. Attacks here against a team that have picked into a map that they know you're quite weak on. This is where you can see more of the cracks start to show in the armor. For now, though, let's see how Wolves set up on the downstairs, as that's where things will kick off, and they've gone straight onto the Solus with Rise.
Bulletproof Cam is going to be facing out towards blue, so that's going to be a lot of information getting fed back in. It might give them the opportunity not to dedicate a man to that position. They'll have somebody on hand ready to go and challenge, but they may well leave it somewhat unattended and look to maybe give a little bit more support out to the roam, for example. They can use that Bulletproof Cam just to keep an eye on any early round activity in blue until they have the manpower back on site. So much like Lost One, I'm interested to see how much manpower Wolves actually dedicate to the top floor. At the minute, they've got Rise and Mowgli up there. There's not going to be any further support for them, I don't think. So it's going to be a 2-man hold of top floor, and again, we'll see just how much they commit to it. Lost One, they were pretty strong in their committal. They were willing to lose 2 out of 3 members up there just in order to burn as much time as they could. So let's see if Wolves will double down quite as much.
I think the Jackal can help out here as well. If that's, of course, we see too many roams coming in for the side of Wolves. And equally how fast Lost One push their way in throughout this top floor. Mowgli's the one looking to, unsurprisingly, welcome them into the building of Clubhouse. Starting out on the east here does mean a full map clear is going to be on the cards for the side of Lost One throughout the entirety of this top floor, which means you're going to have to face off against the Azami of Mowgli, who's going to try and burn through as much time as he can with those keeper barriers, almost getting shot in behind there as he backs it towards bedroom, but he's ready for a second asking here, Tim. Is he out the window? Yes, he is. Sees the second man, but couldn't go for him as well. Was back inside. There was no rapid response. Sees a man and gets second. Mowgli deleted and looking for his third as well. Will he find them? Or will Rise chip in here? Gets Lobe in as well. This is a dream start for Wolves on their defensive side.
This really is a textbook perfect example of how to hold the top floor on a Church and Arsenal defence. Absolutely fantastic.
I'll tell you
out of Rise and Mowgli.
Step 1 for defending top floor, be Mowgli. 3 massive gunfights being won out there. We can't all emulate him, Tim, but we can do our best.
Absolutely perfect. Well played, Wolves, and what a start to their defensive half. We're talking as if Lost One have already lost this round, but it certainly does look like it's heading in that direction, because look at the freedom that Wolves are playing with now. You've got Rise just running around.
No!
I think Rise even takes a second there just to let that one sink in for himself.
I mean, you don't need Lady Luck on your side, but if she's offering, you take it. It's a flawless round. A 4K for Mowgli. The filthiest spray I've ever seen from Rise. This is ludicrous, Tim. Absolutely ludicrous.
I think Rise's little demonstration at the end of the round there shows just how much he maybe didn't expect to be finding a kill with that spray. Sometimes you just got to take the shots. There's, ammunition isn't always the biggest commodity in this game. You've usually got plenty of it to go around, and sometimes if you know somebody's on the other side of the wall, 10 bullets, it ain't going to matter too much. Just spray across and see what you find. And it's worked out for Wolves, and you just feel at the minute, Des, that they could, shoot a bullet straight up in the air and it'd come down and get a kill onto Lost One. And they need to take advantage of that whilst the game is going in their way as it is.
Woo. Like I say, Lady Luck did not need to be on their side, but if she's offering, you ain't going to say no. All right, 5-2. A lot for Lost One to do, again on a map that really isn't their own. Villa, I think, is much more theirs. As we've said, it's their favourite map pick. They've had the most success on it. I think they're on like a 5-map win streak on Villa at the moment, so that's what they'll be turning their eyes to. Not saying they've fully given up on trying to get something done here on Clubhouse, but they've had the tactical timeout. The boys have got to figure this out between them, and it just feels like it's a little too late when Wolves are on fire to this standard.
Well, the problem is as well, you're playing into Wolves' defence now, so you really would expect them to be able to push forward and lock this down. This is their air defense on their map. These are their setups. You know, this is, you know, the top level of their game, as you would expect it. So, yeah, it certainly looks like Lost One are up against a major challenge. I will say, through the group stages, I believe that Lost One have shown us that they are up to a big challenge. I think that their resilience has been good. They've been pushed to overtime a few times when it's looked like they might have an easier win, but they've still managed to get the job done. They're not a team to bend and buckle.
They absolutely are not. Well, there's got to be some fight coming out of somewhere, and right now the question is, where is it coming from on the side of Lost One? Lobin, usually the superstar, alongside Maya, the two that really popped off in their qualifier win against Fury to make it here to SI in the first place. Both barely anywhere to be seen. 3-12 between them. Arguably, I think, the worst performance I've seen the two of them have.
At the minute, Lost One just looking at windows, being cautious, not wanting to rush their way in. Look what happened last time around. It's not too much of a surprise that they're not wanting to just throw themselves in here. But I like what Wolves are doing. You know, they're getting spotted out. They know where they are, but Wolves are just playing very patiently. They're not really giving much of an opportunity away. We're halfway through the round, and that's the first gunfight we've had, and it's hardly, you know, a head-to-head gunfight.
That's exactly it, right? It feels like stalemate. Like, no one really had to move their feet, but Lost One couldn't find players without having to risk themselves by stepping inside the building that they just weren't really prepared to do. Dots, top fragger for his team, is out of the round as well, taken down. Mowgli up to 13-4. I thought we'd be singing Rise's praises after this map, but Mowgli just said, nope, remember, I'm the star of this show.
I mean, we can give Rise a bit of attention as well at 10-3, I think.
I mean, he's one of our own. He's like 30 years old.
He's certainly, you know, welcome in the conversation at this point.
Yeah.
Mowgli getting a big entry there to kick things off. And that's,
snap!
That's another interesting point. Rise manages...
No! How? This is unreal!
I'm not having it. I'm not having it. Rise manages
That's
to kill
illegal.
Rise. It was the Lost One Rise taking out the Wolves Rise, but he'd already done the damage. People are double, and that look says it all. Rise does not know what's going on or how he's getting these kills, but whilst it lasts, you just enjoy it. And the point I was making partway through there, Des, is another important element here. Entry kills. There is only one gone to the side of Lost One so far. That was round 6. Otherwise, every entry has gone over to Wolves. And guess who has got 5 out of 7 of them?
Who? Mowgli? Of course. Of course.
5 out of 7 kills on the entry for Wolves. And guess who's got the other 2? Rise.
Obviously.
They are just absolutely unreal at the minute. 25 kills between the two of them, Des, in 8 rounds. That's a possible 40 kills for the team, and they've got 25 of them.
It's just ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. And don't forget, some rounds they didn't even fully complete either. A couple of the members, they've got, what, 11 kills? They've got 25?
It's honestly... It's
Rise can't do it. He can't keep getting away with this.
I'm not saying it's the best individual map performance that we've seen through SI, because we've seen lots of good performances.
We've seen 7-0s.
It is certainly in the conversation. This duo performance between Rise and Mowgli is certainly in the conversation. We have not often seen domination like this by 2 players on a map.
Rise is doing it for the boomers out there. Shout out to him. I suddenly feel like I can go on and become a pro.
Yep, showing that we can still shoot straight.
We can't.
I know better.
We both know better than that, Tim. We both know better. Our ranked sessions have proven enough. Still, it does look like this one is done and dusted at 6-2 for Wolves. Just one more round. We'll see them going through with a dominant clubhouse performance. And no doubt the question will then come too, does that momentum carry all the way through to Villa, or is it left here in these halls for Lost One to bounce back and take us through to Oregon? Either way, it's shaping up to be a really impressive series. And what I'm loving the most, Tim, is we've seen so many what we've called team fixtures, where there's been a real good spread of kills across all players on a team. It's been a real battle between the two, but here you're seeing a real show of class from a team that, again, historically on LAN, we just don't see this from often. You guys are seeing now what we're used to seeing in the European League when these guys are really on their day.
Yeah, this is week in, week out, and this is the team that we've hoped would show up at a LAN one day, you know, to show their ability. Now, Lost One have made good progress into Strip. The problem that they've got at the minute is that they haven't affected top floor. So they can try Stage, they can try Strip. It doesn't really matter either way at the minute because Wolves have still got four players up on the top floor. They've got control of Master, Gym and Construction. So it is very unlikely at the minute that Lost One are able to get a plant down without a few kills on top floor. They've got everywhere covered.
Interestingly, they have the 8 impacts on side and no C4s, and I thought with the amount of information they've got, the Valkyrie, the Yokais, the Solus coming out, they'd look to play behind C4s, maybe being a little bit cheeky through basement hatches, for example, but for now, it is largely ignored. Still dancing around upstairs, the smokes are coming out, and the plant is going in. I imagine Bibu has at least an answer to this, because his goal obviously is to get straight back onto the cams and try and blast it out, but they're not going to stop it in time. Plant completed, retake begins.
That's not good from Wolves. They had full control of top floor, including construction. They had the hatch. They cannot allow that plant to go down. Fantastic play from Lost One to get it done. They also start finding the kills. 5 versus 2 now. Wolves are fighting back, but it's unlikely that they're going to be winning it on this round. Rise manages to take down Bibu. Rise the difference. Wolves Rise manages to fight back, finds one onto Lobin. 4 versus 2 it is now, but with only about 6 seconds to have time to take down that diffuser, it's no longer possible. They are not disabling it. That's going to be the round closed out, and for me, that is a misstep from Wolves. They had 4 men on top floor and an Echo Des, and the plant was still allowed to go down. They had control of the hatch. You can't plant on Stage or double door with the hatch open.
They weren't complaining all that much, I don't think. That was their offsite, let's not forget.
It's fine, but
that was their offsite. Now we go back down to the basement where they were incredibly dominant the first time round.
Yeah, and I think Wolves get this done? Yeah, I think Wolves get this done. I think they probably get it done now. But yeah, you know, the little bit of frustration is there because to me that wasn't a hard-fought round. That was a mistake. You've got 5 players left alive. 4 of them are on top floor. They've got all the angles. You've got the Yokais. You can't allow a plant to go down. You just can't. And Wolves have got to learn from that. But, as you said, going down to Church and Arsenal for round 10. Likely to see a bit of a different situation here. Back onto one of their primary sites. Now, I'm interested, actually, Des, to see Lost One actually attack site. And I'm not I'm not trying to take a jab by saying that, but they just didn't get anywhere near last time. I want to see what they can do. I want to see them, how do they execute onto this site? Because they just got decimated by Mowgli on the top floor. He picked up a 3K. Rise got one as well. And Lost One just didn't get anywhere near. So we'll see if they can do a little bit better this time. I'm just looking at the layout from Wolves and whether they've committed to the top floor quite as much. It doesn't look like they have. There's still 3 downstairs. P4 and Mowgli have dropped back as well. I think it's largely going to be a bit of a turtle defence here.
Looks to be, which always makes me a smidge nervous, because looking at the lineup from Lost One, you pick off, for example, the Hibana. This team is then completely screwed. Sure, they've got 2 hard breach charges left in back pocket, but you've got 4 impacts to rotate through. You can clear off those hard breach charges, and there is no way any of those hatches are getting opened up as a result. So I'm looking at this and just thinking there's maybe a missed opportunity here for Wolves. Not that they know that there would be such a limited amount of hard breach coming in. I'm pretty sure in a game earlier on today, we had 3 hard breaches coming through on this map. In fact, I think it was even the one just before we came and started casting, Tim.
I think Wolves have done it on one of their attacks.
Well, they have literally everything.
Wolves did it on one of the attacks. They had Hibana, Ace and Thermite.
Yeah, here it's a little bit light on the ground, which I won't complain about too much unless it really starts to sting them. I can't imagine that it will.
No, I wouldn't have thought so, but I agree with what you're saying. When you're in that situation, it feels like a little bit of a missed opportunity. If they get out there, a couple of players on their own and pick up a kill onto Hibana, then the round should largely be done at that point, but they're not going to have that opportunity. Instead, opting to turtle up and try to hold on. Now then, Lost One have certainly been cautious in their clearance here. With nobody to fight against, they've still taken a minute and a half to be confident of their control over the top 2 floors and to start opening hatches up. We've also got Lobin, who's taken a big chunk of damage there. I don't know if that was maybe from a Nitro. Rise's Nitro has been used, so I think Lobin taking a lot of damage from that, and that leaves us still 5v5, 1 minute 20 left to go. Wolves are just waiting for the coming onslaught.
Aren't they just? And you got Dash, who is just sat outside, tunnel up towards the top side too. Down he'll try and work through solo down through dirt because he's got Shinka to fare off against down there, and that's just going to see you wasting time trying to push in through all of those smokes. I think that's the ideal. You can see that he's expecting it. Not yet coming through, but all of Lost One are going to no doubt have their push coming in, mainly through the hatch and so on and so forth. Okay, he does want to push it. This is interesting.
It's certainly going to be. Now then, Shinka, he's holding on to Dirt Tunnel for the time being. Smoke canister goes out just to slow things down. He's going to be playing the tight angles, the CQC with the shotgun, and they certainly are looking to pressure kitchen hatch as well. The drop is going to have to come through at some point, but a Vulcan canister gets well timed, opened up below, stopping the push into blue as well. This is going to be down to the last 15, maybe 10 seconds, Des.
Yeah, more smoke's being burnt as well inside of Dirt, which is good. There's Dash finally one to P4. So actually, he's pulled the EE1D, but rotated off as well to go for help elsewhere. Dotson trying to look to go for a plant. It's not yet coming through. They've got some of the vertical cover, but Mowgli's starting to break it open. Gets 2 kills, kills the cover, kills the man upstairs as well. I think, no, it's Rise. Dash bringing one down in response, but it feels too little, too late. 2v2 coming into the last few seconds. Dash is all that's left standing between Wolves and a round win here and a game win, and it's going to be certified. Wolves with a very dominant round 1.
As soon as they put the diffuser down in sight, got that kill onto Dot, she just felt that was it was over. Lobin was obviously very concerned with the cover onto Dirt Tunnel, and rightly so, because that's where some of the danger could have come from, but it just left that gap. Maybe they needed a second man in kitchen to help cover over towards Church and give Dots what he needed. When you plant in that position, as we saw with the final kill that came in, the pistol kill, you are exposed to a number of angles. With the cover that they had, one man on kitchen hatch, he might have been better planting behind boxes. As it is, it's all said and done. Wolves, they deserve the credit. They've played that fantastically. It's been nice to see, because as you say, that's the kind of performance we're used to seeing from them.
15-6, 14-6 as well. Incredible performance from both Rise and Mowgli. Will it carry on through to Villa? We'll find out after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Lost One versus Wolves. That first map felt so fast it barely even happened, Tim. It was over in the blink of an eye. Rise and Mowgli putting on an absolute masterclass, showing what it means to be a winner here at SI. Question marks around whether or not that form can continue all the way through to the finals, but at least for today, Tim, they are laughing their way through to these rounds.
Well, this is it. If that performance continues through Villa and they come away with a 2-0 win, then I think people are going to be speaking about Wolves in very different tones to maybe the ones that they did in the first couple of days. You know, I think if they continue that performance through there, you have to start talking about them as realistic contenders at this tournament.
Look at it.
We know the ability they've got, and they've started to show us 29 kills between Mowgli and Rise.
7-0 entry,
100% costs. Absolutely unreal. I dare say that's probably one of the highest rated performances. I don't know the actual number for the highest rated, but I dare say that Mowgli is up there, if not, has just claimed it.
Low bin, really stressing the bin part of that one.
Yeah.
Down in 5th, unable to make anything happen in that first half, was shut down every single round without fail. And Lost One, I think, would have been humbled a little bit by that map. As we've said, we are going into Villa. This is Lost One's map pick. Understandably, Wolves choose to start on the defensive side, meaning Lost One are going to be the attackers to kick things off. I don't know if map pick is going to be enough of an influence here to turn things around, but so many things weigh into it on the day. Are the players hitting their shots? Are they feeling themselves? Is the communication good? I wouldn't say Lost One look rattled or even upset or down. They're looking good spirits still, which I think is a really valuable thing to have. Acknowledge you've been slapped and just get on with it and don't worry about it. Into the next one and see how they can deliver here. All I know is if Lost One pull and swing things back here hard, Oregon is going to be unbelievable fun.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely wild. But yeah, the question that we're looking at now, the thing to focus on at home, you know, is how do Lost One particularly perform in the 1v1s? How do they perform in the gunfights? How much effect does that last game have on them versus what sort of resilience do they show? Can they just write it off? Can they just ignore it? Can they just, you know, move on from it? That's what we're going to see over the next few rounds, and one of the ways to watch for that is, you know, the confidence in the gunfights, and are they taking the gunfights? Are they the aggressors? Are they being aggressed on too? You know, and the Wolves continue the pace that they've shown us. Now, the bans have come in. We've got Ying, Nomad, Azami, and Mirror. Nomad being the one that stands out there. Again, just speaking towards maybe a slightly more aggressive game for Lost One here. They're the ones that have taken the ban onto the Nomad, so you know, maybe just signalling that they want to get out on the roam. They want that freedom to move around. And Wolves, they need to pay attention to that ban.
As much as we stress that this is the favourite map of Lost One, Wolves are no slouches on it either. They are currently on a 4-win streak over the last few months, beating Liquid, Dire Wolves twice on it. They beat Koi here as well in Stage 3. They don't look bad. What I find interesting is how the ban strategy has changed, where normally they ban away Nook and Valkyrie and pretty much exclusively in every single one of those games. Here, Valkyrie's been let through by both teams, and the Nook, of course, is still available. So wouldn't be surprised to see that being brought along for a couple of rounds as we progress through, especially by the side of Wolves. On the attacking side, no nasty surprises here waiting just yet, and Wolves understandably going to make good use of the Solars because it was so effective for them back in the last map.
Let's get this one underway then. We move into the action phase of round one. It's going to be Aviator Games for the first defense of Wolves as they try to close this upper bracket game out in 2 maps against Lost One, and it will of course propel them forwards into an upper bracket semi-final, which would be huge given the start that we saw them have in groups. They really are showing us that they're on form today. The luck of Siege has been with them as well. There was a couple of moments, but you really can't deny them that after the performance that they've just shown. Lost One, they're on their map pick, it's Villa, and we'll see if they can show us something a little bit better.
So starting things out here, you've got 3 players straight away up on this north to northeast side of the building. You've got Dash down towards the south, so a real spread coming out so far from the side of Lost One, either looking to pincer in or figure out where the armor is a little bit weak and to find their way forwards. It is this Aviator Games hit, the most primary defensive site that we have available on this map. We've got Dash, as you can see, working off inside of Art Studio, trying to remove any players below. Wouldn't be too surprised if they're trying to set up a nade play here from Maya on the downstairs, which will mean at some point he needs to kind of double up with Dash and work through this. Also worth stressing, I know that like Twitch has always been seen as the big, like, you know, big fragging operator. The F2's a demon of a gun. It did get nerfed recently, but then almost as compensation, she got given 2 normal drones. So in reality, Twitch is an info machine right now that can also take out any soft gadgets. 2 shock drones, 2 normal drones, lots of information available to the whole team.
Lost One have gone through a serious information gathering phase, and they're using it fantastically as Maya steps in and gets the opening kill onto Mowgli. It gives a little bit of hope for those Lost One fans early in the round. Lobin just runs into sight, manages to find one, and maybe this gives us an idea of the sort of gameplay we're going to see coming out of Lost One. But Wolves, they stand up to it, Des. Bibu's managed to get a double. It's 3 versus 2, 1 minute 10 left on the clock, and I get the feeling that Lost One, they're going to have to take the foot off the gas pedal. But no, Rise has just walked inside a sight. Dash manages to find P4 downstairs, 2v2.
Still with 60 seconds to play as well. There's far from a rush on this one, but the thing is the diffuser's down and outside 90. Dash going to have to work his way in through the downstairs. Rise has found one. I really feel here like they need to make a call. Either stack up together and go for kills or play for the diffuser. Either works, but Rise says, I don't need a plan, Des. I can just get them both by myself. Closes out round 1 and already a stark contrast to what we saw back on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I think Lost One desperately needed that round, to be honest. Like you say, the Clubhouse map, they were dominated on. It was clear that Wolves were the superior team on that map, and I think that round for them just cements it in their head that map 1 was Clubhouse. It was map 1. That's what's done it. We're not great at playing there. We're back on our turf, and now we can start to pay a little bit back. And I think it really just cements that for them. Probably gives them a lot of confidence that, you know, this is not because as players they're so much better than us. This is just, it was situational. Let's get back to business.
Interestingly, rather than a repeat on Aviator as well, we're going up to Trophy and Stat Tree here in round 2. So Wolves wanting to try something a little bit different. We're not going to see one of our favourites, Tim, the Alimau setup here that GT so often employ, playing around a soft wall on the triple wall and looking to dance in and out of the rotation to challenge in towards Bathroom. Here, going for a much more standard style of setup where they're reinforcing off that triple wall. They're looking to drop down a couple of Banshees around as well to warn them when attackers are approaching. And for the large part, it feels like quite a dug-in style of setup. For now, they have sort of jetted off around the site. You've got P4 working his way around main stairs. Would expect to see at least a couple of players start on the south side and waste time around studying main stairs, and then move their way back as the pressure begins to build.
Dash going straight in towards main door. Going to support the spearhead of that push potentially. I think they're happy enough now that they're not going to be challenged on the windows, so Lost One will be starting to focus their way inside. Now, last time around we saw them use the first half of the round pretty much exclusively for gathering information. There was a lot of drone work, and then they put it to fantastic use. Wolves almost able to stand up to it, but ultimately Lost One's aggression just washed over them a little bit, I think, and here we go. They're going for more of it. Lobin goes in, gets cut down. Can Dash do any better? He picks up the diffuser on his way through. He manages to catch the man out inside of Astro, and that leaves us 4 versus 4. But Bibu, he cuts down Dash, and this attack seems to have fallen apart a little bit. But no, Dots, he's inside a side, Des.
I know that he's here as well, though, and here we go. Maya finds one for himself. It's trade after trade after trade between these two teams. Really good team play coming out from both, and yet again, Tim, we find ourselves in a 2v2, where Rise is still standing. His only 2 kills so far have come in that 2 versus 2 where he collected both to win the round convincingly for his team. Can he do it again?
I think Lost One have obviously decided the game plan here is fast and frenzied. Get your way in and find those gunfights. They really want to take it to Wolves, but maybe it's not panning out so well. Rise, he's the last one alive. He's in a 1v2. He's got all the time in the world. There's plenty of drones, 5 left on the field, so he may be able to get some information fed back to him, but he's going to have to find 2 successful gunfights if he wants to win this.
He's in no real rush here as well. Got a bit of utility he can play behind in the form of the call, and hopefully that gives him some idea as to what's going on. Maybe drones nearby picking it up, but simply not going to help out. Bibu with a nasty little shot. Shuts him out the round, and Wolves get themselves on the board.
I'm a little bit concerned for Lost One. Their entire game plan, Diaz, cannot be, let's just run into sight every round. You know, they give it a minute, see where everybody is, and then bang, they're inside a sight trying to get kills. It is not going to work every single time. Wolves are a smart team. You know, they've got some of our most experienced players in the game. They've been around the block. They know what's what. And they're not going to start falling for that over and over again. They got away with it in round 1. It's not worked in round 2. I'd like to see Lost One show us something else here on Villa, because I'm sure they've got plenty of other plans.
You know what I've just remembered about Wolves on Villa? Bibu, no!
It did happen on Villa, yeah. He was running in through master bedroom.
He was indeed. I think it was Shepard diffusing. I want to say it was that long ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Shepard was diffusing and Bibu took too long to get in.
It took too long to get in.
You decried at the very end of the round. Bibu, no!
I think it was something like, I can't remember exactly. It was something. It was Bibu in a 1v3 or something, and he got a couple of the kills and just needed to get the person off the diffuser.
Yeah, but held outside too long.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Good times, good
classic,
times.
Another classic line.
We've had some good ones on this map. We had Bath Bomb from Sloth.
You did, yeah.
Came in.
You did. I've used that as an example a few times to people.
We've actually had a good few little fun ones on Villa. It's one of those maps that sort of brings about the joy.
For anybody who didn't see that, that was Sloth, currently of Heroic, of course, just hiding inside the bathtub. And a nade was thrown in on him, and Des screamed, "There's your bath bomb."
Good night, I think I said straight after as well. And sure enough, he did.
He did die.
And then you said, "Is the only thing bubbling out of here is Sloth's life?" And I was like, "That's a bit morbid."
It was.
It was great.
Speak only the truth, Des.
Only the truth, Tim. Shinka, let's speak some more truths. Holding down towards main stairs before doubling back in towards site. Here looking to use these vertical angles to challenge anyone trying to work in below. Has Bibu helping out from below, though? Has the ability to adapt and react whenever they hear where the aggression is coming from. Interestingly, on that Malusi out in the roam, I know we keep on speaking about it, but being a one-speed, she's nowhere near as fast as she used to be, and also far noisier when she comes running back towards site.
Okay, there's not too much south-sided pressure at the minute, much as we saw
we got top down, I didn't realise.
Yeah, we've got everything here,
Damn.
It's mostly coming from the north side. We're on board with Lobin at the minute, who's looking to get something going inside 90 corridor. Going to be supported by Dots, who gets himself onto that 90 window. And as you can see, Lobin just coming around there. Dots is going to try to open up the vault at range. This is going pretty well so far. 1 minute 30, and Lost One this time, not just running into sight. This is what I wanted to see. Let's go back, you know, to some proper Villa play, and that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, just trying to cut out below as well, again, to stop, I think, Wolves getting downstairs and trying to make use of things like C4s, impacts, whatever it might be to deny the plant when it does eventually look to come through. It's a good idea to start priming things at the very least, but it is a couple of rounds in a row now. We've seen Dash sort of off doing his own thing, either on the Twitch, holding off on flank watching study, or working in below. Mowgli strikes first, down goes Maya.
Mowgli's still going to be holding the position inside of Study. Can't be allowed to get away with that, and isn't, as Dots manages to get in, trades out Dash, and that's going to leave us now in a 4 versus 2, actually. There's a couple of kills coming quite quickly for Wolves there. P4 managing to take down Lobin, and that leaves us now with Raz and Dots. They've got it all to do. They've got access into the vault. 45 seconds left to go, though, and you're feeling pretty good for Wolves right now.
And they managed to deny away this wall yet again as Shinka picks up another. There's only one remaining. His name is Rise. Somehow I don't think he's rising to the occasion. He'll find himself a kill to pad out the KD, but on 1 HP, it's a single bullet, and he'll be in an early grave. 3 left standing for the side of Wolves. Really not a lot of work to do as the diffuser is also cold on the ground inside the hallway. One last call, phone home, say your prayers, say goodbye, because this round looks to be done.
He's going to be moving through, just trying to switch up his angles, heading into Map's door, but it's unlikely as the challenge comes in. He's an absolute breath away. It's Rise to take him down, and that is going to be another round going to Wolves. Now, we would expect them to take a majority potentially on a defensive half of Villa. 3-3 is the absolute minimum, 4-2 or better is the aim, I would suggest. Wolves are 2-1 after the first rotation of 3 sites, so a pretty good start for them. Lost one, I feel like, again, just struggling for an identity here.
They did, but they also played AVG twice. So now they have to go through to an offside, which will be dining and kitchen, where we could sit at 2-2. So they're broken up the lovely conversation like having about quarters and timeouts at the end of 3 rounds. We're not getting that here. They're slightly fractured things apart. I do somewhat agree with you about Lost One's sort of identity here as well, right? Like, we've seen a couple of, I don't want to call them rush rounds, but very hard committed. You know, we're going
honestly, I think they were. I think that's probably the best way. They weren't in the first 20 seconds of the round, maybe, but
yeah, that's why I kind of stopped short of calling it a rush, because it wasn't like a go-to classic rush, but it was a very fast-paced execute where they tried to take ground very quickly by winning gunfights rather than worrying about playing behind utility, and they paid the price for it once or twice. For the side of Wolves, they seem to have done pretty well in holding down quite firm. how this site goes will be the big teller to me, though, because they've already lost AVG once. We saw them win the other 2 sites. They went back to AVG the third time round, won it there, 1 trophy and stat tree. If they win down here, it does kind of show that maybe that first AVG loss was being caught off guard by Lost One, but outside of that, they are in full control.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, Wolves have been fairly happy to stick to their game so far. Lost One, like I say, without, you know, those aggressive plays working out consistently. I look at round 3 particularly, and I just think, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the next plan is. I'm not sure what the backup is at this point. Hopefully, they show us it, because over the last few days, we've really grown to enjoy watching this team. Des. We've been very positive and supportive of them, but it just looks like, and I've said this a few times, every team will have bad days at tournaments like this, and it's just looking like this might be Lost Ones. The question is, how do you recover from it? How do you perform during it? And can you overcome it without a loss? Those are the championship winning teams usually.
They didn't really get very much open here. It's been impacted off, so just the one, which is actually quite ideal in a way for Wolves to be able to challenge back through on this triple wall. I think narrowly missed the drone there, just dancing.
I think it just came in as it moved around.
Just taking it out there as well. Gone down to 5 now on the side of the attackers. So for Wolves, they've done a good job in trying to deny this wall away. There's only really one Selma left on side that can do any real impact for them, but they've already found themselves losing Lobin here, who again is having a terrible time, and it's a jump out on Villa. Don't see that every day.
It's a long way back inside the map, put it that way, but I just don't think Lost One are in a position to be able to challenge Mowgli. Dots is going to take a lot of damage as well as he tries to get onto the Astro stairs. I think looking for the returning Mowgli, he is going to find the kill on him, but he's going to take a lot of damage in doing so. However, Maya on fantastic cover there before P4 manages to take down Dash, and that leaves us in a 3v2.
Again, as a reminder, this is even the site we're looking at here as well. Had a perfectly lined up headshot, but Bibu sitting around library as he was back on the Malusi previously, helping out his team where required. Very similar to the role that Benja played against Koi back on day 1, interestingly. Just able to float and join the team where best required. Dots left all alone, has 2 Oster Shields in back pocket, but I'm afraid they aren't going to be too much use here against both Bibu and Shinka.
This is exhausting to watch at the minute, Des. It's just absolute, like you say, craziness all around the map, everywhere but the site quite often. We're going to have Dots just taking out the default cam and the frost mats. He doesn't need anything distracting him at this point. He's got a lot of work to do. He can't move in through that fire. He needs to be very careful. He is low health. But unfortunately for him, the Wolves players are just watching their angles here. It's unlikely that he gets both. Nope, walks into the crossfire. And that is going to be a final kill for Wolves. They take round 4, and that leaves them 3-1 up, and they are starting to hit cruise control at this point.
I really love the team play we're seeing coming out of them. You know, throughout this week, that's been a bit fragmented. We've seen players taking 1v1s. We've seen really badly whiff gunfights. I know P4 has really drawn a lot of iron flack for how some of his plays have come about, but in this game, I know it's not really P4 that was celebrating it, it's the other players that have been doing incredibly well, but there's not too much you can fault. And what I love is that going into a second map, it's a different player that's shining. It's Bibu this time at 7-1. The others still doing all that they need to, but everything is about him right now.
I'm going to bring up the entry kills. Again, we spoke about them on Clubhouse. It was an area of the game that Wolves absolutely excelled in. And unfortunately for Lost One fans, it's an area that they are continuing to dominate. Out of 4 rounds so far, it is 3-1 in favour of Wolves on the entry. And unsurprisingly, it's the last 3 rounds that they've picked up those entry kills. When Wolves get the entry kill, they tend to go on and take the round. That's what we're seeing over the last couple of maps. And Lost One just don't seem to have a consistent answer to that.
They don't know. It's that thing they've got to find an answer to. They've got to find a way through this first half to at least come out in some kind of fighting shape before they switch over to the defense. Because if I think of anything about Wolves, when they're on form, they are incredible at collapsing when it comes round to executing and just leaving the other team completely overwhelmed. It's what's been missing for most of this week, but has really shone through in so many of their EUL matchups. For now, at least, though, let's see what Dash can get done on the Nook. Up onto the 90 rappel, where he will no doubt find himself somewhat challenged here, where there was a player just rotating through 90 a second ago, but has moved back towards safety, all inside the first 30 seconds.
Mowgli in a key position at the minute inside of games. He's going to be, inside of Aviator. He's looking to just potentially stop any push coming through from the south side. Maya is on the study balcony and going to be looking to get in on the Iana there now. Then the drone just inside of Vault does not see Mowgli. So I'm not 100% sure how aware Maya is of this position, but I think he's actually dipped away from the fight. We're going to switch over to the other side of the map, just have a little look at the master push that's going on. But yeah, it's very tentative here on the south side. Maya and Mowgli just doing a little dance of death at the minute, but Maya not keen to push on in.
Well, Mowgli was unsure because he didn't know if there was a Claymore outside. He has 2 impacts of which he can clear away, but without knowing if there's one there, it's, as silly as it sounds, quite a critical bit of utility to burn if you want to try and make a play like that a little bit later into the round. For now, at least he'll hold on to them, and the longer he just sits down here on the south side, bearing in mind 90 seconds are gone, the longer we're going to have Maya being impeded.
Dash is moving through. He might just be able to find himself one here. It's the Jaeger of Bibu, and it would be a big pickup if he could take him down. But I think Bibu, that movement just maybe shows that he knows that this is coming. He's going to dip himself away. No, absolute freebie for Dash. Great play there from Lost One to get themselves that entry. Let's see now if they can follow that up with the round.
It's a good start. Bibu was almost away to safety as well. They get the second. Shinka falling down here. Mowgli naturally gets the response. Maya the one to fall this time around. A big north side focus coming in from Lost One then. Again, still work to do, but at least they are close to the site. And P4 is sat close with that shotgun in hand. There's one. Easy peasy.
So easy when you're at that close range. Mowgli manages to get another as he pushes back in towards the site, I think, finding a headshot. And there's another. Mowgli starting to pop off when Wolves need it. Can't find the kill onto Rise, but does an awful lot of damage and leaves him on the back foot. Seriously, in this 1v2, he's going to run into the shotgun as well if he's not careful. He doesn't know which way to go. He does not find his man as the cover is there from Rise, and that is going to be 4-1 now for Wolves, and they are starting to really move ahead in this matchup.
It's just unbelievable, isn't it? Mowgli again taking a round and completely turning it on its head. One matchup I'll be dying to see at some point will be Wolves coming up against Oxygen, because Nuas, we've spoken about him endlessly, right? And I know Wolves have had an up and down tournament, so you're not seeing Mowgli up there in the stats, but you cannot deny that he is one of the best talents that we currently have in the game. So for him and Nuas to go head to head, it would be a gift. An absolute gift to all who get to observe it. Would absolutely love it. Last time they played was back at the Berlin Major, actually, where they won 1 map each. So it's kind of an unsettled draw between the two teams that need something else to go down. Who knows, maybe we'll get that in the next couple of rounds of the tournament.
We're going to have the verticals getting opened up. It's actually Living Room Library as the final site for Wolves here, taking us on the full tour. The only site that we haven't seen so far, but they're going to give us a little look and see what they can offer. There's going to be quite a severe hold of the top floor. They're going to want to hold on to Aviator games. If you're wanting to learn for your ranked games, where do I need to cover above for the downstairs sites on Villa? It's quite easy. It actually matches up largely to the top floor sites. So if you go in Living Room and Library, you want to be holding on to Aviator games. If you go into Dining Kitchen, you want to hold on to Trophy and Master. It's not quite, well, it's statuary as well, but the areas line up.
I just realised, by the way, and all I just said about Wolves against Oxygen, if Wolves win this game and Oxygen win the series currently going on against M&M, where they're 1-0 up, that's the matchup.
Bracket semi-final.
On Wednesday. That would be unreal.
It would be absolutely fantastic.
All right, let's see if Lost One can at least get something going here in their last attacking round. Otherwise, they're staring down the barrel of a 5-1, and no one wants to be in that position. I always love as well how some teams have tried to defend the upstairs here for this site, but not really made use of the vault holes. We've seen some really cool defenses actually involving Vitality. They were one of the first teams to employ this hold against BDS, who lost to it one day, came back again on Villa the next day, and brought an Amaru that can play through basement and get up through the hatch and made a plant happen inside of site. Without the side of Wolves, they're known as Vitality, even knowing what was going on.
Right then, we haven't had our opening kills. They have been a little bit slow coming of the opening kills so far on this map, tending to be Lost One using the first half or so to get themselves into a position to start pushing, to start that attack. Mowgli's got himself a bit of a battle going on here. Maya takes a lot of damage but does manage to take Shinka down, and this is looking good for Lost One at the minute. They're coming in and decimating this top floor hold. A number of kills come in, Lobin, Dash gets himself a double. P4 just trying to hold back the tide. side with a bucket at the minute, only finding 1 kill along the way, 1 versus 4. He's going to need an ace to close this out as a win for Wolves, but a 4-2 half won't be the end of the world for them, I wouldn't have thought, but lost 1, almost certain to get in there and find that final kill as the Gemini decoy comes around the corner. They know where P4 is now. They've got a good idea which part of the map he finds himself in, and he's going to find himself down as Dash gets the line of sight they need, and Lost One take their second round.
It's better. It's a start. It is 2 rounds on the attacking half of Villa. I think even 18 months ago, no one would have bit your hand off if you offered, well, some people would have bit your hand off if you offered that to them. So for Lost One, it's far from the end of the world. Now you really get to see them in their prime, though. They're going into, again, their favourite map on the defensive side of things. This should be where you really see what Lost One are made of. If Wolves can close things out here, though, in the next 2 or 3 rounds, you even start worrying for Lost One potentially when they fall down into the lower bracket.
We certainly will. You were actually, I think, right, Des, as well. I was just having a quick look at our schedule there.
Tell me I'm right, Tim.
You're often right. Oh. I think the first upper bracket game is the upper bracket finals that would be on stage.
Yes, because we have the 2 semi-finals on Wednesday.
Yes, so we would need another win after this one, just to correct ourselves from that.
Yeah, so on Wednesday we have lower bracket round 3, which is 2 games, and we have upper bracket semis that are also 2 games.
You get
a real good split of the 2. We aren't actually working that day, Alice. We get to sit back and watch some games.
Back and enjoy them.
I'll happily sit back and watch Oxygen and Wolves go at each other.
The first day in Plasbel on Friday, the upper bracket game that we will see that day would be the upper bracket final. So these teams will need to win here, and then they'll need 1 more after this, and that will get them onto the stage. So there is work to be done. But Wolves, they've closed out that first half. There's 4-2. Lost One managing to get themselves around. Haven't pulled the trigger on a tactical timeout just yet. I think they're happy to sort of see how the first couple of defensive rounds goes, because they're going to be expecting to pick a couple up here.
Whew. Okay. We start rolling, we start moving. On the Lost One side, you're looking towards this lineup and just saying it's not a big roaming-based competition here. More looking to try and keep the Wolves at bay with a lot of utility. My only concern there being is the amount of time they actually have to work with is quite surmountable. They've already got themselves working in through study, checking out what's going on downstairs. They seems to be a pretty stable setup with main stairs being held, a couple playing inside a side, one kind of wandering his way around towards 90, but as of yet, study left completely bare. Which is somewhat expected.
It is.
Can't play there, it's a death trap. Except Dots kind of is looking to hold and challenge inside. Of course, knows about the far window on the east side as well, where normally you will have a player challenging whilst one tries to work in on the south side. Easy nade from below, though, as Bibu collects 1. Being challenged here, and there's 2 players downstairs. 1 in Art Studio, 1 in the main stairs. Good response from Lost One.
Fantastic, 1 for 1 at the minute. Dash has got an opportunity to maybe move back up red stairs if he wants to, but I think for now he's going to keep causing a nuisance on the downstairs as Wolves all stack up on this study balcony, looking to get themselves inside and looking to push forward. Dash does get himself back upstairs onto the 90 corridor. He's going to be playing just inside of the window there and looking to just prevent any control from around Vault. They don't want Vault to get opened if at all possible, if they can avoid that. Wolves do manage to aggress in here. There's going to be a freebie for Rise as he finds 1, and that leaves us now in a 4 versus 3. They could think about getting into sight.
I'm wondering what they do about the flank here as well, as there was one coming up main stairs. I think maybe they just got taken out actually as well. Maya in that trade as it came on through. Dash trying to work his way through, but being challenged by every possible window. Ironically, Wolf window working in favour of Wolves here. There's 1 left standing. It's Lobin by himself. No C4 on side. Rise is sticking this plan down. It looks like Wolves are going to find themselves with yet another round in the books.
That is not good for Lost One. 5-2 with an attacking win for Wolves. You sort of feel like maybe Lost One were edging their bets on the defensive side, on being able to start claiming rounds and holding on. And there on their primary site, even with the opening kill, Wolves were still able to get it done. So it's really starting to look like there's just a bit of a gulf between these 2 teams at the minute.
Massively, yeah. Now, whether that's, I mean, Wolves are on a real high today. They're playing out of their skin. The sort of performance, again, that we see in the European League semi-regularly from them. Lost One a little bit asleep at the wheel. Lobin, I'd have to get my stats up to look at the exact numbers, but we haven't seen him come online the way that he has, and him and Maya are kind of this duo that have really, really shone. Now, Tim, this looks like a strategy we're quite familiar with. 3 castle barricades being brought down inside of Master. No doubt a rotation coming soon into the triple wall, and then looking to have someone dancing in and out of that spot. Who's playing the Alamau spot here that we normally see coming out for G2? It could be any of them. them, but my money would probably be on being Maya or Lobin. If we wanted a direct replacement, you'd say maybe Rise, given the position that normally he plays in for this team, but it could also be Dash playing on the Ela.
5 seconds to go.
Okay then, let's get into round 8 and see if Lost One have got anything here that they can hold on with, because if not, they're going to be in serious trouble. Honestly, I think if Wolves this is a swing round for me. It's one of those rounds it might not be enough for Lost One to win this one, but I feel like if they don't, I can't see Wolves losing things. If they get themselves onto map point and have 4 opportunities to close it out, that means that Lost One are going to have to successfully defend weak sites for themselves statistically, and it's going to be a big problem.
It is. To hear the full burn from Wolves coming in, with most of them working their way up through study, does mean there's a lot of ground to cover, a lot of players potentially to clear away. Maya's the one holding up on the dock as well, an operator that he has played through an awful lot of this competition, mainly on border, to be honest with you. It's where we've seen him picking it up, but understandably, why wouldn't you want to pick it elsewhere? Lobin getting a little bit cheeky down to the window and finding Rise. That's the Zofia off the board, so the range soft destruction no longer available for the side of Wolves. P4 also looking to dance on a challenge up towards 90, so hoping to catch him out, but it's simply not going to happen as Maya brings down Mowgli as well. The 2 big players from last map are off the board, Tim.
P4 just creeping into the smoke there. He's going to see his man, doesn't quite get the opportunity quickly enough to be able to take him down. BB working from the window, and you just feel that the pressure is really starting to mount on to Lost One a little bit. Even though they're in a 3v5, it's every move they make. There seems to be an ADS looking at them, but they just need to hold on for a little bit longer. You feel if they can hold on for another 30 seconds or so, then that execute is going to start looking pretty difficult for Wolves, but they're just happy to hold their positions. First kill comes in, that's important for Maya though. Getting that direct trade leaves us now in a 4 versus 2, and you just feel if that kill could have been clean for P4, maybe they could have done something, but absolutely not. Lost One, they just pile on top of that kill, get themselves around, and that was so important for them to take round 8. Brings it back to 5-3.
This is the danger now. Starting to see a little bit of gas being injected into the Lost One side. In case you're wondering what that message was, Bibu said nice shot, and Lobin said thanks.
You love to see the mutual respect. These players...
Yeah, it's not Wolves versus G2. Come on, let's be real.
Not quite, no. You know, in the majority of cases, even in the games that you see where there's the banter going backwards and forwards, there's the shout.
You know what it makes you think of? You know, the number of times we've seen teams like giving it large and they walk around and shake hands and say, well played, well played. You ever seen the gif of the 2 dogs that are at a gate go at each other? The gate slides open and both just stop and fall silent, look at each other like very chill dogs. Then it recloses again and they start barking and going mental. It reminds me of that every single time.
The thing is, you know, at the end of the day, they spend a lot of time playing, playing games against each other, and it's not personal at the end of the day. They're all there to win. And if they think they can get a little bit of an edge by shouting over the top of the screen at the other team and, things like that, then they'll do it. They'll go for it. But ultimately, they can all appreciate a good bit of skill from the other team as well.
I didn't hear this earlier on, but apparently during G2's timeout when Wolves played against him, Bibu was just screaming for the first 20 seconds of the timeout. So I imagine all G2 could really hear is just Bibu going, woo, and a bunch of other French words that I can't.
I mean, that's one technique, I guess.
I mean, I'm all for it.
I think that's where the noise cancelling comes in. They do have headphones to
but you might first of all pick up some noise.
They have a little bit to take out some of that outside noise, but like you say, I'm sure that it does bleed through as well. Lobin's going to be looking to get aggressive in Master Bedroom there. He's just pushing onto concrete, going to use an impact nade to take out a drone. He knows he's going to be pushed through bathroom. Time for him to get away, and that's exactly what he will try to do. Takes a little bit of damage. Over the balcony he goes, so he will live to fight another day. P4 takes a shot along the way as he goes, and that leaves us still 5v5, but an early exchange in round 9.
Evolving to the rapid aggression that comes out of Wolves, I think, is absolutely paramount if they're going to win this game. We've seen back in the first round of Clubhouse, 2 or 3 players being caught out on the main stage, retreat back down to basement because Wolves were just there when they were not expecting to be. Thought they had more time, more seconds remaining until they'd start getting bullets coming their way, but it simply wasn't to be the case. Here, at least he has got away a bit more safely. Lobin almost being taken out as Mowgli is looking for his man, expecting a repeat, but nope. Lobin's going to dash away, having lost half his HP, wants to keep himself on the field.
pretty calm so far in this round. It's just waiting for that goal point when Wolves feel they're in a position to push forward. They're currently trying to get the information here. Lost one, just try and see exactly where this is coming from. It's going to be Mowgli to take Lobin out to begin with. The one big question mark that I've got is, are Wolves aware of Dash down in basement? He's holding himself on the red stairs at the minute, and his timing could be crucial in this round. 1 minute, 10 seconds to go. You worry about the action on screen. We'll keep an eye on Dash, and we'll see if that flank is going to come off later in the round. But for now, P4, they're pushing into 90.
It's also the question of whether or not there's a flank drone down there watching the red corridor. You probably expect it, and they'd see him make the move, but it's all about that timing. You just saw, there we go, up here on the rail. They know exactly what's going on, which means he's dead to right, surely. No response yet as Dots brings down Bibu, and Maya gets a second, decimating the 90 assault.
Dots actually getting the man from inside a sight there, and that's really good teamwork from Lost One. Just managing to do that now, then a direct trade. That's not ideal for Wolves. It leaves them in a 2v3 that could have been a 3v3. Mowgli's looking to push inside a sight. Can't find the first as Dots. He's had a big round, and we'll come back to that. Second kill for him, taking down Mowgli, and it's now all up to Rise. 20 seconds left to go, and no option but to get aggressive here. He needs to go in and just find himself a couple of kills. No diffuser in hand. It's unlikely. Oh no, it was there, just in place for him to be able to connect. Shinka must have dropped it at the top of red, but 10 seconds left to go. He's being challenged from 90, he's being challenged from sight, he's being challenged from everywhere, and that's another good round for Lost One. 4-5 now, and Dots needs to take a bow on that. It'd be easily missed, but a couple of big kills from him, particularly to protect Dash. Bibu left himself stood in the open with the confidence that he knew Dash was coming. Dots, however, steps out, protects his man, and gets the kill to the top of red.
A gente tem estátua por aí?
Tem, não, é banheiro. Tem só embaixo. Só de baixo. Biblioteca ou cozinha. Cozinha é aquela que a senhora Allez, je vais prendre là, les gars, faut pas encore hésiter à se parler, prendre son temps. Là, genre, celle d'avant, on peut l'éviter 100%. Yanis avait un free kill pushé par en bas et vous n'êtes pas parlé, tu vas sauter dessus, ok? Vous traîne et vous pouvez peut-être un qui tenait en bas. Ouais, allez, c'est pas grave. Next. Exact, c'est vraiment ça, c'est juste des plans de jeu. C'est mort comment là, les patients? Bah, en la vérité, on s'en fout, moi.
There we go, from a tack pause into a technical timeout to get a couple of things rectified, Tim. It's at that point now where I'm feeling that inflection point where Lost One are starting to win rounds, and this is when it gets a little bit concerning for Wolves. If Lost One can battle their way back in here, build some momentum on the defensive side of Villa, they go into Oregon, which is their second most popular map. They love playing on that map, real high preference for it. Yeah. Do Wolves then really start to see this one slip away?
Well, you know, I've often said this about the momentum that can be carried from winning the second map. If you have to go to 3, I feel it's better generally to win the second map because you're the one that's carrying that positivity through. I will say I think Lost One have got a lot of work to do yet before we start thinking about map 3. They've got themselves back-to-back rounds. That is a big point for them. I dare say I will check map 1. They certainly haven't had back-to-back rounds before this point on Villa. Let me just check when we have a look at Clubhouse whether that was the case. No, they didn't have back-to-back rounds on Clubhouse, so up to this point they've only actually won 1 round at a time, so just getting 1 back-to-back is going to be big for them, and maybe that can be a little bit of a turning point, a building block for them to start working from. But yeah, I think they need this next round. I wouldn't like to see Lost One 6-4 down. I think they need to level it up here so they're not facing too many map points. But Wolves have certainly, I won't say dropped off, I'm not going to get that critical of them, but I think it's more Lost One have had the answers over the last couple of rounds.
Well, the big one here to note is that this is basically a mirror of what we saw in the first half. 4th round of the second half is exactly the same as 4th round of the first, in that it's a dining and kitchen defense, the first of its kind. Lost One, I think I'm with you, really need to be able to break that 1-round winning curse here. They've got to be able to get a couple on the back. That brings us up to 5-5, and suddenly it's Wolves that then start to sweat a little bit.
Okay then, Lobin going to be setting up with the Capcan. We've seen a lot of positive impact from the Capcans, to be honest, so far at 6 Invitational. It's always going to test the information gathering of the team that you're playing against, and we've seen kills, we've seen downs, we've seen damage done from those EDD devices that Capcan puts out, so it's been certainly a worthwhile pick so far on the defence.
It has. And the thing also, the fact that for a lot of teams really like his gun is the main reason why pros tend to pick it up. C4 on side as well never really helps, plus a bunch of gadgets that are fantastic for time wasting is another big one.
Rise, just hunting down those gadgets, hunting down the drones, seeing what he can find. Not going to be any for the time being. Looking at the side, they've actually got 9 drones left on side, which is pretty good going to say that they're up against the Solis at the minute. You would expect that to be lower. Rise on the side of Wolves manages to get a kill onto Maya, and that is a great opener.
Looking for some more on the back of that as well, though, for sure. If Wolves can bring it up to 6 and 4 here, it really does start to crush the spirits a little bit of the other side. Trying to isolate this one player that's sat behind bar here as well. Rise knows exactly where he is. Drone's helping things out as well, but that's been taken down too. How many more can they commit? Apparently not a lot is the answer, as Rise has been taken down by Lobin. He was the one looking to push in towards bar, and with that now being shut down, well, they're in for a war to hurt. Rise cannot be moved. He'll hold here for a little bit longer, and now Wolves have to be ever present and ever thoughtful of the thought of a backstab.
Certainly do. Like you say, you can...
Unless Mowgli can just
as the defender, he can just sit there all day. He doesn't need to move. He just take a little bit of damage on the spray through the wall there, but unable to find his man. Sure, he comes back and gets the kill. Yes, he does. Great play from the Solis. Can we find another? Yes! Takes down P4. Beautiful double from Rise. And what damage it has done to the attack of Wolves. Bibu able to get in and get that trade, but it still leaves them in a 2v3, and they haven't even started approaching sight.
They haven't, no. I've really got to give Rise a shout out, by the way, in the Rise for Lost One rather than Rise for Wolves. But Rise on Lost One have since played so many different defensive operators, whether it's being more aggressive on the Solis, out and about around the map, or playing far more defensive on things like Mute. So far, he's shown real versatility. You know, again, playing that kind of role that we see Alamal doing for G2, with the ability to play between really aggressive things like Twitch, all the way to more passive supportive operators, depending on the map. And these players that play a lot of flex roles are the ones who are kind of determined to be, you know, the unlucky one on the team. They've got to play the things that no one else wants to. Rise does that, yet still puts up really good numbers quite consistently too. Really impressive player.
Dash is just holding his line underneath before striking with a headshot onto Bibu. Shinka taking half health damage there as well, leaving us now in a short finish for Lost One as they level things up 5v5. And Des, it looks like they might just have activated.
May well have just. Definitely on their way to it. I mean, that 5-5 scoreline, as we said, is a dangerous one. 6 and 4, maybe you're thinking Wolves can just about get it over the line. At 5-5, I'm convinced we're seeing at the very least overtime, if not potentially that third map with a 7-5 scoreline.
I'd agree with you. I'm not sure that Wolves can find the attacks at this point. We're going to see them trying to mix up their operator selection a little bit. We'll see if that sticks. No, it does not. Bibu, it was Bibu I was looking at as well. They do have the fuse on Shinka, which is one change at least, but Bibu on the Blackbeard was another interesting prospect. We're actually going to see both of those picks switched out, with the fuse switching out to a much more regular Dokkaebi pick. So that will leave us with that. Rise is bringing along the castle on the defensive side, so that's an interesting one to note. It is in trophy statuary, so not drastically unusual. We would expect to see some of those applied out in master bedroom to prevent too much of a line of sight being gained in through the sort of half windows that are there, and maybe a little bit over to Wolf window as well sometimes, just to prevent that direct line into sight.
Let's see how we shape up on trophy and statuary. Similar lineup once again, by the way, Tim, with that castle coming in. Looking to commit that out towards the... Are we going to call it the Alimal hold at this point?
You see, for us in EU...
A lot of LATAM teams do it.
For us in EU, Alamau's sort of... He's earned that position.
So how well he plays it, right?
But we haven't seen it on an international scale yet, so I feel like we might need to hold off on an international level until he does it.
All right, then. We won't call it the Alamal hold so far, but it'll get towards being that if things carry on the way they are for G2. Mowgli working his way straight in, and look at that. Straight ready to go out the door. Rise once again impressing. Catching one out and has got the support of his teammate to back into.
Taking a lot of damage, but he won't mind that at all. By removing the Finker, you've also removed those nano health boosts that can come into the rest of the team, so that is a big pickup to begin with. And P4 just going in without information. Des, Wolves look like they lost at sea here. Dash getting an absolute freebie from Red Stairs, and this is a world away from the team that we saw on Clubhouse that was so good with their information. They were so good at knowing everything that was ahead of them, and it just doesn't look like the case for Wolves on Villa.
Doesn't feel like they're in control, does it? You know, Matt really having a swing here for Lost One, who are showing real prowess on the defensive side, expected from the best map they've got. Rise have no idea what's going on. The real painful thing there is, Tim, he had a drone going in front of him, but they still didn't spot the player in behind the bar. Just feels like they're hiding in the walls at this point and taking down members of Wolves for free. Rise still dug in. Flash is coming in, and surely his days are numbered here. Won't find anything, gets finished off, but the damage has been done. Wolves are in a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, Shinka getting his kill, but like you say, probably just a little bit too late inside this round. Bibu, he's working into what is going to be the line of sight for somebody on the side of Lost One as he tries to get himself inside of Statuary. He's getting the yellow ping there, but it's going to be old information. I think it's not current. There is nobody sat on that position. Shinka's trying to support with the push into trophy at the same time, but you just feel like Wolves' days are numbered here as the pressure is going to mount from Lost One. 45 seconds, and ultimately there's going to come a point that Wolves need to take that step into sight. They need to take that push forward, and as you can see, as they do, it's just bullet after bullet. Bibu, he manages to find one nice headshot onto Maya. 35 seconds left to go.
Alone with the naughty little one-tap onto Shinka, who took up the spot that Bibu was in. Tucks one into Bibu's leg as well. Down a half HP against 3. Tim, it feels like that 6-5 scoreline is upon us. Lost One might be able to close things out 7-5 here.
Very possibly. It's a matter of time before Bibu pushes into sight. That's exactly what he's going to do there. And you just feel, there you go, final kill comes in. Lost One, they get themselves the map point opportunity.
Ooh, what a turnaround.
It's fantastic.
Oregon's going to be really exciting. Assuming, of course, we get there, things can still go crazy and go to overtime here. But this confidence that's being shown is the kind of stuff I'm used to seeing out of Lost One, that we've enjoyed all week long, is not being scared of getting up in a gunfight. And again, so much of this has come down to Rise and the way that he plays.
Você é o Arden, não vai ser você. Tá, por causa que a Gridlock vai smocar Neymar, se ela for rushar lá, e você vai impedir isso. Mas de qualquer jeito, se não for o rush, vai ser bom estar em você. Tá? Fica atento com isso. Você...
Meloso padrão. Beleza, fechou.
Aí você vai ficar ligeiro, você marcar...
Pra maquete ou pra maquete? Pra maquete, o quê? É, a primeira porta-cofre. Entrou no bomba, é a primeira porta-cofre.
Isso. Foca nessa tensão do anti-rush, tá, guys? Mesmo assim, se for pro overtime qualquer coisa, a gente mantém fazendo esse estilo de defesa até o anti-rush total.
Tá, beleza.
Ataque já tem tudo setado, você já sabe o que fazer.
Beleza. Tá no caralho, guys.
E a gente vai ganhar agora.
Tá no caralho, porra. Esse cara Pô, velho, tá faltando o capricho dele, mano. O cara tomou meio, o cara tomou errado, tá? Os caras tão... O cara veio do drone. Mano...
I was trying to determine if I feel this timeout was a bit of a mistake. The momentum's with you. You've won 2 rounds on the bounce now. You've really, you know, putting Wolves to the board here and putting them to challenge. And what you've just done is given them 45 seconds to figure out how they're going to force this through to overtime. Not that it massively matters, because Lost One will start on the defense in overtime. It was their map pick, therefore they get to choose where they start in overtime. But I just feel you've given them a way back in.
Yeah, I'd agree. It is strange timing when you've got that round. Obviously, Lost One, you know, they've had to fight to get there, so I can appreciate them feeling like they just need to sort of solidify what's going on, just sort of cement their approach, you know, just let things sort of settle and simmer. But at the same time, like you say, they've just given that length of time to Wolves as well, as a free tactical timeout, essentially. You know, I think the way I would look at that is if you said to Wolves, you can have a free tactical timeout now if you want, would they take it? And I think the answer is yes, they would take it every time. So by doing that, you're gifting them that. So I think, yeah, they might have been better just sort of continuing and trying to keep that momentum and push forward before Wolves could really think too much about it. Now then, a triple cap can cut.
You don't see that every day.
You don't see it too often.
They do 60 damage apiece, which means you won't kill a 3-speed operator with just a 2. Sometimes I've seen them do downs onto like two armor operators. So they really want to make sure whoever steps through is dead, Tim.
Dash has played this position quite often on the lower red stairs towards basement, and it's something I'd like Wolves to pick up on. They thought they were going to deal with it last time with Bibu at the top of red stairs, but Dot stepped out and had the cover of his teammate from inside a site. So it's definitely something that I feel that they need to deal with, maybe clear from basement up and just make sure that they've either forced him back to site or got the kill, but definitely not something they can ignore again.
No, calls potentially coming in as well from Shinka. There we go. Out it comes, just to try and force him that little step further back as he put onto the hatch of all places, Tim.
Bibu manages to open things up onto Maya. Good start for Wolves. Dots, however, is going big again. He's had some really important moments. His stats might not quite show it. He's not got the most kills on the side, but he's certainly had some vital ones. And that is another one just to break the momentum that Wolves might have been building off the back of that opening kill from Bibu. Leaves us 4 versus 4.
Dots is a really interesting player because although he's currently lowest rated on the team, it's not that massive a variance. 0.94 to 1.09. Dots at the bottom, Lobin at the top. He's positive on entry. 13 and 10 he's on as a support player as well. So getting pulled into a good number of fights, admittedly, across the whole of SI so far. It's negative on KD, which is why he's a little bit lower. But has again made himself known in some of these games, especially when it comes around to fragging out. Bibu, though, putting one more in the ground. Down goes Lobin, who, as we said several times, has really struggled this series.
Going to have Bibu trying to find a nade from underneath. He's got a little bit of information, but certainly not enough. The challenge is going to come potentially through that hole he's just opened up. Dot steps up to it, but not going to be able to find his man. Out goes a Toxic Babe canister, though, and he continues the work to try and find that vertical angle onto Bibu. It's 4 versus 3, and Wolves have still got an opportunity to take us to overtime. You feel like the next kill is going to be a vital one.
100%. It's about moving forward and thinking about this execute now in these final 30 seconds. They've got control. Mowgli has established himself inside of sight, but they know they see the barrel of the gun and gets put in the dirt as well. It's 1 per side so far. Dot's in such a critical position here to hold back the aggressors. Oh, and there it is.
In comes that kill. Rise is going to be looking to... Sorry, Shinka manages to get the kill onto Dots. Dash is the last one alive. Shinka is going to be getting that diffuser down. Bibu's going to be on the cover. He is low health. There is an opportunity for Dash potentially, but he can't get in time. Shinka not only plants, but finds the final kill. And Dez, we are going to overtime.
I love how much that saying is suddenly spread as well. Apparently W7M was saying it earlier.
I know.
Overtime! Apparently the very Brazilian meets Mancunian.
It blows my mind, it really does. I just say these silly little things and it seems that people enjoy them. I love it.
People from Burnley just sound funny, mate.
I love it.
Burnley.
That's not how we say it.
That's how you sound.
Absolutely not.
There's always this little, like, twists on certain letters.
I always find it funny that I can say things and people repeat it back to me differently as if that's what I've said. And that time specifically is one, of course. If I say Burnley, people go, "Oh, Burnley!" I'm like, well, no, I didn't say that, did I?
You did, though. I heard no difference in those two words.
I just said Burnley.
Burnley.
There you go, that's fine.
But you had like...
But that's not how you said it the first time.
Yeah, but the first time you said laser gates, it was really emphasised.
Yeah, it was, to be fair.
And that's what I've latched onto, and so is the rest of the
And I tell you what, Des, if I could go back, I'd do it exactly.
And I would not ask you to change a thing, Tim. As said here in overtime, lost 1, start on the defensive side. They get 2 swings of the bats. Wolves are going to have to try and find their way through, assuming, of course, it goes all the way to 15. Another thing that Tim loves to say. Wolves may well crack it here on the attack inside and then win in their next defensive round, in which case it's done and dusted. And that second defensive round advantage that Lost One have, it's forgotten about, and Oregon awaits us round the corner. All I can say is, Tim, is I truthfully have no idea which way these next 3 rounds can go.
No, I don't.
Except someone will win. That's about the only known end.
I expect Lost One to come out on top. The defenders have had the advantage, as we do often expect for Villa. They went for... What a jump out. He's not going to go back to confirm it. Lobin going to take damage there. Wolves
I love it. I love
massively got away with this, Des. What a swing. It looked like Lobin was going out of the window to a guaranteed kill. Slightly misses the headshot. P4 gets picked back up. Lobin's in the dirt, and we're in a 5v4.
I spoke about this a few rounds ago. It's one thing I don't think Lobin has really adapted too well to, is Wolves are so fast at capitalising on opportunities. They see a player out of position, they'll pounce on them. Lobin has had this time and time again where even when he's found the entry kill, there's been 2 or 3 players from Wolves ready to cover for the player that he's killed to get the trade back on the other side. In most cases, you'd still say, fine, it's still an advantage over really to the attackers, to the defenders. They've killed an attacker off, great. But now, as you've seen, he's died so early on, they've got the full hack on all of these cameras, including the bulletproof, which means we're going to see Lost One have to go through and kill off all of their friendly cameras.
Dash is moving himself back into study just to try and keep a bit of pressure on that side of things. But at the minute, there's nothing coming from Wolves on that side of the map. It is all north side, and it's going to be trying to get control over 90, maybe open Vault up if they can get Rise in there, and an ultimate plant inside of Map's door. 1 minute 20 left to go. Wolves have got the time here. They don't need to rush. They can make sure that everything is clear ahead of them. Finally, Mowgli is going to move down onto the south side. He's going to be the one looking to just to try and apply a bit of pressure there. They're going to shoot out the top of the wall. Over goes the nade. That'll clear out the mute jammer and activate the Selmas. So that is the vault opened up and dealt with, as we can see. And this is good from Wolves so far, Des.
One on the window as well. P4 tucks himself away, joined by Vibu. They're really trying to put a lot of pressure here on 19 in towards Vault. The next focus, though, really should be the side door. Map's door here specifically now going to be the big focus for them, as they've got good pressure that forces most of Lost One out of playing around Vault. It's going to be a massive risk if they step inside there, because, again, the player that's on the 90 repel just gets a lovely free angle through.
Yeah, the one problem that they've got at the minute in thinking of planting is how do they stop the player pushing out of Vault. Rise has just gone over to study side to try and assist with that. They really could do with somebody inside of study, but at the minute Dash is preventing that. We're going to have kills coming in either way. That's really important from Mowgli. It's going to allow a plant. That is a big moment. It's all up to Maya fighting his way back in, but Bibu shuts him down in study, and that is going to be a great attack from Wolves. I love how we saw that unfold, Des, just tackling piece by piece of the puzzle that was in front of them until they're in a position to get that diffuser down, and ultimately Wolves, they take a big advantage on Villa, and they now have one defense available to close this out and win in 2 maps.
That's exactly it, right? They get to go on the defense here. That's the big one. And I'm guarantee you, if they can avoid Oregon, they'll take it every single day of the week. Why would you want to play out a third map and show even more of your map pool here? I mean, map pool with it being a decider, you might argue is one of their weaker maps, but they'll take it anyway. Let's see how they hold down, because for Lost One, you got to feel a little bit rattled by this now. You've been battled back on your own map choice right down to the breaking point. You lose one more round. This one in particular, you're down to the lower bracket.
This is it. The way to look at the upper bracket sometimes is it's like you've got that extra life, Des. You know, you've got that one loss that you can take and still continue in the tournament, but the sooner you lose it, the sooner you don't have that opportunity anymore. And they'll be seeing the loser play again, of course, as you say, in that lower bracket, after we've had our first round of lower bracket games tomorrow, which we're going to be seeing come into play. Now then, this could be our last round. Wolves could tie this up 8-6. It's round 14. We've got Lost One on the attack. We saw them first time around for the first couple of rounds try to get aggressive, Des, try to push their way into site quickly. I'm wondering, are they going to take that sort of risk again, or is it going to be a more safe approach?
Do you really want to roll the dice on a big hit on site?
Me, you've got to make sure of it.
But can you afford to play it slower when the more space you give to players like Mowgli, the more they just delete you one by one? It's really hard.
Certainly a rock and a hard place, it really is.
Well, they've got to make it work, and that's the kind of start you're looking for. Get Mowgli off the board. He's been absolutely fragging out. All that's really left now is raid boss Bibu.
That's it. That's a great start for them. I think, you know, if they could have chosen to take anybody off the board, he certainly would have been up there at the top of the list. Dash is just going to be working on study window now onto balcony, so he's going to be the one to try and push in from the south side. Lobin's got himself onto the north side, and Wolves, they need to be careful. We might be seeing a complete flip reversal here, Des, where overtime, rather than going to the defenders, actually goes to the attackers.
It's looking to go that way, isn't it? Once again, you've got Dash playing by himself. Commented on the Twitch early on. 2 shock drones, 2 normal drones, smokes. A very good utility operator to have, even though historically maybe you look at Twitch and say, well, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Rise being taken down by the nade. Not finished off, but is on his backside. Should have room to get picked up here as well as he crawled in towards the vault. But still, down to just a slither of HP, a single bullet enough to put him in an early grave.
Well, it's not ideal for Wolves at the minute. They've got very little going for them. They haven't opened up their account of kills in this round. They've still got 5 attackers coming to find them. There's plenty of time left on the board at 1 minute 10. They've got big problems here. They're being pressured from all
the nades.
Nades are going in. It might just be enough.
Beautiful.
It does find the kill onto Rise to finish him off. There's no way that he can get to safety. 3 versus 5. Diffuser going down. Kills raining in. This is going to be a flawless round if they're not careful. Bibu manages to get one, but that is all. And lost one. They take us all the way, Des. We're going to 15.
Slow and steady appears to be the answer there, Tim. Didn't all try and blitz their way in, just sniffed out what was going on, found some beautiful kills, the nade as well, coming in through Vault, the sort of one that you want there to finish off the already injured Rise. The first one won't do it, the second one will do the job plenty fine. All the way up to 15, as you say. Wolves on the attack, lost one on defense. We're heading in towards Trophy and Statuary, Tim, and that means we're going to see again the castle hold of this site.
Who has any idea who has any idea what's going to happen here? Because you've got a situation where the attackers have all of a sudden started winning in overtime. We expected the defence to be more solid than it has been. Both of them have lost defences, so you might argue that puts Wolves on the front foot, given that they've now got the attack. But that said, through our regulation time, it was 8 defensive wins to 4 attacking wins. So you would expect there to be an advantage for Lost One, and that it isn't likely that Wolves will string back-to-back successful attacks together. This is honestly anybody's. You know, reminder of the stakes. If Lost One win this, we continue on. We go to our decider, which is Oregon. If Wolves win this, then they will win in 2 maps. They will head through to that upper bracket semi-final, and they will really power themselves into the remainder of the tournament.
You get to play in Plaspel?
Yes.
That's what everyone's here for, really. Forget the money. Playing in Plaspel, it's the hallowed halls, the spiritual ground of Siege.
Yep. Well, this is it. Even if they lose the upper bracket semi, the lower bracket game they drop into is played at Plaspel. So
very exciting.
One way or another.
One of the first. We may even end up casting it actually.
I'm not sure
of our first games on Thursday.
I'm not sure what we're casting.
I think it's the very first game on Thursday. We've got Friday. Sorry, we've got. Okay. Which should be fun. I checked the schedule.
If we do, then make sure you get in early.
Yeah. Everyone will be out getting breakfast. Now make sure you're in for that one. It's not one to be missed. All right, let's focus on this last round though and see what happens. Maya once again back on that dock. Spoke about it a few times. An operator that he really enjoys playing. Seen it across border an awful lot. Now also here on Villa. 200 HP heal coming through as well. Means Lobin can be a little more risky and daring if he wants to be, as we so often see. But here we go. Wolves charging in off the back of a smoke coming through onto the open hole of the double wall. Maya juicing himself back up, maybe expecting a swing. Sure enough, a bit of a swing comes in. Oh no, it's a friendly C4. Back on his own feet though, and finally finished off. It could not have gone more wrong for the dock.
Nope, Mowgli taking him down, leaving us now with a second kill. Mowgli is really stepping up when they need him to. Shinka's going to be taken down inside a site, but guess who's there, Des? It's Mowgli. He's going to be traded out, but the damage might be done. 3 kills have already come in from him. 1 minute 30 left to go. We find ourselves in a 2 versus 2, and we will likely see things slow down a little bit after a real explosion of action in the first half of this round.
Well, now you've got duos on the go, right? 2 versus 2 with 1 minute and 30 to play. It feels like a shortened round of Siege. And looking at the utility, Lobin is down low on HP. The attackers have still got everything. They've got drones, they've got frag grenades, you name it.
Bibu versus Dash. We've got 16 kills versus 15 kills. We've got big numbers left on the board, and we've got good support players alongside them. And this is the moment where somebody will claim a bit of glory. Bibu just checking those drones. They're looking for any sniff of information they can get. They're confident. They're wanting to go in for the challenges. Bibu's going to try and send a nade over the top here. Not going to let go of it just yet.
Caught out, he let go, but it got caught out by the Wamai magnet, so it's a bit stuck there and not able to get on through. Bibu taking a little bit of a chip as Dash takes a bit of damage here as well. We're down to the last 35 seconds, and I go back to Clubhouse, Tim, when Wolves really slowed down with 90 seconds on the clock and ended up losing due to time. Look at this rat play. He's on the floor. He's like a snake, slithering his way forward, and in comes the plan as well. Lobin, to keep his team in the upper bracket, has got to find these 2 kills. Volts over the side, trying to get the impact in below, but will not find anyone. That plant's going down whether he likes it or not.
Smart play from P4. As soon as that impact goes off, he knows that they've missed the mark. He knows he has an opportunity to get it down. Lobin won't know how unlucky he was there not to find his man. P4 taken down to half health, and Lobin, he's got 2 kills to find. He's looking for the diffuser. He knows where it is located on the ground, but he's going to have to find some kills here. There is no way he gets away with long arm in this. He's thinking about it, but he just can't get close enough. The position of the plant is good. He has to make a challenge, and surely the kill comes in here to take Lost One out of it, and it is going to be P4 to finish things off, and Wolves are successful after a difficult start at 6 Invitational 2023. They beat Lost One in 2 maps and go through to the upper bracket semi-final.
How much that means to Rise already. They're going through to plus now. What a day to have a performance like that. Yeah, that one from him was unreal, but the whole team have looked absolutely electric. All I pray for now is that this carries on into Blast Bell.
You love to see it, the passion. You can see everything that it means to that team, the emotion pouring out. That should tell you how hard they have worked to turn around their LAN performances and their LAN fortunes, and they've done it. They feel like they've broken that seal, and they are showing us the best that Wolves have to offer. And I'm here for it. I love to see it because they've looked fantastic. It's been entertaining Siege. Commiserations, of course, to Lost One. They will continue in the lower bracket yet. There is more chances for them, but they didn't, I think, show us their best today, and I'm sure they're going to kick themselves for that because we know they've got more to offer.
It's still a relatively young team, let's not forget as well. You come up against a lot of experience there. For Rise, again, we spoke about the emotion already, but let's not forget him, Lilu, several others have been trying for years
so much
to get
experience
here.
there.
This is not all confirmed, of course, but let's not forget, Rise is now old, bless him. By Siege terms,
I love how everybody says that about people that I'm older than.
By quite some measure as well. But I'm not at all trying to say he's about to retire or anything, but surely that conversation comes into mind at some point. How long will I keep on playing for? So for him, after all these years of trying to get here, to be able to start fighting for a spot to now play at Blast Bell and have a real chance to actually go on and win if they keep playing like this, I'm not surprised he's emotional.
I genuinely hope, I've said this, I've said it so many times, form is so important in tournaments like this, and hitting form at the right time. And you look at it now and I think, have Wolves hit form at the right time? Possibly. They've got a few games yet to go. Can they continue this kind of performance? Because, boy, they were electric today.
And they've still got to play on Wednesday, of course. Tomorrow they get a much-needed rest. Tim, it's going to be so exciting to see how much deeper they can go. For now, though, that's the end of our games for today. We've still got one more coming up next as well from some other wonderful casters. So hang around for Koi's game. We'll see you guys soon.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
The Wolves are heading to the upper bracket semifinal. They are on stage, a thrilling series to watch, and I'm super excited because I am here with Bibu. Hi, Bibu.
Hi.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I can't imagine how you all feel right now. It has been an absolutely thrilling day. You guys have been on fire.
Yeah, it's a tough day, emotional side, we can say that. We are a lot of people saying that we couldn't win a best of 3. We won just 2 in a row against G2 and lost once, so I guess they were wrong.
They were wrong. Oh my goodness. But Ollie, I know you have some questions as well.
I certainly do, yeah. I think one of those people might have been Demo, actually, sat next to me.
Oh!
This is quite, I think, quite surreal.
I was not focusing you. There are a lot of people on Twitter, really.
Demo wasn't the only one. Don't worry, he wasn't the only one. Bibu, something I wanted to ask you. You gave so much energy in that G2 game. You know, we could see you shouting and screaming and really getting behind everybody. How do you guys go maintaining that momentum? Because the opening round of Clubhouse tonight here in the second map was unbelievable. You guys just walked in, it literally looked like you didn't even have a single break since the G2 game this morning.
We had a lot of hype during these 2 matches. We tried to focus on that after our 2 first match on the group stage because I think we lacked a bit of that. So we put a bit more, and of course it's G2. There is Alemao, my friend. So a bit of banter, obviously, and it's G2, Fabien too. So yeah. And after we just took a break. Our staff just made the job during our taking a break, taking lunch, and we just rest a bit and come back to work, trying to calm down a bit and just be the same. And I think it worked. Like we did the job.
I think you guys have been really adaptable in your play style. I think, you know, Villa, you were being able to spot stuff out where there was weaknesses. You know, in terms of like preparation for these best of 3s, you don't have a lot of prep time between, you know, obviously G2 and here it was today. You know, what did you really look at knowing that you're up against, obviously, you know, lost 1, anything like that?
I mean, our coaching staff, LB and Laurie, did an amazing job, I guess, because they were working every day on that. And also, like, during us taking a break, they were working. And also, it's hard because, you know, you don't know the VTO before, 1 hour before. So we are trying to prep a lot of maps, trying to know what they would pick. I think we made a good prediction because we had good maps for us, and after that I think we have amazing players like P4, Rise, who are just shot calling amazingly with the info of the support staff to help, and and after a bit of heads, clicking heads, it's helping a lot.
Mowgli in there always.
Mowgli is always there. Sometimes he's not listening the coaching staff, but it's not his work, right? He's doing the job, so we don't care.
All right, Bibu, last question. Anything that you want us to say to the fans out there?
Just thank you everyone for the support. See you on the stage. We love you. 1 pack. Much love. See you on stage, guys.
Aw, Bibu, thank you so much for that fantastic interview. But all right, we got to get into this series now, and we are going to start with map 1. Okay, Clubhouse, Wolves pick. They dominate. They were riding that momentum from that G2 victory for sure. Demo, talk to me about it.
Yeah, Ollie done a really good question. Ollie, it was actually the question I was going to ask them, but then you've nicked it, so I had to kind of think in the spot there. But yeah, the momentum is massive for them to find the same like drive and passion, because we kind of sat here and we debated, was it just because it was the G2 game? Was it because it was the grudge match? Is that why they played so well against G2? But I think they've proven that they found their form, and that's all it takes. Sure, they played bad the first 2 games. That means nothing now. In the grand scheme of things, it means nothing, because it's all about the playoffs. It's all about how they do now. And look what they've done. First team onto the stage.
I mean, Ollie, real talk, it was a stomping. Why do you think that they had such control?
Wolves did a great job on the opening pick.
Okay.
It's a stat line that I've brought up a couple of times on the desk over the course of the week, and it's a stat line that I will continue to bring up because it is such a big deal. 70% of the rounds played on Clubhouse, Wolves had the opening pick. Rise got off to a flyer, which isn't very characteristic for him. We know him to be more a little bit further backline. Mowgli eventually joined in the party as well, but there was just such a clear divide there in the way that Wolves were winning those gunfights. The coordination, that teamwork, they had the best morning possible going up against against G2 because that got them warm and it got them ready for this loss game. And I think that loss one, I think they came in a little bit cold and I think they came in a little bit slow. But Wolves, they were firing on all cylinders and they were really going out there and putting a lot of pressure on early. Those first 3 rounds of club were almost perfect.
That's always an interesting debate, right? It's like, okay, do you play 2 matches, you get tired, or do you take the momentum? I mean, Demo, we could probably talk about that at length, right? Let's talk about map 2, though, and that is Villa, Lost One's pick. A little bit closer here, Demo. Do you think, again, they're just riding this momentum through this map as well?
I mean, it was 6-5 to Lost One. You know, they had the match point, and it's a recurring trend that we're starting to see with Lost One is they just cannot close these games out. It's the reason why we've seen them go to so many maps inside of Group C. Same thing happened again today. They just couldn't close it out. Is that down to the experience? You know, this team doesn't have a lot of experience compared to other teams, especially compared to Wolves. You've got players who have been around here for ages, a team that has been to every single event this year. It was always going to be difficult for Lost One, I think, just because how good they have played in group stages. You know, I think it's a whole well-rounded team. You know, I think they probably should have closed it. I think they'll be disappointed that they didn't.
For me, Wolves, they are one of the best teams when there's 20 seconds left on the clock and they need to decide what they want to do.
Why are you?
Because there's a guy who can help you with that. There's a guy who can help you with that.
But in all seriousness, Wolves, for me, that is where they shine because they are so good at that late round execute. You know, it was called the X Vitality meta for such a long time. Their ability to effectively act in those dying few stages of the round. And again, we questioned the decision making from Lost One coming into this, and we were thinking to ourselves, have they got the legs? Are they going to be able to make those critical decisions at those end of round moments where we know a team like Wolves is the strongest? And the answer today, unfortunately, was no. Wolves have got so much clutch in them. It's unbelievable. They clutched against Liquid, they clutched against G2, and they've clutched here against Lost One.
Okay, and Demo, we were chatting in the green room earlier, which it is loud in there, so I'm like, what is happening? But besides that, Demo, you thought that they were adapting well on attack. Can you explain that a little bit more?
They were able to pick apart the defenses. They're able to go and they're able to see what weaknesses there is. I'm pretty sure Ollie has probably a little bit of a better explanation, actually highlight goals, you know, playmaking abilities.
Yeah, let's do it. We could go to the telestrator and have a look.
That was the perfect transition to the telestrator.
Exactly.
So take it away, Ollie.
I'm going to take a little walk over to the telestrator, and we are going to roll with a little bit of Villa. So, first things first, you're going to notice that we've got a heavy stack up here of players that are going to be on the balcony. A little bit unusual to see more than one player on the study balcony, so we'll run it through a little bit longer and we'll just let you know exactly what Wolves are thinking here. Typically, you would have a player coming in from sort of the master bedroom side of things and getting in and established on red. And that will come, but it will come a little bit later. There's about 1:30 left on the clock at the moment, and there isn't really much of a need for Wolves to do any hurrying. They've already burned a little bit of utility, and they've already burned a Toxic Babe canister. If we fast forward just ever so slightly, we can see that Wolves now are getting themselves set up. We've got Shinka, upside down repel, Rise, he's about to get himself in. The biggest crime here that is committed is the fact that Lobin actually lets Rise through. There is no shield played at the top of main stairs, and that is a big problem because you need the shield to be able to play and stop people coming in through the study. Of course, we've also got Maya on those stairs as well. So again, 2 players that are letting 1 player cross, and Mowgli, he's the second player to come in. So this line of sight hasn't been exploited at all. Rise then is able to find himself an angle, and just look at how quickly Mowgli pushes in. He doesn't waste any time inside of the study. He gets himself straight into Map's table. Meanwhile, we've got P4, and P4 has got himself onto Wolf Window, which provides him a brilliant line of sight through here that we're going to see come through a little bit later. Mowgli, he can push himself through. Rise, hanging out inside of study for the meantime. C4 thrown there to absolutely nobody. Mowgli gets a fantastic kill over onto Dash through there, and the plant starts to go down, and well, the rest is history. A 3 versus 1. Mowgli eventually cleaning things up there. And I just think that that is a really good example of the way that Wolves are able to control that late round situation. There was no rushing, there was no funny business, it was just perfect siege.
Okay, so first of all, thank you so much for that excellent telestration segment. But I was saying the green room was going nuts. Apparently Oxygen just wanted to. Wild, right? So we're going to have more on that in a little bit. So all of you watching at home, do not go anymore. We're just going to take a short little break. We'll be right back. W7M versus M80, the first 6 Invitational for both of these teams. They have certainly come far, and they've never played each other on stage before, so just up in the ante there a little bit. I'm Jackie Jing. I'm feeling a little bit left out, though. I'm going to be completely honest, because Dev and Mandy are wearing pink. They got pink in their hair. Hello?
Jackie, didn't you get the memo? On Mondays, we wear pink.
It's Wednesdays.
Oh.
But it's fine. Y'all
thought it was Wednesday today. It's my bad.
I love Mandy's just like, hi. But let's get to this amazing series that we have ahead of us. W7M, the tournament favorites, versus M80, the underdogs. Dev, things are heating up here.
Absolutely are. Of course, we saw W7M play BDS earlier today. That could have been a grand final, but it wasn't. W7M won it, and now they play M80, nigh undefeated in groups. The only loss they had was one that technically didn't even matter because they'd already secured first seed. This is also one of the longest running rosters at Six Invitational. They haven't made any changes since they formed as X 11 months ago.
Yeah, Dev, I was just going to say, they've only been together 11 months and they have achieved so much. It's wild.
Absolutely have. They've managed a top 4 finish in their very first season, in fact, and they managed to get to Charlotte, go top 4. They went to Berlin, also managed to get top 4 again. Stage 3, though, was a bit of a drop-off for M80, so for me, coming in, my description for their group was they should be first in their group, assuming they can find their Berlin form, because if not, things could look a bit grim. Turns out there was nothing to worry about.
Absolutely. Oh, sorry, Minnie, continue.
No, I just wanted to say, for this roster as well, these guys are so young. This is such a young roster, and they've come into it, and every single international event, they've just been absolutely flying through it. This is a roster that feels like they've been around for a while, right? But really, they're brand new.
Yeah, and also what we love about them is they're bringing the Latam style and the NA style together, the fragging power and the flexibility, right?
Yes, I really like the way that they've done it. So if you're from Latam and you're seeing this pseudo Latam showdown, hello, welcome. Of course, Julio in his interview when he was here with us was like, this matchup is gonna bring the noise because it's Bodega versus me. So it was really exciting. Yeah, but I really like the way that they structure their team. They've got this 5-man cooling roster, which is really Latam style as well. They bounce ideas off each other really, really well, and it's just gonna be super exciting to see these teams go off against each other.
Definitely excited about that, but very quickly, we have an interview with M80, so roll the tape. Let's take a listen.
The way I feel about our team's performance in the group stage, I mean, we always do good in groups, so it was kind of expected. So yeah, I'm just happy we did good. We got first. It was a little sloppy in a few maps, but we got it done. Our game in playoffs is going to be either against W7M or BDS. The winner of that, I don't really know what to expect to that game. Like, whoever's shooting the most is going to perform and just play us. I don't really care who we play, because if you want to be a champion, you just have to beat everyone, so yeah. We want to improve in playoffs to the group stages. We would like to play more aggro a bit in certain maps and just like talk a lot more than we were doing in the group stages. And also, like, playoffs are just a whole different game, so like we just have to go nuke. The team that we think is like the biggest threat right now is M&M, because like they're just going absolutely nuclear. We scrimmed them, we got smoked. So I don't know if they're just a scrim team, but like I said, like playoffs is just a whole new game. So I'm confident. For the group stages, like we couldn't really counter a lot, but now for playoffs, like we have time, so we're gonna counter them a lot. So teams, be ready. I just want to let everyone know that we don't really care who we play. We're gonna smoke everyone. We're gonna get first. So yeah, all the teams gotta be careful with us.
Definitely feeling confident there. We always love to see that. But let's get to their opponent now, W7M. Dev, we said this off of the top. They are favored to win the whole thing here. They are a powerful team.
Well, W7M have had a cracker of a 2022 season. They made it to every single major. They got first place in the global standings. They haven't yet won a championship outside of Brazil. And to be honest, I reckon that it's been a tougher group stage than expected. They were in the group of death, and they only managed to get third place. They've started to redeem themselves here in playoffs already by taking down BDS, though it wasn't convincing. It was a very hard fought 2-1.
Okay, and Mandy, W7M, favorite team? You're like,
Yes,
I like
do
them. You were talking about Julio's interview a little bit earlier. What really stood out to it about you? You were saying that they scrim each other, right?
Yes, that's exactly right. Julio on the interview was like, so these guys, they're our scrim partners. We know them inside out. Like, they know each other's mannerisms inside of the lobby. So Julio was saying in the interview, they're going to try and bring out some stuff that's specifically going to work against M80 to try and counter their playstyle because they know each other so well.
Okay, so Dev, I know that you're looking through the spreadsheets. You're bringing up some cool facts here. Anything particularly exciting about this matchup to you?
Well, one thing that I really noticed in the BDS W7M game earlier today is just how good W7M are at getting opening kills. Turns out they're actually the second best opening kill team in the tournament. They get that opening kill 58% of the time, and so I'm always going to be looking at W7M in those early rounds and whether they're going to be able to capitalize on hunting down roamers or punishing any aggression from M80.
And I really think it leans into the way that W7M structure their attacking style. They have really great entries of KZ, of Hertz, excellent frontline players. Not only that, but a lot of the time, they have their support players flex onto things that are specific for roam clearing. You have Julio, who not only does he play hard breach, but he can also flex onto the Lion, onto the Dokkaebi, onto the Jackal, whatever it is. They enable that roam clear so well through the early game, in my opinion, better than pretty much any other team in this lineup.
Okay, and I believe that we are ready to move on to map ban vetoes. We're going to get that information up on the screen right now. Dev, I'll put you in the hot seat first. What do you think?
Okay, so a lot of the bans are fairly elementary. It looks like I haven't seen anything too crazy, but I'm just going to jump straight into the picks because the really exciting one for me is our very first map, which is Border. Now, if W7M had beaten Koi on Border in their final game of the groups, they would be on a 10-match winning streak on this map. But of course, Koi got the better of them. Koi won out in OT. It was a very tight game, and there were a lot of things that Koi did to punish W7M that I've no doubt M80 will be looking to do to punish. That was even said in the interview from M80 just before we started this segment. GMZ, or Gomez, said, we're going to be countering people so much more in there. So I'm expecting them to be really bring the heat to W7M on that map.
Yeah, and I think just taking this map veto from the perspective of each team, from W7M, their auto ban is Banks, they take that out. Skyscraper as well is, in my opinion, a counter ban to M80, and then they pick Border, which is a map that they've been performing on pretty well at the moment. M80's perspective, they have a much more clear ban phase, in my opinion. They pretty much always ban out Cafe, Villa, or Chalet in some order, something like that. So I think M80, they have a map pool that they're comfortable with, and they feel like they're going to play to their strengths, whereas W7M, they're more going for M80's weaknesses.
All right, well, they are scrim partners, but this is the real deal. W7M versus M80. Blue and Stokes, take it away, gentlemen. And we got some Stream A action ahead, too, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Let's get ready for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Our second matchup of the day. Getting ripping and rolling here as we got M80 up against W7M. Two roster-wise Latin American teams about to duke it out against each other, but obviously M80 having that little bit of extra North American flair. We'll have to see if it's enough to pit them up against one of the best Latin American teams so far at this event, and potentially for the whole tournament overall in W7M.
Yes, indeed. A lot of action to be had. I'm very excited to see what M80 and W7M have in store for each other. Both of these rosters feel like they're filled to the brim with talent. Any player able to step up at any moment in time. So, again, just very excited to see what they can do. And not only that, we have a powder keg initially, John. We've got Border on the docket. How are you feeling about this?
Oh, it's going to be a mess, basically, as we get ourselves into it. But it's going to be a fun mess. I'm not trying to dig at anyone there. But I think it's going to be, once again, both these teams really trying to show us what they can do from an individual perspective. Specifically, you've got those upstairs holds. The players on the inside of security are going to have their day, but essentially to play around, especially if we go into this matchup and Azami's not banned out, things like that, really have a potential to just go absolutely crazy. Much like the end of that last series we were watching with Oxygen today as well. I think it was over on the A stream, but some really chaotic stuff going on there, for instance, to close things down. Expect a heck of a lot more of that inside of this series, I would think.
There's beauty in chaos, John, and that's what both of these teams imbue into their gameplay. Both of them having some fantastic win rates on both sides of the coin here at SI. W7M with a 60% win rate on their defensive end, a 51.4 on their offense. As for M80, a 56% on their defensive side, so a little bit less than W7M, but a much better offensive side, 59%. So neck and neck. I'm really, really excited for when W7M's on defense M80's on their best side right there on offense, especially on a map like Border. They can really make things congested on both ends. You have those smoke plays, stuns, those nades you can use to clear out some of those hard-to-reach places like half wall and stuff for armory. A lot of other utility pieces we've seen to try and abuse Border so far. Excited to see how this one's going to break down. What bans are we going to have? I mean, the last time you and I casted this, we saw Azami as well as Solus make it through, which is something that I didn't really think that was ever going to happen.
Well, not to mention that we saw like Thermite get banned out as well.
Oh, that was for Clubhouse.
Yeah.
That was for Club.
Oh, that's right. That was Clubhouse, not Border.
Yes,
Yeah, I'll correct
yes,
myself.
that was
a little bit too ahead of myself there. But indeed, yeah, if those operators are left in play and these guys try to go for a little bit more of a traditional ban to throw off their opponents, it could leave things in a very chaotic matchup as well, just on the nature of that one. Even from the individual perspective, in terms of who we're going to be looking to potentially step up, you know you've got the dynamic duo over on the M80 side of things, Kino as well as Yaga. Either one has been able to step up in multiple rounds already, just in the group stage, and they're certainly going to have their day to do so here now. M80's first run in the bracket now, since they got a bye due to their position in the groups. We're getting into map number 1 now as they take on W7M on Border.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this M80 versus W7M here on Border. A map that we've been seeing so very much so far this tournament, so why wouldn't we have it here yet again, John? I do believe, and yes, indeed, it is our most played map. I'm just going to refresh everything real quickly on my end just to double check that nothing changed in our last couple of bouts. We did have one extra play, so this will actually be the 18th play here, not the 17th. That already got covered. There's been 200 rounds played on this map as well. It's tied up with Clubhouse, which had 201 rounds played so far. So just 400 rounds between those two maps. Absolutely ludicrous. We're going to have a couple more here, right now. We're going to have the Ying ban, the Glass ban as well. A very unique one from M80, but they don't want W7M to have that little flare in their back pocket.
Custom tailoring it against him. It's an interesting pick. Even the Ying one, kind of an interesting target, potentially being thrown out there by W7M. As not wanting to potentially challenge that. When we see M80 get onto the attacking side, they're going to remove that from play. The defender ban's going much more to a normal point here, as far as I am concerned, is Solus is going to be the first one to get knocked out. She's oftentimes been the first pick on band for quite a few of these matches. Also the newest operator. Definitely a bit tuned up at the moment, as some teams would agree with that statement, so we've been seeing her banned out quite a bit. Valkyrie, though, corresponds to that one, which means we will have a Zami left in play. That solo capability to ignite a single player into areas like the security room upstairs is going to be alive and well just because of her utility.
Absolutely. These defensive bans as well almost feel like Border perfected for that side, right? You want to get rid of the Solus, want to make it where they can't get rid of your drones early, get rid of the Valkyrie, kind of hinder their info game as well. These offensive bans working in pretty swimmingly as well for both sides. The Glass one, obviously very unique, probably not something that M80 was going to use at all, so really just a spot ban against W7M. But as for the Ying, that's something that M80 is quite proficient with, and a lot of teams are, so definitely think it's a good consideration moving into this map. Excited to see what W7M can pull off now. We've got the Mira in, as well as the castle barricades. Let's look to see what they kind of want to break up with these. Looks like we'll be able to get rid of things over on the jungle side and make it a little more difficult for M80 to transition through these rooms on the base floor.
Away from that, though, no huge surprises going to be showing up. The fact that we have that upstairs commitment to begin with here from W7M, as Stokes already mentioned, the castle there, just kind of creating a little bit more of a maze for M80 to try and work their way through. Should have no trouble dealing with that utility, of course, specifically with Diaz coming onto this one on the Ashe, and plenty of other mechanisms to get past that aside from that, too. Gridlock is going to be the interesting one here for M80. A lot of ways they can basically just block out access, specifically to the closet part of this site, too, down below. If they are able to get full coverage on that with the track stingers, it's going to be very difficult for W7M to pull off a retake should the case be slapped down onto the ground.
Well, I think the elephant in the room here has got to be Gridlock. You know, we have this moving in with the track stingers, something that we don't really see very commonplace when it comes to this map. Fantastic for the stairwells as well. So I definitely think that the track stingers and Gridlock could really shine through for M80. Might get some control around CCTV, where that could be easily exploitable as well. On such a small map, very condensed, those track stingers really do shine. So now for M80, transitioning over to an office take. They've got some air jabs to try and suffice. The secondary shotgun works well here too, super shorty for Spirits, and he'll apply it handedly towards the office wall.
Julia with the position downstairs, patiently waiting for an angle against one of his opponents to be able to pop something out here, but not going to be able to find it this early on. However, what he is going to be able to do is deny some of that hard breach being chucked back in there. Selma, I believe, being deployed by Kino, is shot up immediately by the M590 from below. Kino, of course, latching on to this one, catches it, now starts to attempt to establish a counter angle, but as you can see, the rotate for it is blocked off. Julio has put some forethought into this one, and even on the hop in here, it won't necessarily be a safe push outright to take him down. Pressure is still on, don't get me wrong, though, for Julio, as he is the target right now from M80 to try and lock him out and open up a pathway to potentially to the site afterwards.
Unfortunate for Julio. Backed off that angle. He'll be droned out now, and they successfully found him back inside of stalls. Spirits trying to get aggressive. Oh, the big shotgun play from Julio will take him down. Has a nice little rotation and play back towards the teller's window here as well. DS will be able to take down JV92 all in the process of this. Selman's out, creates some new angles for Kino. He's also got the case in hand, so M80 have got to assist him here. He's locked up on this side, air jab in. Not really going to assist. Trying to get some pressure in from the door, but the smoke play starting to work in too.
Big jump up comes in there from Julio as he's finally ready for the challenge, but immediately decked by Kino. Rest of the M80 roster trying to swing their way forward. Yaga on point here to establish overwatch for the flank. W7M will realize this, back away, and just maintain their upstairs presence as a result of that. Not going to try to play for any crazy flanks. They have too much overwatch for it. And on top of that, I mean, they still have these top angles that M80 have not really cleared out yet. Kino, though, able to find an assumably safe position to go for a plant. Quickly re-guesses on that, however, puts himself down into a new spot. Same thing happens the second time here. He cannot find a safe harbor. The good news is he's drawing rotations in from that upstairs hole, but they are still quickly collapsing upon this. Diaz now the only one remaining, and KZ closes it out. W7M give a definitive first round here. That upstairs clear attempt never seen, unfortunately, from the M80 side. And as such, they will drop things down here on round number 1.
A picture-perfect display of how to hold things down from the top floor, abusing the full verticality from the defensive end, something that we don't see a lot of teams able to pull off to such a degree. So very well done from W7M. Not a single body on the site. Get everybody killed through the hatches and everything else in between. M80, some solid pushes. Love that they tried to go for the control onto the site, but a lot of the frag potential lost, not really able to show their teeth like they're used to in the early round.
Yeah, Julio's hold down below was great too, just because it denied that hard breach that would have more than likely led into M80 clearing things out on the top stairs roam. As a result of his position, they really couldn't continue with that clear. Had to go down, take him down instead. Well, yes, they did it. The problem was they needed like 3 players in position to be able to pull that one off. And by the time they killed him, they were like, well, we're already here. We might as well just go for the site. And that was when they made the fatal mistake of assuming they could get past it without clearing the upstairs hold. And the following resulting gunfight ensued.
Yeah, it was well struck from Julio. And like you said, I mean, just keeping Kino hung up for that time is really the killer of the round, because they had to immediately try and play for the site instead. And it gave everything over to W7M that they wanted in the first place, which was a low time situation, so they can use that, upstairs presence to try and collect the majority of the M80 bodies rolling in. So past that, though, into round 2, a nice little adjustment as we'll head towards the sky. Warden will come in, Mira will stay. How the Oryx, though, here from Herds and some rotations being made across border. W7M favoring a lot of these walls to be more open than what we see from a lot of squads traditionally.
Definitely try to play out their avenues a little bit more with that type of setup. M80, though, taking a few minutes to analyze it because of that, because it's not necessarily what they expect to see at the beginning of this round.
These Twitch drones are going to be big for Yaga.
See if he's able to move them into a pivotal position.
Lost one.
As he tries to sneak him forward for the mirror window, but as Stokes said, immediately spotted out by the Warden playing on the other side of it there. Shuts it down. Second one is nearby, so they can make another attempt at it. Let's see. Wait for the all clear, I think, from his teammate. Problem is JV92. He's easy. Yeah, this is way too easy for him to shoot it back out. The other drone, there's a drone for the drone here, believe it or not. It actually spots that one, kills it, and goes outside for the Twitch drone too, because there's no actual player presence on this balcony right now. Diaz, as you can see, is watching for a flight from south, if I saw that correctly. And yeah, M80 is just way too busy to be worried about that, so they'll lose the second Twitch drone here. Unfortunately, won't be able to knock out that mirror window. It is staying in place for the rest of this round, unless they want to use hard breach on it.
I think KZ was feeling himself a little bit here on the break room door and ended up dying. So M80 have their pick. Have plenty of time still as well, but don't have a way to bunker bust the mirror now that holds down their balcony. So have to try and transition this into something else. I try and move this over towards office, but as of right now, at least with this timer, looks like they're going to try and stick this out on this side. Julio looking to try and head this off. Nice little interaction here with the Ash. Not going to take the gunfight just yet. He'll roll back in. Once again, just trying to keep those bodies up. They are in a man-down position, so can't give any more of these big bodies over towards M80. Otherwise, this round will more than likely come with it.
Taking point. Don't follow.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has
Julio to move
dropped.
forward. He'll position himself on that balcony wrap. No actionable players in position, however, so he has to hold back. The tight angle, waiting to see what the next move is going to be from M80. Still has the option to fully wrap, even though those track slingers block his way over on the main hallway path. He will be finally found out here as he tries to inch just a little bit too close to that east main doorway. Elsewhere, Spirits is going to land the nice one via the nade against Hertz. Brings him down another number, but in pursuit of quite a few of these attackers upstairs, we're seeing W7M retake all the map control they gave up a few seconds prior here. Y'all finally puts a stop to that, at least to some extent, but Julio still going unnoticed here in the depths of Copier. They knew he fell back, they just didn't know how far, and that's the problem. They double guess on it. Diaz goes 1-for-1 against him. That's the problem now. Less than 10 seconds to plant down to the ground. He has to rush into the site. Doesn't have time to check his corners. And as a result, JV92 gets the free shutdown. It's a 2-0 lead now for W7M.
Olha pro teu pai. Bota pra fuder, porra.
Vai perder pro idoso, porra!
Guys, me escuta. Alfândega, Erdina de C4, Júlio de Biriba. Tá?
Fantastic round so far. At least for W7M's sake. Through 2, on to round 3. Constantly able to get in front of the bull that is M80. Quite impressive what they're able to do from that position as well. You can see Julio there constantly showing face, giving that pressure over inside of 90, rotating off, going over towards East, has that little interaction with the man on the break door, backs off, throws himself over into office, just delaying constantly, John, throwing looks, making them respect him. The moment that nobody's watching that is the moment that somebody steps up and gets some big kills. That's the thing there. Julio is playing with that ghost pressure that exists in people's minds. So very strong, not only from him, but the rest of the roster as well. W7M really doing well when it comes to not only their delays, but also managing their utility. We had that early interaction with the Twitch drones as well that was handled quite swimmingly. So W7M so far so good, looking for a perfect rotation around, and not only that, they're going to Supplies Customs, and this is quite unique actually, John. 200 rounds have been played, this will be round 203. It will only be the 8th round played on Supply Customs. And it's at a 29% defensive win rate, so W7M could change that.
Let's see if things go their way. It's a quick opening towards jail. I believe goes off there. We'll leave a little bit more of an attacking round open for M80, but W7M have a bit of a late resistance play coming into this one. You can see the Aruni up on top punching some holes out to try and see if she can establish some winning angles against the push through jail itself, but no sign of the actual play coming in just yet here for M80. Still a bit more time needing to be ticked down. That Aruni, as well as the rest of W7M's defense, still has some time to bait out here before they're going to be potentially thrusted into action. Spirits very close to having his head get chopped right off there by Volps.
If that was not the ump, he probably dies. The rate of fire, you saw that bullet tracer right next to his head. Anything else more than likely kills him there. Able to literally slip through the bullets.
Reloaded.
W7M. So far so good, so dominant over M80, but this is looking like the round that they could potentially build up to. Hard-fought defensive site for W7M. This top floor position means so very much. JB92, he'll shut down Yaga. Goes for the swing on the outside, won't find much, but it's Herds instead. Shut down from Spirits. Potential for KZ there, won't find much. Spirits now looking for something on the top floor, but Volps makes his presence known. He'll take him out with the ump.
Matrix setup from W7M continues to trip up M80. They just cannot seem to do anything about these bunkers out from the site, as yet again they strike true and give a massive impact to slow down, if not outright destroy the potential of this attacking lineup. Kino moving in. Oh no, hasn't even noticed. JV92 hiding behind the computer desk as it sits here. It's the prop that keeps him in it. Fires out. He was incredibly low HP, so it's a miracle he gets away with one. Kino, an expected play there, is able to trade it back out in a 1-for-1, but still, even just the single 1-for-1 trade he gets there is enough to pretty much lock in the round win. He'll try to drop it, and immediately Julio, with waiting arms, will receive him, sending out his spray in the process to shut down the round. It's a 3-0 perfect run now from W7M.
I was waiting to see if we were going to get the tack timeout there, and there it is. As soon as I say something, my hopes have been answered. So, M80 will call attack. Let's listen in here.
let's talk about that. Okay? Now it's probably gonna be armor. Let's do the East. The East
No, it's gonna be workshop. It's gonna be workshop.
Okay, so bro, let's get top. Let's do the East like default. Let's get top for buffs, like we're talking about. Okay? Yeah. Promise you go hyper with Diaz. You beach the guy there. You enter East and hold Raptors, y'all. Let's get top. Don't, bro. Get up the comps. Shoot focus, bro. You can win this fucking shit, okay? Yeah. Doesn't matter the rounds that we lost. Let's go, bro.
Let's go, boys.
All right, the pause will close out there.
A little tired, it seems. Just shaking off the day. That's always the thing about this slot as well. I mean, are you an early morning person? Are you a late night person?
Well, it's important to know this is W7M's second game of the day.
That too as well, W7M as well.
MAD, this is their first of the whole bracket stage so far. Keep in mind, they placed first in their group. So they had that upper bracket bye going into this one. Got skipped the first round of games, only just now moving into it here in the second round.
Yeah, which can be a positive and a negative, right? W7M, they've played a lot more rounds today than M80, right? So they can be a little more tired, but they're also more than likely going to be a little bit more on. They already won a competitive match today. This is just feeling like a longer day of scrims to them at this moment. As for M80, they're coming off of those big dubs, trying to pick things up here today. The ball rolling for their very first day back. And so far hasn't been the greatest. I think it was a great time for attack timeout. Got to give them a moment to recollect themselves and try and reapply for round 4.
And as we get ourselves into those rounds, we'll take a peek and see how M80 looks to try and establish some initial control across the map. For the most part, just going to be the usual expected runouts here. I'm not saying runouts, but run-ins, I guess, would be more appropriate. As JV92 attempts to fire out a few bullets here from the MP5, see if he can grab a lucky shot or two against the players from M80, holding his counter position on the outside of jail, but none of that will end up coming to fruition. M80 still having to wait for their first real bit of intel that they can action upon here, and where specifically they're going to need to try and clear things out, as of course, fully rounded back now. W7M having the full side choice, and instead is going to go in towards Tellers here for their 4th round, the first go-around. As we start to lock things in back on round number 1. I mean, it looks like they are finally able to establish that first bit of control over here on the inside of security, with really only Spirits taking command of it for the time being, just opening up a pathway for the rest of his teammates to work their way into. The rest of the team, with a bit of a focus to be grouped up with his teammate in a moment here. Definitely seems like they are going to be trying to take things pretty heavily from that break room side, and indeed already looking to try and work on popping open the wall going into Fountain as well to split up this defense and prevent the hold on the inside of Office from being so successful, hopefully forcing down the players inside of this area. Through that hatch a little bit early too, and it looks like that play has been a relative success. KZ though comes storming in from the catwalk. He's able to steal one away there as he eliminates Kino. Diaz though is ready for an exchange, trades it back. W7M does not get away with this one. However, JV92 will find that pickup against Yaga. Directly contesting once again from the balcony doorway. Yaga tries to peek into it from the outside window, pays the price. And yet again, W7M now ahead. Maybe seeing an equalizer come in here though as Volps shredded down to low HP and finished off now by Gomez, but Volps gets a little bit of a goodbye present there against Gomez before going down himself. Herds as well, slapped through the soft wall next to him. So he'll be eliminated, and finally M80 has a little bit of an edge to play on now.
Oh, what a shot from JV92. Finds the lineup. Big nitro from Julio as well. It's down to DS. Looked like M80 finally had a round they're going to be capable of. They know he had to drop. Heard that singular shot. Usually a telltale sign. No one's going to move, though. Trying to play off their own crosses. You see him built up inside a bathroom here. No, he's on the cam. Rotates his way into Tellers. Swings back through. Close on the door. Big shots, but the TCSG's better. The slugs rip them apart, and W7M remain perfect on border.
W7M continue to hold on to this defensive side, still yet to give up a round against the M80 attack, and only 2 to go as well. A definitive scoreline that has been put forward here is only continuing to get worse for M80. The pause as well did not seem to bring out many results from the previous round, and obviously now it's been used up. There's no second chance at that one. How does M80 recenter themselves now? Well, I'm not sure if that's the answer, but we'll certainly find out as a Blackbeard has been soft-picked by M80.
It'll win you a gunfight.
But will it win you the round?
Those are 2 different questions. You can't do that to me. All right.
I just like being dramatic, you know. It's like
the Spirits is gonna
the obvious
so far
follow-up
stick
question.
it. Yeah, it's true.
There we go.
There it is.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was
He's
gonna
found his consciousness. He's moved off of it. We've actually had a Blackbeard Osa setup. That's like the most like troll rank setup possible as well.
What's that in?
I actually can't remember. I did see it on Twitter though, but absolutely hilarious. They pulled that off. They're gonna work the gridlock back in this time with the Nook, so might have a counter angle here from Spirits. Y'all gonna be back on the Twitch. The mirrors are in play, so we'll see if he can battle it out up against Wolves again.
So no Blackbeard this time, as you kind of might expect. Just not really seeing him synchronize into the meta as of yet.
He's got secondary EMPs though, John.
True.
They can play him if they want.
And he, like you said, he can win a gunfight.
He can definitely win a gunfight.
It's been a bit of a problem point for M80 so far here, his initial gunfight wins.
Absolutely hilarious.
It's actually not a bad strat to bring it in just for that.
No, true. Funniest thing about Blackbeard of all time is that he was so busted on release, we actually picked up a guy just because he was so good at playing Blackbeard. Like, he strictly just played Blackbeard and held Windows the entire game. But hey, man, it worked. That was the meta at the time. It's a good thing they changed that, because, wow. 800 HP on a shield was a little kooky, a little crazy.
We've got Spirits making the initial insertion here.
A rotation back there? There is.
Does have it. His opponent rotates out from it, so not going to get the lineup, but patience.
I wonder who that is.
That's going to be the Oryx in the defense. Obviously, only defensive operator that can ascend through hatches, moves himself into that one, retakes the position.
Looks like the alien from the Alien video game crawling up one of those vents whenever you see it through like the side thing.
It the alien from Alien.
Dude, I mean, what else?
You just took out the "the" and it would have made sense.
The alien, I can't remember what the other. It's the one with the space lady on the front of it. She's all scared and startled. You know what I'm talking about.
It's just called Alien.
The Alien video game, John. Okay, 4 rounds for W7M. All right. Not too much happening here for M80. I mean, all things considered, really. They've gotten some control down low. Spirits is waiting to see if they can potentially deliver a frag grenade and pick somebody off on site. Getting some positions around the physical site as well on these windows.
Yaga has that presence established for sure.
Almost shot Spirits there. Well.
yeah, the angle almost didn't work out there. Nade pride for Spirits, but his opponent is on safe ground, I do believe, so not going to be able to make that one work out as well as he would like. Chucks it back up, though. Still may see this end up coming through. And yeah, like I said, off the mark a bit. Not really able to make the impact of that floor the way he would like. Spirits, though, still able to find JV92 as he crosses the threshold, but we will see that trade go right back onto him due to KZ.
JV92 feeling like challenging the verticality there, and ends up losing it out. So a little awkward, but so was that. Gomez swings back into the fire hose of KZ as he spams down the angle. It's a 3 versus 3, make it a 2 versus 2. We're acting quick here. 30 seconds as DS forces himself up the stairwell. Have the Twitch in play, not anymore though, as KZ will take them down. Nice little shots there from DS, but they know he's in mini. Play back in, the nice lineup from Volts. Fantastic vector play. Eviscerates the member as soon as he rotates out.
Very much a gunner's game right now, as all of these rounds are just devolving into open gunfights for the most part for control over the sites. A lot of setup from M80 in the process of getting to that point, but once they pull the trigger, there's no stepping back. There's no resetting to try and re-enter a different part of the map. They're full committing every single time. And to an extent, that is part of the problem, as W7M is just matching that energy, going for their own aggressive swings from time to time to directly challenge those pushes and make M80 second guess themselves, revealing the strategy prematurely and making it all that much easier for W7M to slightly adjust their setups if needed and get directly in the way of those plays.
Yeah, W7M are beating M80 at their own game right now. They're getting ahead of them in a lot of these assaults, and not only that, they're getting the intangibles, John. They're getting those untradeable frags. A lot of these are via, you know, verticality or what have you, but W7M has been able to either equalize or maintain an advantage all through these means. And it's what's gotten them here so far. 5 rounds in a row as they constantly abuse M80. Like we were talking about before, W7M, they are absolutely fantastic on the defensive end. A 60% win rate. M80, 59% win rate. But we see these two things, they're really not the same world, are they?
Certainly not the case. In terms of moving into the 6th round now, this is really M80's last chance to make an impact. If it's a 6-0 half, I do not see the comeback realistically happening. We could be surprised, don't get me wrong. It still could certainly happen, but on a realistic plane, it's more than likely not going to end up coming to bear should we see W7M clutch things out for a 6th time in a row. Almost a certainty that they'd be able to pick up number 7 at some point in the next 6, unless they have a massive drop-off on their attacking side. Well, I'll wait until that happens, of course. W7M still need to get this one going. M80 still may have a little bit of fight left in them once they get to that defensive side, and hopefully can try to dictate the pacing a little bit further, because it's just not in their current repertoire to control it as far as this attacking half is concerned.
M80 wrapping themselves around the site. Always an intelligent play to try and mess with these walls and passport. Obviously no glass here, so won't be able to see through that smoke, but I'll make it toward the angles, won't work against them either. Oh, if we might have an M80 player that could be in some potential trouble. Might actually be behind that wall out there, past that smoke, so really, really hope so. Yes, indeed, he is going to be behind that pillar, I do believe, so won't have to worry about that too much. W7M, though, once again, they've been able to delay for so long.
There's like no one in the site right now.
In comes that verticality yet again from W7M. They're holding things down on the custom side. KZ gonna let it up as JV92, he's got that gun so fantastic at range. The DMR able to step up with the EB14. He's just gonna keep holding on to this. He's got the hatch immediately to his right, so he's gonna play very safe here. The big issue, gonna drop down to that angle down low. So if anybody's occupying it, he's in hot water, but as for M80, it looks like the entire squad currently trying to work the top floor.
Good opening pick as they are able to finally isolate out JV92. Don't even give him a chance to clutch in that position either and pick up multiple frags with it. Not even necessarily the 1-for-1. He's just immediately overwhelmed by the angles with which he's being pushed from and is shot immediately by a player from M80 there. The thing is, M80 takes a lot of damage in the process, but they are still carrying this momentum forward. W7M may have spread themselves out finally just a little bit too far with this type of setup, trying to snowball things ever since we saw their extension get ignored back on round 1. M80 has been hyper cautious in clearing these out. And finally, I think it's all coming to a coalescence now on the 6th round of the half. Gomez knocking out Julio, leaves it down to 1. And that's a convincing one from M80 to end the half on. A flawless half as they just systematically hunt down the members of W7M all across the map, one by one. It is, however, just that single round pickup that they will find on the half. W7M still with a massive lead at 5-1. So let's see if they can get the closeout now.
Patience, a virtue for M80 in the very last round of their half. Successful up against W7M, never getting too far ahead of themselves. They've been doing a good job of staying on the outskirts of the site and continuously trying to work that. Get those big pickups as W7M tries to rotate back or work some of the angles up top there. Constant discovery mode for them, and it works out extremely well. Now we're going to switch sides. 5-1 as W7M set a precedent for the defensive half. M80 now with a lot to do, 4 rounds just to tie it. Can still get it in regulation, but going to require a lot of heavy lifting.
Certainly the case. We will see a few repicks come in for W7M. Maybe not expecting the upstairs play here. So the Terror drone being swapped in. They're going to keep the Dokumi that it was swapped out for, but not necessarily needing the line because we don't have that collapse that's going to occur from M80's defense. No longer are they going to drop away to the first floor, where potentially W7M may lose sight of those players. The line not being as needed, and they don't even end up going for that initial pick too. Looks like Julio ends up bringing in a different flare for this one as well. So still need a little bit of hard breach, so we're going to see the Habano swap back in there in those last moments for Julio instead. Still keeping both of those previous swaps, though, as the Dokumi ends up going on to Volps when everything is locked in. And we do have these guys spawned out on the map. Those are Terror drones already going to work here inside of the first 30 seconds. Knocking at the barbed wire. That'll be the first piece of utility. We'll see plenty more eliminated by it here, so that W7M can set up for a clear at some point in the next 2 minutes.
Silent across border. Nobody boarding the helicopter. Oh, Gomez will. The great helicopter in the sky, John.
It's the helicopter.
No, Gomez is a good guy. I promise. Well, unfortunately for Gomez, we'll be taking the long ride home. Keno's going to be trying to hold the door here. Oh, Vicious, love the work, Keno. You got to be confident with that. They want to play the angles that close, sure. Shotgun. That's the answer right there. Boom, stick to the brain, Herds. Let him think about it on the bench while he's dead. Diaz and the rest of the gang, they're ready for it. W7M, have they finally met their match? Is M80 confident enough on the defense to try and get this done? So far, so good from them. We're about halfway through. Wolves still has a logic bomb, though, so it could still get muddy.
A lot of things that could be shaken up here just in the nature of how M80 have set themselves up.
Oh, here we go again.
As well as another member of W7M literally stare each other in the face. No reaction from either player, though. Tries to bring in his teammate, but there's a second element to this. Yaga positioned a bit further back and not been noticed. W7M too forward with their clear, thinking it would have just been the one player with watch on that position here. KZ saving his teammate's life as well here by picking up the frag against Spirits. Kino, though, to eliminate his only other teammate, now puts it down into a 2v3. This East main push is all they have left in terms of map control and, of course, map presence to try and swing out onto the site with. M80, like we've been talking about in the previous half, matching the energy of their attackers here, getting directly in their face when they're ready to clear. And it has led to some serious problems on this round for W7M. A second round for M80 certainly in the cards right now, unless this final duo can come up with a big clutch on the remaining 30 seconds, slowly losing health here as every time they cross in a major angle as well, getting peppered down to low HP. It is not looking good here for KZ as well as Julio to make this happen.
And Julio, the only one with any utility. Long distance angles, Yaga, a lot of damage to him. Not seeing how this one's gonna work out for him. KZ not able to really get too much. Julio with one, but you can see the great positioning here from M80. If that would have went wrong, the smoke is directly behind him. He just waits for the plant timer and then challenges. So much redundancy there from M80. Very well played in the clutch to clean up that round.
And so as M80 seem to find their center at the tail end of the opening half and now the beginning of the second, where will this game go? Does W7M find the immediate counter on another site and retake that control for themselves, still leaving us with a dominant scoreline of at best 7-2 for W7? Or is M80 truly alive yet again? And it's up to W7M to figure out what they're doing wrong to counter it out. Will it take multiple rounds to find that now? Towers is the site play for M80, so once again, there's going to be heavy emphasis on that extended play upstairs into office. W7M will need to find a better way to clear this out, as that is where they lost their edge on the previous round, losing far too many players attempting to clear things in that department, and did not have enough player count left to bully their way onto the site from the 2v3. Will be very similar play circumstances here for the second round of the half, as M80 will look to defend similar extensions.
10 seconds to go.
Well, W7M recognizing what happened inside of the last round, John. The gloves have come off, not even metaphorically speaking. We've got the Finca in. We're ready for some serious gunfights. Everybody going to, more than likely, play a little bit more feisty this round as well they can. Wolves can res them from across the field and also give them some HP back. The only one in the business that can do it. I'm sure Team Rainbow really appreciates Finca, as we did for quite some time when she was in meta. Not so much when the LMG started to take over, but hey, that's for a different time. No frag grenades on Finca anymore either, but the adrenal surge is still quite prominent.
Boosting adrenaline.
Wolf's trying to set his teammate up now. We see the adrenal surges going forward, so if the window peak wants to try and swing into this one, Hurd certainly can, but he's playing a very patient angle from the current looks of things, hoping to get that cross in his favor and not moving an inch in the process of waiting for it. A lot of patience. We'll have to wait and see if it will be rewarded. If you see a kill pop up on the feed from Herds, more than likely the answer is yes, but there's a few other trickier aspects of this hold that we do need to see W7M focusing on, most notably the potential play from Spirits on the inside of security here. A leap into action as he spots out one member of W7M on the rappel, not able to fully take him down though. Forced back further away from that one. We'll give the members of W7M a second chance to take him down a bit later on here, as the first half of the round has now transpired. W7M with a few setups, but have not been able to turn it into anything major as of yet.
And for both of these teams, you can see how much Azami has meant to trying to get through this map. She makes things so complicated on these clears. One of those defenders that we usually see banned, but I still think both of those other defenders really, really important. Even past that, you might just want to allow Azami to make it through so you can play her. She makes Border almost playable. Imagine that. Amazing op. Amazing for M80 so far. Gomez and the rest of the gang, they're ready and willing to go for things here inside of office. W7M trying to back things down now, but Wolves with a nice kill. KZ will get taken down as well from Yaga. W7M, they're going to work their way back outside of the building and try and reinsert closer to the site.
M80 continues to step back here, and closer to their actual setup. He goes in. It's not going to be down these players, though. It's going to be Kino with the double kill on the shotty. Just not giving W7M an inch of vision against him. It's got to be JV92 on the flank to re-equalize things after that double kill is picked up. But once again, what do they have left? Certainly not enough to take the site with, especially from a 2v3 perspective. M80 still has a top-down angle established against these players. Gomez goes for one. The second, potentially in his cards as well here as Herds tries to make the clutch now. The 1v3 set before him. If he gets this kill, might have an angle to get the plant, but not even being given that opportunity. Time will run out, and M80 win it on that one, because they are back in business now, it seems. 3-5 at the scoreline, only 2 rounds away from the tie point now.
Yeah, no. Two people, I killed 2 people, like, in passport. Like, walking through, like, what the fuck are they doing? Let's go, boys, get up.
Keep it up, keep it up.
Yo, listen, I know these guys, though. They're probably going to try to go for a quick plant, or not quick, but they're probably going to try to go for a plant eventually. Like, they're going to take top.
You play customs, Kenny? Yes, sorry.
All right, so another round coming at us all here. And we have W7M once again looking to steal control from M80. This time going to be over here in supply, as well as ventilation. As we work our way into it. No huge surprises again for our defenders. The attackers, we'll see if they try to modulate anything. A very straightforward lineup so far for W7M. So we've seen this game continue to play out in that fashion too. Just a lot of traditional clear on the extension and follow through into the site. But the problem is W7M, well, they have been able to clear out the extension. Usually not with a advanced player count has been their problem. Always been down by 1 or 2, and usually with a very low amount of time to actually execute, making it an incredibly difficult task to work their way into the site with the limited time they do have.
Well, W7M was looking fairly plain Jane there. Really just the structures of offensive lineup when it comes to Siege, soft destruction, hard destruction, and some droning. But they've changed a lot of things up. They bring in the Yana, the Nomad, as well as the Buck. And that soft destruction pair there with JB92 and the A's. So changed up quite a bit from what we originally seen. As for M80, though, so far so good on their defensive sides, and really been able to replicate what we saw from W7M and what gave M80 so much trouble on their offensive end. Just muddying things, making it quite complex to try and clear the majority of this, rooms and get everything up towards the site. The map just quite complex at the end of the day with the structures that we've seen from both of these squads, especially with the zombie in the mix. Everybody trying to play aggressive as well. You can see even when the armory panel, or rather the armory bomb site was in use from W7M, still having that wall open, trying to play off the balcony. Everybody really trying to get in the face of the opposition when it comes from the defensive side so far. And speaking of which, looks like the shoe might be on the other foot here for the Buck of Wolves.
Spirits with the play potential here. Swings out for it, but KZ already thought he wasn't going to catch it this time. Spirits, I thought, had good timing upon it, but the second peek instead will yield better results. Yaga outside, grabbing that train onto KZ, but of course, the one we saw on camera, Gomez, also able to knock out another member of this attack from the depths of Beepers too. Gomez trying to trade it back, but Herds once again pulling a fast one onto Gomez there. Spins the duel back into his own favor instead, and equalizes us down to a 3-player count for both teams.
A little update there for the W7M side of things. Everybody trying to work the top floor, have some opposition still down low. That's going to be the Warden of DS. 2 players positioned upstairs. M80 so far so good. Really looking to see if JV92 and W7M can get things going on this top floor. They still have that clone of the Yana, but not looking to use it. Kino, he's going to get aggressive. They're constantly getting bodied. No respect for Kino on this top floor. He's making his name known here. King Border finally gets shut down. Julio will be the man mincing the meat. 2 versus 2. 30 seconds remain. Nades in hand. Still opportunity to get this plant down. Just have to try and find a home. Lots of counter angles being adopted into M80's play right now here. This could really throw a spanner in the works.
W7M not really with an excess of player health to go for these peaks with. Herds will pay the price for that now as Yaga knocks him down. Yaga knows as well this is the end of the round, so doesn't even bother to go for the aggressive swing in it. Sits back, relaxes, waits for his opponent to swing him, and shuts him down nice and easy. M80 now on the forefront of this yet again. 1 round away. I do believe, from tying things up, and indeed that is the case, as we are now 5-4. W7M in the lead, but W7M also going to call for a timeout. We're going to listen in with M80 here. They're the English-speaking team, but we'll take a listen anyway and see what is going on.
Voltar para fazer play agora no Arsenal. Para mim, a gente faz uma da leste lá, a gente splita no final, como a gente combinou, a gente treinou esse dia, tá ligado? Vamos jogar beitando, porque os caras recuperaram um pouco a confiança do game. Então vamos punir, porque eles vão ficar abrindo. Se eles fizerem o bagulho lá de ficar beitando de 12 no Arsenal, faz a tua HE lá de cima, Vovó. Mata esse cara lá, tá ligado? Vamos pegar
não, eu consigo fazer bem e vocês comem ele, tá ligado? Só que cuidado com a fonte.
Não
por
dá,
mim,
não dá pra
a gente...
Mano, vamos
então,
fazer
por mim,
Arsenal,
a gente pega...
É só ribanar ali, velho.
Lupa Arsenal?
Eu faria pra mim. Pega a outra lá, pô. Aham, vou fazer pra outro. Eu acho que é melhor.
Não quer fazer a massa Lupa Arsenal padrão?
Timeout's going to close down there. And you can see, of course, how streaky this game has been by a round breakdown you're seeing right there. Pretty much a perfect streak so far from both teams, as W7M have gone for 5 straight inside of the opener. And in response, M80 have picked up 4 straight on their own. One tail ending, of course, that first half, with the remaining 3 so far being on the defensive side. How will W7M, when will W7M break the streak here? That's now the big question on the field. Because if it's not on this round, then M80 are looking primed to take the lead away, and potentially this map along with it. Not the result I think a lot of people expected to see, given the fairly one-sided nature with which W7M was taking this matchup back in the first half.
Yeah, I do not know what is up with North America, but something's in the water. We cannot get ourselves out of games. It is absolutely crazy. I mean, unless you're SSG, that hasn't been going too hot. But hopefully that changes up. We'll have to see what happens for them. But as for M80 and a lot of these North American squads, they are keeping neck and neck with each other constantly. We'll have to see if M80 can potentially pull this map back across the finish line and look like W7M's all the way through. Such a dominant defensive half, as John was talking about. Now M80 with a showing of their own. Now the smoke and the mute into play here. Pretty traditional lineup for this top floor. The Azami coming through as well, but to be expected. So we've been seeing her time and time again here on Border.
30 seconds into round number 10, and we've got W7M deploying towards repelled positions. Not going to be able to swing their way into things this early on, but certainly setting up at least for a pretty quick boom into this site, as they're going to be playing heavily into those repel positions. We don't have the corresponding Amaru pick or anything that would come in line with that, so it is going to take at least another minute or so, I would imagine, to broil up towards it, but it does look like W7M are potentially priming themselves for a direct office plant. Archives plant, rather, if they can work their way into it. But sit back, and Wolves actually establishes a great crossfire. Not sure if he realizes it, but decks the HP down. That's 2 different players now faltering. Diaz down to a sliver of HP, although that may have been from an unrelated gun. There we go. KZ, never mind, he's going to be able to finish him off. Yoga also heavily injured from a previous fight as well. Now taking down KZ, just taking command here of the main balcony entry as well as security, ripping apart both the players on defense for it. Gomez finally able to strike back a little bit here. Goes for another as well. Drops the other player trying to work their way in from the Archives doorway. JV92 down. It's a battle of titans right now, as an individual from either team is just going off. Gomez claiming the most recent one here against Hertz.
No lifelines yet, John. Can't phone a friend. Have 2 shields for Julio, though. 12-7 for KZ. Back to Youngsping form. Smoke for Julio as well. He's got case control. KZ, lots of noise on his entry point. Has to try and get this initial shot, but he can't make it happen, can't make it work. Shield doesn't go down for Julio. He has to try and get active. Some nice shots. He'll take out Gomez. The 5.56, Thermite's gun, tried and true. A weapon of the greats. Has that Osha shield still. No smokes, though. Plenty of time. He's going to have to flirt with this. One smoke in Keno's pocket. He can use that at his leisure. Smoke through. Might be the swing. Keno! Immediately on the ground. First reaction. Masterful with the sword is Keno at SMG 11 in his hand like a surgeon. taking this man out on the other side.
You know, cerebral with how he reads into that play there towards the tail end of the round. Very, very well done. A valiant attack from Julio. Smart play to try and put the shield down in the ways as opponents did not have any way to take that down. Unfortunately, they did have the Toxic Babe, which sent him off of his plan and pretty much killed the play for the most part there, with Kino especially reading into his rotation towards the breach in small office to shut him down outright. M80 have matched it completely now. 5-1 half from W7M matters not, apparently, as they are unable to win the first of 4 plays here in the second half. We'll see if they can finally change up their fate now that the pressure is truly and really on for them, with a potential lead loss coming up here. Very good possibility we could see M80 still close this out in regulation if W7M is not able to save themselves here. So one final go at it, and we will wait and see if the pause potentially brought out something new for this team that we're only just now going to see bear fruit.
Out to defuse a bomb.
Tie ball game between these two. What an action-packed showcase it has been so far. You and I already today, John, getting a pretty special treat when it came to the Dark Zero matchup against Sonic. Sonic's picking Dark Zero, assuming victory. Dark Zero being like, no, not today. 2-1. An incredible clubhouse. But now we have quite the border to talk about between these two. And W7M might have finally just found their footing on the offensive side. A more aggressive front. They'll take down Gomez, looking for the kill inside of Customs as well. It's going to force Kino back over into Workshop. Tries to go for the big rotation. KZ, lots of damage onto him. Verticality playing its way back into this. Spirits trying to rotate through, trying to get away. Some nice shots. The Skeleton Key. KZ, so much trust in it. No damage though, no dice. Finally, someone there to assist. He'll get marked up as well. Nice shots from Wolves. He's got the 417 to party.
Wolves continuing to wait for more opportunities to frag out now. M80 wants to peek into it, but M80, very smart. They're not going to give up this lead. They've worked so hard for Kino as well. They're finally spotting out the drone. That's been revealing what's been going on this off rotation. Still not going to be able to stop them from eliminating him, though. The intel is good as he never moves to a new position. Diaz as well as Yaga now looking to make up the difference in the 2v4. Diaz cornered, though. Forced down, another drone popping up here. These things like termites. You can't get rid of them, it appears, for M80 here. It's haunting them on this round. It's given away Kino's position. Now it's given away Diaz's position. And by the time he realizes that he's been given up, he is thrust out from that position. Via some bullets, taking him down. Round number 6 is finally located by W7M just when they were about to lose the lead. But now they've lost their edge. Now they've only got this one singular chance to close it down. Otherwise, overtime is immediately activated.
Bora ver cara e bora matar ele, mano, agora. De novo.
Eu vou jogar na brecha, viu? Vou jogar full na brecha.
Ah, pode jogar.
Tá, eu vou pegar uma dupla também, não importa o bom, me foda.
Back into things we go after W7M's victory. A little discussion there on the bench. Probably very happy about what just went down there. Looking forward to what they can potentially get done with this Vince Workshop assault. Got the Dokkaebi and the Lion in here. Really liking what we're seeing, especially with the other 3 ops that we have inside of this lineup. Just a very aggressive front. This all back setup makes it to where W7M can be very active. They don't have to lean too much into their drone work. Dokkaebi making that super easy on them. They can drone things out initially and kind of keep things going that way. So they're still going to keep the Doke in the play. That'll go over to KZ's hands, though. Everything else kind of milling about. We're going to have the Sledge rotate its way in as well for some frag grenade.
5 seconds to insertion.
And as we lock things in, those repicks are going to come along with it. Stokes already broke them down. No further changes to be seen on the W7M lineup. M80 in the meanwhile. The Legion coming out for them. Gomez is going to try and trip up some of this more direct action, which actually could work very, very well given the foot-forward nature with which W7M have been playing things out so far on the attacking side. So they add a trap operator into the mix is certainly going to slow things down a little bit. And considering we were already playing pretty much the timer on quite a few of these rounds, it could be what potentially pushes set timer over the edge and into a winning M80 position here to tie them up once again at 6-6. JV92, the first into the building though, as he goes for some quick clear over by East Main, not being too heavily defended by the M80 roster, so it is his for the taking off rip. But we're going to see M80 still with quite a bit of presence, just more aimed on the lockers, of course, and security side with a few rotates to support each other if necessary. Kino over here by Customs right now, but not a lot of play potential for him, so check in with him a tad later as the rest of W7M also trying to set up to support their teammates' initial conquest now.
One of the slower affairs we've had so far between these two. Nice drone placement here from Volps up in the dome. Pretty common one, but still a goodie at the end of the day. All sludge action there. Spirits attempts to track him through the wall, but simply on the tailcoats of the sludge player. W7M mostly just herds. He's gotten in on the backside. That logic bomb allowing him the space. Notice that entire back area is clear. No Mew jammers abound to try and help M80 just run over top of those things. That logic bomb will go away. Unlikely holding up walls and other things. Not really something you consider when it comes down to that utility unless you're going to be playing an area right on top of one. As for W7M though, this has been a fairly easy clear so far. No real pressure from M80, but they haven't gotten to the meat and potatoes of this one just yet.
Spirits and the rest of M80.
Reload.
Simply just waiting this one out right now. In such a pivotal play, it's not going to be wise for them to try and make the moves themselves. Volps, though, still navigates around that tricky setup from Gomez sitting on the other side of the soft paneling. And even still, M80, Spirits specifically, trying to force the issue for the trade. Nearly gets it, but now the cross comes in from another player. JV92 up on top, but M80, look at them, spinning those kills right back into their own favor. Beautifully crunched by the defense. Only puts it down to a 2v3s. The job's not done yet, but certainly has brought it to a much safer point for our defenders here. As the two remaining W7M members are grasping at straws now as to where they can find their next play from. Julia just gonna have to take a risk on it here. Has the lineup, the spray goes wild. Better chance at closer range there against Diaz to knock him out. But still needs to lock this play, and going for a cross in the process just walks right into Kino. That's the case, down on the ground, and Yoga to grab Volks as well. Overtime is triggered as we go the full distance on map number 1.
2 5-1 halves from the defensive end. Nobody able to put it together.
Wasn't that back or Armory? Armory's solid. Actually, no, Armory was fucking scary last time, I'm not gonna lie. We never lost it, though. Okay, Armory. Let's go Armory.
So no Armory then, boys?
I don't think we're going Armory, John.
We are going to Armory, so.
Get over your fear. We're going to Armory. I don't care that you're crying.
Great conversation there.
Oh, man. M80. Hard relationship there. Might need, like, therapy or something after this.
Well, let's see if they can clean things up. Make it a little less scary for themselves this time, as they are going to end up in Armory when everything is said and done. W7M, of course, with the line to correspond to that. Nomad specifically to try to block out all this movement. This has been a very movement-heavy defense from both sides with regards to players on either end of that defense have just been swinging for the hills in a lot of these rounds here. So they're going to try and limit that potential a bit with the Nomad pickup here.
They've been trying that, to be fair, and the activity has been through the roof from both of these teams. You know, at the end of the day, air jabs, all good, all fun, and it seems like 3 is a lot. It's not. it's really not when you're playing against the right team, John, especially when they have impacts. That's the worst thing in the world. They can just get rid of it at any moment in time, and then you're still dead.
Or soulless.
Yeah, right. Oh, man. There's so...
Then it just shows you where they are.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many things. There's so many ways for it to go wrong for you. W7M looking to make sure that doesn't happen for themselves. Just got to try and safeguard things when it comes to these opening moments, but at the same time, need a little bit of a more forward assault. Try and gnarl those teeth a little bit wider next time. M80 constantly able to recoil. Not only that, but do it into a positive light. That's been the biggest problem for W7M on this offensive side. Even when they get a big kill, John, they're the first one to do it. The swing immediately comes through from M80. And W7M aren't ready for it. That's the big adaptation we need to see here. How do they deal with this fantastic team play, at least in the gunfights here from M80?
W7M, not enough confidence to try and swing the east main angle.
Oh, big frag.
Toxic Babe blocking off their access, but as Stokes mentioned there, very big frag landing directly on top of Gomez. Eliminates him. He's been the clutch player from these early frag positions too, and you can see that echoed in his scoreline there as he tops it out at the moment for M80 at 13-11. The rest of the team, though, more than capable, they should be at least, stepping up to meet the challenge here. Just won't have that aggressive position against W7M, so they are going to take some considerable map control over the next 20 seconds or so. This phone call will more likely be the Sirens ring that's going to occur. Spirits realizes that takes a few steps back, but Now recommitting, could very well be in the winning position too, trying to scare W7M out of committing to this one, and it works in the case of KZ. He'll group up with the rest of his teammates by East Main and put that pressure onto Herds instead, as he now clears down the hallway. A drone would have prompted this, so Spirits is given the warning because of said drone. He's ready on the angle there, counters out Herds and eliminates him. Back into a 4v4 now to start the last minute.
Not a single one of these squads has been able to crack the Azami algorithm side of CCTV. Constantly so much utility stacked up in there. No answers to be had. M80 fire back. Lots of damage off onto Yogg though from W7M. He's still willing and able. Julio will shut that down. No hope for him any longer. 4-3 here. The dying moments of the round still right at our fingertips. Nobody trying to get too aggressive. That's the odd thing. Those little interactions, just tiny little skirmishes. Nobody wants to fully send it just yet. And this is mostly on W7M. These offenses, they've been so difficult, and they've finally been able to manage to get some kills onto M80. Trying to respect the utility to the fullest, but now the Nitro sells out, the guns come alive, but the pressure from W7M on the backside. KZ with some big kills, Kino knocks him down, Kino's dead! W7M get it! Their offensive round finally works in their favor. It just takes overtime.
Once again, these rounds coming down, it is pure gun skill at the end of the day here. W7M barely with the positioning necessary to work that round. It's a brute force from one of their players through the archives and into the lockers where they find that final member of the defense hiding out behind beepers and shut them down. M80's turn on the attack yet again, and once more, unfortunately for M80, back in a very familiar position for them, behind by a few rounds here, and this time, there's no easy way to come back into it. It's this round or never, as W7M will win the map on this one.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
What an incredible affair we've had here so far on Border. It's W7M's pick, but M80 have been looking, or making it look like it's been their own. All these teams neck and neck at the current moment. M80 looking to use the full breadth to take their win on Border. W7M, obviously the exact opposite. Want to shut it out right now. But they do have that little safety cushion for themselves if things do happen to go awry. M80 potentially with a harebrained scheme. And mark the line and the Dokkaebi in here. Maximum potential for trying to lock up these W7M players. And honestly, love this strategy from M80, John. W7M so dominant from this defensive end, just like M80 was. And it was all due to the activity that they were able to produce.
So with W7M back on the forefront, let's see the winning strategy that they will deploy us towards here now. Try and sink their 8th and final round of this map. Needed the full distance pretty much in order to get us there. It's not an expectation they had. The pre-fire from KZ goes a little wild here. Doesn't even end up taking down the drone. As a result, man, he is going 6 different ways in his brain right now. They're trying to figure out what to do. But Spirits ends up thinking just a little bit quicker. He gets the peek out first, knocks him down. Obviously a very heavy cost to his own personal HP, but the job is done of that first entry.
Yeah, KZ's synapses were firing so fast that his body couldn't even...
He was like, do I shoot the drone? Do I throw the kunai down? Do I shoot him? Do I prepare for the shoot him?
I'd love to have a scan of his brain at that moment. Just everything is on. It's just all on.
It's just like dial-up noises playing in his brain right there as he makes that play.
Oh, a little mirror window action here from Spirits. Still flirting with it, and I respect that. The fact that he is so low on HP and still willing to try and adopt these angles. Made it work out against KZ though, so can't exactly knock a man for trying.
Still see W7M keep that extension alive and well. M80 have not overreacted to the opening kill they've gotten by trying to steal away a massive amount of control. It has, however, left them in a much more confident position to set up on the outside of the Archives push. Be very bold if we see them go for this play outright here. When you consider the lack of success this type of push generally ends up having. But at the same time, if they have enough open room to feel they can push for it, then by all means, put that pressure down. If you get the plant down on the ground, it's not impossible for the defenders to retake it unless they have the player count with which to bully their way back in. However, at the same time, if you make that attempt and it quite predictably gets nitro celled out or something else interrupts the plant and you lose the case, you are not getting it back.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
that is the case. Absolutely right.
Look at this, Gomez walking in
push,
now.
Gomez.
It's open for business. JD92 though getting a bit more of an exchange. Saves it from going completely awry. Thankfully a few more trades transpire from the W7M side also. They keep it under their control. Bring it back to a 2v3. Still working with that -1 deficit, but at least have a chance here.
Keno's gonna work his way in. Nitro cell ready for JB92. He has to trust it, but no, it doesn't make it over. Keno got off the plant though. Another Nitro, but it's wrong as well. Keno could still stick this. Nobody's gonna swing. They have the crosses. Oh, this might be it. M80. They might have forced the round. They have. Keno with the exit frag. Volt, so many fights to win, John. This is impossible. Never seen a more impossible moment in my life. Lay my bank account on it if I had to, but Volps might make me eat my words. Keno, though, might have went to death there for just a moment.
He had so many, like, death crosses to go through there just to get back to the case, let alone win the round there. Got past the first one. A very impressive shot at that range to go all the way to the back of break room and take down a player from the attack, but not enough to take it any further than that, unfortunately. So here we go. OT match point now for both teams. Next round wins it, irregardless of the winner.
At the top of the game, John, we were talking about the fact that both of these rosters are absolutely amazing. They're filled to the brim with talent. Well, look, we finally reached this point. 7-7, only the first map. That's the beauty of this cake. We're only about halfway through. Still plenty of icing, too. Only this round remains, though, for Border. So, hope you guys are still hungry, as Oregon will be next on this 3-course meal.
It is going to be the worst side for W7M, however, here as they jump onto the attacking side of things, as we're obviously in regulation. Both teams are only able to claim a single round from that perspective. So W7M going to have to dig deep and make sure that this one works out. M80 already getting over the hump in the previous round there by winning things out on that Archives push, but how does W7M pull off the same thing? Well, apparently, okay, never mind. I was going to say Blitz is part of the equation, but Volps comes back to his senses there in the final moment, ends up going instead just for the Finka pickup here to boost the entire team instead of himself with that flash shield there.
We're going to have the Dokkaebi working its way back in for W7M, the Finka as well. I think that's a great adaptation for them. Touched on that one earlier. You know, and maybe he wants to get in those fights. Have the ability to heal yourself, pick up your teammates from across the map. Why not? This Adrenal Surge is so very useful. He's going to have the spear in hand yet again. Frag grenades in play as well for Hertz. His Logic Bomb is probably going to be the biggest piece of the puzzle here for W7M. As for M80, though, it's going to be Diaz here. He's going to be holding down the fort, playing inside of stalls. Logic Bomb out. I do believe they've discovered at least one member here. It does so happen to be Diaz as he rotates in towards Workshop. Might be some hot water now. Smokes in. Julio's going to start planting. Can he stop this? Oh, going to be an impact out. He's trying to find a hidey hole. He's going to start planting on the other side. Gomez doesn't know where it is. That impact won't stop it. Julio, I think he has it. The plan will go through. M80, they're not willing to cross. They're not willing to throw themselves at the side at that moment, but they will immediately after so many kills. Pop up from M80. It's a sea of blue. Gomez to stick it. W7M, they have to stop them. JV92 swings through. He's dead. Volps, he can't cover. M80! How have they done this? It seemed like everything was going the way of W7M. They ask, they receive on the plant. M80, they show up late to the party. But they're the jock, John. They get the girl.
It's a 1-5 comeback from M80 as they bring it all the way from the depths. We're looking at the score share right now. Just look at this, Sam. So streaky as both teams get 5 rounds in a streak back-to-back against each other here. It is 5 in a row picked up by W7M, but somehow they are unable to capture that advantage and capture map number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, that does it for the first map. Stick with us, though, as map number 2 is coming up right around the corner, and you're not going to want to miss it.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
coming back at you, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ready for the second map between both M80 and W7M. As our last game of the day here on the Bravo stream continues onward. Getting ready to move into our second map of Oregon in just a few moments here. This map has not actually seen a whole lot of play so far at SI. I believe these two teams are a little bit of an exception to that, though, as I believe they both played into it previously. But other than that, Stokes is the stats there on how little we've actually been seeing Oregon get brought out so far at this event.
Yeah, 9 plays so far. It's tied with Skyscraper. It's actually had the second least amount of rounds played on it at 105, but it does have the opportunity to pass up Skyscraper. That's at 115 in this game. So we'll see if M80 and W7M want to have a knockdown drag out like we just saw on Border. Obviously, it's going to be wearing a whole new dress this time, John, as Oregon plays a lot differently than what we see usually on Border.
And as a result of that, you can expect some different play styles to come out from both teams. Going to need to remain a little bit more composed this time. Not going to be able to go for those crazy swings right from the beginning of the round on every single round. For instance, they're going to need to cool it off. Say that maybe for every other round sort of affair. But we'll be finding all that out as we get ourselves into it. As you can see, W7M from the stats here, no problem controlling the early round. They dominate in the entry category there on that stat poll. But as I get deeper and deeper into it, it's the unexpected moves in the late round that were being thrown out by M80 that would always catch them off guard and leave them in an unfortunate position heading into the later portion of the round, would leave them struggling, oftentimes in the attack, of course, to maintain map control. Defense, we didn't really see them struggling as much as they were controlling those defensive-sided rounds in a much more one-sided fashion. So we're going to have to see if that scoreline remains the same as we get ourselves into it. You folks at home still believe that W7M are going to be controlling things, but we will have to find out if that is indeed true. M80 just gave us a massive comeback, certainly to hurt the egos at a minimum of the W7M roster heading into this second map, so we'll see if they still have that fight left in them, or if M80 are primed to take over now with a quick number map 2, as we do have it being their pick as well. Ying is the first band to go out. Choice from W7M. They're just not wanting to duke out against it, making perfect sense here. Very popular for basement executes and second floor play, so she can oftentimes be an annoyance and one that you just not want to deal with. Flores, very similarly, has access to the interior sites, basement, as well as the kids' bedroom, pretty much all of the important spots on this map, and can knock out those key pieces of utility. And maybe starting out on the attack, of course, but when they get themselves over to that defensive side, they do not want to deal with that interruption, so they'll get rid of it. Now Azami will get banned out as her capability to block out access points gets incredibly powerful, even more so to some extent than Border on this map, so she'll be removed. And then finally, this time we'll kind of flip things around a little bit. Solus is going to be left in. Valkyrie knocked out this time.
Well, that means we're going to have quite the exciting Oregon on our hands, especially because no Azami, no Valkyrie, but Solasin. The offensive perspective now gets a little murky when it comes to trying to work onto the site. All those drones rotating in more than likely mean a lot of dead intel going the way of the offensive perspective. So M80 now going to be into the map for the very first time. DS will be flashing Blackbeard. You know we have to mention it, but we're not going to touch it until we actually get into the round, because we highly doubt he sticks it. As for M80, this is a map that you and I originally casted them on, and one thing that we notated about their playstyle on Oregon especially was their willingness to sit on angles and hold rotations. A big player being DS, actually, so I wouldn't be surprised if he kept the Blackbeard to play the bus position that we saw for White the last time.
It's actually, no, just as I bring it up, man, every time we start to talk about it, as these things just go by the wayside, as we are going to get that repick instead, he'll go over towards the much more expected Lion for this one. So no Blackbeard play. Yeah, it's been flashed twice, though, so maybe third time's the charm if we get a bit deeper into the series as well. Yaga as well adding the Thatcher into this one just to make things a little bit easier to clear out some of these utility set pieces, prevent them from popping out into the open against them. We'll see if that all ends up being true. Mainly going to be used to counter out some of these mute jammers and give the team the access they need to deploy down into the basement, of course. But spawns are in, and then, of course, we have the extension deployed by W7M as well. Quite a bit of second floor presence currently sitting in the way of M80s. They will have to deal with this first before moving forward. Not a huge amount of utility supporting this from what I can see. So these will probably be pretty loose positions that W7M, I imagine, are going to give up relatively quickly. But let's actually take a look and find out for ourselves as M80 is beginning that push now.
Dead silent for the first 45. Do have a roam game here from W7M. Hasn't been discovered yet, though. Forwarding back and forth. Yaga, obviously, an inkling did hear those shots up top, so unless there's at least one body. Herd's able to, obviously, mess about with this drone game. Trying to hunt that down. able to pick up that. He's using the suppressor on the P90 as well. Haven't been seeing that one too much on that weapon. Gomez almost with a nice shot there, but a little unfortunate. Might actually know that he's working his way down Freezer now because of that. At least a player known inside of Z. And so far, so good for W7M. M80 have gotten some map position, but this is looking like something past that W7M could have potentially dealt with, but Gomez on top of it, and you see why. The drone was right there on stage. They pinged him out.
Gomez a little
very well fought from them.